What's up, DK Sim fam, and welcome to Friday. That's right, maybe the end of your work week, maybe just the beginning. I don't know your schedule, but you probably have a pretty good sense of ours at this point. I'm Adam Kaufman with Sweet Tea, Reed T. Fowler. This is the first of 6. Yes, count them, 6 Madden simulations that are coming your way over the course of the next roughly 11 and a half hours. I'm excited. He's excited. Hopefully you're excited too. How are you, buddy?
Good. Have you ever listened to the intro? Like the music that goes on in between streams that we have.
Boy,
It's
almost
popping.
never.
It is popping. I just listened to our intro, and that's why I was kind of bopping along before in your little spiel there. You should give it a little listen.
The Club Madden remix music that we were hearing last night.
Oh no! What happened last night? Oh, I don't even want to know.
You got to
never mind.
You got to get on into our internal Slack channel. Look at the old content thread and check out the front of the bar, back of the bar group of Brendan Glasheen and Tom Carroll. Evidently, they have opened Club Madden, and it was bumping, for lack of a better. It was truly bumping last night. It's about a 5-minute video.
Oh my goodness! Is that like? And I want to Parks and Rec, where Aziz, his character, what's his name? Tom. Yeah.
Tom, yeah.
Where he bought the nightclub before it got popular. Was it like that? I feel like if Glash had no shorting Tom here, but I feel like if Glash was a club owner, I don't expect a place where there's going to be a line and a waiting list to get in.
I mean, all you really missed, and I hope Glash is watching, all you really missed is the two of them silent with music behind them, courtesy of TD Daniel. Sitting on camera, just going like this for about 3 minutes.
Oh my God, that's riveting content. What you can get here on the Dream Stream.
How you feeling about the Lions and Eagles? That's the first sim that we have. Of course, Reed here boycotting the free roll. I will tell you about my lineup in a little bit, but how are you feeling about this matchup?
Yeah, maybe a matchup that of former quarterbacks, right? Stafford and Wentz. So maybe this is a time to go roster Wentz. He's averaging 21 points, Goff. I know he's 16-8, and you might not want to pay up for that. But look down. I mean, look down and see the other guys that you have available to you and what their fantasy point production is. The thing about Wentz, though, in these sims, he can't get hurt, so we know he's going to play the full game, which is really nice.
I mean, I don't know if he knows that, but we know it.
We know that. But again, this is a matchup that I can easily see going contrarian with your captain, right? With Detroit, maybe some of their receivers. Marv Jones, even though he's averaging 10-3 at $9,600, we've seen this guy. Maybe this was like a former Madden feeling that I have. We've seen Marv Jones go for like 50 points easy. So I like good old Hey Marv in the captain spot and then go from there.
Jeff, formerly of Game Ops, is with us in the chat here. Says, honestly, I was watching last night without sound. I thought I saw a technical glitch. Again, just the two of them.
Can we call Glash's moves a technical glitch?
You guys ever tried that Glash dance move, the technical tech glitch? It's the latest craze. It's like the Macarena or the Cupid Shuffle. It's the tech glitch. Mike Business says, happy birthday, Coffee. You're older, not necessarily wiser, and that couldn't be more true. Thank you so much, guy. Nick says, Coff got the chat to make Glash feel bad about the whole Chinese goof last night. That incident, yeah. Well, that is why we have called this free roll the Nooner, the Forget Glash. I'm buying my own Chinese for dinner. And thank you all for being here with us. Lineups have locked, and as we get ready to head to virtual Philadelphia, I will give you my lineup. Captain spot paid up, Miles Sanders. Also have Carson Wentz, Deshaun Jackson, Zach Ertz, and then some value on the Lions side of the ball. Danny Amendola and Carry On My Wayward Son Johnson. That is what I have decided to do with this lineup. We will see how it works out.
Carry On, huh?
Carry On. He's still involved every so often.
Wow. Okay. I mean, $4,800, or that was the captain. $3,200, not bad. 4.9, giving you about 1.5x value.
Yeah,
ain't bad.
If he can sneak in, vulture a touchdown, then giddy up. Charlie says, happy belated Cough. Thought you were kidding yesterday. Yeah, you see, that's when you're wished happy birthday every single day in the chat, eventually it's going to come around for real, unless you're Glash bringing Chinese food, which was an empty promise, unfortunately, as the pass is completed off to the right side. Wentz or -1 yard. 3rd and 11.
Is that a side gig? Because I've seen him drop food off to Emerson. You're talking about him getting you food.
Yeah, he's a Grubhub Uber driver now. Uber Eats.
No, he's not.
That's what he does. Yeah.
No, you're not. You're kidding, right?
I am kidding. Can you imagine?
You'd be like a guy that doesn't get off the phone with you.
It's
like,
so
thanks
true.
for my food. It's cold now. Oh, okay. I just wanted to tell you about the Madden stream that I'm doing. Madden After Dark. I'm a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I tell you, between those two guys bumping last night, Bucky points out here in the chat, Koff had to be better than Ducey claiming ownership of his woman yesterday. Yeah, I mean, we had ourselves a day on the Dream Stream, let me tell you. Ducey
was something else, man.
I tell you, we broke Ducey. Bry Guy knows. He was Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s. He's with us again today, and he was with us yesterday. Ducey, we broke the poor guy. We reached a point there, post game where he just outright turned off his camera. He said, "I'm leaving. I can't do it anymore. I'm gone." Screwed up the whole shot.
No, he really?
He did. I can't do it. I'm done. Done.
Can't take it. Guy can dish it, but he can't take it, huh? Oh no.
Boy. Oh boy. Who's got the Lions DST, folks? Because you have yourselves an early touchdown. 90 seconds in. Not bad, Detroit.
In the shadow contest that I have here, Koff,
yes,
he was my captain. And then I also backed up with Prater.
You know you are running bold, and I don't care what team we're even talking about. You are running bold when you captain a DST in these Madden sims. And I'm not saying it never works out. We've seen it work out. But man, like you were paying up in a zillion other different places if you're feeling that good. I mean, these aren't the days of Luke Kuechly in Carolina, and for whatever reason, Seattle in Madden 21 isn't what I thought it would be, adding Jamal Adams to Bobby Wagner, but Seahawks, while very good, not the regular presence that we saw there in Madden 20.
Yeah. But Carson Wentz, we've seen this from him in real life, in IRL. But IRL, not in IRL.
And no, if you want to be in IRL, let's just start a new thing. I'm okay with that.
In IRL.
In IRL.
But this is sort of the segue into the conversation. If we're talking about breaking Ducey, I had to knock him down a few pegs in our sim the day before.
Okay.
Well, we were talking about where quarterbacks would go, and I'm sorry for everyone who was, at that meeting, so to speak. So you have to rehear this episode.
Sorry to those who pulled up a chair for the.
We spent 25 minutes talking about Jared Goff.
25 minutes of Jared Goff talk? His parents don't do that.
And let's again, I don't want to belabor the point, but he was saying he'd trade for Carson Wentz if he were the Rams, because the Rams don't want him. And so I was saying, because he asked me to put on my manager hat if I was Les Snead, but what I want to do is Carson Wentz has all the time in the world. I would hope you complete that class number 11, which he
does. 60 passing.
Yeah, Deshaun. But I was saying to him, essentially, if I'm over leveraged as an organization like the Rams are, you can't do anything really to deal Jared Goff. You can try to light the fuse a little bit and kind of throw out the smoke screen and say, this guy is still our starting quarterback, even though, they let it out that he isn't our starting quarterback. Whatever the case may be, I think in any situation, Carson Wentz finds a fan. A souvenir.
Strange lateral run followed by just chucking it out of bounds.
Yeah. Both of these guys have very, very large contracts that are very, very unattractive.
I think that's true for many, unfortunately, in the NFL. It is, I don't want to rehash like yourself, a conversation that has been had over the course of multiple sims at this point. Although that being said, I do think it is truly the story of the offseason once we get there, and it's already starting to rear its head, is this could just be such a fascinating NFL offseason with regard to QB movement. And we've gone through on past sims, me and others, we've gone team by team, we've done the math, Drew and Bry Guy, they've done the counting. You could have realistically, as many as 10 to 14 teams that have new quarterbacks next year. Now, do I believe that will play out? No, that's a big boy number right there. I mean, that would be absurd. But
that's the high, right? Like that's
the
attainable.
High. That's the attainable. Yeah, but I mean, 8.
Technically, you could, but realistically, yeah.
I mean, there are only we did the math. There are only between, let's say, 14 and 18 teams in the NFL where you could look at it right now on January 29th and say, I know definitively who this team's starting quarterback is when next season begins week 1. 14 to 18. That is an incredibly low number in the scope of the entire league. It's half the league, basically. So there could be so much movement because obviously, ordinarily, you're not talking about the potential or likelihood of a Deshaun Watson moving, a Matt Stafford moving. And both these guys, and Stafford, it seems inevitable, bringing it back to this sim. And obviously, on the Texans side, you had a report yesterday, Adam Schefter and others, that Watson has requested a trade from the Texans after first being upset about the process in which Nick Caserio, the former longtime Patriots staffer, was hired as general manager, and then didn't really seem after a certain point in time whether he got Eric Bieniemy or anyone else. He didn't care who the head coach was going to be. He just decided he was done. He wanted out. Bill O'Brien had screwed up the whole situation, so royally that the Texans he was done with them. 3rd and 15 after a huge sack for a loss of a dozen, by the way, on Matt Stafford, speaking of. So, good luck, David Culley, not to mention Nick Caserio. You have inherited a really poor situation that has been caused arguably by Jack Easterby or by ownership. And, you're about to, depending on how this plays out, as we have an interception here from Robbie Coleman, the Eagles get it back in great field position from the 32. You're getting a situation where you got a guy who is due many, many millions of dollars. He had just signed a contract extension in September for 4 years, $156 million. He's under contract through 2025. Technically speaking, the Texans have the right to franchise tag him for an additional 3 years. They could keep him under contract if they decide to not listen to him, which would probably be an unwise move. They could keep him under contract through 2028 if they wanted to. And this guy with the no trade clause does have veto power if he decides there's a situation he doesn't want to go to. But since he so clearly wants out, Reed, we know who the contenders are. It's been reported, and people think the Jets are the leader in the clubhouse. But how do you think all this unfolds? Can fences be mended, even though he reportedly has not spoken with anybody in that front office? Or is this just an inevitability?
Well, I think what you're seeing right now is a lot of smokescreen, right? It's a lot of posturing from each side. And I don't know how much leverage the Texans have, right? They don't really have a lot of space, or, what would mend the disjointed and the fragmented relationship that Watson has with this team. If they could have waited and sort of played that hand and maybe swayed Bieniemy to come to Houston, then maybe there's an outside shot. Right, but like J.J. Watt alluded to as they were walking off the field as Carson Wentz with a bullet.
Ooh, diving in for good measure, totally unnecessarily, but I like the look. Zach Ertz, touchdown, Philadelphia to even it up.
Yeah, probably former tight end, but of the Eagles. Is that I think it's inevitable that he's gone, and I don't really think there is a possibility that he. What are you going to offer more money? The guy's making a ton of money already. I don't think he wants.
You just gave him the contract.
Right, exactly. And then logistics, right? Like you mentioned, you can't. So you might as well make amends of you screwed up probably one of the best, the top 4, I would argue, quarterbacks of this generation when it's all said and done. I think that's, well within reason, plus or minus 1, positional ranking or 2 positional rankings. And you screwed it up. But let's not forget too that a lot of organizations screw up the quarterback position, a lot. And there's teams that do it more often than not. But organizations, good ones too, the Colts with Andrew Luck. I would argue Tom Brady at the end of his career with the Patriots, how they kind of mishandled that with the back and forth with him and Belichick. Mm-hmm. And it's a business. And so these teams, when we look at it from an outside, we can always say, oh, they screwed it up. They should have done more. They're dealing with billions and billions of dollars, even though they may only tell us it's millions. They're dealing with billions of dollars, and it's a business, and they frankly don't care. about that. So, like, and Deshaun Watson is doing, and I kind of harken it to Koff, and you might speak to this better than I can. Is that year, I forget, in the NBA, where it was like the free agent frenzy in the summer, where all of these free agents, like KG was available, whatever that year was, Melo, it was every single top guy. That's the same feeling that I have. Maybe it was like 2012, I want to say.
Well, I think it kind of, I'm not directly answering your question here, but I think it kind of speaks
That's
to,
what it feels like, though.
I think it kind of speaks to how you view the leagues, right? Like, I think most people, and it should be viewed this way, look at the NBA as more of a league in which it is talent driven and the players have control. Whereas the NFL is more ownership and GM driven because contracts are, not guaranteed. Guys can be cut. You can take dead cap hits. You can, the salary cap just operates differently in general with regard to bonuses and salary structure and the like.
Right.
Guys are, it's not so, I know we talk about the NFL and it's true as a quarterback's league, but quarterback, unless you're evidently Tom Brady going to a 7-9 Tampa Bay team, a quarterback, generally speaking, cannot make all the difference the way a LeBron can make all the difference in the NBA. You still need to have a fair number of pieces around you when you're dealing with that many players in the NFL. And players in the NFL, they can't, maybe it's the players union isn't as strong as it is in the NBA, but they cannot just move around willy-nilly at will and I don't know, create more control for themselves in the way that NBA players themselves can orchestrate super teams. It operates differently. So, I mean, what we're staring down the barrel of potentially in the NFL this offseason in terms of potential movement, especially at the quarterback position, it's unprecedented, Reed.
Yeah.
Like this is, and I don't know if it'll come to fruition, like maybe after all's said and done, and we talk about this every day on the Dream Stream for 100 days, the season's going to start, like 5 QBs will have moved. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I think this is nuts.
Like, think about it in any regard, right? If you're in our regular jobs, if you're up for a salary review, right? It's an annual review or a quarterly review. You're going to ask for more money. And if you don't get what you think you deserve, or if you don't like your company and they're not treating you right, you're going to look elsewhere. Mm-hmm. You're going to apply to other positions, and you're well within reason to do that. Now, I get that the NFL is not that easy. You're on a contract and there's so many moving parts, and you have an agent to do your bidding for you. But at the same time, it's like you're finally seeing, and this is what, again, we saw with the NFL when they saw these huge NBA contracts and the ability to have, power in where you go and a voice in the proverbial boardroom. That's what you're seeing Watson do right now. And a guy of his stature and that position in the grand scheme of things in sports, they have a ton more leverage than a Troy Aikman did. Than even a guy like Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady in that era. Like, they have way more power in where they go now, and that's what you're seeing, not just in football. You're seeing it everywhere.
You know what I think is true too, that I'm just kind of thinking about now as we go to quarter number 2. Again, producer Drew, Bride Guy, we got our great game ops crew, Joe, Frangelico, Lord Silverman is with us in the chat. Of course, you got Reed and Koff here with you. Daddy D says, did Kaufman finally get a haircut? Looks 30 pounds lighter. Yes, sir. Feeling great. Something I'm just kind of thinking about now is, in the part of it is in the NFL, obviously 16, maybe eventually 17 game seasons, playoffs, preseason, whatever. Basketball, it's much longer. In the NBA, if you don't have a compelling product, and tell me if you disagree with this, and I guess we could just look up, I'm sure there are numbers to back it up one way or the other. But in the NBA, if you don't have a compelling product, people are not going to come out and watch. Fans are fake.
Right.
You're not going to have, a huge sellout streak. You're not going to, or even if you are having trouble selling tickets, or you are selling the majority of your tickets, maybe you're doing so in part through group deals, sponsorship affiliation, discounted tickets. You know, I mean, I've gone to Nuggets games out in Denver for like $5. BK, I'm sure,
Oh, yeah.
could, you know, speak to this. We had him, like, you can't get into a Celtics game for $5. I promise you that. You can't get into a Celtics game for $30 or $40, and you're sitting way up in the bleachers. So it's different markets and different levels of success. I say all of that to say this, as we have a missed field goal here, still 7-7. Sorry, Lions and Matt Prater. In the NFL, typically speaking, every team is going to sell out all of its games, even if it's a terrible product, because the games are so few. You only have 8 home games. People want to go out and they want to see the games, and football is just a fun experience. It's a good ticket. You know, you want to go, and you're not worried about paying your $100+ in a lot of cases just to get in there and do it and be part of the tailgate and all of that. So that's, you know, I think that's part of the attitude difference, you know, to the point that you rose before about not dealing with millions but billions of dollars. It's, you know, that's part of the outlook from owners. You know, owners say, look, like we can be good or bad. People are still going to come, and we're still going to make money. You know, NFL franchises are not losing money the way teams in other sports are, you know, during a pandemic, let's say, when you can't have fans in the stands.
Yeah, Dallas Goedert with the catch there. Yeah, you're exactly right. And that's actually a good question to dovetail off of that and move on to more about the players that pertain to this game, but also next year. Is Ken Freeman on YouTube asks, who's going to play quarterback for the Lions? And then Brad Guy on the 7s and 8s says, good point, sort of difficult to upgrade over Stafford. That's a good question.
But I think, you know, that's not what the Lions are worried about. You know, this is a mutual parting. When Stafford wants out, he wants to go somewhere and win. Lions are fine to unload that contract, assuming they can, as we got a 2nd and 7, and Wentz walking right into a sack. We remain 7-7, 3 minutes gone by in the second. You know, I think next year, I don't know, I have no insight into this. I haven't really been, you know, reading articles about the Lions too heavily, but I think generally speaking, you're probably, you know, not unlike my beloved Patriots, I think you're probably staring down the barrel of a bridge year.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you're a Lions fan, you're like, well, our bridge year has been abridged a couple of decades.
Well, sure. And yeah, I mean, Drew says every year is a bridge year when you're talking about the Detroit Lions. Very true, but not at the quarterback position. You know, that hasn't been the case the last several years. You felt good about Stafford, and you felt good about some of the years around him, or players around him. You just, you know, the results at the end of the year haven't been what you wanted.
So if that's the case, then you might as well get a bridge quarterback, right? And the bridge quarterbacks out there were usually in the circulation: Tyrod Taylor, Case Keenum, Marcus Mariota,
Jameis Winston, Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Yeah. Like, if you're a Lions fan, what you want is your key guys like Jeff Okudah, Kenny Golladay. You want these players, DeAndre Swift, TJ Hawkinson. Those 4 guys right now could be the foundation to what you're seeing, especially when you look at that division and a potential changing of the guard. Like,
out of the 3.
I'm not saying that the Lions going to be better than the Bears, the Vikings, or the Packers anytime soon. But once Rodgers leaves, right? Like, you have to go up against Minnesota and Chicago. Like, it's not as daunting as before. Detroit, you guys won 5 games. So if you keep your core and your foundation healthy and you don't screw it up, that's the big thing, right? You don't do a Barry Sanders, Megatron, Matt Stafford screw up, but touchdown.
Sanders got there. Touchdown.
Don't screw it up. You could start to contend in that NFC North division. I think after Rodgers leaves, that's wide open.
How far are we from that, though? That's the question.
Yeah.
I mean, if, you know, we were talking about this at length before the season, during the season, even a little bit since, although Rodgers trying to, you know, quell the flames, so to speak. But, you know, seems like Aaron Rodgers is going to be back there next year. As the CEO there for the Packers said, you know, we're not idiots. Guy's going to be MVP of this league. You know, Jordan, and now I'm paraphrasing, but, you know, Jordan Love can sit down. He can wait another year. But is that what we're looking at for a 37-year-old Rodgers? You know, if we're to assume, if we're to take this at face value, that he is going to be back there, and I'm inclined to agree with what we've heard, that it would just be a wild changing of the guard after what he did during his bleep U season. This chip, boulder-sized chip on your shoulder year that he has had. Are we a year out from Jordan Love? And then Rodgers has talked about playing into his 40s, a la Tom Brady and Drew Brees. Like, he's not going anywhere at 38, especially playing the way he's playing right now. So are we just delaying the inevitable of him playing somewhere else?
Yeah, I mean, could we see, again, not to go back to, this is not a Patriots podcast, but
why not?
Nice set of many of reasons, which we can't get to on live air, but
Drew's producing. He's a Pats fan. Brad Guy's RTD, Pats fan. Go, Frank. Where do you stand?
I need the expletive, the parental advisory, the old compact discs that we used to get from NWA and Dr. Dre. But
we love that. Today's gonna be a good day.
Today's gonna be a great day. Oh yeah, it's gonna be similar to what we see with what the Patriots did last year. Right, and again, the Patriots last year, before Tom Brady left, they had much better defense than the Detroit Lions. But look, we've always said Detroit, and maybe this is not going to be the same with Quinn and Patricia out, but it was Patriots West. Like they've tried to create that team similar to what the Patriots did, and maybe there's some residual effect with that. But now if you look at Green Bay,
that guy right there, Patricia, who you mentioned, but also Bob Quinn, the general manager.
Right, and I think the same thing with Green Bay is going to happen too, right? Where you got to do it. You kind of force, like Rodgers played so well that you're going to have to, but he also wants more money. So now you start talking about, okay, like what's the contract look like? Is it a 2 or 3 year contract? How much is it? He's not going to be wanting more or less than top 2, top 3. And then if you average out the top 5, guys have been making a ton of money. And then you hamstring yourself again in this huge contract. You're getting Jordan Love not out there as soon as possible, which is what rookies need right now. And Green Bay is sort of the last. Green Bay is like the Fenway Park of football. It's like they do things old school. Like they're one of the last organizations in the NFL to kind of keep this old guard mentality afloat.
I don't think that's a comparison the Red Sox are looking for.
No, I'm saying I get, you know what I'm saying? It's like there's only a few old stadiums left. They're not upgrading anytime soon. And the Packers organization and the way they're doing things, I think, is similar. Like there's this allure with the Packers that it's a people-owned, it's a fan-owned organization. Lambeau Field, playoff football, and there's all this prestige behind it, and I think that's how they run their business and they run their team. So I don't see like Rodgers leaving anytime soon, but I think that does hurt them in the long run. If he stays for another 2 or 3 years, I think that definitely hurts them in the long run.
Just want to mention quickly, after Galladay's third catch, $1:45 left here in the opening half. Some people in the chat, we do see you. You've been vocal about issues with stats on your lineups. Not to worry. We are told from our Game Ops crew that they are aware that stats are not updating on the site for some reason. It's updated on their end. It's just not updating on the site, so it will change. But here, another excitement. How about another fumble recovery for a touchdown, this time on the Philly side? Fletcher. Eagles score. Roster them DSTs, folks.
Dude, I double rostered the DSTs in that shadow contest, Goff. Man. Lions DST.
Once those scores are up to date, you're going to be killing it.
Eagles DST, followed up with Zach Ertz, double time the kickers here, and I'm loving life right now.
So Shinika, if I said that correctly, and I apologize if I didn't, says it didn't hurt them with Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers. Why would it hurt them with Jordan Love? And the unpredictable element of what is Jordan Love going to be obviously stands out. I mean, you went from one Hall of Famer to another. You didn't know that at the time. It's Montana to Young. You didn't know it at the time. It worked out. You don't know what Jordan Love is going to be.
I see. Like if it's not broken, why fix it? Right. That's right. The old adage, and I get that. I completely understand it, and that's why these guys get paid a lot more than you and I, Koff. I would have to guess, not seeing your 1099, your W-2. I would have to guess that they got a couple more commas and zeros behind the whole numbers than we do, and like that's the thing that you always have to weigh out. It's like anything in our lives. You have to weigh out the pros and cons, the opportunity cost of doing one thing over another, and like I take a look at what the Packers do, not just in the draft and with their quarterbacks, but how they treat free agents. is they rarely go after high-priced free agents. Rarely. They like never do. Like, you never see them. Like last season on defense was probably the first year that you saw the Zadarius Smith, Preston Smith come over on the defense, and look what it did. Right? They just have never been that type of team. And I think in the long run, if you're trying to keep up with Tampa Bay, who acquired all of those free agents, if you're trying to keep up with Kansas City, you're going to have to change it somehow, especially when that quarterback, like Aaron Rodgers, masks up a lot of deficiencies. He cleans the stink up a ton because of what he can do. We saw that defense now twice get exploited in the playoffs. Last year, San Francisco with Raheem Mostert going for 1,000 touchdowns. Tampa Bay exploited that defense in the front side, that front seven. Still, the front seven is great, but like even though Tom Brady threw 3 interceptions, Tampa Bay had their way with them in other spots. It's just, and that defense was great. I get it, but you need to do more. Like you need to do more if you're Green Bay.
Andrew says if Rodgers goes anywhere, I want Watson in exchange.
Well,
yeah,
sure.
I get it.
If Mariota goes anywhere, I want Rodgers.
Yeah, I mean that's not going to happen, because again, Green Bay has a succession plan. They have Jordan Love. They took him in the first round,
and it has to work for them too, right? Because of that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, why go out and get someone who's going to help Rodgers and a team that was in the NFC title game last year that gets back to the NFC title game this year, with no help from the first round pick because obviously he was preparing for his future, learning under Rodgers, and as a result fall short.
Is that guy Marv?
There he is. Yeah, there's your guy Marv. All right, Dan.
About damn time, Marv.
You got my attention, Dan Russell. It says, ask a host what's your favorite color. Listen to a 10-minute reply to cover the fact they've done no prep or notes and don't want to change. Perfect above doing simulated anything. Ego too big. Dan, you clearly have something to say. Would you like to add to that at all?
Let's open this up, Dan. What's bothering you about it? You asked about our favorite color, and we're talking about football. Is that the question or the statement?
No, I think Dan is upset that we're not doing active play-by-play.
Color football, like color. Okay, got it. I thought he was saying I asked about what's your favorite color.
No, I think he's using that as an example. I think he's saying that we too much riff. Too much riff, not enough raff.
Got it.
21-10 here. Philadelphia in front.
Again, if we're
says,
trying
no prep.
to,
Marvin Jones had 1 catch last game. Look at what he's doing. Reed called him out earlier.
if we're appeasing Dan here, talking about this game, Dan, I'm going to ask you specifically, what do you want us to talk about?
Kicking Club favorite color is plaid. Whatever you want it to be.
I want to know, Dan. What do you want us to talk about? And more specifically, I want you also to interject. I want you to interject as well when we talk about what you want to talk about. I want to see what you have to say as well, because that's part of this.
Dan, any questions that you have? We are making a good one. We're fixated on you. I'm watching the chat come on through. Any questions from Dan?
So Dan complains about asking a question earlier, but then when we call out Dan, it's nowhere to be found. Interesting.
Andrew says, Love isn't the plan anymore, Koff. Do you agree with that? I disagree with that Jordan Love isn't the plan in Green Bay anymore.
I disagree with that.
Of course he's the plan. He didn't have to be the plan right away. Obviously, if Aaron Rodgers goes out and does what he did, then that extends his window more than likely if you're Green Bay. Also remember this. And maybe I'm wrong about this. It's not like I've asked folks in Green Bay. I'm looking at this very monetarily. I'm looking at this surface value. I refuse to believe that the plan was to draft Jordan Love and go to him 1 year later. Here's the reason why. If they get rid of Aaron Rodgers, that is a massive dead cap hit. Massive. Substantial dead cap hit. Green Bay doesn't want to endure that. So I think the plan was Jordan Love a couple years down the road, not, what turned into the Brady Garoppolo situation where all of a sudden guy doesn't play his entire rookie contract because your starter's playing so well. I don't think Green Bay's looking at it that way.
Right.
But I don't think they're rushing this along because it would just be fiscally irresponsible.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, like you have to divorce the player and the results, right? Like the present from the future. Again, I'm not breaking any like hot takes and news here.
Why
It's
not?
like anything because Dan has not responded yet.
Yeah, he
I want to
hasn't.
know.
Where are you, Dan?
I want to know what his take is, and then I want to rebut with another hot take. But like you mentioned, it's the mental arithmetic of like what's best for us now and what's best for us in the future. And I'm sure, look, these scouting teams, if you like them or not, we don't know anything about them, but they're looking at the next, let's say, 5 to 7 years out as well, that quarterback position.
Mm-hmm.
And they're saying, is this the best guy for us for the amount of money that we can spend over the next 4 to 5 years? Right? Like that's, in my mind, the quarterback, if you're drafting him in the first round, that's how they're thinking about this. And again, on the ledger, if we don't play him in the first year, we lose out, quote unquote, on that investment. Is it worth trying to get to the Super Bowl? And clearly the answer was yes. So now they have 3 or 4 years. Now you do the balance sheet again, because now you have more time to see what works and what doesn't. So just because, like, to your point, Koff, like he's not the plan now, he's still the plan for the next 4 years, 5 years. Does he start? No, probably not until number 12 is out.
Vince says, be careful, Dan. You're about to be put in the same category as Ducey. Calm down. Let's slow down and everybody hating on Ducey. That, Tim says, is Dan really Ducey? Not Ducey wouldn't go spam in the chat. Jordan says, Dan, like Bueller. Dan. Although speaking of Ducey, Kicking Club says, okay, Cuff, how's your woman today? LOL. Tweak. I'll be honest with you, Kicking Club. My woman is probably not doing great today. She works in healthcare, so I think every day she's not doing awesome. But more power to her and to all those, and anyone that is on the front lines of this thing. No matter what you do, if you're out there, delivering packages, food, whatever it may be, we appreciate you and thank you for helping idiots like us do things like this while you guys are out there, keeping everybody safe and saving the world. So we greatly appreciate it. Again, early third quarter here. Reed, Koff, Frangelico, Joe, Drew, Bry Guy, we're all here with you. The Nooner, first sim of the day. There's my guy. Carry on, my wayward son, Johnson. 4 for 37. Nice and early in this second half. Emerson's Forehead says, I'll ask one for Dan. What's your favorite bobblehead that you have, Koff? Good question. Thank you. I've put zero thought into it, so...
Oh, wait, you didn't do your research?
On my, I have not categorized and itemized and listed my bobbling heads that are all around me, but there's a pretty sweet Taco Fall one on the wall behind me. Celtics player.
Oh, is he a Celtics player? It's so weird.
Yeah, really tall guy, plays in the NBA, can dunk a basketball without leaving the ground.
That's overrated.
Silly Sally wants to play, says, Koff, I can tell you guys what to talk about. Let's hear it. Let's hear it, Silly Sally. Listen, you guys, here we go. For the entire second half, we will mix in, as we typically do, a little bit of play-by-play, but for the most part, you guys drive the chat. You guys drive the discussion. What you want to talk about, if it's appropriate, we will get into it. Football or otherwise, whatever it is. So here we go. I'm going to scroll through the chat, first thing I see. All right, Victor Cheney. Hey, Vic, let's talk about my West Coast team, the Niners. Bosa back? Who's going to be our QB? Well, Reed, I have no earthly idea who is going to be the QB of that team.
You know what?
I think Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be a Patriot next year, so I think they're going to be looking for a quarterback. Honestly, I believe that. I'm not even spinning it back to the Pats. I've said that for months. That is what I believe. What do you believe?
So that's vintage Koff. He asks a question and then he answers it first.
Isn't that okay? I gave you my opinion. I teed you up for yours.
You said, Reed, what do you think? And then you went into
all right. So I didn't position the words in the sentence in the right order.
I didn't put the right emphasis on the right syllable. No, I appreciate that call. I like the Jimmy G call to Patriots. I'm just yanking your chain off. I love you. But I honestly think Watson. I think Watson has a really good chance to be in San Francisco. It's not getting talked up as much because he's saying, I want to go to the Jets or the Dolphins. But boy, if they put a nice little package together for Watson, they were all at the red carpet. You got a young offensive quarterback. That defense is great. They don't have a lot of big contracts on their books, especially on the offensive side. That's why that was so impressive with the 49ers, what they did last year. I think if you're a 49ers fan, I think you should hold out hope that Watson, if he makes his way to the Bay City, not Boston, the other Bay City, that you might have a good shot with him, because I think he wants to win. And remember, let's remember, San Francisco was very close to winning the Super Bowl. Very close to winning the Super Bowl. They got there, then they just had a ton of injuries last year, but they still played okay, right? They still played relatively okay with none of their starters. So I like the 49ers with Watson. If not, then yeah, that's I don't know, Nick Mullins. They love Nick Mullins. Shanahan loves Nick Mullins.
I do wonder, I don't remember who brought this up the other day. Maybe it was Jeff or I don't know, somebody that I was working with when we were having this conversation about the Niners. If in fact they move on from Garoppolo, and Shanahan has come out and said that, and I'm paraphrasing here, if we're moving on from Jimmy Garoppolo, it's because we're upgrading. We think he's very good. Right. Obviously, the contract. So obviously, and I've brought this up many times, a very natural fit for a variety of reasons would be Aaron Rodgers. Although it looks like, again, Aaron Rodgers staying in Green Bay. But for a multitude of reasons, that would make a lot of sense. But short of that, short of a Watson, if Garoppolo is moving on, could you see the Niners going into, bring it back to Detroit and Matt Stafford, a bridgier QB situation where it's Nick Mullins, where it's, CJ Beathard, where it's, somebody at QB who's not of the Garoppolo level. I don't believe those guys are, certainly not paid like him, but you are just waiting out your next situation.
Yeah, I mean, like they've been comfortable with Nick Mullins. And I'm sure BK, Brandon can speak to this a little bit more. Two years ago, I think, the Broncos wanted to trade for Nick Mullins. And this is a time when he was a backup quarterback. And the 49ers said, no, like, we really like this kid. And you saw in some situations, Nick Mullins can orchestrate a solid game from first quarter to end. And it like Nick Mullins with Shanahan is the reason why I think it works. If it was someone else, no way. So I think when you have a guy like Shanahan, Nick Mullins becomes just about an average quarterback, when in actuality he's probably a below average quarterback from what we've seen of his floor from a fantasy and from a real life quarterback perspective. But I think if they don't get, like, if Garoppolo is gone and they can't get one of these bigger name guys, I think they're fine with Mullins, to be honest.
Question from Steven. Do you prefer fuchsia or purple? For me, more of an indigo guy.
Ooh, okay.
Violet, perhaps. Forced to choose between the two, it would be purple. What about you?
Man, I just love how fuchsia is spelt.
Oh, and it's got a better sound to it too.
Right. I think I got to go purple. I think I got to go purple.
Such a boring, bland sounding
purple's
word.
A regal. That's the regal color, right? That's like the color of royalty. So
sure.
Purple.
Any Holy Cross fans out there? John says, Cock, you look younger. Happy belated birthday. Thank you, John. I'm on the Benjamin Button plan. Raheem says, question for y'all. If Watson leaves, should Watt be traded for a total rebuild?
Yeah, I mean, if the idea is rebuild, right? And when you guys say trade, you also have to think, what are you going to get? Like, do you think Watt's a depreciating asset? And are you okay with getting 60 or 55 cents on the dollar for a guy like JJ Watt? Because that's probably what his market value is right now. To again, within reason of a team that he goes to. If he goes to a contender, they might pay 75, 80 because he might be the final piece. Right? Like, he might be the final piece of a team who needs an edge rusher, who needs continuity in the locker room, like the Raiders, for instance. Like Clelin Ferrell not necessarily working out. Max Crosby is, but Clelin Ferrell, your 4th overall pick a couple years ago, not necessarily working out the way you wanted to. Does JJ Watt come into that locker room potentially, right? And you don't have to spend an arm and a leg to get someone like that. I'm not saying the Raiders are one step away from being a great team, but that's the thing, that if you're the Texans, does he do more for your team right now with the contract that you have right now with him, as opposed to what else are you going to potentially get because right now you're probably in the range of, in my mind, 60 cents on the dollar for J.J. Watt.
Not to be confused with Colin Farrell of In Bruges fame.
That's a very underrated movie, by the way.
See? 21-10, Philadelphia, final minute of the third quarter. Brendan Glasheen's in the chat, says, damn, just woke up, Club Madden, what a time. Yep. That was, there was a lot to unpack from that video. Steven says, you haven't provided an itemized list of your bobbleheads to the insurance company? What if there's a fire or your home is burglarized? Steven, that feels like a threat. I don't appreciate it. No, I have not. Problem Kid Gaming says, these are bot commentators. Yes, responding to any and all things in the chat. Silly Sally wants to play. All right, listen up, Koff. Is Chris Paul going to the Lakers? I know there have been reports out there. I mean, I don't think so. I'd have to really take a deeper dive in than I have, to be perfectly honest, Silly Sally. As we have first and 10, final play here of this third quarter. Carson Wentz hanging on to it forever, and then throws it just before getting sacked. Completes it. Julie's husband, heck of a catch inside the 20. Mr. Ertz. 2:07 passing for Wentz. And all of a sudden, right there in the red zone for Philly, when we begin quarter number 4 here in a moment, it'd be a hell of a fit, though. Put Paul, you know, a highly paid veteran there who is very talented, obviously, alongside LeBron and Davis and a whole bunch of talent on that team. I just don't know how likely that is. Let's see. We have
Carson Wentz, 14 for 22, 207, Koff. Stafford, 14 for 16, 119, not bad, but no touchdowns.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like a low-scoring game because we haven't had a lot of offensive firepower, which is true. 2 defensive touchdowns. I think it's the first time I've done a sim where we've had defensive touchdowns. Your boy, Miles Sanders, 10 for 42 on the ground, has that touchdown, so you like that. Carry on. My wayward son, Johnson, 6 for 42. And Zachary Ertz, nice call, Julie's husband, 77 yards, 5 catches, and a touchdown. He is leading all receivers right now. Miles Sanders, 4 for 20. My guy is not doing so hot. Kenny Golladay, I like his yards per catch average.
Sure. Yeah.
Because I think it's the highest on the slate. I just not think he was going to get only 1 target and 1 catch so far. But yeah, thems are the stats.
Also, Dallas Goedert, 2 for 60, who may have had that last catch in the third quarter. I said Ertz. Bry Guy says he thinks it was Goddard. So it would make sense based on, obviously, the production based on the catches that he has so far. So my apologies. Dill Stubbs, Koff, who's your NHL team? That is the Bruins. Emerson's Forehead says, I appreciate when you announcers pay to the chat. There are some that don't, so thanks for that. Listen, we're here for the chat. I'm here for the chat. Reed's here for the chat. So always.
Shout out Twitch fan, by the way, as well. Some
Absolutely.
OGs in there. Germs there. Fooligan.
The YouTube.
Yeah.
As well as the Twitch. Give us a follow. Twitch.tv/DraftKings. Give us a like on the Dream Stream on YouTube as we are pushing for 100. I haven't even mentioned it yet, and we're entering the fourth quarter. Smash that like button. We're basically at 100. Let's make one big push with the 700 watching to 150 before the end of this game. Can we do it? I would greatly appreciate it. Let's see.
Paging Dan.
Dan, where's Dan? I haven't seen Dan Russell in a while. So there's a lot. I'm way behind in the chat. There's a lot happening in the chat. Let's see if we can go a little more, and this is on me as much as Reed. Let's see if we can go a little more rapid fire here, being the fourth quarter, with some of the topics you guys have thrown out.
Koff saying let's get rapid on responses. Wow.
Yeah.
You are 1 year wiser. Wow.
Right? Amazing. All right. So Richard Steele just asked a question and answered it himself in the chat. Drew says it was compelling. Richard says, hey, Kaufman, your top 10 NBA players to never win a championship. His list goes as follows. Number 10, John Stockton. Number 9, Steve Nash. Number 8, Steve Kerr. That's just not right. I think he won 5. Number 7, Tim Hardaway. Number 6, Baron Davis. Number 5, Dominique Wilkins. Number 4, Allen Iverson. Number 3, Dikembe Mutombo. Number 2, Alex English. Number 1, Karl Malone. Well, I have to ask, where's Charles Barkley on this list?
Yeah.
Where's Sir Charles? I mean, he famously not won a championship. Did Gary Payton ever get one at the end with the Lakers or no? He should be
No,
on.
I think that was the year that he and all those guys came over, right?
Malone,
Carl came over. Yeah, I don't think they won one with them. I think they might have lost to, like, the
Jeremy
Mavericks.
Lin, hello. Clyde Drexler, I believe, was on those Rockets teams, Drew. At least one of them, anyway.
They lied.
I believe they won a title right before Barkley got there.
Wait, I thought this was rapid fire. Jackie Moon.
Jackie Moon. Let's see. I'm scrolling through the chat. I don't want to miss anything good.
Keys, did you know? What's up? Twitch.
Tom's Microwave, first-time caller, long-time listener, big fan. What's your favorite color, Coffin? Reed, I'll hang up and listen. Reed?
Green.
Kind of a red or black guy.
Oh. Those are the colors of my high school rival.
Well,
and I even though I'm wearing red and black, like as the QZs, red with black.
Black? I think black is a really nice looking color. It is a color. Black is a color. It's very slimming. Who doesn't like a nice black t-shirt?
It's the void of color. What do you mean? It's the void of color.
You're gonna tell me if you're going and yes, I recognize that your answer to this could be no. This is all personal preference, but to me, the best looking car, I don't care what you drive, has a black leather interior, a black dash, all black interior. That is the slickest looking automobile you can drive. So yeah, black is a color.
All right.
Agree with that?
I like Bry Guy. Sure. Yeah, I mean, of course, right? Bry Guy says black is slimming, ellipsy, if you're already thin.
I didn't say I required it. I just said I like the look of it. I'm not stalling here. I'm just going through the chat to find you because there's a lot happening here.
Kind of like red, the red leather interior. I'm talking about cars. If I see a car with that, like...
All right, Dom Toretto.
Hey, guy knows his cars.
Guy knows his cars. Earl, cough. Why don't the Steelers go get J.J. Watt and team him up with his two brothers? That would be awesome. Not that I'm a Steelers fan. I'm a Falcons fan, but that would be awesome to have the whole Watt family together. What do you think, Reed?
Yeah, that'd be great. Because I just want to see it. I don't think it's ever been done, right, in history. Oh! Kenny.
Well there. Well there. 56 yards to score for Mr. Galladay. That puts him in the bonus, does it not?
Wow. I was hoping for my call that was number 11, but if you're a Galladay owner right now, boy, oh boy, you're loving that. I'm excited for him next year, man. I wish he was probably fine to come back. This is all speculation. He's probably fine to come back probably 3 or 4 weeks, left in the season. He's like, you know what? It's not worth it. We're not going anywhere. Not worth it. I want to save my body, which again goes back to my earlier point. Make sure you save yourself and you're healthy and you don't get hurt. I'm excited for him. I think he's going to have a big, and again, it depends too, right? Who the quarterback is. Stafford loved to hone in on Galladay, and rightfully so, but I'm excited for him next year.
Jonah says Kobe or Jordan for the GOAT. Jordan or Jonah, pardon me. I mean, honestly, I would say this. It's Jordan or LeBron, and it's pick your pleasure. It's not Kobe. I mean, all due respect, and may he rest in peace. Kobe Bryant is not the greatest of all time. He's not even top 5. It's either Jordan or LeBron in that conversation.
I feel like if you think Brady is the best of all time, and this is strictly an opinion of how I would mentally try to work through it, is if you think Brady is the best of all time, the greatest of all time, you would have to potentially think that LeBron is, right? Because a lot of the arguments for Brady is that he's been into 10 Super Bowls of only 50 or so, or 60, so whatever the stat is.
55. We're going to 55. He will have played, not only played, started 18% of Super Bowls.
Yeah, it's crazy. That is crazy. So with that stat, which I think is a valid one, you got to go to LeBron's how many finals he's made in a row, just because he's lost. And I'm a Jordan truther. Like, I always will side with Jordan, but boy, like LeBron he's definitely closing the gap.
This is not something that came from the chat, but I did find this interesting on Twitter the other day. Wow, look at that! Are you kidding me? Whoa, we have had some big touchdowns. 67-yard score on Deshaun Jackson.
Wow, I think he did a little LeBron there. He just put the baby powder in his hand and he threw it up. Look at that. These guys are listening to us.
Look at
Dan,
this.
are you out there? The avatars are listening to us.
Nobody could come close to getting him there. Not even close. You know who's right in front of me in our the Nooner Forget Glash, I'm buying my own Chinese for dinner free roll? Let me tell you, Train Island. Yeah, Christian, who's not even doing this sim, is sitting right in front of me in our free roll right now, at least, you know, before that last score that'll inevitably shake some things up. We'll see.
I forgot to tell you, Galladay and Deshaun Jackson were also in my shadow contest lineup.
Naturally. Paid up for everybody. All the offense, both teams, multiple lineups.
It's a 75K salary cap.
Wasn't a single entry situation. You were lineups like you read about. Somebody asked, where was it? Problem Kid Gaming, DraftKings the movie. Who plays Koff? Somebody submitted. Tom's Microwave submitted Paul Rudd, which thank you kindly. I will take that as a compliment.
Who plays Koff? Jason Bateman.
In.
Yeah, that's why I said, oh!
Even better.
Sorry if I blew out everyone's headphones there.
Both review. I like this from
Emerson.
Jeff, formerly of Ops. Instead of buy, stream, trash, start, bench, trade. Chris Paul, Dennis Schroeder, and SGA. Former OKC guards. I would start. I mean, are we just talking about this season?
I like Schroeder.
I guess if we're living in the here and now, I mean, I would trade SGA because I'd like to see him in a better situation. But if we're ignoring that, I guess I'd have to start Paul, bench SGA, and trade Schroeder. I mean, really, that feels like one good thing and two bad things, right? Wouldn't it be like start?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I would flip SGA and I like Schroeder. I personally like his game. So I flip him and Chris Paul.
Congo Cab says, Adam, I got you all out at the grocery store. I think I have a Simland problem. Yeah, I think you do, but we appreciate it. That's a good problem to have. There are some bad addictions in life, and Dream Stream ain't one of them. Chris says, will Madden Sims continue after the season kickoff? You bet your booty, Chris. We are not going anywhere. In fact, you're probably going to hear from us even more because the Dream Stream is sticking around. And, obviously there won't be any football to be played on Sundays or on Monday nights or Thursday nights, the occasional Saturday. So you're going to get right on back to the 42-7, as I like to call it. 6 games a day, 7 days a week, barring any changes to the schedule, obviously.
Samir, I guess he's listening in on the sim. He says,
Love it.
Reed, you don't watch basketball. I don't watch a ton of basketball. It doesn't mean I don't know Chris Paul and Schroeder. Like, Samir, put me on blast. I thank you for the DM, the message, but I'll have you know, Samir, I was honorable mention in high school. I was a senior in basketball. I'll have you know that was my sport.
What was his means of reaching out to you, by the way? How did he get in contact with you?
Snapchat. No.
Instaface.
On Slack.
Well, no, I asked that because he slacked me during a sim yesterday that he wasn't working as well, which I love that he's tuning in. That's awesome. But I felt bad because I didn't see the Slack until like 45 minutes after the conversation that he had weighed in on. So I brought it back much later, but he wasn't listening at that point in time. Tater Hater says, and a very pertinent username to the question, would either of you date a girl that liked tater tots? And keep in mind tater tots are gross AF, as Kenny Galladay doing it again, 37-yard score. Man's had 2 touchdowns. He's hit the bonus basically just with the 2 of those catches. Huge. Lions keep this compelling. And also, are tater tots gross? Because I don't think so.
Well, if you're comparing them to something else, they're probably last on my list of breakfast sides. Like, I'd probably go hash browns.
Yeah. How would you pick anything before hash browns?
Yeah, and I might do like a side eggs Benny, like just one little side eggs Benny, or like even like potatoes, like breakfast potatoes that have a nice little like oregano or spice on them. I'd rather have that than hash browns. But if I'm getting hash browns from like BK, the BK Lounge,
Gotta have coops.
gotta have coops. I'm all over that, baby. Of course. If a girl likes hash browns, more power to her.
Andy says, hey, Koff, invited you to a one-on-one hockey yesterday. I got ghosted like the Pats in the playoffs. What gives? Andy, I'm sorry, I just didn't see it. You know, when you're part of the DK Sim Fan Friends League, as people know, you get a lot of notifications, unless you're wise enough to turn some of those off. And so I missed your invite. I would have happily played. I did a head-to-head with someone in our office yesterday. I think I don't know what you had, Andy. I think my lineup had like 95 points or something like that. So, you know, maybe you saved yourself a little bit of cash, or maybe I would have lost. Only you can speak to that, my friend. Lots of people saying black leather interior, way too hot in the car. I disagree.
Also true.
Let it cool down. Just let it cool down. It's worth it. It's worth it for the look. Deal with a little leg pain.
It's worth it for the look, though. That's only for you. If you're getting black on
Sure
black,
it is.
I'd rather have black on black with my rims. And
With your rims.
Oh, have you seen black on black? Oh.
Yeah, no, I've seen it. I've never been drawn to it, but I've seen it.
The Mercedes, the S-Class 600, I believe SL 600. The big one, like the behemoth Mercedes with black on black.
Less than 2 minutes
Zoe likes
here
it.
in the fourth. 31-24. We have had a nice run of high-scoring games, by the way.
Ortiz, did you know on Twitch says you're still stuck in the Chrome world? Yeah, he likes the Spreewell spinners. Remember that? You stop at the stoplight and those bad boys keep on spinning.
Yeah, they just keep on rolling.
Oh yeah. For all you kids out there, there's another guy who didn't win a final that belongs in the top 100 lists of guys that I wish won a NBA championship. Latrell Sprewell.
Samir has reached out to me now and says brown leather, way classier.
I can see that. Yeah, I'm with. It's classier for sure. I'm with you, Samir, on that. But if you're getting black interior, I think the last thing you're thinking about is class. And I'm not saying it's classless. I'm saying you want that, like that wow factor.
Sure.
I think brown is much more, like, subtly, you know, whatever the word is I'm looking for.
What are those? The style of hat that you occasionally see from like Sam Jackson and others. Not the fedora. There's another one. Another style of.
I don't know.
You know what they're called?
It's not the pompadour.
It's escaping
I don't know
me
what's
right
called.
now.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I know what you're saying though.
I
Yeah.
feel like if you have a car with brown leather interior, you are someone who wears those hats. Kangol hat. Thank you, Samir.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you are someone who wears Kangol hats if you have brown leather interior. Which again, not a slight, I'm not suggesting that's bad. I just feel like there's a correlation between the two.
What I need, Koff, less brown leather interior and more Marvin Jones.
For your fictional shadow lineup?
Yeah, because he was my second captain. In case my first captain didn't do well, which they are, I also want my second captain to do well as well.
Deadpool Fire says Kaufman Stafford to the Super Bowl next year. You better find a hell of a team then, because he's not going to do it alone. Jamal says, run down the points, please, Koff. Well, Lord Silverman is sitting in front by about 1.5 points with Galladay. He is surviving Galladay in the captain spot. Actually, the stats are still a little out of whack on the system. I don't really know why. And it's not, or anyone's like, oh, game ops. It's not game ops. It's just there's something going on where it's updated on their end. It's not on ours, on all of yours on the site. But it will be. Drew says, I think the leaderboards are good. They're not, because I'm looking. And this, I can promise you, this math does not check out. Kenny Galladay does not have 7.95 points in the captain spot, for instance. So the leaderboards are right, the stats are not. All right, I understand what you're saying now, Drew. So Lord Silverman's in front, 121.3. But yeah, the stats themselves are out of whack.
Yeah.
40-30.
Don't worry, guys. Don't worry.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Be fine. Chris says John C. Reilly would be a good cough in the DK movie. That's not right.
I feel like what's his name from not Ryan Reynolds, but Stifler. What was the actor's name?
Oh, Sean William Scott.
He plays Emerson.
Sure, I can see that. Mr. Ford says Kenny is played by Bud Bundy. You guys, as we have reached the end of this game. Just looking through, seeing what's going on in the chat, if there's anything else. But I think for the most part, we've hit the important stuff.
17
Joe says, my brother got me spinners for my Geo Prism for Christmas. Yeah.
Oh, Geo Prism. I remember those bad boys.
Yeah.
Look at these numbers, though. Carson Wentz. Can you go back there, Bry Guy? 1 second. I was reading off his stats. Thanks, bud. 17 for 25, 282 and 2 touchdowns, 132.4 passer rating. Stafford also did well. I mean, obviously with Kenny Galladay, 23 for 28. He had those 2 touchdowns. Miles Sanders didn't do much after, I think, the first half, but look at that, Kenny Galladay, 6 for 134, 2 touchdowns. He's my Kaufman player of the game, my crusty Kaufman.
Sure.
And Marv Jones, hey now, 5 for 79. He didn't get us a tutty, but he definitely he paid off after that 1 for 35. Average was still nice. Marquise Goodwin, 1 for 3, not much. I kept on seeing someone in the Twitch channel saying I need Goodwin to go off, and so I appreciate the punt play there, but nothing from him. Just 1 catch, 3 yards. Not my babysitter Billy Koff.
Yeah.
Could it DeAndre Swift, not DeAndre Swift, but
I think
Miles Sanders did okay.
Billy pick. What did Sanders? What were Sanders' numbers?
He did okay, right? Because he had work, I think, in the passing game.
I mean, he had a touchdown.
Yeah,
but the ownership was probably absurd on Sanders. What was Sanders? Yeah, he was 80% owned, 34% in the captain spot. Miles Sanders.
Yeah, so maybe because of that, right? That he had to hit 3-4x to get you up into that roster percentage. So if you faded him, it was a kind of a good play. But I will also say too that TJ Hawkinson, I don't think TJ Hawkinson did that well either. I think he was fairly high rostered as well. So those are probably my 2 guys that I would probably think that didn't do so high. Yeah, TJ Hawkinson was the 5th most rostered in the free roll. So I would have to go with Sanders, even with the touchdown, because he was the highest owned in that free roll, and then TJ Hawkinson, number 2.
So Michael says Koff played by James Franco in the movie. And before you say anything, Reed, I'm assuming that is not because of the dashing good looks, but rather because he also cannot keep his eyes open.
Yes, I would agree.
Quite squinty, James Franco and I. Right. Well, appreciate everybody's happy birthdays. Lots of those in the chat. You guys are great. A few more likes would be great as well if we can get to 150. Before you guys leave anyway. I guess we're going to leave a little bit sooner. But here's the deal with the rest of the day. It's a one and done for Mr. Fowler here. He'll still keep busy. He's got other things going on, so not to worry. You'll see him on the Dream Stream. But rest of the day, Brendan Glasheen, who has emerged from
the depths.
Just quite an experience last night and still has not brought me Chinese food. Remind him of that. He's with Christian DeAndrea for the next sim, the Madden Matinee, which comes your way in a little less than an hour. And then the early bird special, Browns Bills. That will be Emerson Latzia and Christian. Raiders Ravens for the 2 o'clock, if I didn't mention that. At 5, how about this? This is fun. You will have NBA pre-lock getting you ready for the evening slate tonight. There are a lot of games, I think 10 in the NBA. And then at 6 Eastern, otherwise known as the happy hour sim, it is the Dolphins at the Bengals. Emerson and Tom Carroll, always smells terrific. I will return for prime time with Jeff Ulrich, Jaguars and Seahawks. And then it will be Jason Rossi popping in for Madden After Dark with Moose for Patriots and Saints. That'll be a good time at 10 Eastern, again, 9 hours from now. So yeah, that's what's happening. We want to thank producer Drew, Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s and 6s and 7s, Joe and Frangelico, our great Game Ops crew. And Reed, this was, as always, an enjoyable time.
Very enjoyable. But Koff, now that the sim is over, do you want to talk about, and I don't know if you did, the $250,000 tailgate weekend that we got? I mean, come on now. I don't want to. Like, this is something that's pretty big, but we don't want to talk about it when the sim. So now that the sim is over, take it away, buddy.
Oh, thank you very much. I think we should do that. So here is the deal. I hope everybody is still with us. I see north of 400 people. You want to be aware of this, folks. Next weekend, okay, as we are getting ready for the big game, we're going to do so in style. The DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend, an action-packed 48 hours of big game build-up, plenty of shots to win your share of $250K in total prizes. It kicks off on Saturday. That is 1 week from tomorrow. And here are some highlights that we have planned and the company DraftKings has planned for this super weekend, okay? At 2 o'clock Eastern time on Saturday, there will be a Madden sim of Tampa Bay and Kansas City. If you are unaware, that is a championship matchup preview. $55,000 free-to-play showdown contest, okay? $55K free-to-play showdown contest for a sim for all of you out there. So get ready. And then 4 o'clock Eastern, we will live stream the American Cornhole League's Pro Singles Tournament that, for whatever reason, Reed and I were not invited to play in. But that is happening, and there is a $50K free-to-play pool available now for you on DraftKings. You can pop into the lobby, jump into that contest. On Sunday, here's the deal for Super Sunday. 1 o'clock, again, Eastern time, we will simulate a what-if matchup between Buffalo and Green Bay, otherwise known as a consolation prize sim, but with a big old free roll, $20,000 free-to-play showdown contest. And then if you are hungry for even more than that, yes, I said that deliberately, we will serve up the biggest event of the DraftKings $250K tailgate weekend, which is this: the DraftKings Big Game Smackdown, featuring the best of the best, the number 1 ranked eater in the world, Joey Chestnut. You can join in the $100,000 free-to-play pool. It's available now for this Major League Eating competition. So this is going to be fun, man. We got some massive prize pools for free rolls and a whole lot of other great content coming people's way as well. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I think you're going to see some of your favorite hosts and analysts on one of those or potentially multiple segments of those. So join us next weekend.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right. On behalf of everyone that we already shouted out, part of this sim, most of whom will be sticking around for future sims for the rest of the first half of this day. On behalf of Reed, who is done for the day here in Simland, I will come on back to you at 8 o'clock tonight, 7 hours from now, a little bit less than that. Look forward to it. In the meantime, getting the free rolls that the guys have created. Jump in, have fun, enjoy the commentary. Don't be a Dan Russell. I'm kidding, Dan, but really, where did you go? We want to talk to you again. We'll talk to you a little bit later on.
Well, good afternoon, DK Sim fam. How is everybody doing? Sim number 2 of 6 on the day. Glash and Christian DeAndrea. We've got the Raiders and the Ravens. In my opinion, today going to be led by Mr. Mark Ingram.
Woo woo.
Woo woo.
Yeah, I got him in my lineup too. I mean, anytime you can take advantage of that Raiders D, you should, especially the Ravens playing at home. So I went heavy on the Ravens as well. But you invested heavily in Mark Ingram. Is that correct? It's not just a shirt; it's a way of life.
It's a way of life. He's in the captain spot. Give you the quick backstory. The night we did a sim, I think it was with Tommy Freeze Pops. It was the day Ingram was waived by the team, and that's when the team decided to, remember, every Ravens player autographed a jersey and gave it to Ingram. So in the spirit of Mark Ingram, I put him in the captain that night. It worked very well, and I ordered this shirt.
Very nice.
So that's it. So I like the call, though, on the Ravens D. I've got Waller. I think Waller and Jacobs make sense, and then I've got all Ravens.
Yeah, Jacobs, his price went down on this one, but this one for me was too tempting. I stacked up those Ravens, and I actually paid down a little bit because, I mean, everyone and their brothers can have Lamar Jackson in some way. A lot of you can have him in the captain spot. He's just too expensive to captain for me at $18K. That's a lot of cash. So instead, I went, we got, 22 seconds? You know what, let me tell y'all. I went with Willie Snead, Snilly Weed, in my captain spot because he's been on a heater lately. Double digits in 3 of his last 4 sims, at least 13 points in each of those games, 18 plus in 2 of those 4. He's coming out of the woodwork. He's been a trusted red zone option. So let's see if he can't get into the end zone and maybe set me apart from the rest of the crowd in that 2 p.m. matinee free roll. I'm looking now. We got, can't tell right now, but not a lot of entries, at least when I joined like an hour ago. Let's see.
Let's see what our final count was. Checking it out right now. Let's see. I can't tell you. There we go. 157. The free roll is called. Ran into the charter guy at Club Madden last night. Nice guy.
He was a nice guy. I think he originally thought I was very stupid for not being able to figure this out on my own, and then he realized that no, his company had been jerking me around for months, years even.
I'm glad it got worked out. And here you are.
Yeah.
You look great. You got your gray headband on. Let me see if I can find mine.
Sure.
It's here. Got it nearby. We're good. All right. This is fun. We got the Ravens offense coming out first. Lamar Jackson. Big trust. Woo-woo. And Mark Ingram alongside. Lamar is just going to take off. Get the party started. There we go. Gain of 11. Let's see. So, 157 entries in the free roll. Sim 2 of 6 on the day. Game 2, of course, of the early classic. Lamar Jackson and Showdown, 90.34% owned.
Wow. Yeah, crazy. But who else are you going to turn to in this one? It's not like either team has super, super reliable guys that can give you – he's not going up against – Todd Gurley or Julio Jones or Dalvin Cook. No, this is a situation where you kind of have to trust Tyrell Williams or Darren Waller, and Williams is no longer the unstoppable superstar he was in past sims, a little bit more volatile. So, yeah, you paid up and got Lamar Jackson in there, and he's gonna prove you right. I am sure of it.
Mark Ingram for a gain of 3, 3rd and 7. Want to say hello to the YouTube chat. Brad Wallace, Lewis Daniel, Luke Murphy, J.E. Lewis Daniel, we had a good time last night at Club Madden. That was pretty good. We almost got on beat. Yeah, I went back and watched. We were pretty offbeat.
I struggled to figure out what was going on in that video. I enjoyed it, but I did not understand it. Much like Twin Peaks.
Long story short, when we call these sims, we don't hear the crowd noise. So Daniel, who was tech producing last night, he put a beat, a heartbeat, into the stream that the chat could hear, but we couldn't. So the chat kept talking about it, and they thought it was our actual heartbeats. So I went ahead and unmuted Twitch because it's almost live with our feed here, and we just started fist bumping along, and we had ourselves a time. That's it. It's Willie Snead. There he is.
Nilly. 2 for 30 already. I'm loving it. I'm loving this guy. Once he gets in there, I'm going to shoot to the top of the charter guy at the club, free roll. Until then, I will have to settle for this Ravens drive. Working out the way I'd hoped. Not a lot of resistance from an awful defense. Another first down. Lamar, 1 incompletion, but otherwise 4 passes, 42 yards. The Ravens cutting through this soft defense like a hot knife through partially hydrogenated non-dairy spread.
I love the specific details. John DeCano, what's up? Oh, Lamar, way to take the man with you. 2 rushes, 21 yards.
One thing, like, I am amazed with Lamar Jackson's ability to stay mostly healthy. He obviously had the concussion in the postseason, and he had whatever the stomach cramping issue was in the regular season, and he spent some time on the COVID list. But for a guy who runs as much as he does, he very rarely gets injured. And I think a big part of it is the dude is like jacked. Like, seeing pictures of him on the sideline, the man has no neck whatsoever. He looks like a stereotype of an 80s football jock, and I love it so much.
Starfighter says, they thought about it and decided I always want to go in the front door. And not just when I go to Madden After Dark. There you go. Talking about front door versus back door. Here's Mark Ingram. Come on, buddy. Woo-woo. Second carry, 3 yards. Want to say hi to Germ over on Twitch. Corey Sled. What's up, everybody? J. Lou. I think based on your tone, you believe it's going to be Lamar Jackson.
They're both in the 8. This could be Mandrew's time. And
It's Boykin.
Yeah. So a promising drive snuffed out. The Vegas defense bends, does not break, and we are going to get a Justin Tucker chippy. I feel like I won't be jinxing him if I say he never misses these, because he really never does. One of the best kickers in the game, although he did have a very unpleasant playoff experience this year.
Great to have you guys here with us, heading into Pro Bowl weekend, but of course the Pro Bowl is not happening. It is virtual. I kind of laughed. I looked up the Pro Bowl rosters. You know, Tampa only has 1 Pro Bowler. It's Jason Pierre-Paul. That's it.
Yeah, that's ridiculous and hilarious. But the Pro Bowl has always been more of a for the fans situation. Like, here's your voice. If you want to know who's actually good, check out the All-Pro teams, because that way you're not going to get some random stragglers rolling. You're not going to get Evan Ingram on anyone's All-Pro team. You wouldn't even be one of the top 10 tight ends out there if I had to guess. So, Pro Bowl has always been that kind of whatever. When someone brings up Pro Bowl honors as like a Hall of Fame argument, always take it with a grain of salt, not just like 10 Pro Bowl awards. Because, okay, that means something. You're good for that long, but otherwise, just like,
Darren Waller makes the catch for a gain of 6. Derek Carr, 1 for 1. Looking at the ownership on the Raiders offense, Waller, the second highest owned in the matchup, 65.46%. Derek Carr, 37.65% owned. He's back to throw on 2nd and 4. Waller is his man. First down to the 43, a gain of 9.
Nice to see Waller getting involved early here, the superstar of this offense, but has been a little bit inconsistent, glitchy as of late. Yes, 27 in his last game, was a great captain option because he does have that high ceiling, but game before that, under 8 points. Game before that, 4, 3, 4.9, 6.9, 8. So you don't really know what you're getting out of this version of Darren Waller, Simland Darren Waller, but you do know that he has the speed, that top-level ability to turn one play into double-digit points for him.
Edge 95, what's going on? Mr. Ford, Burt Macklin. Phil says, last night I dipped out the side door. My brain is still trying to recover from that terrible episode of Jersey Shore last night.
I missed it. I got it on the DVR. I got to wait for it. Come back to it.
Edward Pride says, you guys hear about Baker getting a little salty about Watson to Cleveland talk?
Yeah.
Really? I haven't heard about this.
It was literally like some fan site. It was not even one of it wasn't like a newspaper. It was one of the smaller blogs, which basically tweeted like, if Deshaun Watson is available, if Cleveland can make a move, they should make a move for Deshaun Watson. And Baker was like, oh, these quote unquote fans out here. He said that on Twitter, which kicked off this debate among Browns fans that are like, I wouldn't do Deshaun for Baker straight up. Baker's our quarterback, which
yeah,
I get it, man. I get the loyalty. I get that you were riding this high of your first playoff appearance, first playoff win since Bill Belichick was head coach. But at the same time, if you genuinely think Baker Mayfield is a better quarterback than Deshaun Watson, or even just a better fit in Cleveland than Deshaun Watson, you are delusional.
Well, and Baker's also going to have the mindset of these things are going to come up, right?
Well, that's the thing. Like, Baker went from I take everything I didn't take things seriously enough to I take things too seriously. So he kind of hit this soft middle, and now he's kind of veering off course again. And we know Baker Mayfield. We know this is a guy. Motivation matters for him. You know, he went and won a Heisman Trophy at Oklahoma because he felt snubbed by big colleges. He felt underutilized at Texas Tech. Like, he didn't get to earn his job despite a pretty good freshman season there. And we saw him kind of rise above doubt over the first half of his rookie year. Then he falls off. He's doing too many endorsements. He gets back inside his own head and he improves. His sophomore season, light years better than anything he did third year season, light years better than anything he did as a sophomore. So now, if you are a Browns fan, you kind of got to worry. Like, you like seeing it, but at the same time, you don't want Baker buying into off-season hype. You know he's volatile. You know he can really hinge on his own mental state. So, yeah, Kevin Stefanski did a great job of separating from that, upgrading and making him a viable franchise quarterback again. But you would want someone a little less volatile, let alone a better passer. Let's be honest with it. A more reliable thrower, a more reliable runner in Deshaun Watson than you'd ever get in Baker Mayfield.
Willie Snead is the high point receiver so far, 2 for 30. I'm reading from Ian Rappaport 1 hour ago. Texans GM Nick Caserio. I just want to reiterate our commitment to Deshaun Watson. We have zero interest in trading the player. We have a great plan and vision for him. We look forward to spending more time with him.
Yeah.
Nick, I don't know if you know. I don't think he wants to be here anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure he's just thrilled to be referred to as the player too. Like, come on, man. Like, it was just so antiseptic and kind of robotic. It makes Caserio seem like he knows what to say, but he doesn't believe it. He knows he's in over his head right now. And what a tough ask of Caserio. He comes into a situation where he's now learning that other executives, people in the front office, didn't want him. He wasn't recommended by the coaching search. He was just an Easterby. Easterby was in McNair's ear and said, get this guy. And this is not, I'm not shoveling dirt on Caserio. I think he's a very capable GM. I think he's a very capable executive. Very nearly a Waller touchdown, swatted down at the last minute. I think Caserio will do fine, but he is being asked to carry a massive workload here. First thing he's going to have to do is either try to patch things up with a quarterback who will not let him patch things up, because every move the franchise has taken in the past 4 weeks seems to be designed to hurt or otherwise sting Deshaun Watson. But he's also got to go into a draft where he doesn't have a first or second round pick. He has no cap space, although trading Watson would help that. He just hired a head coach who is antithetical to the offense the team ran in 2020. And I'm not saying David Culley is going to be a bad head coach. I think he can be very successful. I just don't think he can be successful in Houston, where this is all seems to be set up to fail to the top of next year's draft. He might have gotten the first down, but not the touchdown. Crazy. There were like 4 inches between the line to gain and the end zone, and somehow Darren Waller found them. And now we could be looking at a Jalen Richard or maybe a Josh Jacobs vulture here. It is Jacobs, but Alec Ingold is the offset back. Could be a perfect fullback vulture. It's not, but it's also not Jacobs.
So I almost played the one of the fullbacks, including Patrick Ricard, the pride of Maine. Phil, you can watch, of course, here on YouTube. We have a Twitch chat, and I see you asking about the NBA. Don't forget, guys, we have NBA pre-log here on the Dream Stream right after the 4 p.m. sim. You'll have Chirag and Matt Mieselman joining us, or Mieselman. Whatever it is, I forget. Sorry, Matt. Haven't met you yet. Jacobs, 6 for 2. Backed up to the 4. So Chirag Hira, content manager at DK Live, big NBA guy. He'll have insight prior to lock between the 4 p.m. sim and the 6 p.m. sim. So right around 5 o'clock. 3rd and goal, they'll spread them out. Under 5 to go in the half. Carr, end zone. Wow, it's caught for a touchdown. Did that get tipped?
It was a big, messy play, but it worked. It's Henry Ruggs, who got a little bit thrown under the bus by Gruden this week, basically saying he needs to be better.
It was tipped.
Poor Darren Waller. They tried to let him finish the drive. A bad pass and a little bit of luck means the Raiders take the lead here.
Wow. So Henry Ruggs benefits. Darren Waller owners, please vent if you have to in the chat. Leslie Galloway says, all good here. Says, yes. Oh, and Bry Guy in the 1s and 2s today says, pronounced like Mieselman. Thank you. By the way, shout out to our ops team this afternoon. Joe and Frangelico! All right, 7-3. Dog Pound says yes. Mike says OMFG. Well, he's not happy. Mr. Ford, nobody covering the slot receiver, who for the Raiders is Hunter Renfrow, but Ruggs benefiting there, and down goes Jackson.
That's something you see often. Max with 2 X's. Top pass rusher in that Raider defense, getting something done. The pride of Eastern Michigan. Big part of why that program has gone through a minor revival. They've gone from being an automatic win on some Power 5 team schedule to a frisky out and a moderate MAC contender. Max was a big part of that.
Mockingjay 2020 says, well, in regards to Waller, if he busts on me. I don't know if you've seen this Twitter clip yet of Koff. It's pretty good. Koff was doing some NBA coverage at another venue. I will not name. I don't think I can, or maybe I can. I'm not going to go there. It's not even relevant. It's just what Koff said, and it's out of context. It's just fantastic. See if I can show it to you. Let me see if I can find a proper link. Oh man, it was so good, and clearly folks have noticed it on Twitter. Let me see. I'll throw it here in the Slack. Emerson, of course, brought it to light. Oh my gosh.
An uncharacteristic showing at home from this Baltimore offense. First getting stopped in the red zone, and here, a bad punt from Sam Coke. Very, very uncharacteristic. A 3-and-out after allowing this Raider team to score a touchdown, and now they need that defense to come up big, or else they're going to fall in a 2-possession hole.
Guys, if you want to find out what I'm talking about, because I probably shouldn't talk about it on the sim, I'll retweet my last tweet about iced coffee. I said, no matter what. And then Emerson responded with, take off your gloves, because I was wearing a winter glove to carry my iced coffee. And then you follow the thread, BJ_Glash, you'll see it. Tom Cruise says nobody steals Glash and Christian's joy. Luke Murphy, Frangelico literally responds in the Zoom chat with, "Hey, what's up, y'all?" He loves the Frangelico celebration of his
Or
name.
at the very least tolerates it.
Exactly.
Yeah, like he's too polite to say anything or like, oh, is it cool? Like, hey.
Yeah, so check it out. BJ_Glash. The tweet I retweeted it, says no matter what. Follow the thread and you'll see the video. I'm not going to put the video out on my own, like as a separate thing, because that would just, I don't know if that's a good idea. Anyway, it's funny. You'll get a laugh out of it. As Jordan Lindenbaum says, good. I always need some new material on Koff. See, the fact he didn't bring it up or even bring any attention. See, that's Reed's fault. Reed should have noticed and brought it up in the noon. But it's great. It's fantastic. Sean Griffin, what's going on? Good to have you here. Oh, money. I'm just laughing thinking about it. Greg B. I wanted the Carlson field goal, not an extra point. Need them 3-point field goals.
Still time, man. I mean, under the 2-minute warning here, and the Raiders' offense we know is, well, that's going to make it a little tougher for sure. But we just had our first Hunter Renfrow sighting, and Renfrow, pretty good punt play today. 1.8K in the flex, and here's a guy who can go off and give you steady points, maybe not give you like 10 plus in a game. In fact, he's only hit double digits twice in his past 18 sims, but we'll give you that steady production and like kicker-like production, let's say, for a fraction of the price.
Smash that like button, guys. Only at 148. Come on. Let's get to 200 likes. I know we're capable. It's a Friday. We've got good vibes going into Pro Bowl weekend. Also, at the quarter break, halftime, I will share some fun information about Super Bowl weekend. Got a lot of good stuff coming up.
Ravens D comes up big, gets the stop here. We're going to see a little bit Lamar in the final minute of the first half. Yeah, we got some cool stuff coming up. I'm not gonna ruin it for it. I read the promo, and I am excited for it. A lot of contests I'm going to be a part of coming up.
Post Route Malone, formerly James Farrell. What's going on, buddy? I mean, you and I are very much into promos. I mean, you know, we were there when Aaron Rodgers hit the promo. That was a remarkable night in Simland.
It was. I'm honestly a little surprised we haven't gotten a little bit more crazy with those. Well, not sim bets, but sim make us do something stupid agreements.
All right, Henry Ruggs has the touchdown. If you guys were wondering who scored, Tucker hit a baby field goal. Right now, a 6-way tie for first in the free showdown, the public contest, 12,616 entries. In the free roll, bet the charter guy at Club Madden last night, Burgerman _60 in first place. And Burgerman did not play Lamar Jackson. Interesting call.
Yeah, very interesting. Although the Lamar we've seen so far, handful of rushing yards out of the end zone, so he's on pace for a pretty disappointing day. Mark Andrews was too, although that helps there. 1 catch, 22 for him. Ravens might be able to get something going here, but 71 yards from the end zone, 43 seconds, 1 timeout left. They got to use the sideline or else this is going to be nothing but minimal garbage points for that roster. That will help.
Yep, way to get out of bounds. Mark Andrews. Dog Pound wants another kick from Tucker before the half. What's after this? Are you here for the next one? This is it for you, right? Or are you here for the next one?
I'm back for the next one. Emerson.
Okay.
The 4 p.m. The early bird? The early bird, that's right.
Yeah, you'll have Browns at the Bills at 4 with Emerson. And there goes Lamar, cuts back inside the 40. They'll give him the 39.
Yeah, and this is a situation where they got to run up, snap the ball, see if they can get a little closer for Tucker, although he can connect from 56. This is within his range. Instead, they got the one timeout left. How are they going to use it? They are going to run a play here, and then they will take a timeout after that play, or if it's incomplete. Well, if it's incomplete, they're going to kick the field goal and basically, okay.
Ooh, got the sideline here.
Okay. Woo! Woo!
Nicely done. Now they'll probably kick it.
4 seconds. You can't run a play, especially in these sims, and get a timeout there. Get those Tucker points. This one's going to be a 40-yarder, so you're going to get the 4-pointer compared to the 3-pointer. Had Lamar gone an extra yard, I think. We'll see. Should be 40. It will be, yeah.
Glash is half full on YouTube. Almost didn't make that one. The Aaron promo is y'all best sim to date. For 3 quarters, the hate was real.
Yeah.
it was a good time, though.
Livid. I was just like, man, I'm gonna have a whole day where just my nose runs nonstop and I can't taste things because Aaron Rodgers refused to throw a touchdown pass. He'd gone like 18 straight sims with a touchdown pass. I felt very confident that everyone who entered the $10 contest was going to get their free DraftKings dollars, but instead, for like 30 minutes of that sim of game time, Aaron Rodgers neutered, walking around like a puppy pulled off the street and had his Vas deferens snipped, and yet there we were, moments away from having to eat ghost peppers on stream and being unable to talk through, I'm sure, would have been the final half of a game. And Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams came through for us. What a wonderful moment. What a wonderful memory, Clash. I'm glad I got to share that with you.
So Henry Ruggs has a touchdown. Lamar Jackson, 56 yards on the ground. So I'm not going to bury the lead. Here's what we're doing next weekend. So a week from tomorrow, February 6th. I'm not joking. This is worth your time. This is not the Aaron Rodgers promo thing. Mark your calendars. 2 p.m. a week from tomorrow, February 6th, we will have a Madden sim of Tampa and Kansas City, 55 to represent Super Bowl 55, $55,000 free to play showdown contest, $55K in prize money. So I know there's been stuff going on with the prize pools. This is a way for us to kind of give us some new life. All right, $55K in prize money. And that's not all. At 4 p.m., we'll stream the American Cornhole League Pro Singles Tourney. There's a $50K free-to-play pool available right now on DraftKings. Sunday, so day of the Super Bowl at 1, we'll simulate the what-if matchup between Buffalo and Green Bay, $20,000 free-to-play showdown contest. So you're going from $55K on Saturday. Smash the like button for this stuff, people. $55K on Saturday. Then $20K free-to-play showdown Sunday, the what-if Buffalo Green Bay. And if you're hungry for more, we'll serve up the biggest event of the DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend. DraftKings Big Game Smackdown featuring the best of the best, the number 1 ranked eater in the world, Joey Chestnut. You can join in on the $100K free-to-play pool available now. And then, I can't tell you the prize pool yet, but after the Super Bowl on Sunday night, we will do another sim of Tampa and Kansas City. Right after the Super Bowl, we'll be here. Madden After Dark, probably right around 10 Eastern. So watch the championship ceremonies when the game's over. Hop on the chat, and we're going to do a sim of Tampa and KC again. That's the plan.
That's going to be a big, you're going to try to steal viewers away from the post-Super Bowl Queen Latifah is the Cleaner CBS show. It's going to make a major dent in CBS's ratings. I'm sure there's a giant overlap between those of us who want to see Queen Latifah beat some dudes up and those of us who want to throw down in Simland on the Dream Stream. And I know I don't have the attention span to do both. So I'm sorry, Queen Latifah. Kick some ass another day. I'm going to be here in Simland.
So yeah, just the headlines from that for you Sim people, the DK Sim fam. Saturday the 6th, 2 p.m., $55K free-to-play contest. Showdown, Chiefs, Bucks in Tampa. Same rules as normal, 8-minute quarters, all Madden difficulty, all that good stuff you can find on the Madden Streams info page. That's Saturday, February 6th at 2 p.m. 55K prize pool, free to play. On Sunday at 1 Eastern, the day of the Super Bowl, Bills, Packers, the What If Super Bowl, 20K free to play. 20K total prizes. Free to play pool, free to play contest, showdown. And then Madden After Dark style, after the Super Bowl, we'll do another sim run through of KC and Tampa. Someone in the chat asking if there will be paid contests. Good question. I don't want to go out and say that yet. I would imagine yes, but I will get confirmation if we can. But good question.
Questions about the rosters too. Not certain. I imagine they're going to stay the same, but we will run that one up the flagpole, figure out where that's going to land for you. So we'll let you know before the Sims, obviously, because that's a lot of money. In fact, producer Drew chimed in. It will be these rosters. So it will be Simland all the way. So if you are part of the team, hashtag team always here, and you know what's up, you're going to have an edge over everyone out there that looks at it and they're like, ooh, 55K, I'm going to join this. I've never seen one of these sims before. They're going to go in, they're going to be like, yeah, CEH, let's go. I'm going to avoid the Chiefs running backs. No, I'm going to throw Ronald Jones in my lineup. How is he so cheap? No, you guys are going to have the inside track because you know just how weird these sims are. You are so ingrained to sim culture where sometimes players who you've never heard of before become valued contributors, and others who are superstars are rarely heard from. So you can use that knowledge to your advantage. Join us in Simland Saturday, Sunday. We're looking forward to it, and we hope you are too.
For sure. And there will be some other sims going on, but those three are the highlights. Saturday, February 6th at 2, KC, Tampa. Same rosters as usual, so no Lev Bell on the Chiefs. Ronald Jones, as you mentioned, we won't see him. You'll see Shady McCoy. Sunday at 1, Bills, Packers, the What If Super Bowl. 20K free-to-play prize pool. Saturdays is 55K prize pool. That's the big one. That's the honey. And then Sunday night, after the Super Bowl, come hang out. I think I will be here Sunday night after the Super Bowl. So if Tom Brady wins, you might not want to come, but I still suggest you come. We'll have fun. Schedule to be determined with commentators and all that good stuff. But that's the deal. And there will be other sims going on. Prize pools to be determined, but the two big ones, one more time, because people are popping in and out. Saturday at 2, February 6th, Saturday, 2 p.m. Chiefs, Bucks, Super Bowl sim, 55K prize pool. Free to play. Sunday, 1 Eastern, Bills, Packers, the What If game. 20K prize pool. Check it. Hit the like. That's good stuff right there. Don't give us the credit. Give it to DraftKings, the people that make decisions. Smash that like button if you're pumped up for a great weekend ahead next week. And then, we'll worry about the offseason. I'm sure we'll do some other roster update. But same deal, same rosters.
Yeah.
But, we're going to hype it up. We're going to hype it up over the next week. Exciting stuff. You'll love to see it. Hey, there's your guy, Willie Snead. First down. Ravens, so good news is we're going through all this important information and no points are being scored.
Yeah, although Lamar Jackson's X factor is lit, this could be the drive that puts Baltimore back in front. Already in field goal range, and can't imagine we're going to see turnover. Lamar is feeling it.
Ooh, go Lamar.
Oh,
way to cut through, right through that gap. John, appreciate you, buddy. Brother Phil, what's going on? Sean Griffin says, made my day. Love to see it. Vince Stevenson, no, the rosters will be the same. So you'll still have no Lev Bell on the Chiefs.
Break it.
Oh, to the one.
Oh, man, could be time for your guy to punch it through here. Although when you have a 312-pound fullback like Patrick Ricard, why would you think things? But yeah, this seems like prime Ingram territory. Is he the lone back? Can't tell. He and J.K. Dobbins both have that number in the 20s. Lamar, zing, zang. Who we got?
Is that Hollywood?
It's like Hollywood.
Hollywood Brown.
Hollywood Brown came on hard to finish the season. Started to look like a guy who deserved to be drafted in the first round. Had a nice connection with Lamar Jackson. And kind of showed how valuable having another impactful wideout would be for that team, because that passing game needed work. As Willie Snead, Snillyweed, into the end zone for 14-7. Baltimore leads here in the third quarter.
Hey, Hugh, good question. What is the first place payout for that $55K? We're not sure. And the folks that are in our production room right now on Slack, we don't know. But we know for sure $55K in total prizes next Saturday at 2 Eastern. And we got ourselves a one-score game. Yeah, so Snead delivers. How you doing in the free roll, buddy?
I'm up to 32nd behind 18.6 for my captain, Willie. The only guy who's really letting me down right now in that lineup is your captain, the man on your shirt, Mark Ingram, who has 0.9 points in the flex.
All right, there goes Josh Jacobs. 9 carries, 6 yards. Vince says, I don't think everyone caught that. Yeah, the rosters, guys, for next weekend will be the same as we've normally done. So the same Tampa roster that you see on the Madden Streams info page, the same roster you see with the Chiefs. So you won't see Lev Bell. You won't see, everything with Tampa. You won't see Ronald. Ronald Jones is on the depth chart, but he doesn't see the ball often.
Yeah, it won't be Antonio Brown.
Right, no AB. That's a good one.
O.J. Howard will be raring to go.
True. As the tight end, too. Who's actually, O.J. Howard's been a good tight end, too, play.
Yeah, he really has been. Poor Brown.
And look, you guys always ask us.
Oh, no, Derek, no. Oh, no. Lost 14 on that one as Derek Carr dead end shuffles his way to second and long. And the momentum swinging decidedly against the visitors in this one.
Yeah, and for questions on the rosters, totally hear you guys about updates and whatnot. We just find the consistency is helpful in terms of preparing. But we're always in the works in terms of thinking about doing another update. But for consistency purposes, nothing will change for next weekend. Nope, says Glash is a lifelong Bills fan. I never thought I'd say this, but go Bucks. We want revenge on KC.
Wow. Well, I am shocked to hear a lifelong Bills fan rooting for Tom Brady in any capacity. That's amazing to me. But I get it. That game got real chippy at the end. And if there's one thing Bills fans are great at besides consuming fireball-scented spirits and putting people through tables and being absolutely diehard to a franchise that has cost them nothing but pain throughout their years, it is retaining who has wronged them on the field and holding a grudge. Bills Mafia, you are stellar. You are a tremendous fan base, and I look forward to cheering you on until the point where you win like 2 Super Bowls in a row, and I get very sick of it.
The Truz X Factor lit for Jackson runs right into the defensive end. Hollywood Brown, by the way, 34.6% owned.
Littleton, one of those guys brought in to revamp that Raiders defense. Wasn't able to do too much this year. There's basically one man trying to push back against a flood, but we will see if Vegas outlays some draft capital to improve that unit. They've tried time and again to draft guys who can make that secondary something better than a disaster, and have failed over and over and over again. Maybe this is the year they reverse that trend, but we will see on that one. I think it was Nate Tice who basically he floated the theory that that Gruden doesn't really touch anything in the draft. You know, the GM handles all the draft business except for the first rounder, and that might be true. It could be. I could definitely see Gruden going out there, taking credit for the high-profile guy, and then leaving the scraps for the rest of his executive team to sort through and figure out.
Sean in the chat says, I need Jacobs to get rolling.
Well, he might, but it's going to take a little while, as that was a first down there from the Ravens on 3rd and long. So this drive continues, and if they go ahead and get any points here, it could really negate what we're going to see from Josh Jacobs outside of some check down passes, because this Raiders team is going to be trailing in the 4th quarter and could be trailing by a fair amount. Could be a great sign for everyone out there who captained Ruggs, who captained Waller, because we're probably going to get a lot of passes from this Vegas offense. Could be great news for you too, Glash, because Ravens up in the 4th quarter could mean a steady diet of Mark Ingram runs, which would be the opposite of what we've seen through the first 3 quarters so far.
I need the help. I'm in 138th out of 157 entries.
Ooh,
so
that's not good.
No, it's not. My good luck charm is Zach Thompson. We're together. We seem to do really well in terms of my standing. Bianca needs Andrews. All right, Bianca, we'll see. Crooked Tooth needs Renfro. Brian says, I need Carr just to be average. Now that is the right way to look at it.
Yeah.
Just give me the bare minimum and then maybe a little extra.
just try real.
John Judge, no problem. Good to have you over in the DK Sim Fam Friends League. If you guys are not in it, you know what? Throw your name there in the chat. This sim's kind of boring, and we'll copy some usernames, toss them in there. We can do that. That's what we're talking about, by the way, when we say, hey, how you doing in the free roll, Christian? It's the 200 entries. This one today is called Ran into the Charter Guy at Club Madden last night. Nice guy.
Ooh, El Paso #1. It is not a Jason Varitek bobblehead. If it were a Jason Varitek bobblehead, the head would be much larger and much more square-shaped. It is, in fact, a Bob Uecker bobblehead from the old Milwaukee Braves, the most memorable 180 hitter in MLB history, the legend, the man who makes it truly a blessing to live and have local radio here in Wisconsin, the Uke. Get up, get out of here, it's gone. And then Bernie Brewer slides down into a big vat of beer. Everything is great. Everything is great up here. I love Wisconsin, even though it is a balmy 11 degrees right now in Madison. And we're expecting about 5 more inches of snow on Saturday.
Yeah.
Sunday. I can spend like 90 minutes of my Sunday Glass shoveling snow, but you know, it's a workout. I'll give it. I'm okay with it. I can't go out and run. If I go out and shovel for like an hour straight, I get that cardio up, lose a little bit of that weight, work off some of those Christmas cookies.
Lamar, get in there, buddy. Touchdown.
That's gonna make it tough for these Raiders. 4th quarter rushing TD from Lamar, paying off that high 90% plus ownership, getting in, and caps off a very solid drive for him. Not only do we get a 60-yard completion there from Lamar Jackson to Hollywood Brown, but he capped it off by crashing into the end zone. He is up into the 20s today and might, in fact, be over. Yes, very close to the bonus now on the ground. He is having himself quite a day against this very, very bad Raiders team.
All right, so I have a couple of things to share. Jeremy Sanchez, I got your name. You're in. Bill, you're in. Further, excuse me. That was my Boston accent. Well, you're in. Most explosive, got you. E-Dub, good. I also have just received a note from Sarah Privatera in purple marker to match the Ravens attire. Can you be quiet after 3? Question mark, and then a heart. So it seems the board of directors have returned. So this sim needs to end before 3. If it doesn't, we're in trouble. Say no more, says Bry Guy.
Yeah. We are flying through this one, and I have no regrets. I haven't eaten lunch yet. I'm going to go make myself a Sanger after this. A little bit of pulled chicken, homemade guac, some sliced tomatoes on wheat. Looking forward to it. Clash, what do you have planned for the rest of your day?
What's today? Friday. I'm gonna lose to Koff in NBA again later. Because why not?
Yeah.
See, man, I know I don't want to be a broken record, but I'm still really 100% committed to this diet and no beer, no alcohol thing. So I've been really going strong on that front. So to be honest, it's kind of hard to figure out what things to do, especially when you can't go anywhere. Might watch some TV later with Sarah. We're going to go make a trip to, she wants to buy another plant. Not to replace Leafy, just a side plant.
Right. Well, Leafy's lonely, and you got to have companionship that helps him grow.
And then, tomorrow night, over at the Sports Hub in Boston, working Celtics-Lakers tomorrow night. So that'll be fun.
Nice.
Doing some pre, half, and post game on the radio. Should be good. Oh, an interception.
Oh, no.
I got the Ravens D. Score.
This is going to
Score.
be 6. No one's
Score.
catching him.
Get in there.
Oh, I take
the spin.
Oh,
Touchdown.
Wow, a disastrous day now for these Raiders. They once led 7-3. They have given up 25 straight. And the Raiders D is going to be one hell of a play in this one. Ravens D. 50-yard return there, and poor Derek Carr not only giving up the touchdown, but getting absolutely run over at the end there. Thought he might be able to make the tackle. Thought it might be a good sign for the Mark Ingram owners out there, but instead, defense caps it off, gets into the end zone, and turns this into a very sad day for the Raiders.
So Brian is the same guy who said, I just need Carr to be average. He says, damn, Carr could at least have gotten a tackle. Oh, man, Brian, that's funny. Troy Webb says Leafy is getting a lady friend. Perhaps, yeah. Rick Lewis, what's up, buddy? Yeah, game night, choker. That's probably what we're going to do.
I'm in a similar boat where I'm still like, I'm trying, if I can get my body fat down to a certain level, I'll bring back beer on 2 nights a week. But right now I'm just saving it for Saturdays, and next week I'll be saving it for the Super Bowl. So tonight is going to be like, I don't know. We got through the end of Search Party yesterday. Like, we should have saved that for Friday, honestly. I don't know if you watched Search Party. It used to be on TBS. Now it's on HBO Max.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, solid show, 4 seasons, and I think this was probably the last one. The way they ended it seemed to suggest that there will not be more Search Party. Very well done. I enjoyed it, but I got the Apple TV trial going right now, so maybe a little more Ted Lasso, maybe right into Mythic Quest after that. The low-key day. It'll be exciting. And then tomorrow, I don't even know. It's gonna snow. Maybe go out early. Go down to the Oak Crest, bring back some burgers.
Dan says favorite hosts. What's up, Dan? Thanks for the kind words. I see some other names. Auntie Social, Mike McKnight, Relly Rel, what's going on? Sydney is Auntie Social. Got you. You're in. Yeah, I'm trying to get through February. So the first week of March 5th, that's the day I'm trying to get through with no other liquids outside of water.
Oh no, Derek Carr, what are you doing?
Derek Carr, you're ruining people's lineups and their lives.
Yeah, I mean, great for everyone who owns the Ravens D. Bad news if you're at the actual Ravens, because you lost yardage by catching that instead of swatting it down on 4th down. But hey, here we go, and Ingram up for 1 or 2, but it's coming back. So good news. You're getting even more yardage, more garbage time yardage out of this Baltimore offense if they decide to run it and can find the end zone now.
Smash that like button, guys. Midway through the 4th quarter, it's 28-7. Come on, Mark. Come on, buddy. Woo-woo. That was the 2nd pick for Young, by the way. So the same dude making Derek Carr pay. Jason Mack says, made a good play with Eagles D in Classic, but that's worthless now. Yeah, you know, the Raiders, man, this is disappointing.
It started out so promisingly. They led at halftime.
Burt Macklin says, Dobbins, take a screen pass to the house now. Drop a please, man. You never know. Jerem, I did see that. Reading your Twitch message. Deucey's diaper says, forget that, Glash. Quit eating. Keep drinking. Oh, but I love to eat, man. I already had my small dose of cheese today. That's it for the day. I get a little blue container of cheese. That's all I get. I love cheese. I love it so much.
I briefly thought you said glue container, and I was like, what, like you squeeze it into your mouth like Elmer's paste?
No, it's a blue. The blue represents cheese or like hummus.
Okay.
Yeah, so you only get one of those a day.
Cheese and hummus are lumped together. That is interesting, as we are about to get a big kick from Justin Tucker, and he did not make it. It would have been 58-yarder. It looks like it went just wide, but it had enough leg. And well, the Raiders will get a chance to lift your flagging lineups instead. And that is that Renfro again? Renfro? Couldn't tell from that angle. It is. So again, Renfro paying off the 1.8K investment, not exactly moving the needle, but if you needed someone under 2K to fill out the end of your roster, you could have done a lot worse than the former Clemson national champion, guy who has been a bit of a tease in real life. He has some great performances. He's a very useful player. He makes the team better, but not super consistent. So if you've been rostering him in season-long fantasy, you never really quite know what to do with him. We had Tyrell Williams on the board in this one as 154 total yards for this Raiders offense. It's not good, Glash. It's the opposite of good.
Stephen Roach on YouTube. Only screen time or TV I get are these Sims. We always appreciate feedback. And Jay Shark with 2Ks and Shark over on Twitch. Hey, DraftKings morons, if you're going to have a bad team play a good team, at least make the bad team the home team. So we don't have to constantly have blowouts. Well, Jay Shark, we have close games from time to time. You're just tuning in at a bad time. It's Jalen Richard. Yeah, Jalen Richard, prove the Shark wrong to the 8. Matt Nelson, Glash, sounds like you're doing the Beachbody program. Same thing my wife does. It's the 21-day fix. Doing it times 3, though. Bought in. All bought in. I know. It's hard. First and goal. Come on, Carr. You can move your feet, you know. There you go. Oh, he threw it right to the other team.
Wow. I thought that was going to be his third. I thought he was going to hat trick his way in this one. And to be fair, the one touchdown pass he had should have been intercepted, but it was a tip drill to Henry Ruggs. So maybe we're going to get, they're going to try to correct their course and get it to Waller. Waller split to the inside on the top there. And Waller.
Touchdown. Renfro.
Renfro, 1.8K in the flex.
Wow.
Double-digit points. His best game in a long time. And if you paid down to stock, even put Lamar Jackson in your captain spot right now, you probably got one of the best lineups out there.
There you go. Germ loves to see it. Who else? Crooked Tooth, Akeem. There you go. DeMac Lyon makes a great point. Glash, the Jaguars have beat the Chiefs twice this sim season, so home field means nothing. Yeah, it really doesn't mean much. Brian is my favorite commenter today because he's just so disappointed in Derek Carr. Carr has more yards for the Ravens. Oh, man. Peace of mind. What a waste. Wow, I hate Renfro in these sims. Yeah, but he's a perfect, what'd you say, $1,800? He's a perfect punt
so
play.
Cheap. Yeah, he's great.
I mean, if he stinks and it doesn't feel great, but that's the beauty of it. You see what happens. Willie Snead recovers the onside kick. Straight cash. Good point. Messes up the Ravens defense.
Oh, yeah. We're still having a pretty good day. Anytime you can get that defensive score, as Ingram picks up a point and basically makes it so that these Ravens can kneel this one out from here. I'm sure Vegas is still going to burn those timeouts because that's what they do. This game, this whole engine runs on spite.
Two-way tie, first place in the public free showdown. 12,616 entries with Lamar captained. Somehow Derek Carr's in the winning lineup with Ruggs, Hollywood Brown, Ravens D, and Renfro. Renfro's 16% in the flex. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you. 65 of you on Twitch. Almost 600 of you on YouTube. Christian's here for the next sim with Emerson. Browns at Bills. This is it for me today. I'll be back Sunday night with the big Saxy, Matt LaMarca, for Texans, Eagles, and Lions at the Ravens. And like I said, I'll remind you guys again of the exciting news. A week from tomorrow, February 6th, the day before the Super Bowl, 2 p.m. Eastern. Here's what I can tell you. Here's what we know for sure. We will run a sim of Bucs Chiefs in Tampa. It will be a Tampa home game, as we know. $55,000 prize pool, free to play. $55K on Saturday, 2 Eastern. February 6th. Then on February 7th, the day of the Super Bowl, 1 Eastern, the What If Super Bowl. Bills, Packers. If I had to guess, the Packers are home because the Packers had the better record and higher seed. And what I mean by record is just based on what they did in their conference. To be determined. Anyway, $20K in prize money, free to play. And then after the Super Bowl on Sunday night, Madden After Dark style, come on over here to the Dream Stream. We're going to re-sim Chiefs and Bucks Sunday night. Prize pool to be determined. We'll have other sims going on throughout the weekend, but those three, and the two I just told you for sure, the two prize pools, $20K on Sunday at 1, Bills and Packers, Saturday, 2 Eastern, Chiefs, Bucks, $55K in prize money. There you go. Who do you like for player of the game, buddy?
Well, I can tell you who the Babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner is going to be. It's going to be Josh Jacobs, 1.6 points in the flex, 12 rushing yards on 10 carries. Absolutely gruesome day for him. And this one, I mean, the obvious candidate would be Lamar Jackson for the crusty cough, but I'm going to give it to Hollywood Brown instead. Coming off a 1.2 point performance of his own, came through with like 16 plus, had a very big day, touchdown catch, 60-yard bomb, and way less owned than Lamar Jackson, as you'd expect. So
True.
The better value, Hollywood Brown, he's going to be the crusty cough, the player of the game.
Player of the game. Yogi Dead, love you, brother. Deucey's Diaper, Prince of Darkness on Twitch. Good stuff.
Said he finished third in the Cable Guy free roll.
Oh,
Not bad.
Charter guy. Nice.
Yeah,
There you go.
not bad.
How about the Not My Kid award?
Oh, we already talked about it. It's Josh Jacobs, baby.
Oh, you said Jacobs? Okay. All right. So Hollywood Brown, player of the game. Jacobs, the Not My Kid. Scotty NK, I believe that is Scotty Too Hottie in the YouTube chat. Taking home first place
Very nice.
in the free roll. Nice work. Lamar captained, Carr, Waller, Brown, Tucker, and Renfro in the flex. And then a two-way tie for first in the free contest publicly with Lamar captained, that Ravens D in there as well. Emerson, you always need attention. I will get back to you via text. Okay, buddy? You sit tight. And make sure you wear gloves outside today, all right? It's very cold. All All right, man. You're back for the next one. So you are.
And I will see you guys at 4 Eastern. Glash, I will see you next week. I'm sure, but they wouldn't dare not put us together.
Yeah, we have a good time, man.
Yeah.
We have a good time. I'm looking at the schedule is being made as we speak by producer Madison. So that's fantastic. All right. Emerson is promoting his contests available in the DK SimFam Friends League. I strongly encourage you check out the 6 p.m. sim. It should be fun. So there you go. And coming up, as Christian mentioned, he's here at 4. Let's see, Browns at the Bills. So there you go. There you go. I want to thank our great ops team, Frangelico. Got to get that in before 3, 2:58. Frangelico. Yes. Hey, it's not 3 yet. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. All right, and then thank you also to Joe from Ops, Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s, Andrew, producer Drew, producing. Fellas, everyone, you guys have a great weekend. I'm back Sunday night with Lamarca, 8 and 10 p.m. for Sims. Yep, we're simming on a Sunday night of the Pro Bowl. Sunday night, 2 Sims, 8 and 10. Christian's back at 4. You guys have a good time and have a great, safe, happy weekend. Farewell, Simland. Farewell.
Oh my God, I can't. I just
Praising.
I just listened to it again. I just love him. I love him. I love him. We're talking about our good friend Adam Kaufman, everybody. But I am Emerson Lazio, unfortunately. Sorry to let you down. But at least Christian D'Andrea is here. Oh man, we got we got producer Drew here, Brad guy on the ones and twos. Our guys Joe and Frangelico from the ops team. Hell of a squad. Frangelico, Figaro. All right. Says, hey, all right, we're already off the rails. I don't even know what I'm talking about. What are we here for? We're here for the Browns and the Bills. This is going to be exciting. I'm thrilled for this one. Everyone knows my thoughts on the Bills. Talking with Joey Chestnut yesterday. That guy's obsessed with Buffalo as well. Really good town. We'll get into that.
Rochester, right?
Yeah, he's from up in that neck of the woods. And he it was really good. Really great conversation. I had to put on my journalism hat,
Ooh.
Finally 13 years later, the broadcast journalism major is paying off.
I'm glad, man. I
Thanks,
saw the
dude.
clip you asking about whether or not boneless tenders are just nuggets.
I want to talk to people about that. I do. But before we get into that, hold on a second. Producer Drew says that he and Braga have a nice full screen to punch up about like all really exciting stuff that we have coming up next week. The DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend.
I already know about it, but the good people out here in the DK Sim fam need to be told because it's amazing.
Yeah, I heard you and Glash gossiping about it a little bit, but knowing Glash and the rumors he starts around the team and around just in the world in general, I want to make sure you guys know that this is the correct information. $250,000 tailgate weekend, action-packed 48 hours of big game build-up, plenty of shots to win your share of $250K in total prizes. That kicks off next Saturday, guys, at 2 p.m. Madden Sim here, Tampa and Kansas City matchup, $55K free-to-play showdown contest. Then there's the American Cornhole League's Pro Singles Tournament, free-to-play pool there. Sunday, 1 o'clock, we're going to simulate the what-if matchup between Buffalo and Green Bay, $20K free-to-play showdown contest there. And then after the big game, and to cap off the $250,000 tailgate weekend, we got the big game showdown, big game smackdown here, actually. This is the eating contest, the MLE. Some of the best of the best, number one ranked eater in the world, Joey Chestnut. We've already talked about it. It's really, really good stuff. So much to do on the Dream Stream next weekend.
And after Joey Chestnut destroys 70,000 calories worth of food in 6 or 7 minutes, we're also going to be running back the Super Bowl matchup in Simland. So
exactly.
Super Bowl, there's a lot going on, a lot to like.
Look at this thing. That's a really nice full screen too. Brad guy, did you make that? Or maybe Samir or Billy? I don't know. That looks really fancy. Our quality of video and graphics and stuff, like we have the most kick-ass team.
Yeah.
I love them. Like they make us look less dumb too.
Really
another great thing about them.
They
I'm excited for this.
The graphics look as good as we do on screen. So everything is just a sheen, a veneer of prettiness. It's much better than what they put out there, which is a veneer of pettiness.
Yeah. So Bry Guy being a nice guy and not taking credit for the graphic. That's a team player right there for you. Absolute pleasure to see everybody. Like I said, I popped in towards the end of that last sim of you and Glash. Sounded like a great game. Is he growing his beard out again? What's he doing with the hair on his face?
I don't know. I think he's trying to, maybe he's doing that cut, right? Where he's doing the 21-day cut, but 3 times over. So by the end of this, he's going to weigh like 125 pounds and run there. I don't know.
My God. He's going to be like Kenny Ducey. I don't know if you guys have seen Kenny. Kenny's like 92 pounds, but he talks a big game.
Yeah, no, I saw him on the street once, and he was holding his mom's hand. He came up to her waist, maybe.
Oh, I love that guy. Not a great start here for the Bills. What'd you do with your lineup? Did you get one in?
I did. Of course I did. As soon as we were done, as soon as we broke, and even before that, while I was still on the broadcast, I was researching my lineup. And for me, it was about paying down a little bit. I think the Bills are going to win this one. They're the home team. They have the better defense. But I think there's some value to be found in that Cleveland receiving core. So the wide receiver 3, Rashard Higgins, the guy I feel is going to have the least amount of attention because that's a very good Bills secondary. I think he's going to eat a little bit here. I got him in that captain spot. Only cost me $7,800 to put him in there. Saved me enough. Josh Allen, Baker Mayfield, and Stephon Diggs all in the lineup. Behind them, 2 punt-ish plays, Kareem Hunt and Lee Smith. So going heavy on the Bills, but hoping that the Browns show up too. I mean, this is a battle between two teams that won 24 total games this season, and that is baffling to me. If you went back in time 5 years and you were like, you know what, man? There's gonna be a playoffs in which the Browns and Bills combined for 24 wins in the regular season, you wouldn't believe me. You would just assume that everyone else in the league was contracted and there were only those 2 teams. But yet, here we are. Sorry. Aside,
No.
What is your lineup?
What I was actually I want to go off something you said there for a second, because one of the many things I enjoyed seeing, maybe like a takeaway, if you will. I talked a little bit about it with Zach yesterday, but some of my takeaways from the 2020 season, one of them is the fact that the Browns and the Bills are good.
Yeah, that's so weird.
Like they were the poster children there for futility the past quarter century. Yeah. And then they're finally they're breaking through. Like top 3 team in the AFC were the Bills, and Josh Allen looked like an MVP candidate up until the last game of the season last week.
Yeah.
And then the Browns won 10 games for the first time since 2007, and only the 3rd time since '88. So if you were kind of sick of the whole New England Patriots like owning everything, you almost assuredly appreciated the new blood in the playoff race this year, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think it was very important to see, and you need to see those rivalries kind of develop, because poor Patrick Mahomes really isn't anyone who's going to go toe-to-toe with him in the AFC, or at least it seemed that way when Brady decamped for the Bucs. But B, so many great quarterbacks are at the ends of their careers, so we need to develop and kind of cultivate this new era, and there are so many good candidates for that besides just Patrick Mahomes. Josh Allen, if he can keep up, looks legit. Baker Mayfield is improving, although unlike many Cleveland fans, there's no way in hell I would rather have him than Deshaun Watson, which is somehow a debate on Twitter this week.
Why is Glash texting me now?
You said he texted
what he just texted me actually is not even appropriate.
And so he sexted you.
I cannot share with you guys the message he just sent me. That's disgusting, Brendan.
Yeah.
I will not read that because I enjoy my job. I enjoy being the highest paid employee at DraftKings.
Right, so without revealing anything not safe for work, can you just tell us how many eggplant emojis were in there?
Yeah, you could say there was something similar to that. But we have 0-0 on the board here. We got bagels on the board. We're under 5 minutes to go here in the first quarter. What just a great day. I'm excited for the week ahead here on the Dream Stream. I'm excited to be here with you. So many opportunities for you guys to make some money next week and just hang out with each other. Everything. I can't believe we've been doing this for almost a year.
Yeah.
Almost a year, for crying out loud.
Just an absolute delight, too.
Up.
Yeah, see, popping in on the stream. Want to make sure, but forgot to mute myself first so you could hear the echo there. But what's up, YouTube? I'm gonna pop in.
Yeah.
I see. I already dropped in Twitch, and I gotta see the YouTube folks. Now that I have
yes,
internet, I can do both at once, maybe.
Germ, I see you there on Twitch. The answer is yes, and it's gross. And I do. Retease, did you know? Yeah, you know what? Every once in a while, I text Glash, not because he's on the sim. Glash and I, despite all the drama and the times that he has stabbed me in the back, I continue to come back because I'm a good friend. I can forgive, I can't forget. But I come back, and we're back to on good terms again. He owes my wife Chick-fil-A, so that will hopefully be coming soon. But yeah, he is now texting me and just completely blowing up my phone with all sorts of material. And I do hope that next weekend, I don't know what sims we will be on. I know Sunday I'll be doing a bunch of stuff with Jesse. Like, you know, he'll be carrying, I think, most of the sims like Saturday and then Sunday night, I'm sure. But maybe like Saturday morning, Glash, we could finally get together and do the field goal kicking thing.
Ooh, it can be a little chilly though. You sure you don't want to wait until the summer for that? That way you get the air pressure is a little lower. The ball won't feel like a cannonball coming off.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. None of that impacts me.
I see.
None of that impacts me at all. Absolutely. I don't make excuses.
It's the quad strength. I see. That's what it is. You're selling the quad strength short. I don't know why I would ever.
Dude, El Paso is like. Says, dang, Glash owes food to everyone in DK, LOL. He really does, man. Glash always wants to make these like bets, and there's just food on the line. And it's funny because he's not eating a lot of food right now. He is on that crazy diet, as you've mentioned.
Yeah, that's why I think maybe he's growing the beard out for that. Then when he actually does get off the diet, he'll shave the beard and never be like, oh my God, you look so skinny and young now. I mean, I say this as a guy who, for a very long time, when he would get fat in the winter months, would also grow out the beard, not only to hide the fatness, but also to give the illusion of a chin. So I can understand the Glash reasoning there. Emerson, I can't grow a beard anymore.
You can't. What do you mean anymore? Wait, you were able to grow a beard when you were 12 and can't do it anymore?
No, it used to come in. It would come in 3 different colors, and like the mustache would be blonde, and red and brown on the sides, a little bit of black. So I'd have to like just ferment it, so it would have one consistent color, a rich mahogany that the women really enjoyed. But then at some point, like I grew out I had a great like long hair, scraggly beard, shaved it, and immediately afterwards, like a bunch of my hair started coming in like real like fine and clear. So now like everything stops at like the mustache level and the goatee. It's a weird patchy mess where the hair is there. It's just clear. It's legitimately like such soft white hair that it blends in with my skin.
I don't think that's a bad thing, you know?
I would rather just have like the gray distinctive beard than the beard that makes me look like I am a 13-year-old experimenting with facial hair to get back in my pants.
Yeah. You know, it's kind of the way Josh Allen looks too. Sometimes with facial hairs. You know, he just took a very large man on top of him. He was sacked by Myles Garrett, who is an unstoppable force. He's an X factor here for Cleveland. So is Nick Chubb, and then there's OBJ, who's got some superstar traits there. Hasn't really been much going in this one, but since I've seen millions of you have been messaging me on Instagram and also emailing me and asking for my lineup, and so I'm going to go ahead and give that now.
Oh wait, did your personal assistant send that out, or are you dealing with these all on your own? Because
I do it all on my own, bro. I don't pay agent fees or any of that stuff. I know it's a lot, bro. It is. I got in my captain spot, dude. Mean John Brown. What can he do for you? For me, he could do quite a bit because he's in my captain spot. He can get me 1.5 times the points, but I paid 1.5 times the salary for him. Josh Allen is in there in the flex. I had to stack them up. Then I stacked Baker and Landry and Njoku, and then I have Mr. Diggs as well. Ooh. Wow, this is actually a pretty damn good lineup when I'm looking at it. If I don't win this thing, that's bogus, bro.
I was feeling pretty good about my lineup. Then I heard yours, and I'm like, why did I even bother sharing?
Thank you.
I'm just gonna get embarrassed.
Yeah, you are.
Kilgore, I respect you and your multicolored beard. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Edward Pride, I would never drink Nair for several reasons, but I can't imagine what that would do to my body on the way out.
Yeah.
Now I'm just taking any and all hair with it. I'm sure it's like.
Retease, did you know, says Glash is starting to wear Sarah's pants now. Did he mention that?
Starting.
Oh man, yeah. So hopefully we can get together and make some magic next week. I've got a couple. Listen, I don't mean to sit here and kind of flex on you guys, but I know a couple guys who used to kick in college, so I Could easily contact them and get some pointers. Not that I need them.
Anyone who's possibly still active in Madden 21? There's no way you know someone that famous.
Yeah. Dude, so Baker hasn't thrown the football at all through one quarter.
No passes from the Browns, and Josh Allen has 45 yards. We've had punt. So 3 drives in the first quarter, 0 points. Browns in okay territory right now, 2nd and 2 from their own 41. Could result in at least a field goal attempt. They gain a few more yards, although Austin Seibert, but not exactly the most reliable kicker out there. John Brown leading the way through the air, 2 for 36 from him. Nothing from OBJ, nothing from Jarvis Landry, nothing from Rashard Higgins, nothing from Stephon Diggs. A pretty boring quarter, really.
Well, that's why we spent most of it talking about like Glash kind of being lost in life, but it's all good because once again, as I texted him earlier today, I've been there with you every step of the way since we've known each other for about 5 years, bud. And then he's over there obsessing about Tommy Popsicles being in a club or a bar or something like that. I don't really know. So that's fine. I got DeAndrea. Yeah. The reason we're known as the best friends squad. You'll always have my back. I know you will.
Yeah, man. Always. Just like the song they used to play in 70s proms at the end, always for and forever. Oh no, Baker.
I know. It is what it is, man. This is the problem. This is maybe why they decided like not to kind of go to the air, right? Not to put it in his hands.
Yeah, but that was the exact kind of play Evan Stefanski really used to great effect for the Browns this year. Getting Baker outside the pocket, letting him kind of improvise a little bit, but also keeping his mind from wandering, giving him one of the things Mayfield really struggled with in 2019 was that he didn't really know what to do with his legs. His blocking wasn't great, but he ran into way too many sacks. So Stefanski was like, you know what? Rather than worry about how you're going to screw up in the pocket, let's bootleg you out. Let's roll you out. Find the guys you want, improvise a little bit, do what you did at Oklahoma that made you a Heisman winner, and it paid off in a massive way. 11 wins, first playoff berth since that guy 2000s, first playoff win since Bill Belichick was coaching there. Just a great debut season for Stefanski, who, let's be honest, we all knew he was capable of being a great quarterback coach. Next year, we get to see if maybe he just took advantage of a soft schedule or if the Browns can do it again, because it's going to be a lot tougher to win 11 games when you're not playing a last-place schedule.
This is the sim is something else right now. And even a few of you guys in the chat, including you, Luke Murphy, saying, I see why they don't pass. But we see you, everybody. We see you, Robbie Noble. Ken Freeman, what's up, dude? Luke's here. James Farrell, what's up, dude? Bills fan in the house, 3rd and 8. Let's see if they deliver for you. Wide open. Let's go.
How are you going to let that guy get so wide open? The one guy you need to cover no matter what is Stephon Diggs. All-pro wide out of the league, catches and receiving yards. And Browns just brain farted there. And instead of a punt, we're going to get at least our first scoring opportunity of the day here.
And you digs it. 1st and 10 from the 14. Come on, Josh Allen.
Ooh.
Picked up the superstar traits in the December update.
Yeah.
Quick draw. Let's go.
Oh,
let's
wow.
go.
Tim the man called it. He said, Lee Smith TD coming up, and bang, bang, there it is. The tight end into the end zone. Bills on the board. The Mayfield interception turns into Bills.
Nobody does it like Sarah Lee. Andrew dropping in here. A comment from Kareem on YouTube. Exfoliate with mud water. It's key to facial hair growth.
I don't know what mud water is. It sounds like mud mixed with water. Is that?
It may be something similar to that. Yeah. I don't know if it's like a clay thing. I go to Sephora like every 2 weeks. I'm big on putting creams on my face and moisturizing and
when you're professional
exfoliating.
like you are, you have to. I get it.
Yeah, I try to wear like a water mask at night.
Yeah. Any of those good goopy Korean masks that make you look like a serial killer?
Yeah. And one of my buddies, Gary Streisky, over at ESPN, does like this Man Mask Monday thing. He's Kimchi Poppy, the Korean sensation, and yeah, he wears a lot of those masks too. An inspiration for all of the mask-wearing men out there. In terms of ownership in the free showdown, Josh Allen, who just hooked up with Lee Smith for the tutty. Josh Allen, highest owned, 79%, guys. Lee Smith is 31% owned, but the top five going like this. Allen, 79, Diggs, 56, Higgins, your boy, 46%. You said you captained him, right?
Did indeed. He has nothing so far.
Nope. OBJ, 46, and Baker, 45. There you go. Kareem Hunt on the reception from Baker. So finally, another pass by Mayfield that is not intercepted. He's had two of them. He's thrown the ball 3 times. 66% of the time it's complete.
Yeah,
the other 33%.
Sometimes just complete the wrong guy.
Yeah, actually, you were right again.
49, Mike, 49.
J Mill over on YouTube. Greetings from the Windy City. We bequeath our frigid temperatures to the East Coast this weekend. So there you go, Emerson. There's a reason to stay inside. You're about to get a whole bunch of Midwestern weather coming your way right now.
It's bad. No, it's already bad, dude. It's already bad. This morning, wind chill -10. So I'm going out and I'm walking Winnie, and I'm like, I will literally do anything for you, Winnie, if you just please drop your deuce as soon as possible. And lo and behold, she did. And it made me so freaking happy, dude. It made me so freaking happy this morning because it's miserable. Like, you could put 10 coats on, a couple pairs of gloves. No, I wasn't wearing gloves, actually, today. Okay? I was a man. All right? No gloves.
Pain is what you're subscribing to.
That's right. Pain for pleasure. And so she did her deed, and we went right back inside. It's been a pretty good day with her. We're really blessed to have a dog who goes right away because our other dog, Rufus, did not do that.
Yeah, we got real lucky is that we just let our monster out in the backyard. The winter, he comes right back. Like in the summer.
That monster. I love that guy.
Summer, he'll sniff around. He'll play with the other dogs by the fence. Winter, he's like, nope, right back in.
Yeah.
There's a family of bunnies living in the rocks right by where he goes out. He doesn't even sniff over there anymore. He's like, nah, you guys are fine. I'm getting right the hell back in.
Where are you at in the contest right now? By the way, I named it after you.
I saw that, man. And Jerem over on Twitch also pointing out phenomenal Night Ranger reference.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks,
I think it was a song I was unaware of until Boogie Nights came out when I was in high school. And then it was like, oh, and I'm getting called Sister Christian a lot. But, it could be worse. It's a banger. It's a banger.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. Used to perfect effect in Boogie Nights, too.
Yeah. That's an epic movie, man. 2nd and inches, first down for the Browns, who are probably, this is their closest they've been to the end zone in this one. So now they're at the 30. You've got 3 minutes to play in the second. Landry's already got a couple catches, but Sister Christian, know the time has come, and you know that you're the only one to say, okay. Let's go, Austin Hoopaloop.
Ooh, very nearly into the red zone, right at the brink, at the 21. It's the Browns coming alive, infuriated by that Lee Smith touchdown. Decided that they weren't going to be shown up by the lesser of the Lee Smiths. Producer Bry guy crying after that performance because it was so beautiful. Yeah. Is there anything Houston can't do?
Absolutely not.
Disappoint us, maybe?
Yeah. So there's one thing I can do for sure. Okay, so we're going to arrive to the 2-minute warning here on the 10-yard line. Let's see what Doss Browns can do. Maybe we'll get a little baker's dozen Little Mayfield of dreams.
Ooh.
How about it? That's Kareem Hunt in the backfield with him. That passing down back for Cleveland. And Baker back in the end zone.
We got
Give him 6. I think that's your boy.
man, the more prolific of the wideouts, but 82 responds. Oh, my captain, Rashard Higgins, into the end zone for 6. And just like that, his forgettable first half looks a little bit brighter. Poor Terrell Edmonds could not keep up there. Higgins was, man, he finished on a heater. Now, granted, he needed OBJ to go down with injury before that, but did still put together a solid season, kind of presented himself as a reliable wide receiver 3 type. Maybe not the most fantasy relevant guy, but in his last 5 games, well, excluding that playoff win over the Steelers, in which he only had a couple catches for 28 yards, but in all of those games, last 6 games, 5 is the last 6, let's say, at least 50 receiving yards, averaged about 4 catches per game. Super useful player, going to be a major piece of the puzzle going forward. Well, I believe he might be a free agent this year.
If you just say everything and then kind of end it with like a question mark or like on a high note, it's okay. Then you're not really making a statement.
Right.
I've learned that. I've learned that. I learned that in again, being a broadcast journalism major. Now you can say anything, and as long as you change the tone a little bit, people can't say you actually said it.
This all tracks. Oh, and yeah, Higgins will be an unrestricted free agent this year. He made under $1 million in 2020. He's going to get at least a moderate raise over that. And could be one of those guys who's, is a little bit under the radar as a signing, and then you realize halfway through the season that he has 40 catches for the New England Patriots as Josh Allen doesn't like what he sees, runs, only picks up 4, but more importantly, doesn't fumble.
His first time tucking and running it in this one. Speaking of, by the way, running, I caught up with Jerome Bettis earlier today.
Really? How's he doing?
Yes, indeed. He's doing awesome. And we talked a little bit about the Super Bowl, kind of like what he expects, went back into his playing days for a little bit. I was reminded, so I was actually preparing a little bit for this interview beforehand, that the last game of his career in Super Bowl 40, they win it, and it's in Detroit, where he's from. So that was a really cool moment for him. He took us back to those playing days. And he said the whole time, I said, all right, give me your Super Bowl pick, dude. Let me hear it.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, well, this entire time I've been picking against Tom Brady. Like, there's no way he can go on the road and beat the Saints. There's no way he can go to Green Bay and beat the Packers, and he does, and he keeps proving me wrong. I said, okay, great. So you're probably going with Tom Brady then. You've learned your lesson in the Super Bowl. They're playing at home. He says, nope, I'm still going to go Chiefs.
Dude, I mean, tough not to agree with him, especially the way the Bucs.
It is.
That game in Green Bay. I don't know if I want to put him in the circle of trust, but at the same time, only a fool would count out touchdown Tom.
Yeah, and he mentioned, and I agree with him, it's got to be like one of those ridiculous performances by Tom Brady, almost like he had, he's going to have to be dialed in. He's going to have to be near perfect, Tom Brady, in order to do this thing. And they're going to need that defense to kind of step up just maybe a few drives. He'll be the last one who has the ball is going to end up winning that as Allen picks up a first down here. Under a minute to go. They take a timeout.
Yeah, the one thing is that he could pick on Kevin King all day in that win over the Packers. I just don't know that the Chiefs necessarily have a player as vulnerable who can get as absolutely ruined as King did. So I think the Chiefs are just a little bit more competent. They don't have a superstar like Jair Alexander at corner, but Jerry Sneed was great. Tyrann Mathieu had one of his best seasons as a pro. Allen there in the
sack.
backfield.
Another Myles Garrett sack.
How happy do you think that guy was to beat the Steelers in the playoffs, send them home for the year? Like that's got to be like the high point of his career thus far. Like, I made some Pro Bowls. Yeah, I sacked some guys. Yeah, I bonked Mason Rudolph.
I was gonna say he would have loved it more if Rudolph was under center for that one. Let's go, Allen, testing that atmosphere, baby. Oh, I love it. I love the idea. But 3rd and 16 here. I mean, if they could pick up a nice, solid chunk of yards, I mean, they're probably near Bass territory, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a situation where you can go for the end zone, you can run it up the middle and force the Browns to burn a timeout before you punt it back to them. There's a wide range of outcomes for this play. I want to see the Bills be aggressive and throw another deep ball like that.
There we go. Oh, I don't know what just happened. So it's incomplete. Looks like it could have been caught. Looks like it could have been intercepted. It turns out it was neither one.
Real quick timing route there and just didn't get a chance to run under it maybe from Stephon Diggs. But you know what? There are worse strategies than 3rd and long, just throw it up to one of the best wideouts in the game.
So Ken Freeman over here on YouTube says, Bucks will win. It's going to be some old-fashioned carving by Tom.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it, but
it's a different feel too. Like another. Oh, Chubb. Okay. Oh my God. Oh, Chubb. Yeah. Yes. Oh no, baby. What is you doing, dude? They got 2 timeouts left. Maybe they want to get a little weird here.
Yeah. I mean, great news if you are heavily invested in those Browns wideouts. They got 2 plays here. They're going to be throwing the ball. They can throw it all over the field. I mean, yeah, 1 play and then maybe a Hail Mary or maybe they'll roll with the timeout and the field goal. Oh, 61 from here.
Yeah, do it.
60,
do it, cowards.
Only 60. Maybe they will. As Donovan Peoples-Jones gets on.
Wait.
Let my Peoples-Jones.
Oh, my God. Moses, chill out, bro. Damn.
Yeah.
Hold on. I can't remember if I rostered him. Did I roster him? I knew my lineup was perfect. No, I did not. That's why I rostered him. Baker,
Hail
let's
Mary.
go. No, incomplete.
Good, but hey, worth a shot. We're going to go into halftime here. Tied 7-7.
9 of 13 under 100 yards. He's got a touchdown. He's got a pick. So all of those pass attempts, by the way, all 11 of them came in the second round as well.
Yeah.
Where are you guys at in the Sister Christian Oh the Time Has Come contest?
Talk to me. I was in second, but now I'm all the way back in 6th like a scrub.
Yeah, you are.
Can only hope for more
You're
Lee Smith,
phony.
Higgins touchdowns because that seems to be the key to keep me atop there. Only guy on bonus watch right now. Well, we'll get 2 of them. One of which is Nick Chubb, who ripped off that big run at the end of the second half. John Brown, 3 for 48. So he's getting close. He's near. And Stephon Diggs is also, he's got a shot at it. 1 for 36. If he gets a little more usage, he can keep up those kind of numbers. He will get there. And we know how much Josh Allen likes throwing to him. He did that basically every other down with the Buffalo Bills this year. And that's not a complaint. Obviously worked. They won 13 games.
Yeah.
But yeah. Not a lot going on, but fortunately we came alive at the end there. Because if that sim continued to go on that first quarter path, you and I were gonna just spend the whole second half quoting our favorite lines from Boogie Nights, and that would have never gotten thrown off the air because it's a family show.
Can we show the tailgate full screen again? Because I look at this thing and it's just absolutely gorgeous.
Beautiful. There's so much going on.
Just because it's today the day we've announced everything. I think it was right, or maybe it was yesterday. I don't really know, but it's pretty awesome what we have coming up next week. Yes. So this time next week, we'll all be super hot and bothered because of what DraftKings is offering here on the Dream Stream over a couple days here, Saturday and Sunday. So look at this thing. I mean, it's the free-to-play Madden Big Game Preview Sim, $55K total prizes there. We got the American Cornhole League kickoff battle at 4:00 on Sunday. Another free-to-play Madden Packers, like the What If Sim. Bills and the Packers. Major League Eating Big Game Snack Down. That's at 4:30. Free-to-play pool there. And then a free-to-play Madden Big Game Replay Sim. 25 grand in total prizes after the big game here on the Dream Stream. So like a 250K tailgate weekend here. All for you, DK Sim fam. Go ahead. Tell all your friends. Tell your neighbors. We need you. We miss you.
And Twitch fam, we're working on getting you back. Although I don't know if I'm saying this to you if you're even going to be there, but it looks like we're back up. So you guys are set. You guys are set. Get refreshed. Get back.
Oh my! What happened? Did Ducey sabotage us?
He heard. No, if Ducey actually had a second, like a spidey sense, the one where people are saying bad things about him on the internet. He would never sleep. He would be up all night just tingling and twitching.
Dude, I saw him on Instagram. He was taking pictures of his girlfriend's feet. So I guess he's, I always thought that was like a glash. I thought it was a glash thing before. You guys remember that over the summer. He was big into toe picks.
Oh, what?
And then, yeah, so now it's Ducey who's been posting pictures of his girlfriend's feet. So I don't know. Something's going on there, but whatevs. Fantasy Hawk, my guy, was asking, he brings it every time, and brought a great question to the table as Austin Hoopaloop hanging with Mr. Hooper. Big gain delivered by Baker Mayfield, who's now at 123 yards. Hoop. Oh, yeah. Let's go. But, hey, coming up after this, you guys know the drill by now. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays following the 4 o'clock sim, we will have Pre-Lock Live. NBA Pre-Lock Live. Shirag and Matt are going to slide in and take you up to kickoff of the 6 o'clock sim. So Pre-Lock Live, in case you're new, just hearing about it, or you forgot, just need a friendly reminder, that's cool. Bring any kind of DFS, season-long fantasy questions, also any NBA sports betting questions that you have, anything you see on the DK Sportsbook. That is a safe time. It's a safe place. You can bring all that to the table. They can talk about it. So any questions whatsoever, news of the day, those guys break it down for you, the impact that it could have on your lineups. It's really, really good stuff. It's an informative hour or so.
A little bit of Landry love there as Cleveland driving now to the brink of the red zone. Last time in this situation, we saw Rashard Higgins get the ball slung to him. Looks like he's not in the lineup, too wide in the tight end there as Kareem Hunt goes nowhere. Puts a dent in his yards per carry average, who's up over right around 8, now down to around 6. Still pretty good.
We will tonight be airing one of the, bless you. Is that a sneeze?
That was a cough.
No, either way, bless you. And tonight we'll be airing one of the interviews with one of the MLE competitors, Michelle Tesco. She is the number two female in the world. And I talked to her a little bit about some of the foods they're going to be eating in this contest, which are insane. There is like pizza and jalapeno poppers and boneless wings and chili and a sub sandwich and cheese balls and pigs in a blanket. There's an 8-layer dip there. So, and the coolest thing I enjoyed about part of that interview with Michelle was how a lot of these folks, especially besides like Joey, I don't know necessarily what Joey does outside of all of these, contests he takes part in, but a lot of these folks have just like everyday jobs as well. And like she's a teacher, so it's kind of cool to hear some of her stories about like what her students say when they discover what she does and they see her YouTube videos. So hang out. We're gonna have that interview for you tonight. The Joey Chestnut interview is going to be here on the Dream Stream tomorrow. You brought it up earlier. I said to him, boneless wings are just chicken nuggets. Change my mind. And he tried to change my mind, and it didn't work.
Chicken nuggets are pressed chicken. The chicken boneless wing is like actual like chicken breast. So there's a grain to it. You can pull it apart and it'll actually like go down the grain like you're pulling meat off a rotisserie chicken. That's a boneless wing. A chicken nugget is stamped and pressed. It's chicken slurry pressed into a mold. Like a McNugget goes into 4 different shapes, boot and bell and whatnot. So I'm not saying it's any less delicious. I'm just saying it's very different texture-wise. A nugget, most nuggets are very different than boneless wings. But if you get like Chick-fil-A nuggets, they're typically a little bit more textured.
Those the Chick-fil-A nuggets and boneless wings are the exact same thing.
They have strips. They don't have boneless wings. They have the chicken strips and the nuggets.
Yes, but those nuggets are boneless wings, bro.
Yeah.
Like the inside of a boneless chicken wing simply yields like a thick layer of white meat, just like a chicken nugget, because that's what it is, DeAndrea.
No, the
Just
chicken nugget. The chicken nugget
no.
is paste pressed back together. There's no texture to it. Whereas if you are getting a boneless wing, it's actually just taken right off the chicken, so it still has that grain. It's like the muscle. It's still stringy, so you get that the nice juiciness that remains there.
Boneless wings are not wings at all. They are little white meat lies. That's what they are.
And
You're a liar. You're a liar
about the
too.
wings that you can't actually legally call wings. So like you buy them in the frozen food section, they're spelled WYNGZ. Then yes, those are just pressed nuggets in a different shape. But boneless wings, nuggets, they're very different. I am seeing you all on Twitch trashing my opinion, even though it is the objectively correct. No. What? Ruining my weekend right now.
Yeah. PhD says, we already saw the Joey Chestnut interview, Emerson. It aired yesterday. We're going to see it again, pal. I have no idea. If I'm not on the late dream stream, I mean, I'm usually watching it on mute and not watching it a whole lot when I'm running around the house running errands, doing errands. You guys got to tell me these things, man. I can't do my job all alone. Hey, 3.5 minutes to play in the third quarter, babe. Look who has the lead, Cleveland. Akeem says you can't tell the difference. Jason Mack says, stay strong, Christian. You're right on this one.
Yeah. Thank you.
Robbie Noble says, no, boneless wings or nuggets. LOL. Austin Sanderson says, guys, quit making me hungry.
I could crush about a dozen wings right now. Oh, so my former colleague and current SEC Network host, Spencer Hall, he's putting out his own Substack now, and it's like a ranking system. So he did his tiers of like national fried chicken. Like fried chicken, as long as they have like 30 locations, he counts as national. Number one, hold on, let me pull it up, because I had disagreements with this. Number one was Popeyes, which, sure, absolutely. Popeyes is great. The food is so good, you will go there even though the customer service is a perpetual nightmare. Fine with that. My issue is that you got to go way down. Like, the next two are, like, places I don't have near me. Like, B tier is a Publix, which reliable, good supermarket chicken. I get it. Like, I miss Publix. I miss chicken tendy subs.
Oh, gosh.
But, like, he's got Zaxby's, which is phenomenal. Ranked below
Yeah,
Church's,
that's delicious.
ranked below Bojangles, ranked below Royal Farms, and I've never been more offended. Zaxby's, one of the best chicken. Like, it's not like bone-in chicken. I think that's his issue. Like, you can only get like wings there. Like, you get the tenders at Zaxby's, best chicken tenders in the fast food game. Especially get them dipped in the atomic sauce or the nuclear stuff. I'm getting heated again just thinking about it. Although we did correctly put Raising Cane's down in the F tier, because Raising Cane's, as much as high school recruits and football players love it, Raising Cane's is a very boring chicken tendy. Sorry.
No, dude, I thoroughly enjoyed the chicken tender, chicken nugget rant you just went on.
I mean, for you, like, where are you going? Because the one problem that we have, like, we're up north, so like most of the good fried chicken chains are south and south exclusive. Like, where are you going if you want good fried chicken that's a national chain? Like, for a long time up here, my only option was KFC. Then we got a Chick-fil-A, and that only kind of counts because even when I go to Chick-fil-A, I usually get grilled chicken anyway.
Here we go, D. Here I
I
come.
don't know, where are you going for your fried chicken, Emerson? Where are you going, DK Sim fan, for your fried chicken? National chains only.
All right, national chains as Josh Allen is delivering the goods, fumbles the football, but I think it went out of bounds before anyone scooped it. Okay, so I'm going KFC.
Yeah, that's depressing though. I mean, KFC's fine. It's just you can do. I don't know. It's just one of those. It's like saying you the only place you can get a burger is McDonald's. You know.
No way, dude. Those spices.
Yeah.
I love the French fries. I love the sides. Dude, smother my body.
Watch the slant.
Smother my body
Check
in the
back.
mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
You could just dip me in that gravy. You could just cover me with everything there. Just bury me in that chicken.
You-
When you
You know,
just want to, like,
you-
imagine a
the
dunk, one of those dunk tanks, you know? You feel like you're throwing the ball. I want at the bottom, I want underneath me, I want just gravy from KFC and all the sides. And I hope you hit the bullseye. And we got ourselves another touchdown.
Two
By your
tutty
boy.
day for Lee Smith. Wow, so 2 catches for him, both of them end in the end zone. Bills retake the lead here, but we might be headed towards a fun finish. Is too easy. Even let him get the yak. Lee Smith doesn't yak. That is a stationary target right there. And yet, still
Fantasy luck, yeah. Yeah, you're picking up what I'm putting down there, brother. Let's go.
Popeyes.
Yo, my dude Lucci Rivera is like, let's go. Nothing but gravy. He and I are going to lunch together when this pandemic ends.
Dude,
You're gonna find me sucking the meat off the bone, big boy.
Dude,
KFC.
Neville cleanup hitter pretty much describes Church's chicken perfectly. The chicken grease tears up my stomach, but I'm for it. It's like my crazy side piece. That's probably the most accurate description of Church's chicken I've ever heard.
Did I see you guys debating ranch and blue cheese as well? I mean,
So-
we're on the subject of food.
Always.
Listen, yeah, right? Didn't we kind of talked about this, I think, on Twitter a week or two ago, because there was a debate at Nessun between one of my co-hosts. And I said, dude, it's blue cheese, bro. Like, you go blue cheese with wings. And I like ranch. I'm not taking a dump on ranch here. But I'm saying I'm going blue cheese.
Yeah, no, ranch is fine, but like if you're not looking for fine when you're trying to cut through the acid tang of a great buffalo wing. Bang. It's the perfect creamy rejoinder. It's the rebuttal. This is a high school debate. That is an A+ comeback when you dip your wing in ranch or blue cheese compared to ranch. If you go with ranch, you are ceding the argument to the wing.
I love, like, when you dip, you take like the flat, and then, or I mean, hell, even a drumstick, I don't care, and just you drop it in a little container of blue cheese, you scoop, and you see that chunky, moldy piece of blue cheese. And as it approaches your mouth is watering, and you can't get it to your mouth fast enough. And then when you do, it's just an explosion of flavor. It's a concoction of flavor, especially if it's a really nice hot wing. Just like the explosion from this Bills defense in the face of Baker Mayfield. 3rd and long coming up.
And now we're having a hot debate over whether or not blue cheese is gross in the Twitch chat, and over in YouTube we're talking about dry rubs and Man, I'm happy we're here. I'm happy. Only 24 points scored in this game, and we've moved on to more important things. That hurts me to say inside because there are very few things more important than these Sims, but proper fried chicken etiquette and taste and being able to understand who among you have the taste buds of the gods and who among you are mere plebeians, simpletons in the fried chicken game. I'm disappointed to see so many of you kneeling at the altar of the nugget. And in this whole war, the Tendy will thrive. The Tendy will take over. And Zaxby will be crowned our one true chicken savior.
Brad says beefy chunks of blue cheese, babes.
Yeah.
That's funny. Dallas God, real men don't dip them at all.
No.
Okay, I like.
Real men don't put butter on their bread. Real men don't like hummus. Get out of here.
I love butter. But yeah, dude, you can dip. Even if it's like a really good wing. Don't get me wrong, I'll take the wings and sometimes without like a little bit of blue cheese. But dude, it just makes something that is great greater.
You know what I
Think
like to
about
do?
it, dude.
I'll get that tongue torch, nuclear, and something real hot. Then I'll get the crinkle fries. I'll dip that in the blue cheese. Does a little cool down afterwards. You're just playing the smart game.
Ryan Bender says real men eat bone-in wings.
Yeah.
Yes, bone-in wings have more flavor, yes, than say a chicken nugget or the boneless wing.
Yeah.
It's great, dude. It's my favorite part of visiting my in-laws. It's the only reason I go and I agreed with, to go with my wife to see her parents. Because I said, all right, I can get some amazing wings in Buffalo.
Oh, Frangelico jumping in.
Dude.
On Wingstop versus Buffalo Wild.
Oh my God, bro. This debate could last like an hour.
Yeah, I don't think we're definitely not going to get a consensus on that.
No.
Wingstop, to me, I like it a little more because it's faster, it's easier, the sauces are good. The fries are pretty good, and I appreciate this. I went to the Combine last year, Emerson, and I asked every guy I talked to, like when I had a little extra time, so it was like 30 NFL draft prospects. What's your go-to? Like you're gonna get like who has the best French fries and all the fast food? And like a whole bunch of guys be like, McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, all the D-line, the big dudes, like the interior guys, the guys who were $3 bills and over. Every one of them was like Wingstop. If the fat guys know, they know. So Wingstop, superior fries, a little cheaper, pretty good wings. Like if I'm going to Buffalo Wild Wings, I'm going there for the boneless wings. And I think the bone-in wings at Wingstop are better. But I defer to you. I don't know if there is necessarily a correct answer in this. Like there is.
I don't think there is. And some people may say that's a weak opinion.
Yeah.
But you know what? That's me. I have weak opinions. And I'm going with both. I enjoy them both. If my buddies are like, yo, you want to go grab a beer and some wings at Wingstop? I said, yeah. My buddy says, you want to grab a beer and grab some wings at B-Dubs? And someone say, yeah. And they say, yeah, differently both times, but I'm excited to go.
Yeah, see, near me we had this local hotness, and it was like kind of a garbage bar. But for the UFC fights, they would do 50-cent wings. And for 50-cent wings, they were great. They closed down. If I wanted to go watch the fights legally, I would have to go to like my Buffalo Wild Wings. And then it would be like, all right, it was a little bit of a letdown. Maybe I just expected it's a little bit too nice at Buffalo Wild Wings. But I appreciate what they're doing. I understand why it's a successful chain. It's one of those things where it's like once a year is enough for B-Dubs for me.
Luke Murphy, it is great to have you here today, friend. What's going on in this game? Is anyone paying attention? It's 6.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Come on, cowards. Pay attention. Wake up. It's 14-10 Buffalo.
Yeah,
and, dude, there's been a bajillion punts. I can say that. That's the reason I'm just not paying attention. Why have there been so many punts in this game? No one likes that.
Yeah, someone reached out to me on Twitter to see if it was feasible to do things CFL fantasy style where you get points for punt return yards and kick return yards. And I'm very interested in that. But at the same time, we see so few long returns of any sort that I don't know if it would really make that much of a difference. And plus, the guys that they have returning these kicks in these games are not the normal kick returners. It's usually like guys like Christian McCaffrey or Jarvis Landry there. So it would make Cordero Patterson a hell of a lot more rosterable. But ultimately, I don't know if it would make that much of a difference. But I like the idea. I definitely do anything that gets more eyes on Canadian football. The Alouettes, the Rough Riders, the Edmonton still to be named.
Yes.
Yard action there.
We had it was Mockingjay 2020. Kaufman loves his chicken busting with flavor. Yes, there is a very popular meme, and it's a good opportunity for me to also tease the the contest we have for the 6 o'clock coming up. Let me go ahead and pop over here. Let me see how many of you have already entered this contest. Coming up contest, we have 112 out of 200 spots filled up. So it's Cough's Bustathon. That is the 6 o'clock contest coming up. He recently was talking about some of the biggest busts in like the NBA. He's now become a meme, which is good and bad at the same time. But if you go to my Twitter right now, it is at the top of my Twitter page. Go to Emerson Latzia on Twitter. And I tagged Coffin in it, but it is a fantastic meme. I need you guys to watch this, please. And I need you to react to it and also retweet it. And let's show Cough some love as a happy belated birthday gift, just like the Chubb Muffin doing some damage.
Ooh, Chubb.
Cleveland trails by 4.
Yeah, Chubb and Higgins making this drive work. Need a touchdown here, but with enough time left, even if this drive doesn't succeed, the Browns will probably stay alive in this one. This Chubb, dude, what a great year he had, even injured for a chunk of the season. Just put defenses on absolute blast with his cuts, his power running. Still breaks my heart that the Patriots took his teammate Sony Michel over him, and Pat's still paying for that decision.
Dangerous duo in the backfield there. Could probably be where the Bills could use an upgrade if they wanted to. And there's Singletary is probably just like your average running back there in Buffalo. I don't know if they've needed him to do much. But imagine having a stronger run game to complement what Josh Allen and Diggs and those guys can do.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be the year Devin Singletary really broke out, and Zach Moss looked like a very nice compliment to him, but they didn't run the ball a ton. Those two guys were effective. They averaged about 4.4 per carry between them, but the Bills really opted not to run the ball all that often. They were very, very pass heavy.
Let's go, Baker.
Ooh.
Shake and bake, and I help.
That guy right there got his team in position to take the lead here as the 2-minute warning approaches. And maybe that's why the Browns are like, I don't want Deshaun Watson when I can have this guy. Because he is willing to put the team on his back, run it downfield on a broken leg. Team back.
Oh.
Never want to take a sack, but the good news is we'll burn a little more clock, which if the Browns can get a touchdown here would limit their exposure to a Josh Allen game-winning or game-tying drive.
All right, so could we be going hunting here? Kareem Hunt as Baker on 2nd and goal from the 10. Okay, why not be? Yes, he needs to be a little careful here.
Yeah, Jarvis Landry just staring at his quarterback as he runs at and then past him. And because he slid down inbounds to take us to the 2-minute warning. Again, time on his side here. If he's not going to pick up any extra yardage, might as well burn the clock a little bit more. 4-down territory. You got to go 7 yards. We have seen in the past here Rashard Higgins get the call, but Higgins not on the field. OBJ up top, Landry down low. Chubb in the backfield. Slings, arrows.
Oh,
Jar.
let's go, baby.
Landry in there. Bang, bang. Browns take a 3-point lead, and now overtime. Feeling like it might be a possibility. I don't know.
Could be a thing, but right now the Browns doing their Landry. Siebert up and in. Field goal lead now for the Browns. Under 2 minutes to play. Buffalo's got all 3 timeouts. I mean, how this could outright win this thing, man.
They could.
You gotta believe. Believe. Let's go, Buffalo. Let's go, Buffalo. Hey, 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 hey. A little bit louder now. A little bit louder now. A little bit louder now. A little bit softer now. Oh, producer Drew, great question. You're asking the difficult questions, the hard-hitting questions that everyone is thinking, but everyone is too weak to ask. He says, how moist is the X factor? Oh, let me tell you what, dude. On a scale of 1 to 10, we're at like a 12. I'm literally gross and moist because I was crushing the ton right before this game anyway. So yeah, I'm gross. I'm nasty.
DraftKings, where we are committed to letting you know just how moist we are every set.
Love you, mean it, DK Sim fam. The 500 of you watching, and Josh Allen doing that thing we like. 52 yards on 4 carries. Allen got that cannon of an arm, 99 throwing power, but his speed, I feel like he'd be a little faster, but they're putting him down for an 84 here in Madden. He's definitely underrated as well as a 77 overall.
Yeah. He's got that leaving ability too, where he can just hurdle dudes.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh,
yeah.
No, don't. And then he does, and it's fine. Ooh. Stiff arm in there. Clock's still ticking, but plenty of time left in this one. And Bills have all 3 timeouts. They should not be too concerned with making this work, although no huddle would really do them some favors. There we go.
All right.
There we go.
Oh, your boy
Lee Smith again. Because Lee Smith might be the moistest player in this game, Emerson. I don't know.
Okay, Mike Bizzle chimes in. Says third Lee Smith touchdown wouldn't hurt.
I mean, tough to argue that. Let the man eat. Let him crash all the way into his crusty cough player of the game award. Instead, we get a check down, Singletary into the. All right, so we're getting at least a field goal here, a field goal attempt. 12-26, at least 2 shots at the end zone to gain more yards here for Josh Allen. Gonna have the chance to end it in regulation and send us on to the pre-lock NBA show in plenty of time, or because the universe loves to taunt, Emerson could send us right into OT with a field goal.
Let's go. Let's see it. Come on, Bills. Don't be cowards. Go for the win, not the tie.
Oh, did he stay in bounds? He did somehow stay in bounds.
Yeah.
So Burns a timeout there. They do get 5 yards closer. Tyler Bass will almost certainly not miss from 38. But Bills would love to get the touchdown, close the door on this one in regulation, and so would anyone else looking for that NBA advice tonight. See if Josh Allen can do it, or if this is going to be the last play of the. Oh, okay. Cowards.
I told you, man. Just absolute weakness. So Chirag and Maddie are standing by. NBA Pre-Lock Live coming up when we wrap up this sim, which is likely to be going to overtime here, unless the Bills want to actually prove that they have some marbles. And then they will have you guys to take all of your fantasy questions, NBA questions, questions just about life, questions about mainly basketball, but also on the sports betting side of things as well. Oh, we're going to try to freeze them.
Okay.
You can't freeze someone who plays football in Buffalo, dude. You can't. They're already frozen, man.
I get it.
Producer Drew says maybe they'll let the clock run out like the Eagles did the other day. I guess that happened on a sim. I'm sure people will
Yeah, I was
that.
on this. It was horrible. Yeah, they lined up to kick a game-winning field goal. Yeah, it was a tie game. Eagles could have won it with like a chip shot field goal, and they just stood there like a bunch of goons as time expired. And like, and then they lost in overtime because the football gods demanded swift justice. Pass kick is up.
Yeah.
Good. Barring a miracle return here, we are headed towards overtime. And you know what? Maybe that's great news for Lee Smith owners out there. He can finally get that hat trick touchdown. We've been waiting so long.
The Kill Bills tying this thing up. 8 seconds though. I keep going back to a sim I called, what feels like years ago, but it was definitely just months ago. And it was like, it was Saquon Barkley, of course, the quad father. It's like the NFL version of me. And then with 8 seconds to go, it was their team, the Giants, were receiving the kick. It was a touchback. There were 8 seconds on the board. They're at the 25 or the 20. They hand it off to him, and he goes like 80 yards to the house when we were all preparing for overtime, and dude just ended it. I loved it. Okay, and hey, just a heads up, Chubb's X Factor's lit. We could get a little crazy here. Could do something. They're not in the victory formation. And now, nice little pickup there. He's at 89 yards, so he's closing in on the B word. I don't want to say it, don't want to jinx him, because I'm rooting for you guys who decided to roster him. Although low-key I'm not, because I didn't roster him.
Yeah, I got Kareem Hunt in there instead, so I'm hoping that all the carries in overtime go to the K-Man. And Diggs has been, he's been a little bit unheard of. 6.1 on 2 catches for him, so maybe we'll get a little more action from that guy.
And the Bills will receive the kick here. And so could be a time for Diggs to step up. Diggs in our contest, 58% owned in the Sister Christian contest. He has 2 catches for 41 yards. That's not exactly a great return on investment when you pay 9.6 for him in the flex. Josh Allen right now in the flex position, north of 20 points, has a couple passing touchdowns, 172 passing yards. He has almost 60 yards on the ground. Baker's got a couple passing touchdowns, but he's got a pick in there. As Allen, that's going to go down as a sack for the Browns defense. Looking at some other numbers here. Brown's got 3 grabs for 48 yards. Landry, 6 catches, 47 yards and a receiving touchdown. Mr. Goff and Moore currently in first place in the Sister Christian free roll contest. Oh,
Old Beasley.
me likey. Now it looks like Brown, baby.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's cool too. Like, whatever.
That worked. Dude, I love some John Brown, man. Out of Pittsburgh State and Kansas. Anytime a D2 guy or a D3 guy makes it in the league, it's a great thing. And, we got a new so Wisconsin Whitewater does many things well, but they also always produce a great line of Midwestern beefy boys who play center. And the guy that came out of the Senior Bowl today, just glorious gut. He's wearing the cutoff, the Zeke Elliott style, just gut out, hair flowing. I've never been prouder to live in the great Badger State than when I saw that man and fully understood he lives solely on a diet of spotted cow and cheese curds.
Cheese curds are huge up there, right?
Oh, yeah.
And they're huge where Ulrich lives. That's why I call Ulrich, or Moose, as many of you know him as, the Canadian Prince of Poutine. That guy is all about gravy and cheese curds on literally everything he eats.
Oh, dude, poutine's so good. And that was one, like, you turn 18 or whatever, you come back home from college, you go up to Montreal for spring break. For a lot of people, it's about being able to go out at night and being able to go to these places that you couldn't get into in America. For me, it was about the poutine.
That's why I like you, man. Your priorities are
Exactly.
straight. North of 200 passing yards for Mr. Allen now. He just hooks up with Diggs. First and 10. You guys know the drill with the overtime rules. I mean, touchdown here ends this thing, but a field goal will allow the Browns to have a chance to answer back. 5:20 and ticking in the extra frame, tied at 17. Another reminder, third and final sim of the early slate. We're going to hand it off to Shirag and Matt coming up for NBA Pre-Lock Live. That will take us up to the 6 o'clock sim. I will return for that one, and I will be joined by Tommy Popsicles. That'll be the Dolphins at the Bengals. That'll kick off the late slate. Kaufman and Jeff, speaking of Moose, will be on at 8 o'clock for Jaguars at the Seahawks. Then it's Rossi and Jeff for Madden After Dark at 10 o'clock. Patriots at the Saints. So a solid 3 games. Well, maybe 2 out of 3. Dolphins Bengals doesn't necessarily get me going there, but you'll have a couple rookie quarterbacks going at it there. So get your lineup filled out in the Coughs Bustathon contest. It's a free roll. Let's get in on the action. And if you want to know what that title is all about, go to my Twitter page right now, Emerson Lotzi. It's the most recent tweet I have put out. I see Robbie Noble already did us a favor and hit the RT on it. But Kaufman is officially a meme.
Oof. While we're going over that, 3rd and 4 somehow lost major yardage, and now we went from a pretty manageable field goal to a 51-yarder for Tyler Bass. So this Bills drive got near prosperity, went in the wrong direction, and now does end in 3 points. So Browns got to score here or they are going.
Let's go. Let's see what happens. Let's see if Cleveland just wants this thing to last forever. Maybe they really enjoy being out there.
Yeah. I mean, Buffalo in winter, why wouldn't you want to be outside?
Speaking of, Joe Burrow coming up, who's playing in the next game. Showed some promise a little bit there, had the injury, and I don't know, it just seems like such a Bengals thing to happen.
Yeah, his knee just exploded too.
Yeah.
It wasn't just a little thing. It was one of those that, like, if this happened 20 years ago, we'd be like, oh man, his career might be over. Thankfully, we're beyond that, but really put an impetus on how badly Cincinnati needs to improve its offensive line, and that's another place where they've struggled. Fortunately, they're going to have a high draft pick. They might be able to get a guy like Penei Sewell, a top offensive tackle in the draft. He'd make a big difference there. But Burrow, he was good, but he didn't really reach his LSU peaks. He was, he threw for a lot of yards, but it was mostly because he was throwing the ball a ton. He was not super efficient.
Yeah.
Wow.
Woo! OBJ!
Mayfield with the flip, and OBJ gets off the milk carton and into the standings. That is his first catch of the day. 1 for 30.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I thought I was really smart too, by not rostering him. Again, this guy on the other side, 6 catches, 47 yards, 1 touchdown for Landry. Baker's got this offense moving. That's Kareem Hunt on the reception. He's got 4 of them now. Under 4 minutes to play in overtime. OSU 2015 says Burrow is better than Herbert. Easy. Ooh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Do we have a large enough sample size to say that? I don't think we do.
Yeah, I mean, they both came
Herbert definitely has a better team around him. That helped.
Yeah, and that was definitely part of it. But Burrow had some great wideouts. He really struggled to connect with A.J. Green. Part of it because A.J. Green is an older guy, and maybe he struggled to get in that role. But I think if you took a look at their deep ball accuracy, and again, pressure plays a role in this, but I feel like let me look it up, because I feel like Burrow's deep ball accuracy was somewhat lower than that of Justin Herbert. So let's take a look Air yards. Burrow's average pass went about 8.5 yards downfield. He completed 65% of those passes. His average throw went for about 6.7 yards. Herbert. Average throw depth was only about 7.5. So he threw for a large, closer range passes for the most part. But his yards per attempt were up in the 7s. So you can make the case that he wasn't throwing as challenging throws as Burrow was, but at the same time he's a little bit more accurate. After this first season, I would lean Herbert. Just 'cause, as much as I like Joe Burrow, he was putting up big numbers, but they were kind of like Drew Bledsoe numbers, where it looked great on the stat sheet, but you went in further, you're like, he had to throw 50 times to get to 300 yards.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
Liz and also OSU 2015 coming back into making sure we know everything about crappy offensive line there. That's big too, folks, because they were on the 3. He was at 97 rushing yards, so he should finish right at the century mark. That should give Chubb the bonus. It definitely gives Cleveland the win.
Yeah.
So we'll see when the stats pop up here.
And it's going to be a difference maker. I had just crept into the top 10 of the Sister Christian All the Time Has Come free roll, and I get the feeling that one's going to cost me. Mayfield and Allen, 4 touchdowns between them. Mayfield did have the interception. No one over 250 passing yards, so no bonuses to hand out there. Let's take a look at these running stats and see just how close Nick Chubb got, if, in fact, he had 100 on the dot or if he stayed 1 yard shy.
Yeah, so Mayfield, both quarterbacks, so finishing, with a couple touchdown passes, 1 pick, though, for Baker, 240 yards for Baker, 204 for Allen. And, rushing department, there probably wasn't a whole lot, but I'm pretty confident here. Pretty confident here. Chubbster, who took it home, finished with 100 rushing yards right on the dot, guys. So he's going to give you that rushing bonus. He had the 1 touchdown, 14 carries, 100 yards, an average north of 7 a tote. Singletary goes nine times 40 yards. Hunt had 34. Allen finishes with 58, and Baker put up 25 on the ground. There's your guy, your captain, Christian. You want to spit off some of these?
I can't get in good conscience give Rashard Higgins the Krusty Cough Player of the Game award when Lee Smith was out here. 5 catches, 55 yards, 2 touchdowns, and of course we know who the Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award winner is going to be today. OBJ shut out in regulation. Did have 1 catch for 37 yards in overtime. Was instrumental in that game-winning drive, but that was it from a guy with superstar traits. That's not going to do it. OBJ, the Not My Kid award winner today.
Okay, well, it looks like I'll finish. Ooh, Jesus, man. I am terrible at these lately. 88 out of a $131.
Ooh, 17.
Currently, where were you? 17?
17th.
Not too shabby, bro. Looks like currently 3-way tie in the big showdown. So if that holds, congrats on taking home $20 each. And then also big one, early classic wrapping up. Looks like we'd have a solo leader, CD Dub.
Nice.
So you guys keep an eye on the contest pages, whichever ones you were entered in. Those will be going final here in just a moment once our highly and extremely talented ops team finishes adding up those scores, double checking everything. There is a contest right now for you guys to join in the 6 o'clock, the Coughs Bustathon contest. So go ahead and check that out. For now, though, Christian D'Andrea, good hanging with you. Thank you to producer Drew and Braga on the 1s and 2s. And again, to our dudes on the ops team. You guys were rock stars as always. But let's go ahead now and toss it over to NBA Pre-Lock Live. We got Shirag and Matt standing by. Make sure you guys hammer them with all of your NBA questions, fantasy, sports betting, or just about some of the news and notes. They'll talk about it all. Hit them with it now. Gentlemen, take it away. What's up, Shirag?
Thank you, Emerson. That was an exciting sim, to say the least, right? What's up, Matt? How you holding up?
I'm doing pretty well. That was a really exciting Madden game. we got a lot of action there. So yeah, I'm pretty pumped after seeing that how that went down.
Let's go. Big slate, bunch of close spreads. Anything jumping off the page to you so far outside of Kevin Durant's being out tonight?
Yeah, I think it's a bit under the radar. So Durant obviously not under the radar, but the spot that is to me is the Wizards. So they're getting some guys back, and we may or may not see Westbrook, and surprisingly, it may matter a little bit, Raul Neto come off their minutes restrictions. Westbrook, obviously the more important guy there, but Rui Hachimura and Davis Bertans and Mo Wagner all coming back. So the Wizards are going to have a better rotation than they've had the last week or two. And it looks like the line there has come down from 5.5 to 3.5. And maybe the Wizards actually keep a game close for one. So that could be interesting.
Does that mean Bradley Beal is going to be able to play well this time? I mean, he's been going off just with all those.
Oh, okay. Well, I may have had the tech issue there. I'm not sure which one of us it is, but I'll continue on with Bradley Beal, and maybe Shrag will be back. Not sure. But yeah, it's interesting for Beal because he's been an extremely popular DFS play for quite a while now, maybe the last 5 or 6 games. And he probably won't be tonight because of all the guys that are back. His salary's up, and we've got Kyrie Irving is cheaper. So probably more ownership on him by a significant amount. James Harden's a little more expensive than Beal, but he's just getting a massive usage bump without Durant there. So even with Kyrie on his team, you still get a lot of work for Harden. So I don't know if a lot of people will be on Beal despite how great he's been scoring the ball lately. So it's interesting. Like, I think Beal has gone from super popular to super contrarian essentially overnight. And it is intriguing. I think if the Wizards keep it close, it's still going to have to be a lot. I'll have a lot to do with Bradley Beal. So I'm at least interested in that situation.
That makes sense. I mean, it does have one of the top over-unders on the slate. I mean, at 234.5, we're looking for a lot of offense here, considering the exact polar opposite is Cavs and the Knicks at 209.
Yeah, that game. That game actually had a total under 200 the last time those two teams played. The Cavs were missing a couple of their guards at that point. I think Sexton and Garland were out for that game, but there was a bit more offense than even that total. I think there were 210 or so points scored, but even so, that doesn't really compare well to the Wizards game, and then the Nets game, and Philly, Minnesota could be high scoring. There are a lot of games with a lot of offense on this slate. So it's not like the Wizards are the only game, and it is a good matchup against the Hawks. It's not like that's the only game, though, where we should expect a track meet.
Yeah, that makes sense. We got guys are in the chat right now. Twitch, YouTube, Periscope. Fire up all your questions. Send them our way. Amazing producers have been picking it up, sending it over to us. So let's jump into the first question. Who are your favorite guys over 9K? So the one to start with is James Harden. I mean, considering the fact that we don't have Kevin Durant on this slate, James Harden just makes a ton of sense. He's coming off a monster performance, played 45 minutes, dropped 72 fantasy points in that overtime game against the Hawks. Now no KD, playing against his old team in OKC. The revenge factor is there. But also to keep a note, Kyrie, while he's not over 9K, I think he has to get a lot of consideration in his spot. He's extremely cheap because he hasn't had to carry the team. And now you have a guy that could potentially have an extremely high usage rate.
Yeah, I'm glad that you went there, because I was also going to evade the question a little bit and include Kyrie Irving, even though he's just under 9K. But James Harden, obviously really appealing too. So I think it's a tough call which of those two players to prioritize. If you're playing cash games, you can just play both. I think for GPPs, it's a little tough to expect ceiling games from both of them. They do have to share the ball, and without Durant there's at least a little bit better of a chance that both Harden and Kyrie have really big games, but I would think you're probably playing one of them in a lineup in tournaments. And Kyrie may be more popular. Harden probably a little bit popular too, but just less so than Kyrie. I think you can't really go wrong with either of them. So I have no issue with either of those guys. I think that my favorite expensive player might be Giannis, just because he's priced a little above that. And Giannis can obviously go nuts in any matchup. I think you could probably say the same thing for Luka, but the ownership on Giannis in particular, I think it'll be really hard for him to get that popular with Kyrie and Harden and Jokic. And there's just so many expensive players on this slate, and Giannis is just a little more expensive than all of them. So
yeah,
he definitely can crush in any matchup. And this is a good one.
And the thing is, he's been playing the minutes. If you look at his game log over the last 4 games, you can see that he's over 35 minutes. So that kind of issue that he was having earlier in the season, maybe even last season, where he wasn't getting over 36 minutes consistently, I think now we can kind of project him for maybe 34 to 36 in that range. And that really puts him as an upside.
Yeah, the Bucks don't have a great bench this year. And maybe that is factoring into Giannis's minutes a little bit. He's also a lot younger than some of the other top end players that get rested a lot of the time. He is just there's not as much reason to rest Giannis as there is Kawhi, Paul George, Kevin Durant, who's dealt with injury coming off the Achilles, and LeBron and Anthony Davis, although LeBron never seems to rest. But yeah, I think that Giannis makes sense as the pivot off of some of those top end guys, although it really is hard to go away from James Harden and Kyrie Irving. So I think it's a really difficult situation picking the top end players. And Shrag and I dealt with this last Friday as well, where we had a giant slate and there were just so many stars on the slate that we were struggling to really hone in on one or two options. But I think if you're trying to keep it a little bit safer, you start with Kyrie Irving, maybe James Harden. And if you're trying to get a little more contrarian, maybe you look to Giannis or Luka Doncic, or maybe it's Bradley Beal. The problem right now is we don't really have too many cheap guys that seem that appealing, and the injury news could change that. So we'll see how this progresses over the course of the show. We have a questionable Joel Embiid, so that could make for a cheap value playing Dwight Howard, who has been inconsistent, I guess, as the fill-in for Embiid. He crushed 2 games ago against the Grizzlies as the starter, but then he really wasn't that impressive in their last game against the Pistons. The Sixers didn't play well, and Tony Bradley actually ended up starting the second half ahead of Dwight Howard. But we don't know yet what that situation will be with Embiid. So it's always a matter of context when we're determining how many and which top end players to use, because the more value plays on the low end there are, then the more top end guys we can fit into lineups with, any reasonable sort of projection.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do we hit this TLC Bruce Brown question?
We did not yet. So those are our value plays. That really that seems like the spot to start with Durant out, and Bruce Brown is the flat min. So yeah, I guess read it off. What do we have specifically?
The question is TLC or Bruce Brown, the better value play with Durant out. I mean, honestly, when you look at it, I see both of them setting up really well. I mean, you have to see TLC, while it doesn't have that crazy usage, you still have to consider him at 3K, small forward, power forward, eligible. The last time, he started 4 games this year. He scored over 20 fantasy points in 2 of those games. And then Bruce Brown, oh my gosh, this guy, every time he starts, it's really lights up.
Yeah, I think it's a little tough to predict. So the Nets have seemed to go with the hot hand a little bit in some of these games where they have their backups playing more minutes. So sometimes it's Jeff Green. In the past, it was Chris Chiozza that would sometimes get himself into big minutes if he was just playing really well off the bench. Sometimes it's TLC, sometimes it's Bruce Brown. I would imagine Brown starts and TLC probably doesn't. And Brown, I think, has to be the safer choice.
Yep.
So I would probably start with him, but yeah, you can play both of those guys. Like, I don't know if it necessarily has to be an either or, but I think I'm with you, Shrug. I'm leaning towards Brown. I think that the production is just much more reliable when the Nets have injuries.
Yeah, definitely. First time playing Fortnite from Twitch is asking 3 favorite player props for tonight. Anything catching your eye so far?
That is a hard question. There are so many props to choose from. Let me ponder this for a second. Yeah, do you have anything?
Let me bring up the most bet player props from tonight. So we have Elfrid Payton under 4.5 assists. DeJounte Murray 25.5 over points, rebounds, and assists. Cole Anthony under 5.5 rebounds. Paul George over 21.5 points, and Nikola Jokic over 40.5 points, rebounds, and assists. So these are the top 5 most bet player props for tonight's slate. Does that help you at all? Or any other ones standing out to you?
I kind of just want to talk about Jokic. He's been a big letdown 2 games in a row, and it's interesting to see that as one of the more popular bets on the over for any statistics of his. It sounds like the number has come down a bit, but it seems like with Michael Porter Jr. back, there were a lot of shots to go around, and Jokic, I mean, he can go off in any game when he wants to, and he seems to just be playing a little more passive the last couple of games. I don't know. Is that your feel of the situation, that it's just a matter of he doesn't need to score as much when they have the team fully healthy?
Yeah. And it kind of sets up, the last game they played against Miami. Remember, that was kind of a blowout, 109-82 win. So he didn't really have to extend himself to play 38, or he played 34, which is still fine, but it was not one of those kind of regular, he plays 39 or even 40 minutes. You've seen him go to 40 minutes with these overtime games recently. And then that Dallas game, it sets up for where he's more focused on the glass. He's more focused on kind of bringing the team up and then setting it up for everyone else to score. I don't think that it's a great spot for, I don't think it's a great player prop to attack, because you're basically banking on him having a triple double in a sense, like 21 and 10, you're getting at 30, and then he has to get the dimes there. So if he doesn't get the dimes, then you're looking at something where he has to get maybe 15 rebounds, 30 points to get something in that range.
Yeah, we've seen games where Jokic has nearly a triple-double by halftime, but those games seem to have come more when Denver wasn't at full strength. So we've had games where Jamal Murray didn't play. We've had games where there's a large stretch of games where Porter Jr. didn't play. So with the team fully healthy, yeah, it's hard to expect that the triple-doubles will just keep going. Like, Jokic got into the running for MVP, and I think he'll probably start to fall backwards with LeBron playing so well and Doncic and Jokic. Just, I don't think he can keep up the same kind of numbers as before. But then again, the line for the points, rebounds, assists is lower than it's been in the past. I think we were probably seeing numbers in the mid to high 40s before. So I don't hate it. It's just I'm concerned.
Are there any other player props that jump out to you then?
Let's see. So I don't know if we have props available on Minnesota, but a player that I liked a lot last game that finally did well. Well, I'll explain the situation a little bit. I was a big fan of Jarrett Culver with Russell out and with Rubio out, and he just did not play well for 3 games. But then Culver got hurt too, and Anthony Edwards started playing really well. And I think that if Russell continues to sit, well, 1, Edwards could work his way back into the Rookie of the Year consideration, but 2, he should just continue to score. So as a DFS play, if Russell's out, he could be interesting. Prop wise, we'll have to see what's available. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if there are lines up for Anthony Edwards right now, but he's just a player that catches my eye right now as someone who might be surging up a little bit.
Nope, there are no player props available for that. I just scanned the entire player prop sports book, so that game is not up right now.
Happy to, not give a pick there, but
it's a good one to look at, though. It makes a lot of sense, because even if Philly comes here and is able to dominate the Timberwolves, he's still going to be, in a sense, get his shots up, because Malik Beasley is the other guy that's taking all the shots, but he's your kind of value guy there.
Yeah, and it's been I watched the last game in particular, and I think it's probably been true for both of the games that Russell's missed in the last week, where when Beasley and Edwards are on the court together, Beasley is taking all the shots, and then you get stretches at the end of the first, beginning of the second, and I guess end of the third quarter, beginning of the fourth, where Beasley goes to the bench, And Edwards just has the ball the entire time during those parts of the game. I guess you're not doing that much with that information during play. Like, you're not betting player props live. But it's just been interesting to see how it's like Edwards is sort of waiting for Beasley to come off the court. And it's like, all right, now it's my time. I'll take all the shots now.
I mean, he is the shooting guard, number 1 overall pick. So it makes a lot of sense there.
Yeah.
Some more questions. So thoughts on Utah tonight with Donovan Mitchell dealing with that concussion. He's listed as out. Is Clarkson the best option? He's been playing really well. What do you make of that scenario coming off second most minutes total of the season off the bench?
So I'll come back to that part of it in a second. I think something that's super under the radar and pretty interesting for the Jazz is Rudy Gobert playing more minutes with Derek Favors out. So the Jazz don't really have another big. I think they were playing Juwan Morgan a little at center, probably Royce O'Neal. They go small when Gobert's not in the game and when Favors is out. So that actually has a pretty significant impact. There aren't too many scenarios in the NBA where the backup being out impacts the starter too much, but Rudy Gobert is one of those spots. And Gobert just went nuts against the Mavericks in the last game. He had 29 and 20.
Yeah.
So I think it's worth keeping an eye on Favors. He's questionable again tonight, in addition to looking at the guards with Donovan Mitchell out. So I think you can play Gobert regardless, but if Favors doesn't play, I might look to Rudy before the other guards on Utah, though I do think there are a bunch of good plays on that team.
Yeah, I mean, Jiggling Joe, 4,700. He started for Donovan Mitchell, dropped 41 fantasy points, 30 minutes. So that was pretty consistent. The guy that kind of stuck out there that didn't do as much as you might have thought he could have was Mike Conley. Mike Conley had a 26% usage rate in that game, but he just shot 40% from the field. And he hasn't really been one of those guys that churns a big fantasy performance. He's only gone over 50 fantasy points twice this year. So I don't see Conley as being the guy at 6,000. Clarkson and Jingling Joe make more sense.
Yeah, I think the field will gravitate towards those players also, and I think it's for good reason. Ingles is cheap, and Clarkson clearly benefits from Mitchell not being there. Conley hasn't put up monster games, but there's also only been one game this year that Donovan Mitchell didn't play. So
right,
I'm sort of guessing that he has an upside, but I think he could do it. It's just more of a hunch than anything.
Yeah, but at 6K, when you're looking in that price range for players, Conley stands out as potentially the best guy. Then you have Marvin Bagley, who's been playing well recently. Al Horford coming off that crazy game. He had been out for a minute, and then he just got his dad strength and just went off. He had a kid and just came back with dad strength and just really did work. And then that pushed Isaiah Roby back to the bench.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Horford. I didn't bring him up when we talked about the Nets players with Harden and Kyrie, but Horford definitely improves OKC's defense. So he's interesting as a DFS play if he can even come close to matching the game that he had last time out. But he also affects the Nets side, where he is a good rebounder and good defender, even if he's not as good offensively as he used to be. So it hurts the Nets a little bit. I'm not sure that this is a great matchup against the Thunder, and it probably would have been if Isaiah Roby was starting at center.
Yeah. So we have some news that just hit. All right. Clint Capella is available to play. Cam Reddish available to play. And then we got Rondo being a game time decision. I don't think that changes the slate too much, but Reddish kind of being available now.
Yeah, Reddish, I think, probably makes it hard to play guys like DeAndre Hunter and Kevin Huerter. And the Hawks are just really deep right now. Danilo Gallinari's back too. I'm not even sure how much Rondo would be playing right now with everyone else this healthy. Capella's interesting. He's been questionable the last few games, and he's played through the hand injury. I think this is the third game in a row he's suited up with a Q tag beforehand.
Yep.
So Capella himself, I'm not sure anyone pays up to almost 9K for him, but he's shown a huge ceiling this year. He's had a couple games over 50 fantasy points, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's had a few monster games. So,
yep.
And the Hawks have a great matchup. The other, we didn't mention them talking about the Wizards before, but even with the Wizards getting their some of their key players back, they will be a bad defensive team, and they'll be a team that plays fast no matter what. Thomas Bryant isn't a good defensive center at all, but he's out for the season, and the guys behind him are worse somehow. I mean,
Yeah.
so
No,
like there's nothing good there.
Yeah. We got a question from Mamba Vision. Who plays more minutes with Dozier out? I mean, I don't see Dozier really impacting the Nuggets rotation. He's been kind of struggling or long. He only plays a lot of minutes when Gary Harris is out, is Will Barton out, MPJ. Now that they've got their full rotation back, I don't think it makes a lot of sense that even Dozier even makes a fantasy impact for tonight's slate.
Yeah, I think he would have if MPJ was still out. He was getting some solid bench minutes, and yeah, I think they probably just give all of those minutes right to MPJ, who probably takes a few minutes away from some of the other guys anyway. So it just coincidentally happened that Dozier got hurt at the same time that MPJ came back, and it doesn't really. It's a net negative for everyone else on the Nuggets because MPJ is so much more important to their rotation than Dozier is.
Yeah, that makes sense. Out of all the studs on tonight's slate, we've talked about Giannis, we've talked about Harden, Jokic. What do you make of this Joel Embiid injury? I know that I fell off when you kind of asked that question or when you were talking about it, but Ben Simmons, he's one of those guys where he's 7,700. He just randomly plays well. He played great against the Lakers and then has a dud right before that. What do you make? Do you have to consider Tobias Harris, Ben Simmons, if Embiid ends up being ruled out?
Yeah, it's probably very frustrating, or it was very frustrating the other night for people who have been rostering Ben Simmons in games Embiid didn't play. And Simmons has just been awful in so many of them. The last game Embiid missed against the Pistons, Simmons picked up 2 fouls in the first few minutes and then got his 3rd foul early in the second. And I don't even know if he got to 20 fantasy points for the game in a good matchup with Embiid out. But then he went and got a triple-double against the Lakers in their hardest matchup of the year with Embiid playing. So it's just, that was totally out of nowhere. But I think Simmons and Harris are great plays if Embiid sits, and especially if that news comes after lock, because you won't get the hype and the ownership bump that you would get if Embiid were ruled out, let's say this morning. No one's really talking about those guys right now. So if we get Embiid ruled out after lock, then Simmons and Harris are priority players against the Wolves. So it's a great matchup too. Like that would be maybe those would be maybe the first 2 guys that I would put into a lineup at that point.
I honestly think he's going to sit. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't really think they need him. He got shoved by LeBron. I think he might make they didn't call a flagrant or whatever on it. So I think he's going to take this advantage and sit out against the Timberwolves. It just makes a lot of sense here. He's been resting randomly. They're at the top of the league. They just came off that win against the Lakers. It doesn't make a lot of sense for him to play in this matchup.
It seems like the Sixers actually seem to be weighing the quality of the opponent in the decisions of whether Embiid plays or not. They sit him against the Grizzlies and Pistons, and they don't sit him against the Lakers. And I think there were a couple other tough games. Like, do you think that that's what they're doing? It's like, we don't need him versus Minnesota.
Yeah. And they already have the number 1 seed right now in the East. So, and they play extremely well at home. Yeah, this is a road game, but against Minnesota, it's not too much of a difficult choice, especially if D'Lo ends up sitting. I could see them just saying, hey, you know what? Let D'Lo's news come through, and then we'll make sure to sit Embiid.
Yeah, I think D'Lo too is as important to the other team as any player in the league. So we always talk about guys like Gobert and Embiid and really, really good defensive centers as affecting the offense of the other team. They slow down the pace because they're big, they're great defenders, and it's much harder for the other team to get fantasy points against them. Guys like D'Angelo Russell and Trae Young is probably the best example of this. Damian Lillard, they play really fast, they push the pace, they score, so they force the other teams to have to keep up with them, and they don't play a ton of defense. And D'Lo is not a good defender. Maybe it's an effort thing, or maybe he doesn't have the athleticism. He's not as big and strong as some of the other guards in the league that are the kind of scorer that he is. So if Russell's playing, that definitely improves the Sixers matchup. And I think that kind of thing goes overlooked sometimes. Like I'm checking if Trae Young plays a lot just to see if I want to roster his opponents, because Brandon Goodwin's just going to walk the ball up and down the court, and Trae Young is running and gunning and not guarding anybody. So it does make a difference if those guys are in or out.
Speaking of Trae Young, what do you make of it tonight against the Wizards? He's 9,100, so he's not really expensive. Scored over 50 fantasy points in 6 straight games, so he's playing well right now. Yeah, his shooting percentage a little bit off randomly, but he's one of those chucker type of guys, and he can get to the free throw line, drop dimes. So is there any interest in one of the biggest totals of the night with Trae Young?
Yeah, I think there has to be. So the one issue with Trae Young is that he's slightly more expensive than Kyrie Irving, who is probably on average scores more fantasy points in his spot tonight with Durant out than Trae does in his, even in a good matchup against the Wizards, just because the Hawks have all of their players healthy. So Trae makes for a good pivot off Kyrie, but I'm not sure. I think that probably is a tough call, all things considered, with the ownership and everything probably being a little more towards Kyrie. I think they're both good options, though. I have absolutely no problem with either of them. So
it makes more sense to look at Trae Young in a GPP contest, whereas Kyrie Irving, you can look at a single entry or double up.
Yeah, I think that Trae Young will be semi-popular too. But yeah, for sure. I think that the more cash-oriented the game is, the more you want to lean towards the obvious value plays that other people are on. And while Trae Young is not some contrarian GPP option, I mean, he's an elite scorer that's going up against the Wizards, like we've said. He will be lower owned almost certainly than Kyrie Irving, and just a 1-for-1 swap there in a tournament, I think that does make some sense. But both of them have huge ceilings. Both of them have pretty low bust potential. Like, I think that there are plenty of good reasons to play either of them in any contest.
That makes a lot of sense. Let's jump into the injury report. So we have here the Clippers news. Kawhi Leonard, Paul George available. I thought they were going to be out longer, but it looks like it was just a contract tracing thing and not an actual COVID diagnosis. And then the other part of the news that you mentioned too was the Wizards bringing all their big men back. Basically, we got Hachimura in there. Bertans is available. Hachimura is listed as starter for tonight's game. And then we also have to consider this Anunoby news. He's questionable. And I think he really is one of those guys that makes a difference because of the fact of how many minutes he was playing before he got hurt. He was really going up there. And then if Anunoby is sitting, then you really kind of have to look at this Norman Powell play. Like, he's been playing insane amount of minutes and he's not really all that expensive.
Yeah, Norman Powell has been just really, really good this year. So he's definitely like an on the radar guy. The Clippers situation is weird. Like you said, I thought that PG and Kawhi would be out longer too. The line movement for that game, it was totally wild how quickly it flipped. So the Magic opened as 2-point favorites. It had gotten up to 3.5 or 4. And the expectation clearly was that George and Leonard would be out. And then the injury report came out and they weren't on it. And now the Clippers are 6-point favorites. We saw a 10-point swing in their direction. So that all happened pretty fast. And yeah, I mean, the Magic haven't been playing well, but I don't know how much we can target Leonard and George just because the Magic play really slow and those guys are pretty expensive and there are just so many good choices on the slate.
Yeah, for sure. Also, another injury note that was there, Lonzo Ball's questionable. Does that change up this kind of matchup here? They have to maybe look at bringing in, does that give a boost to Eric Bledsoe? Do we have to look at Nickeil Alexander-Walker, maybe even a Josh Hart? He saw his minutes trend up a little bit in that game that Lonzo was injured in.
Well, it's something I hadn't thought of before, but now that you mention it, Eric Bledsoe is playing in a super important revenge game tonight. And if
narrative street.
Yep. So do you think that Bledsoe and then Drew Holiday on the other side, do you think they're the kind of guys who are going to care about that? Especially since it was, head to head, they're playing against each other and they were swapped.
I think Bledsoe is. I mean, Bledsoe has, in his last 2 games, he's averaged 19 field goal attempts. So, I mean, the usage is there. And if Lonzo's
revenge game is probably the second most important variable for Bledsoe tonight after Lonzo Ball. Well, we can probably agree on that it's there, but it's whether or not Lonzo plays is the real variable.
Yeah, And with this slate kind of breaking up into the 7 o'clock block, then 7:30, 8, 8:30, and then nothing until 10, I don't think that there's too much news that we have to worry about because we already know about Donovan Mitchell. So how are you potentially looking at some late swap situations heading into before we jump off this show today?
I think it depends when we get Philly news. That's really the key pivot point. So if we get to 7 o'clock and the Sixers haven't announced whether Embiid's playing, I think you really at that point don't want to occupy too many slots with early players where you can't get to Ben Simmons and Tobias Harris. Like if Embiid doesn't play and the news comes after lock, I would want at least one of Simmons, Harris, Dwight, and including Dwight Howard, definitely one Philly player in just about every lineup. It just the opportunity for the whole team goes up so much. And then, like we said, Embiid's defense is so good that you get a faster paced game without him in there too. It's such a good situation for the rest of the team when he doesn't play. And even though it hasn't worked out, like the Pistons game was a pretty bad example. Howard lost a bunch of minutes. He got a technical foul. He just played terribly, and Simmons got in foul trouble. Tobias was okay, but eventually this is going to work out where Embiid sits and all of the Philly guys do really well.
That's a really good call out. Coming up next is Tara Lynn, and then we have Emerson and Tom calling Dolphins at Bengals. It's been a blast hanging out with everybody. Thanks again, Matt, for hopping on. I know I gave you a last minute notice last night before hopping on, but I really appreciate your time. It's been nice, and let's crush some lineups tonight.
Yep, let's do it. Yeah, it's been fun. Thanks for having me on again. And yeah, let's get some good news and let's make the most of it.
Sounds good. Take it easy, everybody.
Welcome into another night's slate here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. I'm Tara Zach here to take you through the rest of today's Madden Sims, baby. We have paid contests for all 3 showdowns and a full 3-game slate, including our featured Madden Stream 4K special. So that classic contest is $10 to enter and features $6K in prizes, including $1,000 going right to first place. But let's take a look at tonight's schedule. So first at 6 p.m. Eastern, the Dolphins and the Bengals, they're kicking off our night slate. Emerson Latzia and Tom Carroll, they are on the call for that one, getting prepped right now. Then at 8 p.m. Eastern, the Jags and the Seahawks, they're taking center stage. Kaufman and Jeff Ulrich, they're going to join you guys in for that one. Finally, at 10 p.m. Eastern, the Patriots and the Saints, they're concluding our night on Madden After Dark. So Jeff will return with Rossi for our final game. Those games are right around the corner. But first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. The big game is coming up. It's not too early to start looking at your lineups for the NFL 5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire contest. For just a $10 entry fee, you get a shot at $1 million grand prize. That's just one of 3 contests with a prize pool of at least $1 million for the big game in Tampa. Head on over to the DraftKings lobby now to check all of those out. Don't forget to check out all of the action, though, over on the DK Sportsbook as well. We get NFL, NBA, NHL, college basketball, UFC, and so much more. By the way, welcome to the states of Michigan and Virginia in the building, where the DK Sportsbook is now available. All right. It's time for some Madden football, and for me to scoot away, we've got the Dolphins and the Bengals. So take it away, Tom Carroll, and I guess Emerson Latzia, you can take it away as well. Me and Emerson are fighting right now. You guys can take it away.
Yeah, it's been a little interesting, Tommy C, with my friendship and relationship with Tara Lynn. I've been encouraging her since day one. She is becoming like Glash 2.0 here, where I just do nothing but support and help lead her in the right direction in life. And then she just craps all over me.
And she just lashes out.
She does. You should see the way she attacks me on social media. It's unbelievable. I have receipts. I'll bring it to the table eventually if she does not apologize by the end of this sim.
That's fair.
Thank you very much, Tara Lynn. Good to see you, girlfriend. So we've got ourselves, looks like lineups have locked already. So we got ourselves Dolphins, Bengals. This is fun. A couple rookie quarterbacks here going at it. I know you like to share your lineups over on the social. Not sure if you put that out yet, but can you tell me what you decided to do for this one?
Yeah, so I went with Joe Mixon in the captain spot, $11,700. Felt like I got some good value there with the running back 1 in my captain spot. And then I got the guys you would expect me to have the rest of the way. Matt Breida, Joe Burrow, Mike Gesicki, John Ross. And then my punt play was Auden Tate for $1,800, the wide receiver 4 for the Bengals. I mean, I barely had any cash left. I really didn't have a lot of options. So,
dude, I feel that.
You know, these are 2 teams where I don't feel confident with, you know, either one of them having guys that I'm like super pumped about having in my lineup. So like, we'll see what happens here.
I also had a punt play in my lineup, goes by the name Jordan Howard, but I decided to captain Mike Gesicki. I said, okay, Tua, obviously I'm going to throw you on there, stack you too. Joe Burrow, you're cool. I'm going to stack you with AJ Green. Devontae Parker, come on down. And then, as I mentioned, Howard rounds out my lineup.
You did a good idea where you went with guys that I know all of those guys' names, and I have a specific memory for each of those players. That's a good way to do it when you're using teams that don't have studs, you know?
Yeah, you know what? It sold me a little bit when recency bias here with Mike Gesicki, who went for 32 points his last time out, and I'm like,
I think he's a beast also.
Yeah, he does. He can have those games, but he can also have, like I see here, like a 1-point game, 7 in there. But I'm seeing mostly, double figures, double digits here. And that 32 points just had me drooling, man. I was all about it. And I said Tua can sometimes have these games where he starts off so perfect and he just looks Big Mike's way the entire time. And I have my fingers crossed that I can win absolutely nothing when I crush all of your poor souls in the free roll.
Poverty lineups, as you like to call them, Emerson.
I know, dude.
I like these Bengals uniforms we got here. The helmets that just say Bengals on them instead of the stripes. Sort of into it. They sort of look like the Browns.
I was just gonna say,
Yeah.
we have the right team plugged in here. What's going on? But no, that's the Bengals, folks. It's Miami visiting the Bengals. As we mentioned, we got Joe Burrow, we got Tua here. So Emerson Lotzi and Tommy Popsicles on the horn with you guys. Producer Michael with us, Daniel on the ones and twos. Jared and Jim from the ops team. Tara Lynn will be carrying us through and in between the Sims. Got some fun interviews we'll be bringing you guys because there's obviously a huge weekend coming up next weekend. We'll dive into some more details about all that as we have been spilling the beans and spilling the tea with what's coming up next weekend. Big tailgate weekend for DraftKings.
Why? What's going on?
Oh, well, don't mind if I do, bro.
You see what I did there? I just sort of placed the ball on the tee.
Yeah,
you hit this
certainly
one out of
did.
the park.
I'm going to smash this down the pipe. The DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend. So an action-packed 48 hours. All a build up to the big game. Plenty of shots to take home your share of $250,000 in total prizes. That kicks off Saturday. There are Madden Sims. There are some free-to-play pools with the American Cornhole League and also the DraftKings Big Game Smackdown with the best eaters in the world of Major League Eating, including top-ranked, the Hot Dog King, Joey Chestnut, a true American treasure, a hero who he destroyed me last October before that Candy Bowl where I said, hey, what are your thoughts on cold hot dogs? Because sometimes I just throw a cold hot dog in a bun as a snack. And he's like, you're a psychopath.
Dude,
So
that is a serial killer move. What are you doing?
Yeah, right? Dude, Tommy, I don't disagree with you. But yeah, that moment is on my LinkedIn, top of my LinkedIn page now. But we got a fancy graphic will pop up between the quarters or at halftime, show you guys more of what we have cooking. But it's going to be a good time. And Tommy and I will be with you throughout the week. It's going to be an epic build-up to the big game. There was some pretty big news, dude. Like right before we popped on is Tua. Is that to our boy Gesicki down the pipe, 1 for 1? Yes, it is. Let's go, 23 yards. So there was the report, right, of the Rams being interested in Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford
I did not see this.
So it's Matthew Stafford thinks Rams are a viable contender to land him in a trade. That is, I think it was Jeremy Fowler of ESPN who tweeted it out. Yeah, but then the question immediately is like, all right, Jared Goff's job security, I think it was in doubt already. It was last day or two. John Walford, who took over for him when he was injured there a little bit. But that there was going to be a quarterback battle in camp already between those two guys. So his job security, no doubt, is in doubt after these reports have surfaced. But Goff's contract, dude, that's going to play into a factor, don't you think?
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, if the Rams want Stafford and he wants to go to the Rams, they'll figure out getting rid of Goff. Like, they'll eat money to make that happen because that's a perfect fit, right? You've got those wide receivers, you know, with Woods and Kupp, where Stafford likes to have those weapons. And you've seen him perform well when he has a defense in the past. The Lions, I think they made the playoffs a couple times when they had Sue in his prime and a couple other guys. So, I mean, Donald and Ramsey looks good to me. I think if Stafford is looking at his life, he's like, okay, I've lived in Detroit for like 10 years. I'm from the South. I don't want to live in the cold anymore. I'm going to go live in Beverly Hills and be on a team that has a chance to win a Super Bowl with a coach who's among the best in the league. Like, sign me up for that.
They are back in the Super Bowl. They are back to being a legit Super Bowl contender, no question about it, with Stafford under center there, man. Their biggest weak spot was Goff. Like, he had that, you know, one season where it was just a smoke screen, and all of a sudden the Rams were like, oh my God, we got to give them all this money. And then they're like, I immediately regret that decision.
Yeah, 100%. They always, I mean, teams do this every year. They always overpay the guy over the small sample size. It happens constantly. Look what the Niners did with Jimmy Garoppolo. They regret that decision.
Yeah,
it happens constantly.
Yeah, he could be back quarterbacking his former team, your team, buddy. But Goff's current contract definitely will play a factor. So he's got 4 years, $134 million remaining. So 4 years on the $134 million extension. I don't know the exact cash of that, but there's a potential buyout after the 2023 season. But my God, dude, they're stuck with that cash. And I mean,
I think they'd eat it. I think they'd eat it.
Yeah. He was 9-6 as the Rams starter this past season. Helped get LA back to the playoffs after a 1-year absence, but man, oh man, even in that one Super Bowl against the Patriots, just was ugly, dude.
Yeah, he looked lost. And like Goff, when he's good, people are like, wow, he's one of the best quarterbacks I've seen in the league this year. And then when he's bad, you're like, why is this guy playing in an NFL game? His inconsistency is consistent,
It's the only thing consistent about him. Yes,
yes, exactly. It's his inconsistency. So if they can make that upgrade to Stafford, who's been consistently really good, even on bad teams, I think he's got a lot of gas left in the tank. He seems like the type of guy. He's like Big Ben, where he's just gonna be putting up numbers into his late 30s. He's just a big, thick dude. Yeah.
Weird decision there by Tua, and they got 4th and 16 coming up. But yeah, after 12 seasons together, Stafford and the Lions, they've mutually agreed to part ways. And now Dan Campbell has taken over, and we're going to go for a nice, big, beefy 54-yard field goal here by Jason Sanders. And that is no good.
That was a deep field goal.
That was very aggressive on the play calling there.
From the B.
Hold on a second. Why is my wife texting me?
Uh-oh. Hey, Michael bringing up a good point. Stafford's best bud, Clayton Kershaw, out in L.A.
Yeah.
Can help with the recruiting. It's a good call. I think they went to high school together.
I also have another text from Glash. She says, if it's not minus 20 out next weekend, I will kick and bust field goals with you.
Wow.
Is that all right?
You guys are going to kick some field goals?
Yeah, we're supposed to be doing some kind of field goal kicking thing.
Nice.
Yeah. There's Burrow scrambling, and wants to throw way across his body, and that is incomplete. It was an interesting rookie-esque decision. It did look cool. I like when things look cool, especially in video games and in Sims, but did not result in a positive play. 76 overall is his rating. His awareness is 77. Probably looked more like 57 there. Speed's 83. Short throw, medium throw, deep throw accuracy, basically all in the mid to upper 80s. Throwing power is 86 in this one.
So you have to think the Lions are probably going to draft a quarterback, but doesn't Jared Goff just scream Detroit Lions to you? That guy was born to play quarterback for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
Just a goofy looking dude, kind of stinks.
It just if I'm like a fan in Detroit too, that's the last thing I want. And Stafford's
we got Jared Goff.
I know. And not to mention a boatload of money that you're now
so
stuck
much
with.
money, right?
He's only 32, dude.
Yeah, he's got 5 years of really good football left.
He does.
Yeah. He's one of those guys where his arm, and you see it with guys at a certain level, that thing doesn't go away. Once it does, it falls off a cliff, but that arm strength will stay for until you're very much so ready to be done. You will have arm strength for a long time.
Burrow, guys, in the free showdown, and called on him just on time. 60.9% owned, 10% there in the captain spot. A couple of the other skill position players he'll be tossing to. Green's 44% owned. 2 running backs, Bernard 20%, Mixon 26%, Ross the speed demon 36%. Uzomah's tight end is going to be 38% owned. Which guy did you say you captain again? Was it Mixon, right?
I had Mixon, yeah.
Okay.
hoping
go.
for a
There's a
little.
little-
Yeah, we're in mixing territory here now.
Yeah, we are. We certainly
And,
are.
It's at the 11, I believe. 10,
Yeah.
11, whatever you want to call it.
First catch there for Uzman, 17 yards. Burrow's got a couple completions now on his resume in this game. Good to see all of you guys and gals chilling with us here as we kick off the late slate. Emerson Latzia, Tommy C on the horn with you as the Bengals under a minute to play on the Dolphins 11, and Burrow going to try to make that magic. And no dice. 3 of 5, 48 yards for him though early on in this game.
Think about when the Bengals actually used to wear these uniforms and the Browns would wear their uniforms, which haven't really changed ever. Like when they would play each other, they're in the same state. What are you guys doing? You have basically the same uniforms.
Yeah, it's like be creative or something.
Yeah.
Like be different. Who was around first? The Browns were around first, I'm assuming.
Yes, and then the Browns owner, that they're named after, Paul Brown, founded the Bengals.
Yeah. Okay.
So
that's cool. I didn't know that.
How unoriginal is Paul Brown and his family for founding the Bengals and then just giving them the same uniforms as the team they own in Cleveland?
Seriously, it's like they brought in the same
What are you guys
designer.
doing?
Yeah. Well, it goes back to the argument that I had with like the boneless wings just being chicken nuggets, and with those uniforms, it's like, hey, dude, can I copy your homework? Like, yeah, sure, just change up a few things so it doesn't look the exact same, and then you don't change a single thing up, and it looks the exact same. That's like what they do with the uniforms, dude.
Yep. That's a great analogy, and I'm totally with you that boneless wings are just fancy chicken nuggets. That's all they are.
I love it. I knew I liked you from the get-go.
It's honestly a travesty that. But do you want bone in or boneless? Well, I'll take bone in because I'm a real
100%.
American, and I want real buffalo wings. Boneless wings, it's not the same. I'm not dissing I'll eat boneless wings. They're tasty, but they're not wings.
They're better for on the go. Like if I got to eat on the go, driving around, running errands, which I never do anymore. This is like back in the day. Just like I'm pop them in my mouth,
Pop
video.
Is that a
getting
fumble?
popped.
Wow.
No, yeah, that was awkward and uncomfortable, but not a fumble. And 4th and 14 coming up. So unfortunately, all of that, and you're likely going to end up with a Randy Bullock field goal.
Yeah, and when it comes to buffalo wings, I need bone in, I need a side of ranch, I need a side of blue cheese, I need a lot of napkins, and I need everyone around me to not tell me oh, you got some sauce on your face, or oh, you want a napkin? You know what? No, I will take my time. When I'm done eating this amount of wings, then I will wipe my face. You want to, leave that all there for the whole experience.
Amen. No dignity. Throw it all out the window with messy foods.
Absolutely.
That's
Throw
what
a
we want.
bib on. Just get after it.
Bro, it's like all of these eaters in the MLE. When they do these contests, are you thinking, they're not thinking about the way that they look or sound or chewing too loud. They are like, F it, I want to eat as much food as possible, and I don't care about what people think about the way I look and sound. And that MLE event that we're going to have on the Dream Stream next Sunday at 4:30, the DraftKings Big Game Smackdown, dude. So we're talking, yeah. So I think it's 8 minutes. It's a steeplechase format. The foods that they're going to be crushing, guys, pepperoni pizza, boneless wings, chili, a sub sandwich, cheese balls, pigs in a blanket, jalapeno poppers, and an 8-layer dip.
I think you just named my 8 favorite foods.
Right? Dude, they named that's the spread if you go to a Super Bowl party, essentially.
It's
but
incredible.
They're sharing it with 20 people or whatever, not just one person who is now tasked. So my question for you is, if there is one of those foods, I guess you think you could eat the most of.
Okay. Now, if we're talking cheese balls, are we talking the type you buy in a big tub? Or
yes,
are we talking
that's it. That's
the winner for me then. I could
Really?
eat a tub of those. Yeah.
Because it's
Easily.
interesting you say that too, because all these interviews I'm doing with them, I said, okay, what's the one you're kind of excited about the most? What's the one you think could give you the most trouble? They all have been saying cheese balls for most trouble. And they
Interesting,
dive-
because of the chalky?
Yeah,
chalkiness,
'cause
you think?
I think a lot of it is like the texture of it. You know, it's that kind of Cheeto
Yeah,
texture, and they're
yeah.
thinking it could get clogged up. Like, you know, it doesn't go down as easily as some of these other ones.
Yeah.
And they're professionals. They know what they're doing. The reason they're professional, like super eaters. And so they've all agreed on that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, that's
Interesting.
it is really interesting.
Okay, but you know what? I'm not thinking about speed. I'm thinking about like marathon. If you gave me a
Yeah.
whole day,
Oh,
what could
yeah,
I eat
okay.
the most of? It's cheese balls, definitely. Because you just pop them in. You're not even thinking about it. They're so light.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And it's like, dude, I love seeing people walk out of like Sam's Club or something with just one of those ginormous barrels of like the cheese balls. And it's like, damn, dude, I love your style, man. Like, whatever
Yes.
you're doing tonight, you go for the gold.
Yeah. My apartment in college was famous for always having multiple tubs of cheese balls. We were the cheese ball apartment.
Hell yeah, man. We always had, I mean, I'm sure like we were just like every other apartment too. We were big on ramen.
Oh, yeah.
That's what
Yep.
we had
Lots
we
of
had
ramen.
Yeah, we had a boatload of ramen when we always had polio string cheese. We always had the string cheese. in
String
our
cheese,
apartment.
okay. Well, yeah, the cheese ball thing became a thing sort of with my buddies because on Marathon Monday, we'd bring the tubs of cheese balls down to the race, and we would try and throw them in people's mouths as they were running the marathon.
Oh, that's a dude. I'm telling you what.
People would love it.
When we moved here like 6 years ago, it immediately Patriots Day. It immediately became
It's amazing.
one of my favorite days of the year, dude. One of my favorite holidays. Like it's up there with Christmas and Thanksgiving for me.
You know, no doubt. Yeah, the city is just amazing on Patriots Day. When I moved
It's
away from
electric.
Boston after college for a few years down to Connecticut, it was the thing I missed most about Boston.
You have the energy, and you have the Sox game being played in the morning.
Yeah, it's awesome.
You have like a lot of the runners who aren't like in the elite category who are just going out there because you know they're raising money for charity.
Right.
They maybe just want to prove something to themselves,
Mm-hmm.
and taking on a challenge that not many of us end up doing. I don't know many
Right.
people who run like too many marathons, but
It's pretty hard.
like. Yeah, but like running, like even towards like the tail end, there are runners who like see people hanging out, tossing cheese balls in people's mouths. They'll come over and you have a good time, you know?
Yeah. 100%. That's the best part of it. You get the mix of everybody.
Tua, and mad props to myself. I said you sometimes have Tua on these games that is like almost perfect through like first half or maybe a whole game. He's like 8 of 9 right now.
Okay.
Still
So-
under 100 yards. I don't say
see
too many
where
things
I
that
am.
make sense a lot of the time, but yes, this one, Tua, looking strong early on. Where are you in the cost bustathon contest, free roll
Wow,
contest?
I am doing so horribly awful.
That's
I'm
good.
in 148th out of
Holy
158.
crap.
Yeah, like it's impressive how bad I am at these.
You know, there are some times, because we're following you on Twitter, there are sometimes you tweet out, when you tweet out your lineups, I said, that's not a bad lineup. There's others that say that's a poverty lineup. But honestly, I feel like for the most part, you put together good lineups. You just
So do
probably have
I,
bad
and then I
luck.
consistently end in the bottom half. I don't know what it is.
Let's
We got a touchdown
go.
here though.
Oh my God, is that Patrick Laird?
What the heck?
Is that Patrick freaking Laird?
That guy does not look like a professional football player. I'm sorry. He looks like he's wearing a Dolphins Halloween costume.
What is happening right now?
That's just awful for everybody. Like, what is the ownership on that guy?
He's perfect timing, producer Michael. 3.41% owned. What was crazy, dude, is like in the 2020 edition of this, he was like their workhorse. But
And
like,
he's been silent in 2021. I don't think I've seen his uniform. I've not seen the number 27 in Miami uniform the entire time I have been a member of the DraftKings family. Haven't seen
so
him.
annoyed. I'm so annoyed. I mean, you got Jordan Howard's the power back. Breida's the third down running back. It's usually those two. What the hell's happening? What's going on out here?
This is ridiculous.
Oh, man. 3 minutes to play here. At least we have a touchdown.
Always good to have a tud in the mix.
At least we got that going for us, which is nice. What's on the agenda tonight, DK Sim fam? Anything interesting and fun besides obviously hanging out with us? But I wasn't sure if you guys were kicking back. I've recently gotten into Schitt's Creek, so I'll be continuing that tonight. About five or six episodes in. My wife has already ripped through every season. She's seen the whole thing, but she's sitting back and watching it with me.
Yeah, so that's one of my fiance's favorite shows. I have not gotten into it yet, but she keeps telling me, you got to watch that. You got to watch it. So
yeah,
maybe I'll hop on that train with you.
Dude, let's go, man, because then we could just gossip about it.
Yeah.
Like on these Sims and talk less and less about the game, more and more about Schitt's Creek. That's what we need, you and me, babe.
I'm into it. All right, I'll bang out a bunch of them tonight.
Coming up, though, we'll have an 8 o'clock Sim, guys, with Kaufman and Jeff, the Jaguars at the Seahawks.
Oh, the Jaguars.
Yeah, dude, the Jags, bro.
Jaguars.
Sometimes I say, most of the time I say Jaguars, yeah. But I kind of do the blend of the wars and the wires.
Okay.
Tyler Boyd's having himself a game already. Burrow's favorite target early on. And then we are going to have Rossi and Jeff for you for Patriots at the Saints at 10 o'clock. So these are a couple really good games.
That's a good combo right there, too.
It is. Originally, I was like, I'm not too hot on the idea with the Dolphins and the Bengals. Kind of ruins the late slate, at least on paper for me. The sexiness.
Yeah.
And so far, I'm right, because it's 7-3 with 2 minutes to play in the second quarter.
Yeah, what is going on here, boys?
I don't know. Oh, we got ourselves a fumble, and it's scooped up by the Dolphins defense. And Daddy's going to house it. We swim to win, Tommy. We swim to win.
I think we kind of just like willed that into existence.
Woo!
I'm a happy boy. I don't have their defense. I just like excitement.
That is how they do what they just did. Baker on the scoop, Baker on the score. Extra point. Come on down. Sanders up and in. Dude, I don't mind it. I wish I was smart enough to roster it, but I do not have a crystal ball.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been smart to get a defense or two in my lineup for this one because both of these teams kind of smelly.
Yeah.
Kind of stanky.
Third defensive touchdown for the Dolphins. Dolphins D 8.4% own, 1.5% there in the captain spot. What's the latest on you and Glash? What were you guys up to last night?
So a lot of times on the late slates, which I do quite a bit, the 8 and 10 o'clock window, I'll wear a plain black baseball hat. Okay. And I try to wear logoless stuff. So a lot of what I own that's logoless is black. So I'll wear a black t-shirt, black hat. Sometimes I wear this black sweatshirt here because it's just got the small logo. Got some, a lot of black stuff in my wardrobe because it's nice, plain, whatever. And Glash made the observation that I wear that hat quite a bit. I sort of look like a bouncer when I wear that hat. I said, you should also get a black hat and we can match one night. So he, within 24 hours, ordered the hat. And by the next time we were doing Madden After Dark, 8 p.m. game, he was ready to go. Black t-shirt, black hat. So we were manning the doors at the DK Club last night. I had the back door, he had the front door, and we were just, keeping people in line. And then towards the end of the night, just getting groovy with it. Got the beat going, hit the dance floor ourselves, fist pumping. So, good times. Good times in Club Sim.
Real quick, so I guess back to that touchdown with the Dolphins. That was Cox. It was a fullback touchdown. I got a couple screwy numbers on my depth chart. So that was a Chandler Cox touchdown, not Patrick Laird. Either way, someone very rare showing up. I'm glad I got super excited for Patrick Laird, and it ends up not even being him.
Yeah, either way, he was a complete stranger.
Well, our ops team got it right. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters. They always get it right.
Yeah, they do. They are the all-stars of this bunch. Burrow in this Bengals offense, which looks a lot like the Browns with the uniforms, trying to put a few more points up before the first half comes to a close. Were you ever a bouncer in college, though?
It's a great question. I always wanted to be. I think I'm ultimately too friendly to do so. Like, I'm pretty imposing. Your offensive line type of body shape, 6'2", throw people around if I got angry, but generally I'm a positive guy. So,
yeah,
I don't know. I'm probably built for it, but not mentally. If that makes sense.
Sir, may I please see your ID, please? Can you not?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go away.
Yeah, exactly. Like I would be way too polite to be a bouncer. And I also am the type of guy that likes to see people have a good time generally. And not a lot of times, but sometimes bouncers throw people out because they're having too good a time, if you know what I mean. And I'm of the mindset of like, sometimes you got to let those guys kind of just stay in the mix for the environment, You got to have a guy having a little too much fun in the club sometimes.
You are a back of the bar guy?
I mean, depends on the night. Sometimes you go back of the bar, hang out, chill. Sometimes you're front of the bar, party guy, good times, getting things going. It really just depends on the mood. I can adapt. I'm adaptable.
I love that about you.
I try to be.
Chandler Cox is 0.01% owned in the flex. Lindenbaum says, I'm taking over the cough curse.
I am unaware of what the cough curse is.
I am as well. Jordan, drop that in for me. I need to know, bro. I also need to know
what sounds like something I'd enjoy.
Bro, these two teams have both attempted like 55-yard field goals, and neither one has gone in.
These teams stink so much.
And producer Michael was like, "Yeah, by the way, Bengals are 1-8 coming into the sim in the 2021 edition of Madden."
Doesn't make any sense.
So the good news is like me screwing up who received the touchdown. It's like, all right, well, no one really cares all that much because no one rostered Cox. Although I may have gotten you out bothered if you're like the 2% who rostered Laird. Fantasy Hawk.
Who rostered him? Who rostered him? Honestly,
I don't know, dude.
If you rostered him, say something in the YouTube chat if you're there. And I'm gonna take my glasses off before I'm on camera because that bothered some people that I did that on camera.
Wait, what?
People
what
complain.
Do you mean? What bothered?
People complain about the reflection from my glasses, so I like to take them off when I'm on camera. And someone in the chat was like,
"Why don't you do you?"
Well, I mean, they're a little distracting, a little blue light, gets in the way. I'm fine taking them off. I'm a man of the people. And some people in the chat are like, what are you so self-conscious about your glasses? You have to take them off every time you're on camera. No, I'm actually doing this as a service to you guys,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm a man of the people.
Listen, I guarantee you 95.7% of the DKSN fam just wants you to do what makes you happy. And if it means throw your glasses on right now on that handsome, hairy face of yours, then put it on, dude.
They're staying on for this quarter break.
Hell yeah. I love that about you. I love so much about you. Just a good dude.
I love you.
I love you, man. By the way, Yeah, James Farrell. Sorry, dude. It wasn't Laird. It was Cox. But good if you have Tua, everybody. You know, he threw the touchdown, so you'll get some points there. Here we go. We're going to throw up full screen, remind everyone of the big party that we're going to have going on here next weekend. The $250,000 tailgate weekend. DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend. Action-packed 48 hours. We're all building up to the big game. Tons of opportunity for you guys and gals to win a share of the $250,000 in total prizes. The Madden Sim with the Bucks and Chiefs matchup, $55,000 free-to-play showdown contest. That's at 2 o'clock on Saturday. And then how about the American Cornhole League kickoff battle, 4 o'clock that day, $50K free-to-play pool. Super Bowl Sunday, it's loaded, dude. Free-to-play Madden Packers versus Bills sim. So it's like the what-if sim. 4 o'clock,
Nice.
20K total prizes there. The Major League Eating Big Game Smackdown comes up at 4:30. 100K free-to-play pool. Free-to-play Madden Big Game Replay sim of the Chiefs and the Bucks. That's coming up after the Super Bowl. So after the big game.
Love
And
that
then
post-game coverage.
We're gonna have a couple editions of the Sweat. Jesse and I will be hosting. We'll also we're going to be hosting an edition of the Sweat on SNY in the New York City area. So if you guys all hang out there, that's cool. Please watch us. We need you. But should be a good time. Also, Daniel on the ones and twos notifying me stats now are good through the half. So check out your roster. Check out your lineup. I know none of you have Cox on there.
Oh,
and Jordan
God,
Lindenbaum, you are right that this sim is living up to its name, which is the Bustathon.
These teams stink.
It's true. It's very true.
Next time I have the Dolphins, I will play their defense. So I'm just putting that out there as a mental note for myself to try and remember.
Next time if these two match up and I'm on the game, I'm going to roster both defenses. I'm going to roster both kickers, and I'm going to roster Cox.
Yep.
And then you know what? Just for ish and giggles,
Get Laird in there.
I'm going to throw Laird in there. You know what? I'm still going to have like $30,000 left on the table, and I don't care. I don't care because I'm not a coward.
So again, forgive me for asking this. This might be a question that I should know the answer to. If there's tiebreaker situations, does the tie go to the winner of that tie go to the person that has the most money left over? I feel like that should be a tiebreaker.
That'd be cool. I'd be down for that. That'd
Right?
be like a weird tiebreaker back in the day on like Wild and Crazy Kids or something like that.
What a reference.
Jordan says, bad players do well when Cough announces. Unrosterable players do well when M announces. So was he like, could you have not rostered him? Or is that the thing? Like, I don't even know. I just like, why do they throw to him? Like, as I look at my lineup, Tua, you need to throw to Gesicki or Devontae Parker. Or hell, you've already thrown once to Howard, who has one catch for -4 yards. And remember, he was my punt play.
-4 yards. Wow,
Yeah.
what a showing.
So the catch in -4 yards is actually 0.60 points. I am now down near the bottom of the barrel with you. 136 out of a $158.
There you are. Welcome to the club, fam.
I don't want to be part of this club. I want to go home.
Too bad. You're here. We're keeping you. You have to stay until last call.
Well, guys, what else do you want to talk about? Anything on the mind? Do you need any kind of like life advice? Do you have any issues going on that I could offer up and the right answer to and send you along and on your merry way? I'm here to help you. I'm like Dr. Drew. You can talk to me about anything.
I just finished making a DK lineup to play Koth here. So
little hoops.
a little NBA hoops action. So pretty excited about that. Actually, really like the. So this is the least amount of effort I've ever put into a lineup because I literally just made it while we were, mid sim here, and like didn't do any research. And I'm looking at it and I'm going, damn, this thing is sexy as hell. Not gonna lie.
I like that.
So I'm gonna beat Cough if anyone's curious.
I was super curious. Starfighter says, we were really tired and inebriated one night, and we found cornhole and could not stop watching. And it's like one of those sports.
It's addicting.
It is. Because we all kind of like play it. And I'm like, how are these guys so good? Every time
It's
I play
crazy.
it, I'm off the board. I'm like, you just have to have such a consistent throw.
Yeah.
And are you a frisbee thrower? Some people kind of
good
frisbee
question.
it. Or are you just
honestly,
regular underhand?
I mix it up because like there'll be times where I just can't find a groove, so then I'll just start like football tossing them. I'll try the frisbee, I'll try the underhand, soft overhand toss. I mean, I'm all over the place. But I'll find grooves, don't get me wrong. But sometimes you just find a cold spot,
Yeah. I feel like I've been stuck in a permanent cold spot. It's the same with like Pong. When you're playing Pong,
Yeah, yep.
with beer pong, it's really difficult to get that ball in a little cup.
It's very difficult. Very difficult, but we try our best.
James Farrell says, my roommate wants a pit bull puppy that's black and white. I already have a golden retriever. Thoughts, Emerson? Yes, dude. Get it, bro. More dogs, the merrier.
Next question.
Yeah. No, Farrell, you know what's up, man. They would love each other. Give that pit bulls get such a bad rap, dude. And like we've always had rescued one in college. My parents have rescued a couple down in Florida. Just all about putting them in the right home, showing them love, and raising them right. Great dogs, man. They're so,
I have a buddy
so loyal.
who rescued a pit bull, and he's such a great dog.
Yeah, Farrell. So I want you to send me a picture of the puppy, please. Your puppy and the retriever hanging out when you go through with this.
Yep, gonna need to see the puppy. Can't offer that information and not provide the evidence.
Why are the Bengals wearing the Browns uniform? Was a question we have. And you want to drop that fun fact you had earlier?
Yeah, so the Bengals were founded by Paul Brown and the family that founded the Cleveland Browns. And these are obviously the Bengals' old uniforms. This is their retro look. So at one time, the Bengals were wearing these uniforms while the Browns were wearing their uniforms, which look exactly like these uniforms. And they play in the same division. So I don't know what was going on there. Lack of originality by the Brown family is what's going on.
What's cooking over on Twitch? Twitch.tv/DraftKings.
What's good, Twitch fam?
Yeah,
What's up,
Twitch
fam?
What's up, Twitch? My Twitch muffins.
Which is such a clean look, man.
It is.
Video is
Gross.
crystal clear.
I am all about that life. Mamba Vision. What's shaking? Yogi, my dude. Brogy. Tim the Man, CEH. Jay Shark, P. Fooligan. Dracula.
Sean Preston saying kind of like anchovies on pizza, right, Tom? Yeah, I don't know if you know about this, Emerson. Yeah, we had a buzzword night where I decided to let the people decide what pizza I was going to order based on the buzzword vote. And of course, anchovies won. So I, man of my word, ordered a small anchovy pizza from Domino's and painfully took it down like a champ.
So did it taste the
Awful.
way that I think it tastes?
Yeah, terrible. Because think about this, like, Not only was it anchovies, it was anchovies from Domino's.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't about to spend money on an anchovy pizza, you know?
There's no
good
way.
money.
Is there a good anchovy? Oh, wow.
Probably. There's got to be better ones than the ones I had. And it was funny, like the way that I took a picture of it. Each piece had one anchovy just stretched across each slice. It just looked very unappealing. And it tasted the same way.
I've never had an anchovy. I've never had an oyster. But we do have ourselves a touchdown. How about you, Mr. Uzuma?
You got to have oysters, bro.
Yeah.
You live in New England. What are you doing?
It's not for me, clown. Yo, so here's the real deal. It gives you like mad PTSD. Even now, as a jack shredded, handsome bro in his mid-30s, when I was a kid, my dad got so sick eating them.
Yeah.
And like that he was in the hospital for a while, and they're like, all right, we're gonna go see your dad. As the Bengals here go for two following the Uzuma touchdown reception. Bro, you could run that in. Thank you.
Wow, took the wide route, but he got it.
So it's a field goal game now, 3-point game. But in order to go visit him in the hospital when he was super sick after eating oysters, they had to give us shots.
Okay.
And I'm not a fan of needles, and they stuck it right in my tush as a kid. And I said that this is what oysters do to you.
Wow.
I never want an oyster, and I've never had an oyster.
You have a very good reason to never eat oysters. Your dad got extremely sick eating them, and then you had a massive shot in your butt to just go see your dad in the
The
hospital.
needle was the size of a baby arm, right into my rear.
Keister shot. Not my favorites.
Nope. And
Started getting like weird chills thinking about that needle. I don't want that. Get that out of here. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. You don't need to have what you should have is fried oysters.
Okay.
Yeah, with like a nice, maybe like a chipotle aioli on the side. Squirt some lemon on top. Now we're talking.
Yeah, and then like I see Jared here. Jared K is like listing off like different kinds of oysters. Fantasy Hawk's a big fan.
Choker on YouTube asking me to describe the taste of an oyster of an anchovy.
That's a great question. I would love you to do that.
Salty, with a little bitter, with a weird texture, like you're eating an uncooked fish. So does that sell you enough on them?
Yeah, it's gonna be a no for me, dog.
I'm out.
No way, dude. I'd rather try to consume all of those foods next week in the MLE eating competition here on the Dream Stream.
Yeah, what was that list again? I hate to put you on the spot, but
No, it's all good. Put me on the spot because I have it memorized now. It is pizza, pepperoni pizza, boneless wings, chili, a sub sandwich, cheese balls.
Yeah, that's what I'm
pigs in a blanket.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Jalapeno poppers.
Yeah.
And an 8-layer dip.
Okay, so do they just spoon feed the dip to themselves? Like, how does that work? You got to take that down with chips?
That's a great question. That I don't know the details to. My guess is you're going to have to just take your fingers, and it's like warm apple pie. Just go to town on the dip and put it right in your mouth.
Well, it's interesting because on the hot dog eating contest, they also have to eat the buns. So I'm wondering, does each bite of a dip have to include a chip of some type?
Yeah. And Chestnut said the same thing. And I know we've shown you guys parts of the interview here on the Dream Stream already, but like, again, going back to the cheese ball thing, he's like, dude, I'm going to have to mash like some cheese balls and then take a big gulp of like the water. And he referenced back to the candy bowl, which shockingly he was upset in. He did not win the big candy bowl eating contest here for DraftKings in October. And he said, dude, I almost choked on like the Kit Kats because they just got balled up in my throat. And then later in the interview, he's like, and I kind of have this allergy to chocolate. Like I'm like
What?
allergic to chocolate. And I said, bro, you buried the lead. Like you put your life on the line for us, for the DK Sim family. I said, for that, I love you. Thank you so
Wow.
much.
Wow. Just the legend continues to grow.
Yep. Oh, then the guy starts going off about how much he loves Buffalo. And I said, this is phenomenal.
Oh, man.
Because I'm obviously married to a Buffalo woman.
There you go. A
And
Buffaloian.
Yes. And her dad loves Joey Chestnut. And
Dude,
he's like,
a
hey,
legend.
can you make sure, can you like work him in? Or work me into the interview, tell him I said like hello or something. I said, no, Dan, I'm a freaking professional. I don't do that. I don't fanboy out. So he starts going off on Buffalo. I said, well, I'm glad
But
you
you
mentioned
had
it.
you had to mention it. Yeah.
Yeah, I said, I'm glad you just said that and went off on the great city of Buffalo because my father-in-law is obsessed with you. And we could talk about this another time, Joey. Thank you. Have a good night.
Look, Joey Chestnut, probably one of my 5 favorite athletes going right now. You got Tom
Yeah.
Brady, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Rafael Devers, and Joey Chestnut, right there.
Yeah, dude. One of these, like you look at a picture, one of these is not like the others.
It's my guy.
So really cool too. I think I teased a little bit in the 4 o'clock. Michelle Lesko is the number 2 ranked competitive eater in the world, guys. We're going to have, it's a two-part interview. We're going to have that coming up between the Sims here the rest of the way tonight. She's the mayonnaise queen. Wait till you hear how much mayonnaise she has consumed in a single sitting.
I like mayo on a sandwich, but I'm not going to sit around and just like crush tubs of mayo. It's just.
Let me tell you what, I could eat large amounts of mayo. I really could. If you made me, I'd rather eat a large amount of mayo and just feel disgusting and just have it coming out of my pores and every orifice in my body. That's fine. I'm not touching an oyster. I'd rather sit there and spoon the mayonnaise.
Hey, I understand, given your story, why you would do that instead. But
meat on the ass, baby.
Yeah. Mayo by itself, though, is just that's a tough hang. I guess you just got to pretend it's pudding. Like mentally just tell yourself, I'm eating pudding right now.
Physically, obviously, what these men and women do is like ridiculous. But I think at a certain point, you do have to have a mental strength that is
big time.
Like you have to basically, your mind has to tell your body, like, shut the hell up. I'm going to keep going because there are thousands and thousands of dollars up for grabs.
And then when they're done, their mind immediately goes, okay, it's time to throw up. You go, okay, I'll listen to you now.
A lot of them were like, listen, after I bring up all these records they all hold up. And then a lot of them are like, yeah, it wasn't really pretty afterwards. And that's
I'd like to know, like,
no way, dude. I can't ask any follow-ups to that because I don't want to know.
What's the most painful one to come back out,
Uh-huh. And then it's
either up top or down below. Like, I gotta know.
That's another one, Tommy. I'm thinking like, all right, which exit are we taking here?
Yeah.
Let me poke back over to some of these. I do too, man. This is like, it's a really good time. And again, we dove into it at 4 o'clock. And there's and you and I talked about it earlier. There's a boneless wing, a chicken nugget. Joey Chestnut.
Yes.
It's on the DraftKings Twitter page right now if you want to hear his answer. So it's pretty cool. 158 entries in the Coughs Bustathon contest. If you want to know what that's about, that's also on my Twitter page right now, at Emerson Latzia. Kaufman decided to make himself a meme. He didn't mean to do it, but he did, and it's absolutely hilarious. That's where the name comes from. I don't know if you have seen this clip or not.
Well, got to see it now.
It should be the most recent tweet. As Uzuma, with his second touchdown grab, no, that's Boyd, rather. Boyd. His first touchdown grab. Thought I saw 87, but it's 83. So Boyd with the touchdown. And Cincinnati back now with the lead, guys. It's very interesting. Yeah, you're going to need to listen to it.
Oh,
That's
there we
okay.
go.
He's talking about
Talking
bust
about players.
in his NBA lineups. Absolutely.
Here we go. Makes sense. Yeah, that's a good meme.
12th touchdown for Boyd in these Sims. We've had a conversation kind of going all over the place tonight. I miss being on these late Sims. A lot of the times I got to work at Neston at night, but some of these nights that I'm off, I said, I got to get on here.
Got to get on here, baby. This is where Glash and I hang out. I'm here with Glash and Koff a lot. Those are kind of my dudes on these things. And then, sprinkle in a little Rossi on the weekends. Done some Moose action. Jeff. A couple Deuceys. But generally, they keep me and Ducey apart. I don't know why.
Oh, well, I think what they're doing is they're doing you a favor.
I will say that the few Deuceys I've done, man, whew, those were headache nights, my friend.
That guy could talk a dog off a meat wagon.
Yeah, Michael says they like you, Tom. Clearly. Keeping me away from Ducey.
Oh, man. So here we are in the fourth quarter, under 6 minutes to play. Cincinnati holding a 4-point lead right now over the Dolphins. And Tua, who started off hot in this one, actually, he's still not bad, 10 of 13. But I'm kicking it in the $1.29. I'm a $1.29 out of 158. If I'm looking at the Madden Stream 4K Friday night special, so 1K to first. Currently, Blue Rob.
Michael's in 11th. Michael kills it in these Sims.
Michael, you're at 11th in the Bustathon?
I'm in 103rd.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see you there, Michael. Oh, my God, Michael. Were you, I thought you were Ducey. I thought your username was Ducey. Like didn't you win one of our within our employee leagues the other day or last week or the week? Yeah, you did. Good for you. And look at you, Michael, as we're talking about how fantastic you are. You move up from 11th to 9th.
Wow.
Blue
New
Rob
York won.
Yeah, Blue Rob winning currently the Madden Stream 4K Friday night special. Hey, win-win. You up from sleeping? And then we also have in the $250 free contest there for the Lake Classic solo leader. Man, we have so many damn contests now. We're going to rip through all these. And then Matty B leading the showdown. Hey, 1st and 10, big completion there for the Dolphins. And Tua, 21 yards to hey. Mr. Albert Wilson.
I just sent Michael a friend request on DraftKings.
What is that about? Should people request me? Is that a thing or what is that about?
Number one, definitely I requested you. You should accept me. Number two, it makes it easier for me to figure out which contest to join because I'm sure you know this having the DraftKings app. You just get a million notifications all the time and a million emails. And then I know okay, these are the people that I actually know and these are the contests I'm supposed to join.
Where do I go for my friend request? I don't know what I'm doing. All I know is I go on and I build these incredible lineups.
You open your app,
contests.
scroll down a little bit. There's a thing that says friends. Click on that.
All right. Sorry, I'm on the website. I'm not on my app. I can't do two things at once like that.
I totally get it.
It's like when we're out walking around with my wife or walking around town or walking the dog and someone texts me and I look at my phone, I gotta stop. I struggle to even text and walk.
Texting and walking is almost as bad as texting and driving.
Dude,
just take people out.
And I'm sure it's one of those things. A bajillion people end up in the hospital with weird injuries every year because they're getting injured while they're texting and walking.
Dude, remember when Pokemon Go was a thing?
Yep.
Did you see this story? Someone Pokemon Go'd themselves off a cliff accidentally. Just not looking down, playing Pokemon Go, trying to catch them all. Walked off a cliff died.
Well, that is something you shouldn't be doing. Playing Pokemon Go. Yeah, I remember when that was a thing, like in the park around our house. You would just
That was a thing for like a solid week. It really had a week lifespan.
Bro, are you kidding me? I was thinking like 2 months, at least around
Oh, really?
here.
I remember it
There
being
were
a real thing for a week.
pods of people, and everyone looking at their phone, and I never understood a single thing that they were doing.
I never even tried to get into it because I didn't want to lose my phone battery. Okay, Daniel confirming it was longer than a week. I seem to remember it peaking for like a week, where like everyone was doing it. For
I think people still do it. I think people are still around here and
people
do
are
it.
still
It's still
Pokemon
a
going.
thing. Michael, or Daniel rather, Daniel on the ones and twos. It sounds like he was a big Pokemon Go guy. Did any of you guys in the DK Sim fam do that?
I look, I understand like how it's kind of cool, like nostalgia wise, if you played Pokemon as a kid.
I just don't know
Jared,
what you like.
Jared
do.
saying on Zoom here, Pokemon Go was big the summer of 2016.
That's what it was.
That adds up.
Evans says, I still do it. Okay. It's still big, says Bolts and Brew.
I don't know about that.
Well, listen, man, maybe like where this individual lives, for sure. Twitch fam, do any of you do it?
Oh, here we go. Tua, we've gotten 2 quarterbacks in the end zone this evening.
Tua legit, Tua quick. Ow! Dolphins back with the lead. Extra point away from going up 3 here.
If you're the Dolphins, would you trade Tua for Deshaun Watson? I would.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? I 100% would. I wouldn't think twice about it. You know what's funny? Is like Nick Caserio and the other front office members, right, of the Texans.
Yeah.
I think it was today and yesterday they came out and they're like, yeah, we don't plan on like trading him. I'm like, dude, this
You're
ain't
lying.
gonna work out for you, man. Like,
Yeah.
he
Like, why would you?
wants
Why
out.
would you just like say that? You just got the job. Stop lying. Of course, you're actively shopping him. He doesn't want to play for you guys. He will hold out. He is not going to play a game for you. This has become way too much of a thing.
It has. It's beyond repair.
And you could get first-round picks for him, like multiple.
Yeah, just hit the freaking reset button.
Yeah,
Just do it. You basically don't have anything else around him anyway.
Exactly. Bill O'Brien did it accidentally for you as it is. He gutted your roster of talent because he didn't like a few guys. I don't even know. J.J. Watt's old. He'll retire soon.
Well,
Start
I'm just
over.
thinking like he needs to get the hell out of Dodge and try to get a ring while he can.
And Watt's.
Yeah.
Watt, you're saying? Yeah. I mean,
Watt.
I would love to see him play for another team. He seems super connected to that Houston community, but at the same time,
Yeah.
I mean, Tom Brady playing for the Buccaneers, so anything is possible.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like when it comes to the Watson trade rumors and like where's the best fit for the disgruntled quarterback? I mean, the Patriots are there, but just looking at the Dolphins, if that's what we're talking about. I mean, they were busy trade partners when O'Brien was around. Most notably, there was that involving Houston's
Tunsil.
acquisition. Yep, Laramie Tunsil. But it seems like Watson would be open to a trade with the Dolphins if you believe reports. He wants the Jets first.
Why would he want to go there? Like, the Jets
He
are
likes,
awful.
Saleh, right? Their
The
new
Jets-
head coach.
I know, but it's such a bad franchise. Like, you're really going to go from the Texans to the freaking Jets? The Jets walked so the Texans could run. Like, the Jets have been doing Texans things for the entirety of, the Super Bowl era.
Yeah.
Right? Like, good every few years, but generally a bad franchise. Texans have been doing that since 2002. Jets have been doing that since they were the New York Titans. Like, this is not the franchise you want to join, bro. Get out of Dodge. Go play for a good team. with
The
a good
Dolphins
coach.
feel like they're built to win like now. the
Yeah,
Dolphins.
go to
not the
Miami,
Jets.
dude.
Like you're right though. I wouldn't want anything to do with the Jets because that's a whole rebuilding situation
Right.
there.
And
Go to the Dolphins.
they're not
where
good.
everything's- No, and they could send the Texans the 2020 first round pick or first round quarterback Tua, other significant compensation as you've already mentioned. And it also this follows the thinking that we've seen reports of some players say that the Dolphins may not be completely sold on Tua as their franchise answer. And
Right.
yeah, he could end up being special, but Watson is already a sure thing and still in his 20s.
And I know social justice causes are important to Deshaun Watson, like they
Yes.
are for guys throughout the league. And Miami has been at the forefront of that stuff as far as the
Phenomenal.
stuff Brian Flores has done with that organization and the way those players have stepped up. So from a culture fit, it's perfect. And Miami, it's not New York or LA, but if you want a big market, the Dolphins can be a big market team when they're good, if you know what I mean. When LeBron was with the Heat, that was can't miss television. If Deshaun Watson goes to the Dolphins, they immediately become a primetime player.
Yeah. Illegal forward pass here. Is that what just happened? And
Looks like
yes,
it.
I think it was. So lost it down. So it's going to be 4th and 8 here. This is likely going to be the game as Smoking Joe Burrow.
Oh, what a
completes the pass.
completion.
And that's Ross on the catch. They got one timeout left. But Dolphins finished 10-6 in year 2 under Flores. They just missed out in the playoffs. They do have a bright future ahead. They got plenty of cap space. They're sitting on 2 first-rounders right now. Number 3 overall, that was from the Tunsil trade, and number 18. They are definitely best positioned to give the Texans adequately high compensation.
Yeah, you got to do it. I mean, they're obviously giving up Tua, and I think that you just sort of bite the bullet and give up the as many picks as you need to make that happen. They haven't found the answer since Dan Marino retired. It's baffling, right, that these teams can't find guys. But it's hard to find a quarterback, I guess. I guess the job's a lot harder than I'm making it out to be.
Real quick, too, because I've seen some of you guys mention it, moan and groan a little bit about it, and I'm with you. Devontae Parker with 0 points right now. Devontae Parker, who is 8,400. And 9 points, 4 points, 8, 8, 22, 5, 12, 8, 4, 4, 8, 10, 25. Those are his past few.
He is going to win the Babysitter Billy Award.
One hundo, dude. So his worst one ever was, at least in this edition of Madden 2021, was 4. It was just 2 games ago. And this could be the second straight game that I am on that goes to overtime. It was my X factor from the get-go. Overtime games always seems like Lazio was on the overtime games. You can't spell Lazio without OT. And lo and behold, it looks.
Did you hear the other night, Glash and I? It was like, I don't know, 9. Well, I'm saying Central Time terms. So Eastern Time, it was like 10:50. There was like 2 minutes left.
Hold on a second. Bullock drills.
Here we go.
Okay. All right, so I'm just wanted to see, because that wasn't necessarily a gimme there, dude.
No, not a gimme. And I was like, wow, we might not even make it to the buzzword. And then not only did we make it to the buzzword, we had 3 overtimes. From the time I said that the game was going to end before the buzzword, we called 45 minutes more of Madden games. And it was the night that he couldn't say Tom Brady's name until 10:59. So that 10:59 happened, and then he was given 3 overtimes worth of Brady talk. So that helped him get it out of his system,
So we'll have 7 seconds now. All right, they're going to return this thing, and I don't know, I've seen guys score touchdowns with just a few seconds to go. But tied at 21. Close to 500 of you guys watching right now. Appreciate everyone who has liked the video throughout the day. Thanks for being here with us. A lot of you decide to spend a lot of your days with us while you're either working from home, working from the office. I've had many of you ask me before to stop screaming so much because your boss would, what the hell's happening there? Because your boss would like you to keep it down in your cubicle. But it's, we are going to go straight to OT here. And see what happens. Second straight overtime.
All right, here we go. What do you
game
think?
for
It's
your
going to be
boy.
heads or tails? Heads or tails? What do you think? What do you think?
Tails. Tails
I'm
never
going tails.
fails.
Tails never fails. Tails never fails. It's going to be tails. Who has tails?
Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. What we got?
And it's... They're not going to tell us. Okay, I'm going to assume it was
Okay.
tails.
Yep. I'm going to go with tails. Yay! We were right. Both of us were right. Look at us. Look at us. Hey, look at us. Who would have thought? Not me.
Tails never fails, baby.
Yeah, the Guru 805. Did Breda's leg just break? I saw that too. Like that last play was like hobbling. It reminds me of put the team on your back.
Oh, Marshawn Lynch.
No.
Oh, Darren Sharper. One of the hottest hitting safeties in the
it was
league.
with Greg Jennings.
He did a second one with Marshawn Lynch. That's what I was thinking.
Oh, okay.
He
All
did.
right. Well, I
He did
didn't
one.
see that one.
He did a. It was the second video he did right after that, and he did sort of his commentary on the Marshawn Lynch run against the Saints. He had his 15 minutes of fame, whoever that guy was. But yes, the
It's
Greg
so-
Jennings one is amazing.
It's amazing. For some reason, I always want to say Donald Driver, but it's
sort of
Greg
that
Jennings.
era, yeah. Greg Jennings.
Broke his leg though.
Put the team on his back.
Put the team on his back.
Oh no, Darren Sharper, one of the hottest hitting safeties in the league.
Dude, Alex Fox, dude. You're spelling it phonetically too. It's great. Greg Jennings. Oh, that is too good. Speaking of good, Jaguars at the Seahawks. Kaufman and Jeff will be coming up after this one. Patriots at the Saints for some Madden After Dark. Rossi and Jeff. It's been fun hanging out with you guys today.
American on YouTube saying Javon Walker. Yeah, shout out mid-2000s Packers receivers. Let's just start throwing them out there. Not actually.
Yeah, I know. Who do we have as number 80? Is that a tight end too? Is that one of my superstar traits coming into play? Yeah, Adam Shaheen. Good God, man. Dude, who's the old tight end I used to play Madden like 95, 96? Old Packers tight
Bubba
end.
Franks?
No. Mark Chimura.
Oh, Mark Chimura, yeah. He was actually like sneaky really good.
Yeah. When I think
Bubba
of
Franks, though, all-time great name.
Yes.
I mean, come on. That's like a created player name I would make as a kid for, you know, when you create yourself into the game. Got to make yourself a quarterback with 99s overall. And then you give yourself a tight end named Bubba Franks.
Wow, I don't know how to pronounce. I just Googled some of the greatest player names here in NFL history. That one I don't know how to pronounce. Guy Wimper. That's a good one.
How are these real names, man?
I know. Let's see. This is taking forever. Yeah, a lot of these I can't pronounce. Like, there's no way in hell I can pronounce some of these. But Tua, 1st and 10. Tied at 21 across his body. Who do we got?
Here we go.
Oh, is that a Parker sighting?
Hey, Devontae, welcome to the sim. How are ya? First reception of the day. It's a big one for the Dolphins.
Touchdown ends overtime. Field goal will allow the Bengals, who look like the Browns, an opportunity to answer back. On the 18 in the red zone, and they're going to give it to Breida, whose legs look okay, but he was running in the wrong direction there for a second.
Speaking of uniforms, I like these Dolphins uniforms better than their current ones. I like these throwbacks for them. They got to go back to these. Not a fan of that like Miami teal they have rocking.
What's that?
It's just these are cleaner.
Yeah.
The other ones look like they're trying too hard.
How about, I've just gone down this rabbit hole of player names now. Chuck Long, that's a good one.
Chuck Long, simple, kind of goofy.
Yep. What else do we have here? Oh, Bronco Nagurski?
Yeah, Bronco Nagurski. Yeah, he's an all-time great linebacker for the Packers,
look at this
I
dude.
believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bronco Nagurski. He looks like a Bronco Nagurski, too.
He really does.
Like, if you had to guess that guy's name, you'd say his name is Bronco Nagurski.
So his performance on the gridiron, coupled with a name equal to the on-field feats, helped build
Bears,
up the legend
Bears.
surrounding Nagurski. One, yes, because here comes the part of the Bears. As we're going to see if Sanders can give the Dolphins the lead here in overtime. He does. It's 24-21.
Of course
Bengals
they
will
leave
have
the
a
door
shot,
open.
right? So one segment of his legend has it that Nagurski is responsible for a crack in Wrigley Field's outfield wall, saying, "That last guy hit me awfully hard after the epic collision."
I love old school, like school sports writing. Like that definitely came out of a column from like the 1930s where it was like, on the 20th of May, the Bears were taking on the Canton champions down at Wrigley Field on the north side of Chicago.
Yeah.
Beep, 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 beep,
like-
beep, beep, beep.
Yeah. Or you send your carrier pigeon. Oh, here's one. Max Strong. That's a good one. This is the old Seahawks fullback, I think. Fullback is a dying position there. Ooh, Webster Slaughter. He was on the Cleveland Browns too.
Webster Slaughter. I believe
Yeah.
he probably went by Webb. You don't go by Webster if your name's Webster. You gotta go by Webb.
Okay,
Takeo
yeah, so he-
Spikes, great call by Jim in the YouTube chat. That's a great name.
Peerless Price.
Great name.
Just the dynamic duo of Peerless and Price. Max Speedle. Or Speedy, rather. Max Speedy, sorry.
Yep.
Dude, all these old guys play for the Browns. For the Bears. There's Guy Whimper again.
I mean, Dick Butkus is one of the all-time great names.
Yeah. Did you say DeBrickshaw Ferguson?
I didn't, but fantastic name.
I think someone mentioned that in the chat.
It's funny.
That's a
Whenever I
Burrow
think
stat.
of DeBrickashaw Ferguson, I was standing in line at Maria's Taqueria in Boston in college with a bunch of buddies. And these girls were in front of us, and they were being super annoying. It was late night. And at one point, the girl says to my buddy, she goes, "What's your name?" And without even like thinking twice, just goes, "DeBrickashaw, but you can call me D." And she proceeded to call him D the rest of the time we were waiting in line, thinking his name was actually DeBrickashaw. Didn't even question it. So I forever think of that when I hear DeBrickashaw Ferguson.
Yeah, Yvette Ochocinco. I mean, him actually changing his name to Ochocinco.
Great call. Yeah,
All right,
Chad Johnson, not as good a name.
No, it's not. 299 yards passing for Joe Burrow, so he is one away from the bonus. That's 4 catches for 48 yards for Uzma, who does have one of the touchdowns in this game. Pork Chop Womack
which is a great name if that's actually
Yeah, so
real.
it says his real first name is Floyd, which is awesome too, but pork chop is very appropriate for a large man laboring along the offensive line. And there's also the pork chop adds beef to offensive line headline. Okay, how about this one? The center for Johnny Unitas during the Baltimore Colts' NFL championship seasons of 58 and 59, his name was Buzz Nutter. Okay, a big fan of that one.
Ah, yes, Buzz Nutter, one of the great centers to go under center for.
Dude, that may be the name of the next sim I'm on is Monday at noon. I think I'm gonna name it like the Buzz Nutter
Cult sim.
Memorial.
Next Cult sim has to be Buzz Nutter.
Here's a good one: Coy Bacon.
Yes, the Coy Bacon had a wry smile staring at me from across the room.
Jack Youngblood.
Yeah, Jack Youngblood, a legend. He actually joined us on our podcast, Great Dane Nation. Got to check that out with Morton Anderson, Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hall of Famer,
actually,
right?
We made our YouTube debut this week. Yes, the Hall of Famer, Morton Anderson. Check us out on YouTube. Search Emmett Smith on Great Dane Nation.
But Youngblood also a Hall of Famer.
Yes, legend.
So
absolute legend for the Rams.
Tough guy, worthy of his surname there after playing on a broken leg and then earning a place in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Not only did he play on a broken leg, Emerson, he played on a broken leg for like 3 playoff games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, these dudes are psychos.
So he was Greg Jennings. He's like the real life Greg Jennings.
He's real. Yes, he is the real life Greg Jennings. He's Greg Jennings embodied, playing football in the 70s and early 80s.
Let's see. Travis C says misses the bonus by a yard. Good one, Burrow. Well, here's the thing, dude. If they just kick a field goal here, I don't know. This is almost a 50-yarder. I mean, we'd still have overtime would be extended if he makes this, and he does.
And of course he does.
Son of a gun. Wow. All right.
All right. I guess we're getting more sim ball here.
We are going to get
score wins, boys.
Next score wins. Barkevius Mingo. I remember he was a
great name. Yep, he was on the Pats for a small period of time. Cadillac Williams was a great football name. Running back, I believe he played for the Bucs. He was really good at Auburn in college. Meta World Peace, NBA player, still a great name, has to be mentioned. Jake Butt, the tight end for Denver. Obvious reasons, but funny. Snacks Harrison, great name.
Chris Hamburger played on the Washington football team.
Love a good hamburger.
Quentin Jammer.
I really just want to focus on Buzz Nutter.
Yeah.
No longer here. Let's do some Buzz Nutter deep dives. Deep dive here.
Okay, find that while I give you one more name. Spider Lockhart.
That's a crazy name.
Lockhart earned the Spider moniker for how he played opposing receivers.
Okay, this is Buzz Nutter's full name. Madison Monroe Buzz Nutter. He passed away in 2008 at the age of 77 in La Plata, Maryland. Played his college ball at Virginia Tech. Played for the Steelers for a couple of years after a long career with the Colts. Then finished his career with the Colts. He did one of those trickaroos.
We have an interception. We have an interception.
Of course we do.
Right? Was that an interception? I certainly think so.
Buzz Nutter, Pro Bowl selection, 1962, Virginia Tech Hall of Fame, 1985. Forever remembered in the Va Tech Hall of Fame, Buzz Nutter.
Nice. So here we go, a yard away. And of course they run it. A yard away, they go to Mixon. 299 yards. He needs one more for the 300-yard passing bonus. Atari Bigby. I like this one because I actually had a coaching minor class with him at UCF.
Coaching.
Yeah. I went hardcore on my minor at school, and I chose coaching. And as Burrow is dropped at the 3.
Can we just get a safety to end it? That would be sick.
Dude, whatever works. Like, I have dinner on the way. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I'm trying to go to dinner here.
Like, if you gotta go, just go, man. It would be so fitting for this. And I know we look at it, it's like 24-24, but trust me, guys, it's been more like a 4-4 game.
Yeah. Oh, of course they didn't get the safety
I know.
there. That would have been sick, though. Have we seen a safety to end a sim in OT? Has that happened yet?
Dude, I don't know. I feel like we've seen everything, but every time I think we see everything, I'm reminded we have not.
Burrow hitting the bonus.
Yep, that's important. Bakari Rambo.
That's a good name.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess I can poke over into the lineups and see what's cooking.
Let's poke on in. In 127.
If you're still here watching and listening to us rip through some of the greatest names in NFL history, thank you.
Congratulations.
From the bottom of my heart. I appreciate it, and so does our entire team. Producer Michael, Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Jared and Jim hanging out from the ops team. Tara Lynn, my arch nemesis, is standing by for whenever this thing ends. She's going to take over the reins, and we'll eventually be handing them off to Kaufman and Jeff for America's team. The Jacksonville Jaguars on the road at Seattle.
Someone in a group chat I'm in just said something so outlandish that I need to share it.
Well, please do. I just discovered my dog ate half of a bouncy ball, a large one. Are there pieces out there? A little bit? Okay. Well, but she'll pass this. That's fine. She's a Lazio. We pass everything. What did your group text say?
Cherries are a top 10 food. Just get out of here with that.
I would say top 10.
Terrible take.
Yeah, I'd say top 10 fruit for sure.
Maybe I'll give it top 10 berry.
Yeah.
Not even a top 10 fruit. Come on, top 10 fruits. All right, let's list them out here. Apple,
okay,
obviously,
well, real quick,
in no particular order.
John Ross in the bonus, and gosh dang it, that punt is down at the 5.
Yeah, we're gonna get just like an 8 overtime game here. No, well, 4's the limit, right?
I don't know, man. I don't even know where I am anymore. I'm just so hungry. My mind's not even there.
Daniel, come on. No, he's telling me no. I'm trying to manifest 4 as the limit.
All right, so
we got 5 minutes left here, so there's time for them to score.
My top 2 fruits are blueberries and watermelon. Those are my 2 favorite fruits in the world. So if any of you ever want to buy my love with a fruit, I will take blueberries and watermelon. Watermelon mainly in the summer because it's
watermelon
not too strong this time of year.
Watermelon is a nice fruit that you can just crush a lot of. Oh, of course we get a flag. Come on.
Yeah, apples are great. I eat an apple almost every day, but I smother it in peanut butter, almond butter, something like that. I love grapes, especially cotton candy grapes. Those are really good.
Yeah, grapes are fantastic.
In the freezer too.
Yeah, you gotta have them cold. Apples, bananas. I like clementines.
Same here.
Crush a couple clementines. Yeah. Grapes.
Yeah, we've said grapes.
Yep, we're gonna say grapes one more time. Did I mention grapes?
Could be like the red grapes, and it could be the green grapes. So
yeah,
I know.
White grapes. Cantaloupe. Really like cantaloupe.
Oh my God, honeydew as well. Like
honeydew's fantastic.
Yeah.
Grapefruit.
I love
for everyone.
Grapefruit. Yeah.
I like a good grapefruit. Yep.
Me too. I could cut it in half. I remember as a kid, my grandfather's place, we'd cut it in half. You kind of cut the little triangles there so you could scoop it out with a spoon, but we'd sprinkle some sugar on it.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Pineapple, fantastic.
Wow, there are a lot of fruits.
There's so many good fruits. Honestly, Mike Bizzle says kiwi. I think kiwis are actually slightly overrated. I got to be honest.
Overrated? I would say they're underrated.
No, I'm not a huge kiwi guy. They're a little slippery. The seeds are kind of just like, you got to kind of work your way through them. Not a fan of kiwis. feel like Taralyn is weighing in on this conversation here in the chat soon.
All right, so here we go. I love this. That's what I just said, guys. Screw this chat. Drop your favorite fruits in the chat. Let's talk about it. Screw the game, you know? Mangoes. Yeah, Bryce, I'm with you. Like a good soft mango. Slice it up in the kitchen. Just feed it to me. Like I'm a king on his pillowed throne. El Bongo, I like the pear. Great.
Yeah, pears are awesome.
Damn, I also love plums.
Peaches are fantastic.
I like a papaya too, Travis.
Ooh, papayas. Papayas are underrated. If we're going to talk real underrated fruit, papayas right there. I'm telling you, man, kiwi's very overrated. They're kind of slimy too. Ooh, strawberries, great call, Taralyn.
But a sweet, like a sweet kiwi. Come on.
I don't know, man. Steven says raspberries kind of
bullying me. Still bullying me. Still has
raspberries are kind of overrated.
Raspberries, yeah. Oh, blackberries though.
Yeah, blackberries are good. Yeah. But I like raspberry flavoring, but I'm not a huge like sit around eat some raspberries guy. American Desidero Bold saying shrimp. Pretty sure shrimp is not a fruit, but I do enjoy a shrimp cocktail. Oranges are good. I said they're kind of a tier B fruit.
Yeah.
I know our tier A is quite extensive at this point, but orange is firmly in tier B. Dragon fruit is good. I'd put that as a tier B as well.
Is that the starfish fruit?
Yeah, it's sort of crazy looking.
Yeah. Or there actually is like a star fruit though, isn't it? Isn't there? I don't know. Okay,
I've never
Rich,
had star
if you want to get into that, avocado is a fruit. Is that the case? I love that fruit. Great fruit. Chocolate Mousse says bacon's the best fruit. Also love that fruit.
Bacon is
Bongo.
a good fruit. Yep.
Said cotton candy grapes. That's a good one.
Actually, didn't you read off a list of fruits earlier that the competitive eaters are going to have to eat? Pepperoni pizza is a good fruit.
Mm-hmm.
Cheese balls, good fruit. Buffalo wings,
really
good fruit. Sub sandwich, very good fruit. I'd say buffalo wings a top 5 fruit.
Yeah.
7-layer dip, great fruit.
The Freak of Nature says, I want 6 overtimes. I'm serious. Make it 7. I don't care. I hope this game never ends.
What about raisins? Are raisins a fruit?
Well, yeah, they're, you know what? Raisins are just dehydrated.
I guess a berry is a fruit. Yeah, so.
Sure. The raisins are dehydrated green grapes.
Oh, you
my
gotta
God,
be
he
kidding
fumbled
me.
the football, but it's okay. It went out of bounds.
Honestly, that would have been good if the Bengals recovered it, though.
Me too, because it was a shorter field. Because now the Dolphins still have longer to go to get to the end zone they're targeting than the end zone the Bengals would have had, that they would have been targeting.
Yeah. Well, of course, God hates us, so.
Yeah, he definitely does. The sim gods right now are dropping a fat deuce on us and laughing because they're like, we're going to ruin your Friday night.
Akeem, tomatoes are the best fruit. Tomatoes are technically a fruit, I believe. So, yeah, I guess you could throw them in the conversation.
I've never been a fruitcake fan. That pops up every Christmas. You know, you go eat, you get a slice of fruitcake, not for me.
I've had it here and there throughout my life. Generally bad. 2 of them with an awful decision.
Pieces of, like, I don't know, like gushers or something in them, right?
Yeah,
like
they're kind of a weird, chewy consistency and like a spongy type cake situation. Not my favorite. Yeah, we talked about grapes quite a bit, Akeem. We've moved on from grapes.
This is not, there's no way this is, there's no way this is real, though. Someone just put in a crazy fact. Where is it? Bryce. I'm so gullible, I'll believe anything. Watermelon is a berry and strawberries are melons. That's not true. Get the hell out of here.
That's not true.
Carrot cake, Hal, is my favorite vegetable.
Yeah, carrot cake is good. Sorry, haters. Skittles, good fruit. Agreed. Starburst, good fruit. Not said in the chat, just coming up with that on my own.
Oh, Michael
Tangerine's good.
R.
Yep.
Oh, yes. Michael R. says a grapple is an apple with a hint of a grape. I've seen them in the stores. I've never
Really?
had.
That's a
Yes.
thing?
It is a thing. Yes, it is. It is a real thing, dude.
I'm actually a big lemon and lime fan. I'm not going to sit around and just like crush lemon slices, but you know, throw some lemon in my water. It's a good
Yeah.
time.
I will do that. I'll put some lemon in the water, flavor up the water a little bit, and give it a nice little tang.
Yeah.
Tang's a good drink. I used to drink that a
Great.
lot as a
Yeah.
kid.
Crush some Tang. Get a Tang bucket in the house. Throw some scoops in. Mix it with some water. Spice up your life. No doubt.
Vince Stevenson says any fruit with bacon wrapped around it is my favorite. So like melon. Melon would be wrapped in bacon.
I don't think I've ever had
right?
fruit wrapped in bacon. I've had scallops wrapped in bacon. It's a staple of weddings, etc. All right, here we go. Dolphins, you're in field goal range. Let's end this here. Are you going to just let it go to another overtime to make us wait longer? Yep, sure are.
Well, we're going to continue on to the third overtime in this game. Did you hear that?
I did not.
Significant other is like, oh my God, end this.
Please. Oh, good. Yep, 2-minute warning.
Okay, Hal 9000 again. Fantastic fact. Watermelon Sour Patch Kid is my favorite fruit.
Yeah, it's a good fruit, for sure.
And you know what? It's one of my hot takes. The watermelon Sour Patch Kids are better. Than
Oh,
the
way
original
better.
Sour
Yeah,
Patch
that's a
Kids.
great call. No, not even a
you.
hot take. Just correct
Okay.
opinion.
Yeah, OSU 2015, third overtime. If you're just tuning in, it's really great to have all of you here. We're just making life easier on Tara Land eventually, because now her window is like 20 minutes.
Here we go.
All right, Sanders, what do we got?
Awful.
Oh,
What
my
What was
God.
that? Did that get blocked? No, that was just a terrible kick. Tommy, you pronounced scallop wrong. It's pronounced scallop. That's literally what I just said.
You know what? Part of me, though, part of me is thankful, though, that I have been on some of the worst sims in the history of the Dream Stream.
Oh, what a catch!
Let's go! Let's go!
Right in field goal range. There you go, John Ross. I might give you MVP just for that.
I mean, if someone wants to give like Kaufman and Jeff a heads up, and you're like, maybe we're just gonna roll right into this thing. What would happen? I've been on an hour and 45 minute sim with Reed once as well.
Oh,
It gave me the same feelings that I have now.
oh my God!
Yes!
All right, here we go.
Yes! Guys, send the field goal unit out. Come on.
Let's go. Let's get out of here.
My X Factor was like a wildfire today. Usually we get overtime, maybe a few minutes, it's over.
Oh, look,
Yes!
they're not
Love
even.
it.
Yeah, just get in, get out.
Oh,
come
my
on.
God. Shut up. Stop doing this.
Really?
End it. Bring out the GIMP and let's end it.
What are we doing here? Are they gonna use both timeouts here? Are they gonna double freeze him?
No, you can't double freeze, right? You can't double freeze in the NFL. I think you can.
thought you
Can you
can.
can you double freeze in the college ranks? Maybe. I don't know. I don't care right now. I just don't. I want Randy
They
Bullock.
better not. Keep that. Yeah, there we go.
Lock it up. Yeah.
Yes.
My Krusty Kaufman player of the game is Randy Bullock.
I'm giving it to Burrow. Burrow, he's going to win the wooden nickel here. He receives a free soft serve ice cream cone at Lion's Choice Roast Beef if he's ever here in St. Louis. So congratulations to Joe Burrow on his award. And the Babysitter Billy Award going to Devontae Parker, just a non-factor, guy with a ton of talent, one of the best receivers in the NFL for my skill conversation. Just no show in what was just a dreadful triple overtime sim.
Gas card 888, longest game ever. This may have been the longest ever. But so you gave all your MVPs and LVPs. Like, my mind's just in another place right now. I'm so hungry.
We're good to go. We're ready
Okay,
to toss
awesome.
to Tara Lynn.
Great job. Thank you for doing that. Thank you, producer Michael, Daniel on the ones and twos, Jared and Jim from the ops team. Yes. Let's pass it on to Tara Lynn, who I think apologized to me in the YouTube chat there for bullying me consistently on social media. That's okay, though. I know you're a good person at heart. Take it away. Tommy C., that was a good time as well with you, buddy. All yours, young lady.
Thanks to my bros. Yeah, I guess it was a half apology for Emerson. We'll get to the full one when I feel like it. All right, so our Friday night slate, it continues at 8 p.m. with the Jaguars and the Seahawks. The showdown for that game is featured in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker, which has a 1K prize pool with $150 for first place. Plus, the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool with $25 to first place. So head over to the DraftKings lobby, get those lineups in now. And we are just over a week away from the Super Bowl, and we've already seen a lot of wagering on the DraftKings Sportsbook in favor of the Chiefs, with 71% of the handle on the KC spread at -3. People also expect this one to be high scoring at 78% of bets taken on the total have been on the over. That's where the public is leaning. But let's find out what our analysts think. So Adam Kaufman, he caught up with some of our football friends to break down the betting angles for the big game next Sunday.
Big game is on the way, and it is time to look at some of the betting angles, courtesy of the DraftKings Sportsbook. I am Adam Kaufman. These guys, far more important, Reed T. Fowler, Steve Buchanan, and Kenny Ducey. Fellas, how are you?
Good.
Great.
Great.
Thanks for asking. You never ask, Koff. Thank you.
I know. I just, for some reason today, I kind of.
He's just trying to get more airtime. That's all. Go ahead, talk.
Okay, we'll start with Reed then. Reed, you got the Chiefs favored by 3 against the Buccaneers. Tom Brady led Bucs here in this game. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, hard to bet against the greatest to do it of all time, right, Koff? I think all of us can attest to that. But I'm going Chiefs here -3. If you get this number at 3.5, I think it gets interesting. I think you can make a case for Tampa Bay if that number starts to creep up to 3.5. But where it sits right now at -3, look at Kansas City. I think when you're looking at this game, because it's so popular in every aspect, right? There's so much betting that's going to come in on this. You want to make this line enticing, and it really is enticing right now on both sides. You don't want it to go one way or the other. But if you look at Kansas City, look at what they did against this team, in the regular season. I know Tyreek Hill is not going to go for another 257-yard receiving game like he did, but boy, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see another Travis Kelce, Tyreek Hill type of matchup, or type of result that we saw last week. It just Kansas City right now. And the big thing too is we always talk about Tampa Bay's defense. But I'm looking at Kansas City's offensive line against Tampa Bay's defense. That's one thing to look at. But look at Kansas City's pressure rate. Over like the last since week 12 or 13, they're 5th in pressure rating. And that's what we saw last week against Buffalo. They can get to the quarterback. That's probably going to bring up some issues for Tom Brady. So give me Kansas City right now at -3.
Bukes, Chiefs going to cover?
I mean, look, this line is set perfectly. And that's why we're having such a discussion. And thank God we have another week and a half to think about this, because I need to think about this. Here's the thing that's enticing about the Buccaneers, though. It's at even money for the +3 right now. And if you've listened to me over the past, couple weeks, you know how much I hate betting the Chiefs. You will probably hate betting the Chiefs against the spread, because it has been a horrific roller coaster that we've been on since they covered that -20 spread against the Jets. Last week was the first time they covered the spread since they covered against the Saints. So in that span against the Jets, they've covered twice since week 8. It has been horrific to back them. And whereas the Buccaneers have been one of the better teams against the spread, I think it's 10-7 now that they are against the spread. So I like the Chiefs to win this game. But I all think we can be in agreement that this is not going to be a blow up. This is going to be a really close game. So that kind of has me leaning on the Buccaneers at +3. Reed brought up a great point. It'd be great if you could get this at 3.5, because I think there's a very legitimate chance we could get a push here. But the Buccaneers at +3 at even money, and that's kind of the breaking point for me right there. That's where I'm kind of leaning. That's where I'm at this point.
Kenny, is this also a perfectly laid out spread?
It's a good spread, and what Steve said is true, right? We've suffered betting the Chiefs against the spread this season. But if you look back at their postseason history now last week and last year, which I know they were better against the spread last year, but in the postseason, the spreads got a little bit more difficult to cover. If you remember, I believe the spread against the Titans was 11 points last year in the AFC Championship game, and they went ahead and covered that. Now 4 covers in their last 5 postseason games. The spreads are tight now, and it's going to be a lot easier, right? They were asked to win games by more than a touchdown against some good teams this season. Now that's not the case in this game. You look at the defense for Kansas City. I think that's the biggest factor here because that's been the weak spot, right? Well, can they stop these big attacks? You look at one of the best rushing attacks in Cleveland. They hold Chubb and Kareem Hunt to just over 100 yards. Josh Allen was held to under 300 yards, 2 touchdowns. He threw a pick last week. And the picks, by the way, the Chiefs actually rank 6th in the league in interception rate this year. So I think that Tom Brady, he loved to throw picks in the second half last week. They could certainly turn the ball over once or twice. They've stopped some good units the last 2 weeks, and we know their offense is just absolutely ridiculous. And the way to attack the Tampa Bay Buccaneers is through the air, not on the ground. And the Kansas City Chiefs, lucky for them, they're just not going to have any interest in running the football in this game. So I think that everything should line up here for Kansas City to win. And I don't see them winning on a last-second field goal. I think that they will have the lead late in the game, milk the clock down, and win it like they always do every single game. So I like the 3 points with them.
Bukes, there's an absurd amount of talent offensively on both sides, as we know in this game. The Bucks, the Chiefs, 56.5, the over/under. As far as this game total, do you like the over? Which way are you going?
I am the worst person that you could have started this question with because I hate the number. And this is why I hate the number, because I kind of want to take the under. But as a fan, as someone who just enjoys the game of football, I don't want to see an under. I want to see the over. I want to see 70 points in this game. But from a betting perspective, it's uncomfortable taking the over here. And here's a couple reasons why. That Chiefs secondary is so good. They're so good. And they don't get enough love for how good that they've been. They just shut down Stephon Diggs pretty much last week, held him to, 77 yards, which is fine, but he was pretty quiet in that game. So will they be able to do that to Mike Evans? So that means Brady has to go to Godwin, Rob Gronkowski, and that's fine and everything, but are those going to be the guys that are going to make you win this game or even to score and get you an over? I'm not sure. Now, we think Mahomes is going to be able to do well against his secondary because we all know how bad that Buccaneers secondary is, but can the Bucs do enough to make up the difference? And that's where I'm really getting tied up here. So this is a tough game. I think it's going to be close. I think the Bucs can cover in this game, but will they be able to cross that 56.5 threshold? And with a Kansas City team that was 9-9 with the over under this year, I'm not sure. As a fan, I want to see the over. From a betting perspective, I think it's going to be the under. So am I the best person to take advice from? Probably not on this aspect. Maybe go to somebody else and see what they say. But I think the under's in play here, and I absolutely hate that I feel that way.
Reed, I don't know if you're the best, but you are next. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go to Ducey on this one because he was probably chomping at the bit after that with Steve's salutation on that, on his statement. But look, a couple of things that we haven't seen yet, right, in the Super Bowl, which is a team playing in their home, at their home stadium, right? Like that's something that we really haven't seen at all, I believe. And like the Super Bowl is not going to have all the pageantry that it has, in previous years, clearly because of all the COVID-19 protocols. So those are some things to think about when you're looking at both the spread and the over and under. I would just argue, because I'm with Steve, right? This number is extremely high. It doesn't feel like that because these offenses, total offense, they're ranked top 5 in the NFL through the regular season. But what scares me too is Kansas City's offensive line. They're missing both of their tackles. They're going to be out of this game. And you look, and Kenny mentioned it last week, and it was a great point that this defensive line and this front 5, front 7 is very strong, and they get a ton of pressure. Now, when you look at what Mahomes has done against top teams, not just top defenses, but top teams in pressure rating against the Ravens in week 3, put up 34 points, against Tampa Bay in week 12, 27, and against New Orleans in week 15 to put up 32, right? So, and it's not just him, but he's a big part of that. If you're Tampa Bay, you're going to have to score 40 points to beat this team, I think, in the Super Bowl. So for that reason, I think it does go over, but I'm with Steve here, is that it is scary because the way Tampa Bay wins this is either that or it's like a 6-9 game.
Kenny, did I rob you of a soliloquy here?
No, 6-9 game. I don't think we're going to see a 6-9 game and with Patrick Mahomes involved, but I
That'd be nice,
certainly, It would be. I certainly agree with you guys both that I don't really like. I want to take the over because the over is always very fun, but I don't really see it happening when you look at the way that both teams have played. The Kansas City Chiefs, we touched on it last week, and that game really was destined to go under last week, the Bills Chiefs game. I know that it wasn't like exactly that close, but you look at the fluke touchdown early on. You look at the way that the Kansas City, the Buffalo Bills got that garbage time touchdown basically with the onside kick. That game very well could have gone under. And the reason being that the Buffalo Bills, ran a little bit more than expected. And the Kansas City Chiefs play slow in the second half and really play slow overall. Both these teams, yes, they are in the top half of the league in pace. But when you look at the second half, the Chiefs dropped to 22nd, as we've talked about before. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they've realized that they have a secret weapon, and it's not really so secret anymore. It's Leonard Fournette, right? They're giving him the football. Leonard Fournette is winning them games. He is opening up the passing game. He is a key. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have run the football over 43% of the time over their last 3 games. It's been a marked difference in the way they play football. So I think they're going to try to establish the run early and often here against Kansas City. So you look at a team that's going to run the football a decent amount. You look at a team that loves to just play painfully slow in the second half and let the other team backdoor cover in the Chiefs. I think that this game could certainly go under.
All right. DK Sportsbook player props for the big game. You got a favorite, Reed?
Yeah, I mean, going with Tyreek Hill or Travis Kelce, like an anytime touchdown, I know you're not getting a ton of juice on that. But at the same time, if you look at what both have done, especially Travis Kelce, like he had no touchdowns against Tampa Bay in the regular season, but that was the last time he didn't have a touchdown. Like that was the last time in this, since now that he hasn't had a touchdown. So I really like taking one of those guys to get a touchdown. But one of them that I'm interested in, if he is healthy, is Antonio Brown. Is we haven't seen him yet because of him just not being healthy, but him scoring a touchdown, I think, is also in play as well. So if you're taking a look at these touchdown props, the yardage props are one that I'm trying to work through because Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill in this game and this matchup specifically in the regular season, it was like Kelce, he still had over 80 yards, but it was Tyreek Hill. Like that could easily flip, right? That could easily flip in this game if Tampa Bay decides to take out Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce goes up. So I'm looking at that touchdown prop more so than the yardage or receptions.
What stands out to you, Kenny?
Well, I'm going to give you 2 surrounding the quarterbacks and 1 for each quarterback. First of all, Tom Brady over a half an interception at -137, I think is a fantastic bet. I know that this guy, he's the greatest quarterback of all time. He doesn't usually make mistakes in these scenarios, but I mentioned, Kansas City 6th in the league in interception rate, and Tom Brady, throwing off his back foot so many times last week, making so many bad throws. I think that could certainly happen. The one that I also have my eyes on is Patrick Mahomes under 325.5 yards. I mean, this is just an absurd total to give Patrick Mahomes. When you look at the way that he's played in the postseason, it has not really been a flashy stat performance every single time out. I mean, he's only thrown for 300 yards 2 times in his 7 postseason games, one of which was the infamous game last year against Houston when they were down 24-0. And the only choice they had was to throw when you're down 4 scores, right? The second one last week against one of the worst secondaries in football in Buffalo, or one of the more underratedly bad ones in Buffalo. And he threw for 325 yards on the dot in that one. Look at last year's Super Bowl, 286 yards against a great secondary, a great defense, Robert Saleh's unit in San Francisco. You look at the way that this game's going to unfold. This Tampa Bay secondary is just so good. They are not going to allow 325 yards to Patrick Mahomes, nor do I think the game plan is going to call for that. Again, this is a team that doesn't really fly down the field, right? They don't really rely on that many chunk plays. We get used to that chunk plays because we see them every game. Like we remember the Tyreek Hill run, the big Kelce grab from Chad Henne 2 weeks ago, but that's just not what happens here with the Kansas City Chiefs, right? They throw these short passes. They try to run the option. They try to give the ball to Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I don't think Patrick Mahomes comes close to hitting this over, as great as he is. It's not an indictment on how good he is. It's just this number's way too high.
Bukes, you've been very patient, pal.
Weird bet to take from Kenny. I think he's watching too many Jets highlights, not enough actual football going on right now. I mean, this is a Super Bowl. This is against arguably what's been the worst secondary in the playoffs that's left, but that's okay, Kenny. If you want to lose some money, I will let you take that bet. I'm going to give people some money where they can actually profit some good money here. How about some plus money odds, okay? That's what we're talking about. We don't want this garbage, bet 50 to make 30 crap. We want to, really get our money here. And this is why I
Free
invest
money.
in Doge.
Tom Brady to throw an interception.
Yeah, quiet, Kenny. This is why I invest in Dogecoin, because I take all my profits and I put it into this bet right here. Touchdown passes in the first half. Mahomes over 1.5 at plus 180. Plus 180. I mean, are we just giving money away over here on the DraftKings Sportsbook? 55% of Mahomes' career touchdowns have come in the first half. 37 in the second quarter, 27 in the first quarter. That's called research, Kenny. That's how you win people some money. And then you look at the Buccaneers. They have allowed an average of 13 points in the first half. That is just outside the top 10 most in the league. You are telling me that Patrick Mahomes against this secondary, if you even want to call them that, because they've been putrid, is not going to allow at least 2 passing touchdowns by Patrick Mahomes in this one? Thank me later at SBuchanan24 on Twitter. I will take your salutations and all your winning bets.
It's time to tell you about our play of the day. You can claim a free instant prize up to $25,000 just by making predictions about the big game. Enter our free-to-play 55 million Super Bowl prediction challenge right now in the DK Sportsbook and claim your instant prize ranging from $3 all the way up to $25,000. Then answer questions about what might happen in the fourth quarter of Super Bowl 55 and compete for the $1 million top prize. Follow along in the fourth quarter and see where you land on the leaderboard. The pool is free for everybody, regardless of what state you're in. For more information, go to the promos page on DraftKings.com. Now, that is not the only free pool you can enter on Super Bowl Sunday. DraftKings and League Eating, well, they've teamed up for the big game, SmackDown event happening next Sunday. Some of the biggest names in the MLE, including the GOAT himself, Joey Chestnut. He's taking part in an eating contest featuring some of the best football snacks out there, like 7-layer dip, all the way to jalapeno poppers. You can get in on the action with the free 100K Major League Eating Big Game Snackdown pool on the DK Sportsbook. Just answer 10 questions about the event for a shot at a share of 100K in prizes. You can also check out the Big Game Snackdown presented by DraftKings and Major League Eating right here on the Dream Stream next Sunday. The 8 p.m. Eastern Sim, it's seconds away, but first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. We've still got NBA and NHL contests available tonight, including a 3-game NBA night slate, which is featured in the NBA 20K fadeaway contest, a $10 entry. That's going to get you a shot at the 5K first prize. And only one game in the NHL tonight between Columbus and Chicago. So, of course, we got a showdown for you. Our 40K Twine Showdown pays out $10K to first for just a $10 entry. Plus, you can wager on all of these sportsbook, as well as PGA, college basketball, UFC, and more. It is time for me to stop talking right now. We have Matt in action. Here is my arch nemesis, Adam Kaufman, and the best of the best, Jeff Ulrich with the Jags and the Seahawks. Take it away, guys.
Carolyn, thank you very much. Hey, do us a favor. Don't go anywhere because it is ladies' night, and I have a couple of questions for you here in this first quarter once we get moving in just a matter of moments. But Moose, how are you, buddy? I've missed you terribly.
I'm doing good. Is Friday night always ladies' night, or is it just
always,
like when you decide?
Always and forever, Friday night is ladies' night. Right. That is correct. Yep.
Fair enough. I'm doing good, though. Thanks for asking. I really appreciate it.
We've had Carolyn hop on with us for entire halves. Jesse, the same thing.
I did like an entire game with her. I know.
This is what I'm saying. What a time to be alive. This is what it's all about. So because lineups have obviously locked, do tell, did you get in the free roll?
I put it in. I swear to God, I probably got it in with like 1 second to go, but it is in there, folks.
All right. That's what I love to hear. So what do you got?
Okay, here we go. We got DJ Chark in the captains. And then obviously I had to throw Russ in there, threw Minshew in there. I just went offense like I always do. Dorsett, Jakob Hollister. I wanted to get O'Shaughnessy in there, but I couldn't fit him in. And Chris Thompson. So, I'll need like some kind of YOLO touchdown from James Hollister, but whatever. The main thing is I'm in the free roll. You can't win if you don't compete, Kaufman. So
that's what I tell Reed all the time, and he still chooses not to compete. It's amazing, that guy. So what I decided to do, a lot of debate, similar to you. There's some good offensive weapons here, but I said, you know what? Whatever. I'm just gonna pay up. Russ in the captain spot. And then I got Gardner Minshew, Tyler Eifert, Chris Conley, who's been pretty good in Simland of late, and then naturally had to, a little salary saver action right here. But still, unlike a Jacob Hollister, I wanted guys that I felt more comfortable about them actually playing a role in this game. So a little bit of a reach, Carlos Hyde, and then kind of sort of flyer, not flyer talent-wise, but flyer because you never quite know what you're going to get with a unit versus a player. I have the Seahawks DST in there as well.
All right, I like it. Seahawks DST. I mean, look, we got a crappy team in Jacksonville here, so low-rated quarterbacks, probably a good play, especially because, as this team has two basically fumble machines in Wagner and Jamal Adams. So probably a better lineup than mine. I'm not gonna lie.
So you probably didn't notice, which perfectly fine. No slight on your part, but the free roll tonight is named partially in your honor. And
no,
also,
I noticed. There's something like Moose Tracks or something.
Yeah, exactly. But it's also a continuation from the nooner, which you were not part of. You'll notice that this one starts with an ellipsis. It starts with a ... as we get out to virtual Seattle. Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, producer Mike Daniel, our technical director. We also have our great Game Ops crew, as always, Jared and Jim, and of course, Tara and Azak, who will rejoin us in just a little bit. I promise, whether she likes it or not. The reason that it is named as it is named. So yesterday, Moose, if you are unaware of this, was my birthday, like my actual birthday, not the whole happy birthday cough that exists in the chat every single day. And Glash a couple nights ago, on birthday eve, made a big deal out of the fact that, you know what, I'm going to be nice. I'm going to be nice. I'm going to be the bigger man. I'm going to be better than Koff. I am going to, he likes Chinese food. I'm going to bring him Chinese food for lunch for his birthday. And, you know, right down to, I hopped in the chat, right down, what do you want? What do you like? I'm going to bring you food. It was, I mean, I thought we were having a really special kind of bonding moment. Well, sure enough, he texted me yesterday morning, late morning, and says, yeah, I slept in. And then adds, plus it's dumping snow out there. I'm not going out. Now, so I went after him, you know, a little bit during the sim and just, you know, like it really, what a jerk move on my part too, because it went from like this nice intended gesture on his part that he didn't follow through on, to me turning it from, you know, being like really appreciative of the gesture to outright disappointed that he didn't follow through with, you know, with bringing me this birthday lunch. So some people in the chat, and I didn't even think of this, it's just extra ammo. They're going, I mean, what? Guy couldn't have had something delivered to you? Nobody said he had to drive it to you. He could have just ordered it, placed an order and some. So great point. So anyway, this is all a long way around to tell you that the nooner today was called the forget Glash, I'm just going to buy myself Chinese for lunch. And then of course the prime time is called the and I'm eating Moose Tracks ice cream for dessert. Hence, again, minute plus gone by. We've now gone full circle. Welcome to the party, pal.
Just exciting. You know, with all the news going on in the world, I can't believe I missed this today. But I will say this. If somebody promises to bring me Chinese food, you better bring me Chinese food. Chinese food is delicious. And like, you're getting my hopes up, man. Like, Chinese food is a really good meal. I mean, it's not something you have every day, right? If someone says, hey, well, let's get Chinese food, man. Like that immediately brightens my day by like a full notch, like a full unit of brightening my day. I mean, that is good food that you're looking forward to. So I do kind of sympathize. Like I would be, again, I wouldn't be mad, but I would be disappointed. Be disappointed. And I will say this, I 100% would have ordered myself Chinese food that day, because I would not have been able to sit through the day, you know, having the expectation of like, wow, I wake up, I'm getting Chinese food today. So yeah. No, it was a total disappointment. I decided to hold off for a day or two. Maybe we'll get some Chinese, the whole family, you know, to get. Let the family partake. Like you were just
supposed to be getting just like a luncheon special for myself. You know, yeoman's work here. We'll get a meal of food together if that would be agreeable for those who enjoy the movie Old School. So that is what's going to happen. Jordan says, so coughed. Did he bust? Yeah. Oh yeah, busted. Absolutely. Real troublesome situation for that Glash. Obi says, ladies' night is a new thing. Get out of here. Ladies' night's a new thing. We've been doing this for weeks. Where's Alana Kilgore? I bet Alana's in the chat, and Lisa and Heather and everybody else. You know. Ladies' night's been going on. Thank you for the birthday wishes, all you folks in the chat. You are terrific. Alana says, Koff, one time at work, we were promised Chinese food at someone's retirement party. But when it showed up, cold cuts. I'm still mad about it. It was like 8 years ago. Yeah, for real. Imagine somebody brings a deli platter and you're expecting Chinese food. I might quit.
It's pretty weak effort. It's not good to promise things like that and then not deliver.
Speaking of delivering, though, Russ gets to the 6. First attempt for him on the ground's got 16. First and goal on the way.
I don't pretend to know what's going on in Brendan Glasheen's mind. I don't think any of us do, but like, why didn't he just get delivered? Oh, Glash. I know he's got a reason for not doing it too. Like there's it's going to be like an insane reason, but he's legitimately got a reason because he doesn't just like he's not the type of person to just do it. So something must have triggered him to just say,
Get
"I'm not going to
on in there, my captain." Russell Wilson with the rushing touchdown. That's what you want from your captain, someone that only helps themselves. Russell Wilson, popular play, no doubt about it, obviously. 18% owned on the captain spot, 77% owned overall, and he's got himself 22 on the ground, 41 in the air, and an early tud.
Yeah, that was like a Brendan Glasheen touchdown. Only helps himself.
Bonzo says Glash was a bust on that Chinese delivery. This is what I'm saying. Glash he really failed to come through, and I was disappointed. But here's where I disagree with you, though. I don't think he had a good reason at all. I think he was lazy.
We'll see.
And let me.
I always give Glash the benefit of the doubt because he always has. I feel like he always has a legitimate reason, at least in his mind. So I'm actually curious to get his take on this. But
you should.
At the same time, I will roast him with you today. I don't know.
Well, I appreciate that, and I don't typically get that from Switzerland, so that is appreciated. but let me add that. Like he is a better man than I in that I wouldn't have even have made the offer to bring him food for his birthday.
Well, no, but that's the thing. That's what I was saying at the start.
But it almost makes him worse for offering and not coming through.
It does make him worse. If you offer and then don't deliver, that is worse than than not offering.
Just not offering at all. Yeah.
Yeah. Like just say happy birthday. That's a better thing than saying, "Oh, and I'll bring you some Chinese food," and then not bring it. Like you should have just stopped at happy birthday.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan, right here with you, buddy, says, I could take cold cuts on occasion over Chinese food for sure. But if I'm expecting Chinese and I walk into cold cuts, weak sauce.
That's trouble. I'm also ordering Chinese food for dinner now tomorrow.
Carter says, did you forget, Koff? It was snowing. That's why he couldn't bring it, LOL. And Jared says, and Jared obviously is in this area, Jared says it was like an inch and change of snow. It wasn't exactly dumping snow, as he put it. So naturally, I had to beat his behind an NBA head-to-head last night.
Me too. I was getting up to trouble.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to get me back on these things on the regular. Babysitting again. I mean, I am doing 5 in the next 24 hours. So.
I just this is great from Emerson's forehead, and this went down. This is legit. By the way, smash that like button. We're a few away from 300. I know we barely talked about the game. This is more fun. 7-0 Seattle. Russell Wilson rushing touchdown. 2:50 to go here in the opening quarter. This 100% happened. And here's what you need to know that's very pertinent here. Glash and I live maybe 40 minutes from each other. Okay, it's not like Jeff and I who are thousands of miles. Glash and I are 40 miles away from each other. So apparently, I didn't realize this. I'm not surprised. Apparently, because Glash and I just bring our drama to the stream rather than talk things out together. Glash, Emerson's forehead writes, Glash said he overslept and it was snowing anyway. But then he said your response was classic Kaufman, which is 100% true. He said you texted him back, it's not snowing here. Which I did. I had clear skies here. And he takes a picture. He takes a picture out his window of this quote unquote dumping snow, and he says, "It's coming."
It's coming. Oh boy.
Ready.
Classic.
So great. Just so great. J Barb says, expect the worst, hope for the best. Just be glad you're eating anything. Well, there is truth in that. Jared, who was at this party with Alana, says, Koff, I didn't even have Chinese, for 3 days before the party because of the promise of Chinese food at the party. Yeah, Daniel says we need an audio tune of this text message exchange. I'm sure Babysitter Billy could create something like that.
Glash has good intentions. He legitimately does things like this with the best of intentions. He wanted to throw an olive branch probably. He probably was feeling bad about something. maybe he hadn't talked to you nicely before. Just, he wanted to do something to make up for something, right? But classic Glash. Just,
Emerson's forehead says he went on and on about how it can snow in one spot and not in another, as if he had to explain weather and how it works. Final minute of the opening quarter. There is some football stuff that I want to get into. We'll save it for the second quarter because that's seconds away, and we'll give you some stats before that rolls around. Again, Moose Cough or a Crusty Moose Tracks, call it whatever you want. We got Mike, Daniel, as well as, again, Jared, as well as Jim, our great Game Ops crew here. Tara Lynn will be along here in just a little while as we approach 300 likes here on this Friday evening. Ladies' night, kind of, sort of, here in the chat and beyond. So thank you again for being with us. February and the Super Bowl, it's all right around the corner, folks. Some great stuff that is coming up on the Dream Stream as well that we'll tell you about a little while later, that you probably heard about a little bit throughout the day. I was talking about it during the nooner. Just some great sim plans, some huge prize pools for some free rolls that we've got going on surrounding some sims. Of course, Super Bowl coverage. There's a lot of good stuff on the way here that we will tell you about. Busy weekend ahead. This weekend is going to be busy with 12 sims, but the following weekend will be very busy. As Moose said here, he's going to be very busy this coming weekend, which we love, by the way. We're all about that. So perfect quarterback play. 8 for 8 between the two for a combined 87 yards. Minshew at 46. Wilson's at 41. Again, a rushing touchdown for Wilson. It's the only offense we have in this game, really. He has 22 on the ground to Thompson's 18. Carson's dozen. We will look at the pass catchers as well, but obviously with a combined 87 yards, nothing huge. 20 for Olsen on a couple catches. He's the only guy with multiple grabs. Single catches for a slew of guys, including Westbrook, who's 1 for 22. Lockett is 1 for 10. Eifert, 1 for 16. In our free roll here, we have got JMCF1234 is in front by about a point and change. I am 17th, largely because, again, Wilson's my captain, and also have the Seahawks DST, so that's some free points right now. Where are you sitting at the moment?
Good question, actually. Where am I here? I'm in 120th.
There you go. Long way to go.
Well, who did I put? I put Chark in my captain spot, so I don't know why I can't get to the live. My DraftKings is being silly, but I put DJ Chark in the captain spot, so he needs to catch a pass or 2 or 10. So
man, I just noticed the ladies' night graphic on the YouTube, courtesy of Daniel. Nice work, Daniel. As we got the Jags threatening for a score. I mean, after going crazy last night, making things bump with the club, the front bar, back bar bouncer situation they had going on with Glash and Tom Ace. I mean, those two guys were just getting after it last night.
Oh boy, yeah, I saw that on Twitter. So
that was definitely a thing.
What you're referring to? Oh, DJ Chark has 0 points
here. Touchdown! Nice and easy, Chris Thompson. First of the day for him. Man, couldn't fit him in my lineup after I paid up for Wilson either. What a bummer. He has been good of late. He had a 3-touchdown game recently. That's the 20th for Thompson.
Yeah, he's averaging more points than DJ Chark. I mean, pretty good play.
Lewis Daniel says, "What's up, Cough Moose? I got the win in the last one." Good for you, Lewis. Not easy. Oh, here we go, Willie. A football-themed buy stream trash. I like this. Here you go, Moose. Buy stream trash. Brady retiring if the Bucs win. Gronk scoring in the Super Bowl. Chiefs blowing the Bucs out. Would you like to go first?
Okay, so Brady retiring if the Bucs win.
Gronk scoring in the Super Bowl. Chiefs blowing the Bucs out.
I'll buy Chiefs blowing the Bucs out, even though I don't really think that's going to happen. I just think it's more likely than the other two. I will stream Gronk scoring a touchdown and trash Brady retiring, because even if he wins, he's not retiring. What else is Tom Brady going to do?
Work on the TB12 method?
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. That's why he plays football, to promote the TB12 method.
He's doing pretty well with all that stuff. There's no doubt about it. I'm just gonna flip your first two. The second I started reading it, Brady retiring in any situation goes in the trash. He's not retiring ever, but definitely not for the next couple of years. I'm gonna actually buy Gronk scoring in the Super Bowl, and then I will go Chiefs blowing out the Bucs because, like you, I don't see it. And that's not me saying the Chiefs won't win. Just a blowout. I mean, if we're how are we defining a blowout? 10+ points? I don't see that happening. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could happen, but I'm kind of on the same boat. Like, Tampa Bay's offense has just been pretty hard to stop lately. They've been so good at getting the ball downfield. So it feels like, they're going to put up probably 27 points-ish. And I don't think that'll be enough because I think KC is going to put up 30+. But, at the same time, Kansas City to blow them out, to really blow them out, might have to get to like 40. So it could happen. I mean, Mahomes could just walk in there. They could just, jump on them early. That's pretty much what they did the first time they met. Like that, I know the final score of their first meeting was 27-24, but like that game could have been like 35-14 if the Chiefs really wanted it to. So
sure.
They kind of just lollygagged the whole last quarter. But it could be a blowout. Yeah, Gronk, I don't know. Gronk is just, they don't really use him that much, so I don't know how good a chance he'll have to score a touchdown. But, Arians might dial up something for him in the Super Bowl, so I could at least see it for sure. Like I said, I just don't think Brady has any intention of retiring, so regardless of what happens.
Producer Mike notes the Chiefs and Mahomes averaging 34 points this year. Brady and the Bucs averaging 27. Obviously, two potent top 5 offenses. No doubt about that. Jordan says Gronk's going to be doing the same thing he's been doing the last few games, pass blocking. Yeah, I mean, he had a fine, especially coming out of retirement, not having played in a year. I thought he had a perfectly fine regular season. He had almost 50 catches, 600-700 yards, 7 touchdowns. In the playoffs, his numbers have been paltry because, to your point, he's mostly been used as a pass blocker, and it's actually been Cam Brate, as far as the tight ends that have been getting a lot of the work. It's been kind of surprising, but even still, I mean, we're talking about Gronk being a red zone threat, a guy Brady certainly trusts, someone who's had big moments in the postseason in his career. I'm not saying Gronk is definitely going to score, but of those options, will it surprise anybody out there listening if Rob Gronkowski scores a touchdown in the Super Bowl? Because it shouldn't.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the reason the Gronk, one of the other reasons to fade Gronk is Cameron Brate is running like a lot of routes too, right? So it won't shock me, but at the same time, it's like I would definitely bet on the no rather than the yes there, just because of all the factors. And whoever brought up the pass blocking thing, you're right. I mean, he is doing more of that. He's not running a ton of routes, but it only takes one, right? Obviously. So, and I could definitely see them dialing up something here, like a special package. So, again, I would bet on the no, but it's definitely more likely than Brady retiring, in my opinion.
1st and 10. Russ is closing in on 50 on the ground already. The man is certainly on bonus watch as we've got a 10-yard pickup by Carlos Hyde. 2-16 for him. 7-7 game midway through this second quarter. Again, Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, Mike, Daniel, our production crew, Jared, Jim, our Game Ops squad. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out with us. Smash that like button. North of 400 watching on YouTube. Almost 300 likes. Hit the subscribe button as well if you're watching on Twitch. Thank you for doing so. And give us a follow there. Russ, a handoff, and Carson with a short run picks up 4. So here's a question, something that I want us all to get into. The two of us, the chat, anyone that wants to weigh in. We're watching you in the DraftKings conference room. Something that Tony Romo said, and of course, Romo and Nance, CBS, they'll have the Super Bowl a week from Sunday. Something Tony Romo said. I'll give you that after this play, just in case it's a touchdown here. As Wilson's got it, looks around, straight up the middle. Russ is for another rushing score for Russell Wilson. Again, helping no one but himself. My captain. Nice dash there for Russ.
He's on the glass sheen diet tonight.
I'm saying, what a play. What a play.
I'm actually surprised he was only 77% owned in that contest because
23 rushing touchdowns for Russell Wilson.
I guess Thompson's there and Minshew actually has a decent average, but I'm still surprised he wasn't closer to 90%. But Anyways.
So this is what Tony Romo said, as it's now 14-7. This is the biggest game Patrick Mahomes will ever play in for the rest of his career. If he loses this game, he cannot catch Tom Brady, in my opinion. Now, a buddy of mine, Damon Amendolara, hosts a national radio show, CBS Sports Radio. You hear BK refer to him from time to time. Good friends with both of us. He tweets that graphic out, this, with the quote, says, "I can't believe we're doing this." And I said, I responded to him on Twitter. I said, I get what you're saying, but I do agree with Romo's central point, which is, let's not act like winning 6 more Super Bowls is going to be easy for Patrick Mahomes. There's a reason one man and only 2 franchises, the Patriots and Steelers, have ever done it. If Tom Brady wins this Super Bowl, say what you want about the Bucs, they're absolutely in the race here, folks. If Tom Brady wins this Super Bowl, he will have 7 Super Bowl rings, more than any franchise in NFL history. That is an incredible statistic. So DA writes me back, says, "You're ready to declare this will be the biggest game of his career with about 12 to 15 more seasons left?" And what I said was, no, that's not what I'm driving at. What I'm driving at is I'm talking about the catching Brady part. Huge difference between trailing 6-2 and 7-1. Others jumped into the conversation on Twitter and said, Romo might have a point about the biggest game of his career thing. Because if he does lose to Brady, and let's say he does win 6 more down the line in all these seasons he has left, and they're 7-7, Brady still has the edge because he won the head-to-head. He's still the GOAT. Okay, this is just what people said on Twitter. I'm not saying this is how I feel. This is what people have said on Twitter. Do you agree with the sentiment that if Mahomes, forget the catching Brady, the biggest game of his career part, because I think that is kind of ridiculous. And we have an interception here. Do you agree with the sentiment that Mahomes cannot catch Brady if he loses the Super Bowl?
I just don't really care if he catches Brady.
Not what I asked. Not what I asked.
Yeah, I know you did. Shut up. Okay, I'm gonna answer the question. You just sit down over there and let me get to it. Yeah, I still think he could do it, but it would be obviously a lot harder. I mean, 7 versus 6. Like you said, if you're keeping track of the Super Bowls and you really want Mahomes to catch him, yeah, I guess this is a big game. Until we had this conversation, I didn't even think about Patrick Mahomes catching Tom Brady in Super Bowls because, like I said, I just don't really care. Like that, I don't. When I judge a player, yeah, Super Bowls kind of factor into it, but like Super Bowls, as much as people want them to be like, oh yeah, this quarterback's got this many. Super Bowls are not won by quarterbacks. Trent Dilfer has a Super Bowl ring. Like, go down the line and check some of the quarterbacks who have Super Bowl rings. You're telling me Trent Dilfer is better than Dan Marino? Like, it's things like that, right? So I don't really care if Mahomes ever has more Super Bowl rings than Brady. Patrick Mahomes is on track to be 10 times the quarterback that Tom Brady is, quite frankly. He's on track to be better than anyone, regardless of how many more Super Bowls he wins. So.
But do you actually believe that, let's say, and I'm throwing out a random number. Let's say Brady wins 6, okay? Let's just say he loses. Let's say Brady wins 6, doesn't win again, and Mahomes wins 3. Let's just say 3. And if he does win this one, I would probably take the over on that. But let's just say 3. Brady wins 6, Mahomes wins 3, but Mahomes puts up the gaudy statistics that we all believe he's going to put up, provided he obviously stays healthy over the next decade plus. You will be ready to declare, despite being, being halved or doubled, depending on how you want to frame that question, in championships, that he will be superior to Tom Brady when it comes to GOAT status?
Absolutely. It's not even close.
I disagree with that.
Statistics that Patrick Mahomes is on pace to put up is stupid. Like, it's stupefying. If you're just judging quarterbacks on Super Bowl rings, I think it's absolutely ridiculous, man. And look, I'll take it a step further here. Dan Marino is a better quarterback than Tom Brady.
Now you're talking about the eye test versus the numbers.
I ain't talking about the eye test. I ain't talking about the eye test. Dan Marino, what he did in that era of football is absolutely ridiculous. You go back and look at some of the stats Dan Marino put up. And again, look at the era of football when guys were throwing like 24 touchdown passes and winning MVPs. Dan Marino was absolutely balling. I'll take Dan Marino as the better quarterback. I'm not saying he's even necessarily like the better football player. Tom Brady might be just better at things, but from a pure like quarterback, athlete, whatever, yeah, man, Dan Marino is better than Tom Brady. He's better athletically. He's just better. It doesn't mean that Tom Brady isn't the GOAT. And look, I'm not even anti-Tom Brady, man. The guy is
when you're talking about athleticism, that sort of thing, that's what I mean by the eye test. You're ignoring statistics.
It's not an eye test. I'm not ignoring statistics. Don't say I'm ignoring statistics. I already said Dan Marino has had, in that era of football, the stats that he put up absolutely kill anything Tom Brady's done, outside of maybe like the one season he had with Moss. Or not one season. But you get my point.
Then how do you explain, unless people are just so championship driven in the sense of that argument, how do you explain as obviously the Seahawks after the fumble recovery and a huge gain by Greg Olsen with the minute left here in the opening half, is he going to go again? Oh, you thought about rushing for a third, Russell Wilson. We got a timeout after the sack. When that conversation is had on a national pundit level, Marino rarely, if ever, even enters that conversation. Rarely is even brought up because, again, he has 0 rings. Brady is brought up. Manning is brought up. Montana's brought up. You know, some would like to bring up Breeze because of obviously the numbers that he has put up, even though he's only got the 1 ring, but at least he has a ring. As we got a touchdown here, DK Metcalf, who is not typically a factor in these sims. How do you explain the fact that Marino is rarely even acknowledged? And I'm not telling you, oh, Dan Marino is a bad quarterback. I agree with a lot of what you said. But how do you explain the fact that Marino is rarely in that conversation?
Because people put too much emphasis on the championship ring. So that's the fact he's not in the conversation has nothing to do with if he's actually better. That's just media-driven nonsense. That's just what the media decides to do. The media loves championships because it's easy to say, this guy's got this many rings, this guy's got this many rings, so the guy with the more rings is better. Again, I'm not trying to take anything away from Tom Brady. I'm not. Like, the dude is, in terms of pressure time quarterbacks, absolutely. Tom Brady is the absolute GOAT. Pressure time, I'd take him over anyone. I'm not talking about pressure. I'm talking about who's better. Who's the better player? Dan Marino is better than Tom Brady. Tom Brady would probably even admit that Dan Marino is better than Tom Brady. Guys, go back and watch Dan Marino play. Like, I beg of you. The guy was Aaron Rodgers before Aaron Rodgers. Like, he is an absolute marvel to watch. And again, eye test, whatever, but you can look at the stats he put up. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. Brady played on a great team with a great coach. Marino played in Miami with like.
But a lot of Brady
teams. You can't compare them. You can't use Super Bowl rings to compare. At least in my opinion, that's always been my opinion. Again, it's not taking away anything from Brady. He's great. I take him over anyone in one game playoff. Absolutely, not without a shadow of a doubt. But he's not better than Dan Marino.
But here's the thing: a lot of those, maybe it's not fair to say a lot. A fair number of those 20 almost Patriots teams with Tom Brady, led by Tom Brady, it was nearly 20 of them. If Trent Dilfer were the quarterback, they wouldn't have been great teams. You know, it takes the quarterback, obviously, to elevate teams to a new level of success that Marino never accomplished. I mean, he didn't. I just don't. One, I mean, to me, and I don't even think, maybe I'm putting too much emphasis on championships if you believe that's something that you can do, as obviously you do. But I don't think anyone, if Brady goes out and wins a 7th, I don't think anyone could make a compelling argument for someone being better than Tom Brady in NFL history. I really don't.
Dude, Tom
that
Brady
is a ridiculous
isn't winning the Super Bowl,
statistic.
though. Tom Brady isn't winning the Super Bowl, Kaufman. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are winning the Super Bowl. You're acting like it's Tom Brady versus the Kansas City Chiefs.
A lot of the time it is, though.
This is why you can't use Super Bowl rings. Are you okay? Are you telling me that because who is it? Don Terry Poe jumped offside like 3 years ago in the AFC Championship, that like Tom Brady is like all of a sudden like going to be a better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes? No, like he got lucky there. And look, part of it is just luck and where you end up. And that's why like you have to have different conversations. Pressure time quarterbacks, guys who perform in the playoffs, yeah, Brady should be at the top of the list. Overall greatness, no, I wouldn't put him at the top of the list.
Here's where there's one aspect of this conversation that I will agree with you, which is true of any sport that we could get into when it comes to a GOAT argument, which is that I find it incredibly difficult to compare eras. You know, rules were different, obviously, in terms, you know, Marino's day versus Brady and Manning and Breeze and Rodgers, like, you know, versus what Manning and, you know, Favre and guys like the rules have changed. You know, quarterbacks, I'm not saying they have it easy, but they have it a lot easier. True of Mahomes and these guys that are all these young quarterbacks that are playing right now. It is a much simpler game now for quarterbacks where they basically can't get hit, to where, you know, what it was when Montana played and Marino and before that Bradshaw and guys like that, and the NFL season was shorter going back, you know, to what it is now, and it's about to get longer, and so obviously stats are going to be that much more so in years to come. Like if you put, I can't tell you what Tom Brady would have looked like in a different era of football any more than I can tell you with Dan Marino. I'd like to think Dan Marino would look that much better in this era, because obviously, you know, look at what we've got.
Brady's actually the guy who kind of flirted with both eras, right? Like when he came into the league was
early 2000s, the rules hadn't, the rules really started to change what, like 06, 07?
And one of the biggest things that Brady has in his corner in this argument is longevity, man. Like, again, we've talked about it with other players. Like you just give him, he gets a huge credit. And again, like I know I'm talking about guys and like who's just like the best pure quarterback, but like Brady, again, that's another argument where it's really hard to say anyone is better than him over a long period of time because of how long he's done it, right? And how long his career has spanned. But like realistically, again, just when you're bearing it down, like you can't just look at like rings, and you can't just look at like, oh, the guy played so much longer. Like is Emmett, okay, is Emmitt Smith a better running back than Barry Sanders?
No,
absolutely. So why is Tom Brady a better quarterback than Dan Marino?
But again, and I think we're quibbling. I think this is semantics at this point with what I'm going to say versus what you've been saying. That to me is eye test. That Sanders versus Smith. That is eye test. It's throwing away some of the it's why like people say like, you know, Bo Jackson's one of the greatest, you know, pure athletes in history, you know, whether it was football or baseball, and you know, never mind the statistics.
Is you can call it the eye test if you want. It's really not though. Like again, because what some of these players have done in small samples is better than like I said, you go back and look at what
Sanders
Marino
had incredible stats too, but he didn't play as long because he walked away. So that's why I'm bringing it back to some of the eye test stuff.
I would be eye test is the wrong word that I would use. But I kind of get what you're trying to say anyways.
Well, this is a debate. I mean, I don't know
two different debates.
Popular debate. This is a debate people like to have, okay? And maybe we've discussed this at some point in time. BK brought this up the other night. You know, probably saw it on Twitter. Like, if Patrick Mahomes retired tomorrow, doesn't play in this Super Bowl, he retires tomorrow, is he a Hall of Famer?
Who? Sorry, who did you say?
Patrick Mahomes. If he retires tomorrow, is he a Hall of Famer?
Yes.
And I would say no.
Why would you say no?
Because there is an element of longevity that has to come into play, not just looking at the man and what he's accomplished in the period of time that he was there, which has been ridiculous and record-setting. But if he retired tomorrow, he just said, you know, I'm going to go play baseball, then no, he wouldn't be a Hall of Famer yet.
It would actually be right on the verge. It would be on the verge of, you know, does he get in or does he get out? But he did win the MVP one year, right? Am I like?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. So I think that would probably put him over the top. But I mean, I mean, I don't know. We're not talking about guys who played 3 years, right? We're talking about
No, we're not.
Sanders, Marino, those guys. People love to have this conversation.
By the way, it's a fun conversation. I feel bad. I haven't even looked at the chat since we started it, so I got some catching up to do.
Most of them agree with me. I'm not going to lie.
Do they?
Yes.
Well, that's fine. Chris says, "Cough. It's now my fiance's birthday, so please say happy birthday, Brooke Jones." Happy birthday, Brooke Jones. And that's perfectly fine if they agree with you. Like I'm not offended. I think it's a really interesting conversation.
Yeah, and again, like I did not want to see Tom Brady in another Super Bowl because, quite frankly, I'm over it. But like, it's not like I
there's Brady
appreciate
out there
what
for
the
sure.
what the dude accomplishes, right? Like I said, there's no argument against taking Tom Brady as your one game quarterback to win you one game with your life on the line. I'll take Tom Brady over Dan Marino. Sure, I will. I mean, like, absolutely. But again, that's not what we're talking about. I don't know.
I just think, like, now I'm looking at the chat, and I think, like, any notion of calling, counting rings as media narrative is just ridiculous to me. Players count rings. Like, you think LeBron isn't obsessed with catching Jordan? Of course he is. And it doesn't matter that he's already been to more finals than Jordan ever got to, because Jordan didn't play as long. Like, Jordan could have gone to more finals too. And LeBron's going to keep on playing. But there's, people still will make a case for Jordan over LeBron because of the 6 rings. I just don't think, like, rings, maybe it's somewhere in the middle. Like, maybe I'm putting more of an emphasis on rings and you're putting too little an emphasis on rings. But rings matter.
They matter so much less than you're making them out to be, though. Again, like, football is, it's just, there's so many other factors that go into winning a football game. Like I said, like, we can go back and we can analyze, like, the tuck rule, the Brady's first Super Bowl, man. Give me a break. That could have easily been turned. That wasn't even. That should have been a loss.
Absolutely could have gone the other way.
Exactly. So you want to make Tom Brady a better quarterback than these guys because he got a fortuitous call. You want to make Tom Brady a better quarterback than this other guy because Dontari Poe jumped offside in the AFC Conference Championship in a game he should have won. You want to make Tom Brady a better quarterback because Malcolm Jenkins intercepted a ball at the 1 yard line. You can't put that much emphasis on rings when you're comparing these guys, at least in my opinion. I'm
looking at Fantasy Hawk here saying the Patriots, won, not Brady. If anything, the defense won those championships. The defense was very important to the first few of those championships, and obviously the second one against the Rams as well. But if you're going to sit there and tell me that if Bill Belichick had, average quarterback X, and I'm not saying below average, I'm not saying, next, like, average, for those people out there that want to believe Tom Brady was or is a system quarterback, give Bill Belichick for those 20 years an average quarterback. You're going to tell me they won 6 championships? No chance in hell. Maybe 2, 6? No way. No way. I just don't buy that for one second.
I'm not going down the road of saying, Tom Brady is terrible, like he's a system quarterback. I'm not doing that. I fully acknowledge that's a ridiculous argument. He's had some very good statistical years, like you said, and regardless, the system quarterback thing is stupid anyways, because every quarterback is in a system, and you either are good in it or you're not. So, like, it's ridiculous, right? But again, like, yeah. Anyways, I'm not going that deep on it. Again, I'm not trying to write off Tom Brady, but he ain't my number one.
And for people out there saying that Dan Marino is more athletic than Tom Brady, who in the world would argue against that? Of course he was. Most quarterbacks, and not most, well, maybe most, quite frankly. I mean, hell, like Teddy Bridgewater's a more athletic quarterback than Tom Brady. That only takes you so far, obviously.
Here's the problem. We're having two different conversations. Who's the better quarterback? Who had the better career?
Okay, that's fine. So let's circle it back. Okay, let's circle it back, way back to the beginning, to where, because I think that's probably where we got off the rails right away. I think Tony Romo's comment about Patrick Mahomes catching Tom Brady, so to speak, is about who's going to have the better career. If you want to believe that Patrick Mahomes is the better quarterback, I think some people would fall in line with that. You know, one game to win, would they take Brady or Mahomes? Some people would certainly debate it, as we have a fumble, and boy, we've got a few turnovers in this game. Not a good situation. Fumble recovery for Jacksonville, trying to stay
Russ
in this
Wilson
thing
isn't going to
halfway
have
through the third.
People.
So let's go. So let's take it way back to the beginning, all of a quarter and a half ago. Can Patrick Mahomes catch Tom Brady in terms of having the better career?
Okay, that's a good. I like it, because let's put it like this: Patrick Mahomes doesn't have to catch Brady in Super Bowl rings to have a better career. He's got to come close. Like, if he only ends up with 2, that would probably be a big negative in terms of, even if he plays for a long time and puts up a lot of gaudy stats. But let's say he ends with 4, and let's say he breaks a ton of records, and let's say he has a couple MVPs. He's probably going to have a better career, at least in my mind for sure, than Tom Brady. It'll be fairly close, but again, if he plays for a long time, he puts up he breaks some records. I wouldn't count just because Brady has a couple more rings against him as much as most people probably would. So it's a fair argument. That's my stance on it. This is why I just didn't even care about it until you brought it up, if he was ever going to catch Tom Brady, because if Mahomes gets 3 rings, and like I said, and he breaks all the records, or he breaks a ton of records, he'll probably be better than Brady than him. So that's where I sit with it.
And I guess I should have framed it that way from the beginning, because like I'm looking at Jordan and others, and I'm not picking on Jordan. Jordan's saying, you know, rings matter, Koff, nobody denies that, but it isn't the main criteria for deciding level of individual talent. I guess I don't know this. I think when people intend to have this conversation, I don't just mean us, I mean on national level, because it's talked about ad nauseum. It'll be talked about for the next week and a half. Everybody knows that and beyond. I think when people intend to have this conversation, Brady versus Montana, you know, Brady versus Manning, Brady versus Marino or Breeze or Mahomes or Rodgers or Favre or, you know, whomever else you want to include in that conversation, they're not talking about individual talent. Tom Brady is not the most talented quarterback to ever play the game. Of course he's not. He wouldn't say he is, to Jeff's point earlier. We're talking about the better career. That's what I'm talking about when I have that conversation, measuring him up against somebody else, the better career, especially for all those, you know, sycophant Peyton Manning fans who want to compare him to Tom Brady in terms of the career. Tom Brady had a better career than Peyton Manning. It is undeniable to me. And if Tom Brady goes out and wins a 7th championship, I don't see how anybody, short of Mahomes going and winning like 5 and then breaking all those regular season and postseason passing records, then sure, like you can start to get into that. But if he wins 3 and Brady wins 7, rings matter enough to me to where, and you can't say that someone had a better career than Tom Brady. We're not talking about talent. I'm not talking about talent for the sake of this conversation.
I'm not going to get into the Peyton Manning discussion. Let's just say I have a way different take than you. And I also don't have Peyton Manning's stats up in front of me, and I'm not going to pull them up because we only got a quarter left in this game. But we definitely view rings differently. That's fine. I understand your take. You're also biased, Kaufman, because you were a Patriots fan and he was a Patriots. But I appreciate your viewpoint at the very least.
Okay.
You're honest about it. You're upfront about it. You acknowledge it. So that's good. You're wrong, but that's good.
I want to hear your Manning take.
No, I honestly,
and not for the sake of fighting with you. I just want to hear it because I haven't heard someone make a good Peyton Manning argument.
Well, no, and that's the thing.
Brady.
I can just again, I don't have his actual stats, his accomplishments in front of me.
Let me tell you, they're all worse than Tom Brady's.
They're
all of them, almost all of them.
You know, what stats are you talking about? You're talking about like
all of his passing records, playoff stats, one and dones.
those are just longevity stuff, though, buddy. I'm talking about like yearly accomplishments, stuff like that, like completion percentages. I think it's just like deeper stats like that. They're not all worse than Tom Brady. I virtually guarantee you. But I ain't going deep and diving into it. I just guarantee that if I did, my take would probably be very different than yours. So.
Well, I would like to hear it at some point in time. I genuinely
let me put it this way. I think Manning and Brady, to me, would be close to equal, because I do acknowledge, Brady's the longevity, like I said, is a big thing. The Super Bowls and stuff like that is a big thing, but I don't weight those as much as you. There's just no way I ever would. And
doesn't winning matter?
Oh God.
I'm being serious.
It matters to the franchise that he's on. Yes, it matters to the New England Patriots and to the Tampa Bay Bucks.
No, it matters.
Peyton Manning's teams were they always had a winning record, Kaufman.
No, I know, but
you act like you
overall
had
winning
like 4 and
percentage for
12
your
every
quarterback
year.
is significant. Well, I mean, I think that there was one 4-12 season, maybe that was his rookie year or something.
It was his rookie year. But he had one bad year. Sorry, he didn't walk onto a playoff team like Tom Brady.
He didn't, though. He didn't. Not really. I mean, like, go back and look at the Patriots' history pre-Tom Brady. Like, that's not what happened. And this is, like, for anyone, like, Jeff and I aren't fighting, by the way. This is a fun football discussion, I think,
I
anyway.
don't care.
Maybe
I know.
people are tired of it. I don't know.
I know where Kaufman's argument. I've had it with people before, too. Normally, I don't partake in it because I
don't
can't
engage
talk
in it?
people like him off it. It's their view. Their view is, it's the Super Bowl rings. They have the rings. They just keep bringing it up and bringing it up and bringing it up. And you can't really, unless someone wants to take the broader view, like you're not ever going to change their mind. So this is why I rarely have this conversation, but at least it's good entertainment for the chat tonight. Fantasy Hawk loves it.
Yeah. Well, Fantasy Hawk is firmly on your side.
And okay, for the people in the chat too, saying Brady didn't have legit weapons. Rob Gronkowski is
also,
like the
I don't
greatest
sound
tight
like
end ever.
Deucey. Get out of here.
He had Randy Moss, like
For a couple years.
Yeah. Julian Edelman, Wes Welker, those guys were good. Right? The weapons argument is let's just not do the weapons argument thing, because that's ridiculous. It's absolutely
I'm not
insane.
like Moss. Obviously, is an all-timer. Gronkowski, even if he didn't play with Brady, would be an all-timer. So I'm not even bringing those guys into the argument. You think Welker and Edelman would have been what they were with most quarterbacks? With some, sure. Like, if Welker obviously had success in Denver with Manning.
Yeah, Welker was good, like before too, and then like,
but not like 100 catch, 1,000-yard good.
Sure, he had his best years in the Patriots system, but again, that's the Patriots system. That's the way it was built with having like an elite guy on the outside, or a semi-elite guy at the very least, and having Gronk down the middle. And part of that is definitely like Brady making him better, but like Manning made his receivers better too, right? I mean, that's
sure.
Again, I'm not trying to take it away from Brady. Like he made his receivers better. That's what pretty much any good quarterback does, though, right? So, but those guys were good at what they did too, right? They were perfect for it. I mean, so. Yeah,
Robbie Noble
I'm
says,
just saying,
Robbie says, Adam, no Brady for you for next sim for sure. Yeah, well, that's, I'm not going to be, I'm not on the next sim tonight.
Who am I on?
I'm getting it all out of my system right now.
Get the remnants of this argument.
Rossi. So
perfect. Oh,
I wouldn't bother trying to have it again, because it'll be very repetitive.
No, Rossi will I'll just tell Rossi what the argument was, and he'll do his Kaufman imitation, and it'll make me laugh. Come on.
Yeah, I guess there is that. Yeah, his Kenny is incredible. If you haven't had a chance to hear that one. So Brother Phil says John Paxson has more rings than Magic Johnson. Cough must mean he's the better player. Weak team, my man. So I was waiting for someone to say something like that. So thank you, Brother Phil. I'm not sitting here like telling you that. I'll centralize it to something that I really care about. Because like you can bring up your John Paxsons and Steve Kerrs and Robert Ory's and that sort of thing, like reserves who played a role and won a bunch of titles, but obviously like those teams might have won without those guys. How about Bill Russell? Bill Russell, who had, 11 championships as a player, basically double what Jordan did, but obviously doesn't have the career statistics. Stats matter. Talent, athleticism, and Russell was that, by the way, totally different era of basketball. But, and there are some people, I'm not one of them, there are some people that would say Bill Russell's the greatest center of all time. But, and it's kind of an old guard, obviously. But I'm not comparing and saying Bill Russell's better than Michael Jordan because he had so many more championships, which he did, because stats do matter when you're making a career case. So like John Paxson's career stats relative to Magic Johnson sucked. Like, we know that, that to me is just, I mean, how many Patriots have 3 or 4 rings from their time playing with Tom Brady, but aren't responsible for the rings? Like, that to me it's a ridiculous, brother Phil, you know this, so I'm not even coming after you. Like, that's a ridiculous argument. Is Glass just texting you while we're arguing here?
Oh no, it's actually Buchanan.
Oh really? You guys still buying up cards on the trading market?
We're doing sport card deals as I'm arguing with you. It's a very involved sim here. This is like the highest most involved sim we've been in. But someone's got to come up with I'm sure someone probably has and I just don't know about it or something, but a very proper way of ranking all these people.
I mean, you need like a Nate Silver, some sort of like deep dive statistical argument, to weight everything out properly. And obviously, it's not like I am capable of doing that. I don't know that anybody has done it, but yeah, I don't know. I think that's why these arguments exist, right? I think they're fun. I think they're fascinating. And I think that ultimately, more often than not, people are going to be on opposite sides and you're not going to convince the other person, and it's impossible to come to a consensus. And that's kind of fun. Like, the Jordan-LeBron debate is never going to end. I promise you. I don't care if LeBron wins 7 rings to Jordan 6. And obviously the longevity's there, and he's going to play till Bronny's in the league. There will be people that always and forever, whether it's nostalgic from their childhood or they just genuinely believe it or whatever, there will people always and forever that say Michael Jordan was the superior player to LeBron James. There are some people, I saw them in the chat earlier today, that would take Kobe Bryant over LeBron James. That to me is insane. But there are people that would do it. Maybe they're Lakers fans, I don't know. But that's the fun in these discussions. Crib telling me to calm down. It's ladies' night. I know. Tara Lynn's even sitting there too.
Here's the last thing I'll say about this too. And actually, this was brought up in our internal chat by Jared. So football and basketball, they're like football and basically every other sport a little different, right? Like the playoff games are one game. Like one, that's what I'm talking about. Like one mistake just switches the fortunes so ridiculously, right? And there's no opportunity to come back. I mean, so Brady's been on the right side of those like basically every time. But I think for basketball, you probably have a little bit better argument. I think championships, do they mean more in basketball? Probably, maybe a little bit, but football is probably the highest variance sport. There's injuries. It's a 1-game series. Like they're awesome to talk about championships, and they're easy markers, but they just don't mean as much, I think, in my opinion, in football as people think. So that's my last take. That's the last thing I'll say. Anyways, you're right about the joint. And the other thing about these guys is everyone's in different eras that we're talking about. Like I said, who knows how these guys will perform on different teams, different eras. So I think these conversations are sometimes can be dumb. Sometimes they're fun, but like, why can't we just enjoy what people are? Like, Michael Jordan dominated the league for 10 years. He was the greatest scorer ever for like 10 years. The Bulls were fun. They were amazing. LeBron James was the greatest athlete ever. He got over the hump. Like, who cares who's better? They're both amazing. Like,
because that's not how
one dude is better than the other.
Yes, that's not how. And I'm not saying I believe yes. I'm saying yes. Like that's how it works. That's how this is just how it works. We live in a a
It's the
ranking
deep media
society.
state.
You know,
I
it's
know.
Hyro
Deep-
says Glash, because Glash is in the chat. And Hyro says, Glash, if you just brought Cough Chinese, we wouldn't be dealing with this right now.
Oh, Glash here. Yeah, oh, okay.
He's angry. So Jared, part of our Game Ops crew, this game is winding down, and I'm glad that we've had this chat because the game itself has not been super entertaining. Jared says, do rings matter differently based upon the championship? Meaning, NFL is only one game, whereas the NBA is a whole series. What I will say to that, Jared, and we'll see if Jeff inevitably feels differently, is that I think basketball is a league where talent wins out more often than not. Like, there's really only one example in NBA history of a champion not having superstar talent. And of course, that was the Pistons team back in 03, 04, whatever it was. In the NFL, there's so much parity in the fact that it is one game that you can have those significant 60-minute upsets where, like, if you put, you know, let's say, and I think this is a fairly evenly matched game, which is why the spread is 3 points. But let's say you are someone like Fantasy Hawk who believes the Chiefs are heads and shoulders better than the Bucks. The Bucks can absolutely win 1 week from tomorrow or Sunday. But in a series, I would take the Chiefs without a doubt. Of course I would take the Chiefs, but that's not how it works. So do rings matter differently in the sports to you?
To me personally?
Yeah.
I mean, I would say yes. Again, I feel like football is far more of a team game. You have two units, like two separate units. You got like 50 guys. You got multiple coaches like doing things like it's like a moving chess, like, you know, sort of game. Whereas, you know, basketball, you got one dude like playing like 40 minutes a game. I mean, like you said, it's more star driven. I definitely would put a little bit more weight on rings in other sports. And it's not that you don't have to look at football rings and be like, they're important. And the one thing I will say, and this probably does help your argument a little bit, if you're going to weight rings for anyone, the quarterback is the dude touching the ball all the time. He's the most important piece of any football team. I'll give you that 100%. But it's overemphasized how important the quarterbacks are comparative to the whole game. So, anyways, Flash, where's Kaufman's Chinese food, man? Like, what happened here?
Victor says, "Who's the best guitarist of all time?" Can't we just enjoy the music? Can't we just sit and listen to it?
It's a fair point though, because like these conversations should be like LeBron versus Melo. And I know the conversation is easy because it's LeBron, but like they came into the league together. Why aren't we comparing those guys? Like,
so GOAT arguments should be within eras.
That's why, and that's why the legit argument is Manning versus Brady, right? That is actually the more legit argument.
Sure. It's hands down Brady, but sure. 21-10, Seattle, and why bother with a game? Another 3 points here.
And look,
Seahawks.
like I can't even pronounce his name in the chat. He says Aaron Rodgers would trade all his stats for another ring. Absolutely, he would. I don't care what the players value though. We're talking about an objective sitting back. No, I'm serious. It doesn't matter what the players value. Every player will say that, and they're right, and that's fine. That's what the players value.
I also don't know how many players genuinely would do that. I think there's a lot of individualism, even in a team sport, where they care about their stats very much and wouldn't trade it for a ring.
Yeah, actually, now that I say that, I don't know if Aaron Rodgers actually would do that. So,
right?
Aaron Rodgers seems like the kind of guy who might actually like not do that. And I'm not saying he doesn't value championships. I know he wants.
Well,
to
especially
win.
because he has already won one. Like he'd trade all his stats for another one. I doubt it.
Right. Now Marino might trade all his stats for a ring.
Sure.
Because he doesn't have one, right? So I don't know.
Wants to be part of the club.
Sure.
So Sim's over. 204 passing yards for Wilson, a touchdown. Minshew 165. Tara Lynn, do me a favor, unmute if you would. I just have a quick question for you before you do your usual thing. I appreciate you. You know I do. Up over 300 likes. She's just sitting there with such trepidation. You don't even need to come close to the mic. What? She says as she sits there and posts on Instagram. Here's my question for you.
Rather talk to Jeff than you, but here we are.
That's fine. Jeff, do me a favor. Ask Tara Lynn who she thinks the greatest quarterback is of all time. I just want your opinion.
Carolyn, why is Dan Marino the greatest quarterback of all time?
I'm not participating in this.
No.
I'm not going to come at you. I just want your opinion.
Yeah, we won't. I won't. I don't care. Like, seriously, who is like? Do you have an opinion? Do you even have one on like who the best quarterback is, or is it just kind of like?
I just would go with Tom Brady.
Okay, fair enough. No, it's a fair question.
Just by default. Olsen 8 for 96. Westbrook 6 for 59. See, ladies' night, just like we told you. 3 for 42 for Lockett, a touchdown for Metcalf, 3 for 32. I don't have a soul patch. I think you're looking at Moose over there. He's got the soul patch.
Yeah, you got stuff
I
there, pal.
I have laziness. I don't know the soul patch. So Bomber 44, pending any stat adjustments, is going to run away with this thing, by the way. A 10-point victory and I'm eating Moose Tracks ice cream for dessert free roll. 44 for Wilson in the captain spot, so I had the right captain, but didn't have some of the other right pieces. Thompson, Metcalf, Olsen, Dorsett, and the Seahawks DST. And yet I still finished 92nd.
Nice lineup by Bomber 44. Got Olsen in there, DK Metcalf. Right. My Jacob Hollister play just didn't work out, folks. 0 for 0.
Oh. So, who is the Krusty Koff player of the game for you?
It's Dan Marino. No, we'll give it to Russ. He ran for 2 touchdowns. Nobody else came close to doing anything.
Yeah, threw for another. He had about 30 points.
Yeah.
And your Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award, as much as you'd like to give it to Jacob Hollister, I'm sure.
I was gonna say, I kind of feel like I should give it to him. I don't know. I mean, everybody kind of. You know what? Let's give it to Gardner Minshew because, like,
5 points.
Yeah, 5 points is really weak. He's averaging like 17 too, so he's actually been pretty good in these.
Just gross. Okay, great. See,
probably wants us to get out of here.
Steven says, this is a good way for us to go. I 1000% agree with this. Steven says rings are almost worthless in baseball to determine GOATs. That couldn't be more true. If there's one thing a baseball player can't determine singularly, it's a championship. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's get out of here. I'm done.
It too similar to football for you?
It's a very similar argument to football for me, but yes.
Okay. All right, we'll save it for the next one. Jeff and I are probably back together 1,000 times coming up. Here's the deal. You got Jason Rossi and Jeff right here sticking around. Patriots Saints. Good. Just talk Tom Brady. That's going to be Madden After Dark in a little under an hour. And then I'll be back with BK for the first 2 Sims tomorrow. So I may as well go and create those contests. People can start loading in those lineups. Jeff will be around for the 4, the 8. No, the 4, the 6, and the 10 tomorrow. The 4, the 6, and the 10 Eastern time. In fact, okay, just 1 sim for you on Sunday, but 3 tomorrow. So a lot of Moose coming at you tomorrow, folks, as well as, of course, tonight. We want to thank Mike and Daniel and Jared and Jim and all of you for what was a lively and engaging chat, including Clash, not even paid to be here, and he's still hanging out in the chat tonight. Appreciate that, buddy. On to Tara Lynn. I will see you all tomorrow. I can't wait. I'm going to go watch Psych. Bye.
Well, thanks, Koff, Jeff, and Glash, because he just has to appear out of nowhere every single time. So we still have one game to get to tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern. It's Patriots and the Saints on Madden After Dark. Jeff is making his way back with Rossi for the call on that one. That showdown is featured in the Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker, which has a 3K prize pool with 1K going right to first. Plus, the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool with $25 to first place. Head over to the DraftKings lobby to get those lineups in now. All right, let's get back into the real life of football because we are just over a week away from the big game. On the latest episode of the Unreasonable Odds podcast, Julian Edlow and Steve Buchanan broke down their favorite plays for the big game. Take a look.
This game is so hard to decide on.
It is hard.
And we saw it, Kansas City whooped them pretty good the first time around. And guess what? Tampa covered almost an identical number, 3.5, because Tampa had kind of a backdoor fourth quarter and put it together.
Tampa's playing the Super Bowl at home.
At home, at home.
At home.
Let's make that clear. At home, at home.
In their home stadium for the first time ever, obviously.
So I'm glad you brought up the. So real quick, I'm glad you.
Go ahead. I can give facts and I can give what I've seen the last few weeks and stats from the regular season and from the previous matchup. I really don't know where I'm going in this game.
So I like the Chiefs to win, okay? But obviously I'm not, the money line play is not all that enticing as of right now. But we keep going back to how much of a nightmare the Chiefs have been from a betting perspective, especially on the spread. That was only the second game that they covered last week against Buffalo, other than the Saints, since week 8, when they covered that -20 against the Jets. That's only the second game that they've covered in that span. They have been a nightmare to bet on the spread against. So that would maybe make you think, okay, maybe the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are the play here. Because I don't think this is a blowout on either side. This is an extremely close game. So taking that into consideration, obviously I would like this better at 3.5 for the Buccaneers. It's currently at 3, so that half point would obviously be
that 3 at even money though. So
right.
One thought is that it might, the Chiefs are a pretty public team. Even though it's betting against Tom Brady, some money might come back there. We've seen it at 3.5. And then if you just go to the alternate tab, you can play Tampa right there, plus 3.5, minus 121. Not a crazy price at all. So if you don't even want to wait, you just want to take that, you can take that.
So, it makes me lean taking the Buccaneers, hoping to get that 3.5, like you said, but 3 is nice at even money. But I feel like everybody's going to be on the Chiefs now just because they just blew out the Bills and they look fantastic. Like that's probably the best we've seen the Chiefs in a long, long time. And it shouldn't be a surprise because it's here in the playoffs. But at least if you're a trend guy, kind of like I am, you look at some of the past, like the Chiefs have just been a terrible team to bet on from a point spread perspective, whereas the Buccaneers have been the complete opposite.
You're kind of right. The one thing that I say is let's look at where Kansas City's been essentially since its double bye, because it rested all its starters week 17, then it gets the bye, then it comes back, then it's blowing out Cleveland in the first half and gets it done with Chad Henne. If Mahomes is healthy and finishes that game, maybe, that was a big 10-point spread that came crashing down to 8, 7.5 by kickoff.
Yeah.
Maybe Kansas City wins that game by double digits if Mahomes plays the whole thing. And then they come out and go down 9-0 to Buffalo and do what they did in last year's playoffs and just rally back, ripping off points after points after points and win. Maybe Kansas City, we've only seen a game and a half of real Kansas City in the playoffs. Maybe they are back.
Yep.
And that's scary.
I mean, I absolutely. And this is why this is such a, grand scheme of things, this is the game I wanted. This is absolutely the game I wanted. But I knew if this was the game that I wanted, it's going to be a last minute decision when it comes to betting.
Probably 100%. The wrong one.
Right, exactly. That's why maybe I'll just bet on the coin flip. 50-50.
You get better odds on the coin flip. Let's just
exactly.
And then we don't even have to watch the game. It'll be great.
right. One and done. I'm done in about 30 seconds. Not even. But obviously, like I said, we have a week and a half for this to go here. Do you think that this line's going to move much at all? I don't think there's going to be heavy steam on either side here because I feel like both teams are pretty evenly matched.
No, this is right around where it should be. It wouldn't surprise me if it goes back to 3.5, but I don't know if it closes 3.5 because is Tom Brady really going to be a 3-point home underdog in the Super Bowl? When you say it that way, it sounds insane. Or 3.5. Sorry, 3.5 point. Tom Brady, a 3.5 point underdog in the Super Bowl. That sounds ludicrous.
It's really tough to figure out. So then that kind of leads me to the over-under.
Let me have one quick thing more on, or two quick things. Number one, I just went back and looked at all the Super Bowls. Tom Brady was obviously a massive 14-point underdog to the Rams in 2001. And then it closed as a pick'em in some spots in 2016 against was that 2015 or 16 against Seattle? But Seattle was favored in that game. Tom Brady's 2-0 outright as an underdog in the Super Bowl, and obviously has never played at home in the Super Bowl. So that's there. And then this one is from John Ewing on Twitter. Tom Brady has only taken 40% of the money or less 12 times since 2003. Right now, Tom Brady is taking less than 40% of the money. More than 60% of bettors are backing the Chiefs. Tom Brady has never failed to cover in any of those 12 games. Somehow we got 3 pushes in a 12-game sample, which is insane. But he has 9 cover. He's 9-0-3. He has 9 covers and 3 pushes in 12 games with less than 40% of the money. So when people think Tom Brady's not going to cover, he covers.
Yep.
And most of those games, obviously, all those games in New England, mostly as a favorite. And generally he covered those ones as a favorite. So as a home dog, like, whew.
Right. A home dog, by the way, too. Let's make sure we get that out there.
Home.
Well, I mean, he's home at the Super Bowl. Home at the Super Bowl.
Right.
Let's talk about this over-under here, okay? Whatever. Let's talk about this over-under real quick before we get to your basketball segment. 56.5 is a big number, man. That is a big number. I really like the under, and I hate that. I absolutely hate that I like the under in this one. The Chiefs have not been a good over team. They have not been a good over team at all. Like they really started tanking in the second half of the season when it came to hitting the over. And obviously defensively, they kind of had a lot to do with that too as well, because of how good their secondary is, but they're 9-9 hitting the over on the year. And while that doesn't sound overly terrible, you know, this is a really high number. If this closes at 56.5, this would be the highest, tied for the highest over under for the Chiefs this year, which was at 56.5 when they faced the Las Vegas Raiders earlier this year. It did go over in that one. That was that 35-31 win. So over with ease. These are two teams that you feel like would hit the over. But I hate the over in this one. I would hate taking over 56.5. That's a ton of points that need to be scored against a secondary that's been playing well with the Chiefs and a Buccaneers team that, you know, obviously they have Tom Brady. He's going to want to do his thing, but tough. They're tough lines. The Super Bowl is horrible for betting right now.
That's great. Great promo right there. Look, there's a million things to bet on in this game. I don't think the total is going to be one for me. I do lean under. These games generally tense up. These defenses are maybe a little better than we give them credit. Kansas City's defense was brilliant last week against the Bills.
They really were.
I think the Bills statistically were like an offense like Kansas City last year. And Kansas City did a terrific job with them. And we know what Tampa's proven capable of on this postseason run defensively. So these defenses are good. These games tense up. I don't see it going over 56.5. If you made me bet it, I would definitely bet the under here.
And, you know, we kind of made a point of this too last week when talking about it. This is such a bad matchup for Stephon Diggs when, you know, we were expecting that. So no one actually really shadowed Diggs. He saw actually coverage from about 6 different players last week and held him to 11 catches for 77 yards, which isn't terrible. But for the guy that got, 11 targets in this game, that was kind of the focal point of this offense. Most of the production ended up going through Cole Beasley, who caught 7 of 10 for 88 yards. Like Beasley was the guy. So if I kind of put that with the Buccaneers, does that mean that, Mike Evans is the one who's kind of shut down and then it goes to some of the other guys? And that's where it kind of feels like, they'll find some success with Antonio Brown back, with Chris Godwin. Those could be the big guys in this one if they kind of go the same approach with Stephon Diggs. This is such a good game to watch. This is going to be such a offensive-filled game, I feel like. But are they going to be able to score? That's where I'm getting hung up.
It's going to be a great Super Bowl, and there's a reason, is Kansas City going to consider Mike Evans or Chris Godwin the number one receiver? Mike Evans' yardage is set at 63.5. I know we're going to do all the props next week, whatever.
Yeah.
Mike Evans is set at 63.5. Godwin's at 77.5, and we don't have Antonio Brown yet. These things this is why we're doing props next week. It's going to, if you go to the props right now, it's overwhelming because there's 1 million, but there's going to be 2 million when we do this next week. So
right.
I think it's a Godwin game. 77.5 was a little bit higher than I was expecting.
It's that time to tell you about our play of the day. You can claim a free instant prize up to $25,000 just by making predictions about the big game. Enter our free to play 55 million Super Bowl prediction challenge right now on the DK Sportsbook and claim your instant prize raising from $3 all the way up to $25,000. Then answer questions about what might happen in the fourth quarter of Super Bowl 55 and compete for the $1 million top prize. Follow along in the fourth quarter and see where you land on the leaderboard. The pool is free for everyone, regardless of what state you're in. For more info, go to the promos page on DraftKings.com. That is not the only free pool you can enter on Super Bowl Sunday. DraftKings and Major League Eating, they've teamed up for a big game snack down event happening next Sunday. Some of the biggest names in the MLE, including the GOAT himself, Joey Chestnut, he's going to take place in an eating contest featuring some of the best football snacks out there, like 7-layer dip and jalapeno poppers. You can get into the action with a free 100K Major League Eating Big Game Snack Down pool on the DK Sportsbook. This is what you got to do. Answer 10 questions about the event for a shot at a share of 100K in prizes. You can also check out the Big Game Snack Down presented by DraftKings and Major League Eating right here on the DraftKings Dream Stream next Sunday. We were catching up with some of those competitors all week, including Michelle Lesko, the 9th ranked eater in the MLE.
We are now joined by Michelle Lesko of Major League Eating. She is the 9th ranked competitive eater overall, the number 2 female. So I understand you are a school teacher from Tucson, Arizona. How on earth did you parlay that into competitive eating?
Well, they were fully unrelated. They're 2 separate paths I took at the same time. Like genetics. No, it's worked really well though, because most of the competitive eating happens during the summer. So I have summers off and I get to go travel throughout the whole summer, New Orleans, New York, all over the place. So it's worked really well.
Yeah. What grade do you teach?
8th grade math.
8th grade math. Okay. Do you ever have to start using your knowledge of math when it comes to competitive eating?
Oh, all the time. And I'll do vice versa. I'll take stats from the contest and I'll throw it into my math problems. I'm like, all right, what's the rate Joey's eating hot dogs right now?
That's amazing. Like, okay, kids, I ate a bajillion hot dogs and we're going to divide that by 2. Like, what do they say? Like, are they all aware of like what you do?
Yeah, so I tell them all at the beginning of the year, just as one of those random facts about your teacher things. But it always surprises me because like random times throughout the year, and as recently as yesterday, one of my students in the Zoom chat, she's like, "Wait, miss, you're famous?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but why are you saying that? Like, what did you find out?" She's like, "Hey, I just saw this thing." Or they'll say they found like a YouTube video or saw my Guinness video or something like that. It's funny.
So instead of bringing you like an apple, they bring you like 20 apples, or do they bring you just a bunch of other food like on first day of school?
Yeah, I say, don't bring me apples, bring me stacks of hot dogs because I need a train.
That's amazing. Do any of them challenge you, like back when, obviously, when there wasn't a pandemic, you were at school, any of them challenge you to like crushing snack packs or like Go-Gurts or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, it happens all the time, and I have to just be careful because it's always like, you don't want to put them in a choking hazard risk.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of important.
You need to get a sign off from your parents. Let's make sure with the admin, and let's eat something that you can't possibly choke on.
Yeah.
But we were actually set to do like a little, they wanted me to challenge one of the other male teachers from 8th grade because he always like told them in class, "Oh, I could do that." And they're like, "Okay, you got to go beat him." And it was all set up, and then COVID hit, so we didn't get to do it.
Oh, no. All right, we're gonna have to like take that live or something when you guys do that, when we're back to normal, because I want to see you just embarrass this dude. Like, what is he doing talking smack to you?
Yeah, it's funny. And he told me off to the side, he's like, "Yeah, no, I'm not gonna beat you."
Oh, what a coward. Hey, how'd you get your nickname, by the way? Cardboard Shell? Is that right?
Well, the best explanation from that comes from Crazy Legs Conti, who's a fellow competitive eater. He says, when I order takeout, all that's left is the cardboard shell that it came in. The real story is less exciting. It has to do with the Jack Handy quote that I randomly.
Oh my God, Jack Handy from Saturday Night Live?
Yeah.
Oh my God, random thoughts with Jack Handy. That's great.
Yeah.
Kids these days would have no idea. Like
No
that was so like, that was the classic glory days of SNL.
Yep, this is the best.
You hold 3 Guinness World Records. Fastest time to eat a bowl of pasta, fastest time to eat a hot dog with no hands, and then most mayonnaise like consumed in 3 minutes. Which one of those are you most proud of?
I guess most proud of would be the pasta one because we did it as part of a fundraiser. It was this restaurant that does a thing every year where for every bowl of pasta they sell that week, they donate a pound of pasta to the food bank. So it was meant to be kind of like the media attention so that they get in the news and more people know to go in and buy pasta that week. So that was cool because they ended up donating more pasta than ever that year after the media attention. So that was cool. It was also my first one, so that's kind of awesome. But the mayonnaise one has definitely got the most traction.
Yeah.
And it was about as pleasant as you would expect.
And I love mayonnaise, but holy, like, wow. Like it's
you know, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. So is it in the future now, you just like hold the mayonnaise? Like,
Oh,
you go
yeah.
and order
It took me a long time to even have a sandwich with mayonnaise on it. It was bad. Also, they were warm mayonnaise jars because they had to peel the label off, and they decided the best way to do that would be to soak it in hot water for some reason. It was real bad.
Gosh, is it like rank up there with like the foods that you've struggled to eat the most during a competition, or what would rank towards the top?
That one was bad because at no point was it like pleasant, but there have definitely been contests. Like I don't like chili. I'm like out of all the foods, I hate chili, and I said I would never do a contest, and then I ended up doing one down in Florida, and it's part of our snack down.
Yes.
So I'm not looking forward to that. But warm oysters during years that they're creamy because of the fresh water from the levee, like those are hard years.
I've never once had an oyster, so I wouldn't even know what like sucking one of those.
Speaking, pretty delicious, but they grow in salt water, so when they have to keep the levees or keep the river levels down, reduce flooding, they dump the fresh water in right where the oysters grow. So a couple years ago, they were so creamy, like from the jump, it was just a nightmare.
I know which food then already you're least looking forward to eating in this competition, but like as for everything else, again, like 8 minutes, all you can eat. I mean, we've talked to a bunch of competitors already, like the steeplechase format. So you have the chili. We already know about that. What about an 8-layer dip or pepperoni pizza, boneless wings, sub sandwich, cheese balls, pigs in a blanket, jalapeno poppers? Is there one you're actually looking forward to eating?
I love jalapeno poppers. kind of depends on the quality of the jalapeno poppers, though. I wish that they weren't boneless wings, because to me, boneless wings are pointless. And
Really? Why is that?
Because, like, why? Like, just eat a wing. Wings are so much better. I don't want a chicken nugget in sauce. I want a wing. Like,
Oh my God, that's amazing you said that. I talked with Joey Chestnut like a couple hours ago, and I said, boneless wings are just chicken nuggets. Changed my mind. And he's like, well, and then he tried to go on and say one's covered in like sauce and like the meat's different. I said, no, dude, they're the same thing, bro.
yeah. The biggest argument you can have is, well, really, I guess popcorn chicken, but popcorn chicken's chicken nuggets too.
It
Come
is.
on,
It's just
let's
like a
be real.
different shape of a chicken nugget.
Yeah.
Like no chicken nugget is the same, but like all right, whatever.
And then they
Amateurs,
always do
right?
breast meat, which is the less flavorful meat. Like, why? Give me wings.
I have no idea. So if it wasn't like for this competition, all these foods in this competition, and let's just say you're home chilling watching the Super Bowl, what is like a go-to?
Wings for the Super Bowl every single time. I love wings. It's
Yeah. That's what Nick Weary said too. Is he loved wings.
Yeah,
Just loves
every
them.
flavor, like 17 flavors of wings. That's what I would have.
What do you have a favorite flavor?
It depends on the place I order from. I really like spicy food. So a lot of places will do spicy wings that are gross because they do it for the sake of the heat and then they forget about flavor. But there are a couple places here in Tucson where it's like an awesome combination of super hot but also delicious. So
Nice.
those are my go-tos.
I like that. And, I mentioned Nick and then his significant other, Mickey Sudo, only female ranked ahead of you.
Yep.
All right. In the MLE, she is not going to be participating in this competition. Does that give you extra motivation to kind of represent the ladies on Super Bowl Sunday?
It does, because I want to show that we can do it too. And it's rough because it would be great if this happened on a year that I haven't essentially taken a year off of life. Because real talk, like you're home, you're unmotivated to do anything. So my training has seriously fallen by the wayside. If we were out doing contests, I'd be at my top form right now. But like, it's been a year since I've done anything, and it's hard to even have the same appetite when you're not going out and being active. Because I'm a pretty active person, and I've been real sedentary for a year.
How bad do you want to overtake Mickey in the rankings?
God. Someday. She's actually one of my best friends in the world, so I love her to death.
Oh.
But at the table, it's like all bets are off. So I beat her a couple times, but when she's at her A game, she is pretty unbeatable. And we've seen a lot more of her A game randomly throughout the last couple of years. And so it's disappointing because I feel like she would have done real great at Nathan's this year. Like she would have killed it.
Yeah.
And I'm glad she's not going to be there because I could
for
potentially
sure.
win it. Like that's fine, but it's also very sad because I love seeing her succeed as well.
Yeah, and it says something too, like when you can crush it in an event against like the best of the best, and there are still some of the best in this competition.
yeah,
So like what would it mean for you to actually like win this thing, especially crush some of the dudes?
Oh, that'd be huge. That'd be huge. Some of these guys, like are absolutely phenomenal at specific things that we're gonna see along the way. And so in your head, like just playing back the tapes in your head of what you've seen them do with certain types of foods, like who's going to crush what. And so strategically you need a plan for where your strengths are and where their weaknesses might be. But like seriously, everyone here, I'm the lowest ranked, I think.
Yeah.
I think 9 is the lowest ranked out of all of us. I think Wary's ahead of me. I think
but you're number one in our hearts, Michelle.
Oh yeah, I should be. I'm just kidding. No, but it's going to be rough. So like it's going to be a heck of a game. So I'm hoping maybe one of them shows up without their A game, or maybe some of them, are a little out of practice on things that would normally be super in their wheelhouses. But it's going to take multiple factors, like any other thing.
Everyone we've talked to expects cheese balls to give them the most trouble.
Oh,
would you agree with that?
Yeah. So, and it totally depends on where things are placed. So potentially, depending on your strategy for cheese balls, it could cut up some mouths and make other parts harder later on along the way as well. So it'll be interesting. for sure.
All right. Well, before we wrap this thing up, give us a Super Bowl pick. Are you with Tom Brady and the Bucks? You backing them up, or you got like Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and the Chiefs?
You know what? You gotta we're gonna be in Tampa for the Super Bowl, and it's a home game for the Bucks. Like you gotta root for them. Also, I'm a Packer fan. They just beat my Packers, and I like to think that places Packers number 3. If the Bucks win instead of number 4.
I say, it's nice losing to the eventual champion.
It's hard to argue with that Chiefs season so far, though.
And Andy Reid's a huge cheeseburger guy. He eats a lot of cheeseburgers.
Oh well, then he's my favorite now.
All right, great. Well, we'll be sure to pass that information along. I'm sure that'll motivate him a little more to win the Super Bowl back to back. Michelle, let's go.
During halftime from him.
Nice. You're fantastic. Go get it and crush it, girlfriend. Thanks for hanging out with DraftKings.
Thanks for having me on.
Join us next weekend as we get ready for the big game in style. The DraftKings 250,000 tailgate weekend, an action-packed 48 hours, a big game build-up, and plenty of shots to win your share of $250,000 in total prizes. It's kicking off Saturday. Here are some highlights planned for this super weekend. At 2 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a Madden Sim of the Tampa-Kansas City matchup with a $55K free-to-play showdown contest. Then at 4 p.m., we'll live stream the American Cornhole League's Pro Singles Tournament, and there's a $50K free-to-play pool available now on DraftKings. On Sunday at 1 p.m., we'll simulate the What If matchup between Buffalo and Green Bay with a $20K free-to-play showdown contest. And if you are still hungry for more, we got you. We'll serve up the biggest event of the DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend, the DraftKings Big Game Smackdown, featuring the best of the best, the #1 ranked eater in the world, Joey Chestnut. You can join in on the $100K free-to-play pool available right now for this Major League eating competition. So we haven't gotten to the Super Bowl yet, but it's never too early to start looking ahead to the next fantasy season. Pat Mayo believes that because he sat down with the Athletics' Jake Selly, and they broke down the fantasy rankings for 2021, including which running backs you are going to want to draft and where.
Let's get into the actual rankings for this season. Christian McCaffrey is #1, right? Like I'll hear arguments that he's not. And we'll talk about #2 through 10 here after this. But if I'm going into my draft right now and he's given a clear bill of health, which he should be because he almost played in week 17, that give me Christian McCaffrey. Like, who is better than him? No one is the answer.
And I'm 100% with you. 26.9, 22.8, and 32.1 in his 3 games. Scored 6 touchdowns, 2 in each. And I know people, well, you can't bank on those touchdowns. But yes, Christian McCaffrey is #1. If you want to argue, I think there's only one argument, in my opinion. If you want to argue for Dalvin Cook, I understand it. But even so, Dalvin Cook, almost 5 fewer points per game. 5. I'm still taking Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, so that's pretty easy to go with. So you say Dalvin Cook is #2. I don't necessarily have a problem with that whatsoever. I think he fits the best skill set of what you would want out of a top 3 running back. He's going to get all the goal line work. He's going to get the majority of the carries, and he's going to receive out of the backfield. That's the troika of what you want from your top end fantasy running back. So who else fits that bill? Now I'm going to throw Derrick Henry into this mix only because he gets enough volume anyway to mitigate anything that happens to him in the passing game. So he's in that mix too. So you have Cook, Elliott, Barkley, Henry, Kamara. Is Jonathan Taylor a part of that mix?
No. And I wouldn't put Zeke in that mix. Zeke's in the next group for me. I think there's a big 5. And I think you could argue that there's a 2 and then the next 3 have a gap because the next 3 all have questions. Derrick Henry has the question of you're going to get all the people 370 carries and all this workload.
Doesn't he get that every year?
You know, that. Well, no, I know, but people talk about this. This is the whole Zeke argument. As you get to the point where like all that work is going to kill him, it's just going to pile up and it's going to really take. The guy's a freak of nature. Like he's 6'4", 300 pounds. Not I'm exaggerating, but he's a different specimen. The biggest concern I had about him coming out of college was that you get him in the backfield before he gets going. And that's the only way you can stop him, which you've seen some teams limit him that way. But that's, I mean, now we're like nitpicking somebody who should be in this conversation. Kamara, I do think deserves to be here. The concern you have, obviously, if Winston is the quarterback, it's a stark drop off from the percentage of passes that go from Drew Brees to the running back position to Jameis Winston, who's about 17%. Drew Brees is about 24, 25%. So that's a big difference right there. Even Taysom Hill, we saw in those first 2 games, didn't pass as much. He got him in that 4th game or the 3rd or 4th game. But either way, that's your concern with Kamara. And then the Barkley concern, obviously, is the health, coming off a torn ACL and now 2 injuries in a row. Although, for nobody pushing back on Dalvin Cook, and I'm not saying you, I see nobody pushing back on Dalvin Cook being number 2. The guy hasn't played 16 games yet. 4 seasons, hasn't played 16 games.
No, but if you get 14 out of him at this spot, you can fill in the other 2 weeks. He is production.
No, I was making that for the Barkley argument.
Sure. Elliott's a really interesting one, because let's say Dak comes back and Dak is fine. Like, why isn't Elliott a top 5 guy?
Because I bring that up all the time, and I keep saying that's why I have Zeke at 6 in my personal rankings, is that he was top 5 before Dak got hurt. I think it's just another year. It's, the concern that he didn't look great at times, although there was talk about that he wasn't 100%. And that week he took off, when he came back that very next week, was one of his only 2 games he rushed for 100 yards. So I am in on Zeke. I just think Zeke doesn't deserve at this point to be with Henry and Kamara. I just think that for me, Zeke falls into James Robinson. You brought up Jonathan Taylor, Nick Chubb, the Dobbins and Swift the situations. Although everybody's talking about Swift and all excited about what Dan Campbell was saying, but ignoring the fact that there's going to be no Matthew Stafford, probably no Kenny Golladay, maybe even no Marvin Jones. The team might be going 0-16 and be one of the worst offenses we've seen.
I mean, that's a possibility. I get where, just as and when we talked about the guys at the very top, like one of the best ways that you can scout and really deliver upside to your teams in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, end of the 2nd round is, who do you project to be a top 5 running back next year? That was a lot of the buzz around Miles Sanders coming into this season was, hey, towards the end of the season, he got all of the carries. He was being used out of the backfield, and he got all the goal line touches. If that happens over 16 games, he's going to be a top 5 running back. Let's take him right now. Kenyon Drake fell into that as well, based on the usage that he was getting. We didn't know that Kyler was just going to basically become Josh Allen and steal every touchdown near the goal line. And Drake, by the end of the year, was actually a very good fantasy commodity. He had just submarined your team for the first 9 weeks of the season. That didn't really matter at that point. So when I look at it, I think that Swift does fit that mold of everything that you'd want, but I do agree with you. It's a circumstance where him getting there is going to be really tough.
And that's my biggest issue. Look, and I'm only talking about, and I'm not talking, Swift is in my top 20. It's solidly inside my top 20. I don't want to give it all away for everybody, but if you go and look, my full rankings are there, and you can yell at me in the comments like the person yelled at me about DeAndre Swift, but the person who yelled at me was saying he should be inside the top 10. I'm like, you're going to put him in front of Nick Chubb potentially, or who else would he, in front of Austin Eckler or some other names like that? Like, I understand it. And I'm a Swift guy. You know this. We did the draft profile. I said my tier 1 back before the NFL draft. Tier 1 I had 3 names: DeAndre Swift, Jonathan Taylor, and J.K. Dobbins. And then tier 1B was Cam Akers and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I love Swift, but it's a different version of the same argument. I love Aaron Jones, the player. I hate Aaron Jones, the Packer. I love DeAndre Swift, the player. I don't know that I'm going to love DeAndre Swift, the Lion, next year just because of what this team could look like.
All right, Sim fam, Madden After Dark is coming up. But first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. The big game is coming. It's not too early to start looking at your lineups, as I keep telling you, for the NFL 5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire contest. For just a $10 entry, you get a shot at $1 million grand prize. That's just one of 3 contests with a prize pool of at least $1 million for the big. So head to the DraftKings lobby now to check them all out. Don't forget to check out all of the action, though, over on the DK Sportsbook as well. We got NFL, NBA, NHL, college basketball, UFC, and so much more. And by the way, welcome to the states of Michigan and Virginia in the house. The DK Sportsbook is now available in those 2 states. So that's going to do it for me tonight. Had so much fun on this awesome Friday, but there is still one game left. It's the Pats and the Saints. Here we got Jason Rossi, and Jeff has made his way back. Take it away, guys. Enjoy the game.
Oh, Tara-Lynn, enjoy your night filled of probably going to bed. But we'll pretend like it's going to be wild. It's going to be wild, though. Maybe watch a Netflix show while you're in there. Maybe a dream stream, too. Moose, how the heck are you, dude?
I'm doing great, man. Good to see you. Little Friday night action here.
Yeah, we're going to end this Friday off right. All right, we got a lot of stuff going on in the sports world. We're going to talk about that. We're going to answer some random A questions because I don't want to fill in the blank there. People, throw it at us tonight. We're going to end it. It's a feel-good Friday. We want to kick this weekend off right. It's Moose, it's Rossi, but we have the Saints and the Patriots. Go back a couple years. These are like Super Bowl favorites. Now, who knows what the future looks like? Kind of bleak in some cases, but
bleak, dark, apocalyptic.
What are you looking at here for a lineup? What do you feel?
I mean, this could not be more appropriate timing. We had the last sim was spent with Kaufman and I arguing whether or not Tom Brady was the greatest quarterback of all time. We spent an hour arguing about it. So to have the Patriots on here, it's perfect. I know he's not on the team, but I'm taking a Saints-centric approach here. I put Michael Thomas on the captain. And then I went from there, went really heavy on Saints players. Even got Will Lutz in there. The only pad I used was James White. Got to like that value at 3,200.
Oh, I dig that. Let me see here. Sorry, I also entered in a couple of contests tonight. I'm playing Kaufman basketball. I put an NHL lineup in for fun. I do tiers and I got to read more of your stuff before. I didn't tonight. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to disrespect you, but I do regularly check it. Again, that's at the playbook.
Put
so
some
for
respect
me,
on my name.
Absolutely.
Jason.
No, your name's Moose. All right, so here it is. For me, I'm going Kamara in the captain. I like Devin Asiasi in these, even though he could get really cold. I put Noodle Arm Drew Brees in there. Bird, Folk, Newton. I have a lot more Patriots than I expected coming in. I also set this lineup about 12 hours ago. We'll see if it pays off.
Hey, that's the nice thing about Simville, man. You have to deal with like the late, news flow, like changes and usage and stuff like that.
It's true.
It's just whatever was happening an hour ago in Simville, it's still happening. So it's always nice. You can set your sim lineups early. I never do because I'm super disorganized. But if I ever was going to, it would be a nice thing. So.
Oh, yeah. Also, I see people in the chat. Yeah, there was some breaking news that just came out in the baseball world of the Cardinals, the always getting richer Cardinals. I don't know what it is. Can the Cardinals just die off because they're horrible cheaters? No. They got Nolan Arian. I'm never going to be able to say this guy's name right. Arenado, whatever. The Rockies third baseman is an absolute stud, one of the best third basemen in the league, if not the. Just got traded to the Cardinals.
I think it's Arenado.
It could be Arenado to you, Arenando to me, Arolado.
I was telling Kaufman, I can't remember which player it was, that it was pronounced one way, and I was like 100% sure I was right, and because Kaufman's dumb, so I was like, hey, look, pal, like it's pronounced this way, and then I was wrong. So.
Well, Michael's backing you up here. We got producer Michael saying Jeff is correct, and you know how many times you must hear that in your life? Jeff is correct.
I think the only time I hear it is like on this stream, because I definitely don't hear it in my real life at home.
All right, it's Moose. You can follow him at the Fantasy Grind. Give him a follow, folks. You get that big brain going. Also dropping, like I was kind of teasing at, good hockey stuff over at the playbook. Make sure you're bookmarking that. Honestly, a lot of you guys talk playing DFS, whether you're playing stuff here for fun with us or playing for cash. I know our guy Zach Thompson writes about these, but you get all the good stuff from some of our sim commentators and then some on basketball, hockey, there's MMA, there's all sorts of stuff going on there. So make sure you check it out. Tonight we have our guy Michael producing, Daniel on the 1s through 7s. We got the double J and Ops, Jared and Jim, our boys. We're excited. It's a Friday. Again, drop your questions. Drop some crazy comments. We'll read them, not necessarily verbatim, but we'll get into it. So we're gonna have some fun, Moose. So is this second? Did you do 2 tonight?
Yeah, it's my second one, second in a row here. So
I
going
promise you
back on the
this.
saddle. I didn't do any this week because of scheduling conflicts and stuff like that. And busy week though. Well, I mean, this week has been busy, crazy for numerous reasons. But yeah, glad to get on. I'm on a ton this weekend. I'm doing 3 tomorrow too. So
I got the Rossi random scheduling going on this week because today was my father's birthday, so we had some stuff throughout the end of the day, and so I didn't know when I'd be back, and so I was like, yeah, I'll do the 10. I haven't done a 10 in a long time at Madden After Dark, so I apologize. I'm going to let you know right now, Sim Fam, we're going to get loose, we're going to get wild. I'm not doing buzzwords, though. It's not my gimmick. All right, no gimmick.
I don't think the chat cares about the buzzword.
Okay, good. All right, I don't know. Sometimes when I do these 10s, like, where's the buzzword? I'm like, that's a Glash thing. I'm not gonna, even though he stole my Club Madden, but we can talk about that another time. Even though I don't consider it stealing, I consider it a major compliment that it was happening with him and Tom. The Saints start out with the ball. Drew Brees. Done. Moose, is there any chance we're seeing Drew Brees in an NFL uniform next year?
I don't think so. I mean, there's definitely a chance, but if I had to guess, no, I don't think we'll see him. I just, I think our team, I think Breeze kind of can see it too, or he probably can, that, like, the team's been on the verge of like, they've made it in the playoffs, they've been on the verge, but, like, they didn't get over the hurdle. Like, he's not getting better. I don't know if the Saints are going to be getting better. You know, they might even, like, who knows if they're going to trade Michael Thomas. Like, I just think he's probably going to sit back and see the situation for what it is, which is, you know, the Saints need to retool a little bit, and they're probably not going to retool with him, you know.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Like, I know last year was, he was like a moment or like minutes or hours away from joining CBS as part of one of their broadcast teams. That was like a done deal that came out after, but then he decided to return to the Saints. Obviously had the major injury midway through the season, which, let's be honest, I doubt you're recovering. Oh, NBC, thank you, Michael. Look at Michael. Just like, don't be spreading lies about CBS. Yeah, NBC, but so would he have taken that? Was that the Sunday Night Football job? Is that like confirmed, or would he just been a part of the panel?
I thought he was just a part of the panel, but I could be completely wrong about that. I have no idea. But he was definitely, you're right, like he was on the verge. Like it was like people were like, he's got the gig.
Yeah, like the contract was there.
Yeah. So
and then came back and we saw the results. And again, I don't know if he ever was better. We're getting a challenge here early in the game. Come on, New England, you know better than that. It's Friday night at 10. Don't be doing silly things. That's not going to be turned. He's going to call it a catch. Yeah, see people, Captain James White. We'll get to those comments. I'm going to skim through them. But yeah, I just don't think, I think Drew Brees is done. I think, from the pain, the injuries, like he didn't like, and I don't mean this rude, like these guys going into their 40s, and it's not about the age, like 40 is very young as a human being, but putting your body through what professional athletes have to go through basically for the last like almost 30 years, like has to start somewhere in that right around 13 age that you really start revving up the training, like especially like, well, hockey players are insane. Like the fact that Zdeno Chara is still playing like blows my mind, but for Drew Brees, like this is like 20 plus years, just about 30 years of just like vigorous workouts and trainings and all that. And of course he made the money, but I think it's time.
That was the one that is the one thing that you bring up with the money. Like Drew Brees, by playing next year, I'm gonna look it up. He just by coming back, he's gonna make like 30 million or something. Like, that's what got people saying like Brees is coming back. Like, at 25 million, I believe actually next year. So he's not gonna make 25 million as a broadcaster, right?
Nope, not in the first year.
Well, not any year, I don't think. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that, but yeah. Like to just come back and the Saints still want him. Like, okay, well, pay me,
Yeah.
like that opportunity isn't there. So people were saying, and it does make sense. Like, where is Drew Brees going to make $25 million to make up for this? Because if I know he doesn't, maybe he doesn't want to play, but you got $25 million sitting in front of you, and even for a guy as rich as Brees probably is, that's not easy to just be like, oh, okay, I'm good. Like, so I have a feeling there might be some kind of buyout thing happen or something like that.
Yeah, and I think that's the hard part. Like, as your average Joe, let's just say I make a living doing fantasy sports, we'll just throw it out there, and you hear about somebody having 25 million in front of them and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna retire. No, regardless, we know this guy's made gajillions of dollars, but besides go with next year. But it is really hard to look at that and be like, I can't just kind of like gut through it. Like, even if I stink, and there's a whole legacy side to it, like, maybe I just kind of gut it out. But I don't know if the Saints also like can afford that, because the Saints are already, and the number keeps changing. The fun number is to say 100 million over cap, but realistically it's somewhere in like that 70 ballpark. But a lot of money they got to cut. Latavius Murray getting in on the action there.
Yeah, exactly right. So it'll be interesting to see with the Saints and how it ends up working out. But I have a feeling there might be some kind of backdoor dealing, where maybe the Saints just kind of pay him not to come back, and that ends it, amicably on both sides. But who knows? I just can't see him walking away from that much money. But
Drew Brees, though, look at him. Oh, that's incomplete.
Yeah, I thought that was caught. No, it wasn't. 4th and inches now.
4th and inches. Do you go Lutz here? You got to go for it. Go big or go home.
Really should go for it.
Yeah, so the Saints, I think, like, just on the football part of it, like, I think they're going to go for it here. So let's see Kamara in the backfield. They got the 3 tight end set. Michael Thomas bottoming a screen. Not even lined up against. Oh, Kamara's going to get it. Got the first. What a drive.
Yeah, no kidding. 4 minutes in, still driving down here.
Yeah, just paper cutting their way down on the Patriots. So 1st and goal from the 3-yard line. You've got the superstar X Factor in Kamara, the superstar with Breeze. Michael Thomas at the top of your screen, also a star. Looks like he might be up there against Gilmore, who lost his superstar. Here's the give. That is Latavius Murray.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. It's time for a vulture call. It's been a while, Moose. You get the caw. I'm a vulture. Caw.
I like to eat skeletons and bones of people.
Look at this
touchdowns.
Caw. I've never seen a vulture, but I hear that's exactly what they sound like. And they call themselves vultures.
I think I saw one once.
Of course you did. Of course you did, Moose. You've seen Mises. You've seen Vulci. Have you ever seen a dinosaur in Canada?
Now that you said no. I've seen dinosaur skeletons, but
Yes. Latavius Murray. No, I don't even have we don't have his numbers yet, because we don't need to worry about him. Oh, there it is, Daniel. Just so you know, Breeze is owned at 56. 80% no duh here from Kamara, 33 in the captain. 62% from Michael Thomas, 18 in the captain, 35 for Cook. I love that bird brain from. And every time we do this, Daniel drops the bird brain from the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Put some respect, the whole name. Like when people call them the Ninja Turtles, I'm like, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, please. Thank you. I don't know what this means, but Bruce says, Rossi, your name should be. I don't know if I can say that word. I don't know if it's bad, but I'm going to say it anyways. I'm going to say Mitt. So if it's a bad word, I spaced it out enough. Oh, very cough-like. Also, yeah, I see former Jimmy B, or Ivana saying, Royal Rumble weekend. We got the caw, yeah. Big wrestling guy here, obviously, so my Sunday night plans. I love this. Actually, like Moose, even if you could care less, it's perfect for me and perfect for people that, are just looking for something. Royal Rumble's a fun little event for, people that used to watch wrestling. Even it's a good way to come back. And it's in between. It's like the most dead week in sports.
Right.
Especially even now, I think more so, because even go back a couple years, pre pandemic, this was like an odd time even for the NBA and NHL. You're like right before the All-Star break, and now it's just like that kind of beginning groove part of the season.
So who's going to win the Royal Rumble this year then?
It's really, I think it's a wide open fumble here. It's picked up by the Saints. Oh, I thought we were going to. By the way, I just want, before I give you my Friday prediction, because it changes every 10 minutes, I will tell you this. When Moose and I are on a call, we talk about it often. Something is going to happen weird.
This is true.
Whether it's
also touchdown, but
Yeah.
probably something weirder than that.
like Latavius Murray's going to get 4 touchdowns today.
Yeah,
Like that's something weird, or somebody's going to break like some scoring record. Something's going to happen, so just hold on to your butts as we get a fumble and Saints get the ball back. So, they're going to be a booth review. This might come back.
Oh boy, booth review. Yeah, it's
Just stop slowing us down, Matt, and just tell us what the rule is or the call. Ooh, yeah.
That's off.
Ooh, boy, look at this. You can't even see anything here. It's like the Zapruder film. Anyways, for me right now, I'm feeling it might be Edge, Canadian.
Oh, wow.
Famous Canadian. But because I feel like they're trying to lean on like the old, like the names of the past. Yeah, just the names of the past a little bit.
Edge was out for like a long time, then he came back.
9 years, yeah, 9 years. He came back at the Royal Rumble last year. It's just weird thing that's happened in wrestling, and you're seeing it a lot in professional sports too. The injuries that used to like, you can't do this anymore, are kind of a thing of the past, not the past, but like modern science and technology and training has changed so much that, yeah, like he had like a spine issue. It's like, yeah, you're done. 9 years, and yeah, hey, we're gonna give it another go. Okay.
Crazy, yeah. I didn't know it was that big a gap. That is
yeah,
a long time between performing.
Patriots got the ball. Look at this. What in the? Oh, a little too much there. Cam Newton
launched out of a cannon, that one.
It's actually just quickly on the football front of this. I was watching, as a Patriots fan, watching these like people like pick apart, the Patriots, but like they were showing when Cam Newton actually threw the ball deep this year, it was like very few. It was like one in every like, I think it was like the low, like a 30-yard pass and beyond. It was like one in every 55 passes. And he didn't pass the ball much if you paid any attention to the Patriots this year. And his completion percentage was rather high. It was obviously Seattle. He did a bunch. He had a long touchdown against the Texans. And there was like 3 other games that he like kind of shined a little bit with it. But they just never threw deep with him for whatever reason. So you see right there, he does have the arm.
Yeah, the Patriots, I don't even know. But they just didn't really have many weapons. Like I guess that factored into it, but you figure you're a weaker team. Why not take a few more shots?
Yeah,
give N'Keal Harry a couple shots every game. They never really did that though.
No, it was a weird situation, weird year. One other thing, I saw the conspiracy theories today. Let's see what we get here. Handoff underneath, James White going nowhere. I don't know if you saw the Tom Brady just absolutely just, I don't even know what I would call it, like making out with words to talk about Bruce Arians. Just saying he's like the greatest. Did you see any of this, Moose?
No, actually I didn't.
Okay, so they obviously like, it's going to be a weird week that we have like usually Radio Row and all that not happening. But they had a presser, I think it was yesterday, and he was just talking about how much Bruce Arians is the best and, oh, he's smart, he's this, he's that. And, people, the pundits, as they say, are taking that as all year long. Bill Belichick talked about Cam Newton's leadership, dedication, how great of a player, and how enthusiastic he was, pleasure to coach. And so they said, was that shots at Tom Brady this whole time. And then Tom Brady, the first time ever really asked about Arians at this point in the year, was that him kind of taking a dig back to Belichick, being like he was, he never called him a great coach, which I did find funny. I watched the clip of Brady talking about Arians. Never said he's a great coach, but everything else he loved. That's going to be a touchdown pass. There it is. Cam Newton scrambling out, drops it off.
Oh, it's your boy.
Yeah, Devin.
Asia.
Yeah, exactly. Just like Arenando. It's Asi.
Nolan Arenando.
Yeah, Asiasi. Yeah, there's a guy who did score a touchdown in reality, a position the Patriots have yet to really replace since Gronk left. But this guy, I was so close, Moose, when I set this lineup. I'm like, should I put him in the captain? It was gutless. I didn't do it. And I don't feel good about it right now.
Completely gutless, man.
It really is. You got to go big or go home. Kamara in the captain spot. Come on. What am I doing?
That's terrible. What are you doing?
Yeah, you got vultures just showing out here. Otherwise, so your scores here so far, it's 7-7. We've had a fumble overturned. We've had a 4th down conversion. Latavius Murray bounced it in for the Saints. The Patriots, you just saw Devin Asiasi with his 10th touchdown By the way, his first one with the first day when we turned over to Madden 21, the very first game, you had Devin Asiasi doing his thing. That was the playoff game. I believe they played Miami. Why do I know this? I don't even remember my son's middle name, but yet I know the first Sims when we switched it over. 50th touchdown for Newton.
It's an interesting note about the Brady Arians clip. If it was anyone else, I would say it was probably just coincidence. It wasn't a big deal, but like with Brady, he knows. He still complains to Eli Manning about the Super Bowls he lost to him. So you can pretty much guarantee he knows everything that Bill Belichick has said this year. So yeah, it's 100% a big guy.
Yeah, I was thinking about this, that like the 2 weeks has to be the worst for some of these quarterbacks as we are done with the first quarter. Moose and Rossi chilling with you on a Friday night. Hope you're feeling good. Hope you've had a great day. Smash a like on your way in. You have a whole lot of stuff you could be doing right now, and the fact that you're here with us, we appreciate it. I also appreciate all these comments of people trying to work my name into Asiasi. So it's like Rossi, Asi Rossi.
Rossi. Rossi.
Yeah, Brad saying Nolan Rossi. That much easier. That would be easier to say. Also, our guy Jim and Jared right now getting those scores updated. Kamara with a whopping 2 yards, while Latavius Murray's got 12 in a score. What is going on? But yeah, I think these 2 weeks, like for guys like Tom Brady, like I wonder what, like Mahomes is still young enough, and obviously he was there last year, so I think it is a nice juxtaposition. But like this first week must be so odd. Like you just must be itching to get into the game. Like that second week, like I've talking to players, I've been at Radio Row, and they say it's like where they do all that press, they have that media night. It's going to look different this year, but like they say, it's like, just, I don't want to talk anymore. I just want to play.
I mean, it's exhausting, right? Like, I mean, the Super Bowl is like, it's always, we haven't talked about it quite as much this year because of like, limitations. We're not, obviously not in doing a lot of stuff from home and producing wise too. So maybe it isn't as pronounced this year, but like, yeah, other years we've done it and it's like, oh my God, like just play this game already. Like I do not want to analyze anything else about it. Let's just get it over with. That's part of the reason why the Super Bowl sometimes can be a letdown because, it just gets overanalyzed. But at the same time, when it actually does look right, it's quite a good game. So yeah, I can emphasize. I can emphasize from being on the other side as well.
Yeah, and the other thing, by the way, stats are good through 1. Shout out again to our ops team, Daniel, Michael, our production team as well. The one thing that is really funny about it too is I forget who we talked to. Might have been Reggie Wayne when I was down there one year, and he said the Super Bowl is just another game. But like I understand it's for a championship. Let's not be stupid. But like as a player, realistically, it is just another football game that just has everyone, like there's no other time in the year that just one game is on, right, aside from like Monday Night Football, but like where the whole world is just like there's no other football. And he was explaining it really well, and he's like the reason a lot of teams will like like what happened with like I don't know, like a Donovan McNabb, you hear the stories of these guys that really choke in the big game, because they probably really are believing the hype of what this is. When if you really just go out and play like it's any other Sunday, because they say, oh, the pomp and circumstance, there's a fumble here. Looks like Michael Thomas dropped it on the ground. Are we going to get another review to just put this thing in Holtz? Let's see. I don't know. That one actually might have popped out before he was, might not even be reviewable. Oh, no. That one's coming back if it's reviewed. Could have been out, actually.
I could see it getting reviewed.
Find out before I sit
He might have been lying on the other player, so.
Good point. The ball might have came out. Oh, there it is. All right. Back to conversation, dude talk. But there was just, I don't know, when I heard him say it, he basically said, like, the pomp and circumstance that you believe on television, like, most games now, he said, like, this is, again, Reggie Wayne saying this, he's like, ever since I got in the league, like, every game day is big in pomp and circumstance because the world's watching, people can watch from anywhere, all the stadiums now, they try to make a big deal out of game day, so he's like, the Super Bowl, aside from the fact that you just have to wait so long and, like, there's so much more press, just another game. And I kind of, like, it takes me back because I'm like, well, it isn't just another game, but from a football perspective, I guess, yeah, it is just a game.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it all, like Reggie Wayne said, I mean, it depends how you approach it. That's how you players should approach it, right? And I'm sure that's how, like, the veterans probably do approach it. I mean, it's a big game for these guys, but at the same time, like you build it up too much in your mind. I mean, like you'll go insane, right? So, and obviously it affects some people's performance, but yeah, I think for most of them, it's it's a fun week, but the game is just it's like you said, like
Drew Brees throwing an interception. Yeah, that's gonna be Devin McCourty.
The game is almost the easy part, right? Like
yeah, that's a good point.
Like dealing with all the nonsense before and getting there and stuff and interviews. The guys who play well are probably like relieved to get on the field and just happy, and the guys obviously who don't are the ones who just start thinking about it too much. I'd definitely be one of the people who thought about it too much.
Oh yeah.
Like
same.
2 weeks to me to think about something is like basically like 5 years. Like so like I'm an impatient person. Like let's get this over with, So you give me 2 weeks to sit on something, oh my God, like I will psych myself out 10 times.
Yeah,
so I guess I emphasize with Donovan McNabb.
Yeah, well, it is interesting. And I think the one thing I look at and so let's play this game for a minute. We're going to play Super Bowl, both outcomes, right? So next week, the Chiefs win. So Mahomes now is like the king of the castle. Everyone's going to be talking about him being the greatest of all time in the future. Brady loses his, what would that be, 4th Super Bowl. And people try to somehow make that worse on his record. And that's where I get, my emotion comes out. Because I think it's foolish. If you make it the championship, any sport, that's a huge accomplishment. Because you lose there, I don't think makes you look worse than if you lost a round or two prior. I could tell. I already know because being in New England, working for a radio station that covered the Patriots, when they lost the Patriots themselves, not just Tom Brady, lost to the Eagles, the conversation started like, yeah, but they lost 3 Super Bowls. It's like, what are we talking about? At the time, they won 5. So you won 5, you lose 3, you've been to 8. Some franchises haven't even been there, and you don't criticize. It's like, yeah, but how great is he? Because that's what I worry about. Are people going to criticize Tom Brady if he loses and be like, yeah, well, Montana went 4 for 4, but it's like this dude went to 10 Super Bowls. That's what bothers me. Like any sport, you could say it about hockey. If people get to a title and you lose there, you shouldn't be more criticized for that loss compared to if you lost in the first round. I get the stage is bigger, but
we had this conversation at length in the last sim.
So
I'm of the opinion that championships get way too overemphasized, and not in all sports, but mainly in football and baseball. You could argue as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's so much. Just we're talking about one game between where a massive. Team game where there's 50 plus players involved every week. Like anything can push like a game of football in one team's direction over the other, right? So, singling out individual players being like, oh, well, he got to the championship game 5 times and this guy didn't get there once. Like I just don't think it's the right sport to be doing that. I don't know if you should be doing it as much in any sport, but particularly football. I think it's a pretty tough one. People love to do it with the QBs. I know that's what our conversation was.
And I don't want to rehash it because I'm sure, like you said, you did it for the whole hour. I get emotional about that because I see it all the time. Or we can even go, and I think someone brought it up. Kareem even bring it up, like tell Skip Bayless that about LeBron. To get to if LeBron James lost, we'll just go here, or Tom Brady, fill in the blank. If they lost 10 years in a like Drew Brees to me or the Packers, let's have that conversation. Drew Brees is underachieved, quote unquote, by the standard set by someone like Tom Brady. Because what did Drew Brees get to? 1 Super Bowl?
Yeah.
And won the 1 Super Bowl, which is great. And that was 11 years ago. So what has happened for the last 11 years? They've lost in the playoffs or didn't make the playoffs. But yet we're still going to talk about him like he's so good. But yet if Tom Brady loses a 4th Super Bowl, people be like, yeah, well, he lost all those Super Bowls. It's like, what are we doing? Like, it's apples to oranges. So I that's where I get a little like, I'm like, that's such a bad argument to like discredit somebody when they got there. And it's not the quarterback wins and loses the game either.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. You're right. I mean, it's just it is what it is. It's the media want the one game to kind of hinge it on, or the one thing, and it's an easy talking point. How many rings do you have? What's your playoff record? And
Yeah.
That's just what it's just what they default to, right? And what most people's minds default to, because it's easy information and people don't necessarily have all the advanced stats at their fingertips or are a little bit unknowledgeable about it or something. So I agree. You know, whether Tom Brady wins or loses the Super Bowl is completely irrelevant. If he wins it, great, fantastic. I mean, you know, but if he loses it, are you going to be like, oh no, he's not like doesn't have the greatest football career of all time? Of course not.
Yeah.
He's 43 and in the Super Bowl. Like, just the fact he's playing and a starting quarterback right now is like insane.
New team, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Jordan Lindenbaum says, I get emotional, Rossi, when someone talks smack about Brady or says Husky or Christmas tree instead of holiday tree. Hey, that is true. Don't be calling people Husky, all right? There was a tough time when you were a kid. When people call you Husky.
I do like working with DraftKings, though, because ever since I started, it's like whenever the Brady conversation comes up, or even like... Oh,
Cam! Let's see if is he going to do the Superman? Is he going to do the Superman? Come on. Oh, look, he's just walking away. Get over here, Cam. You got to open up the shirt, dude. You got trademarks to do. Even though this year, a little less than super. But Cam Newton there scoring for your Patriots, your lineups. Mine's got to be looking good here. But as you were, before Cam Newton rudely interrupted.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just going to say, I mean, I'm always kind of the the neutral point of view when it comes to Brady and the Patriots, because
sure,
you guys are biased. I would be biased if I was a Patriots fan as well. I'd not be having any of this conversation. I'd be like, no, Brady's the best. He won a bajillion Super Bowls.
Yeah, the way I look at it, just so you know, and I'll make this clear, I think people, because I've had the most difficult postseason since I was a kid, because I didn't want Tampa to be here. Like, this was not, as a Patriots fan, I did not root for Brady. I wanted him to lose so that I didn't have to get here and get this awkward conversation and have all that, because now I want him to win. Like, I wanted to lose against Washington, wanted to lose against Saints, and I wanted to lose against the Packers. And it's all selfish. But now it's like, all right, now go win it, dude. Like, now you have to do it for me, like, my selfish fandom, because I don't want that conversation that we were just having. Like, well, you think Tom Brady's the best and you lost another Super Bowl. It's like, are we really doing this? But anyways, we can pivot off of that. I know, I can tell, you did this all with Koff, and I definitely don't want to be put into the category of Adam Kaufman on a Friday night.
Oh, it's okay. It's good conversation, man. Chat liked it anyways, but
they had it, so we can go all over the place. That's what I said. Who cares? Have some fun with it. Throw some questions out there. I can keep bashing Drew Brees if you like.
It is weird. We don't have an NFL slate to talk about that's coming up. It's the first time in forever. So
I know. First weekend without football since right as we started the season. No preseason this past year. It is really weird.
It was an amazingly felt like the longest football season ever. Like, do you remember the week where we had like games on like every day of the week?
It was that Steelers Ravens game on a Wednesday, and like you didn't know what, like, it was awesome to have football on. That was at like 2:30 or 3. Which
3 in the afternoon.
Yeah. So for you, it was even earlier. Like that. Like, to me, that's just like, it was such a weird week. We had multiple double headers on Monday night. And I want this to be known. I think, at least, I'm not going to speak for all DraftKings. It's clearly not you, and I want your thoughts. But I got to give the NFL credit, because every sport has done this, right? Like baseball, except for the bubbled sports, like the way hockey and basketball ended last year. But baseball, when they came back about 2 weeks in, the Marlins and the Cardinals were like not playing games. Things were looking ugly. Everyone's, barking, shut it down, as we're going to get a punt here under 2 minutes. $1:13 left. The Saints punting back to the Patriots. And the same thing happened in the NFL. Those first few weeks, you had a couple teams, the Titans. Everyone's like, oh, the Titans are not doing the right thing. They got a couple games moved. Quote unquote, screwed the Steelers. All these things. But you got to give credit where credit's due. Everything did work out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hopefully everybody was as safe as we were meant to believe they were. But like this thing, we're having the Super Bowl the week they wanted, that was planned, and the playoffs went without a hitch. They didn't have to add the 2 extra teams. There was no crazy weeks, just no football. it was hard. There were some tough weeks and some players lost, obviously, for your slates and selfishly for us. But I thought overall, like, man, they pulled this thing off. And I thought they did good.
It was a pretty good job. Like, you have to admit, just for getting it off. I mean, I don't know what the protocols were. They seem fairly stringent, though. And just from the fact that they got it all in, yeah, man, it's... And football easily has the most moving parts, right? Because there's so many teams, so many players and stuff on the team and like trainers and stuff like that. So it is pretty crazy. Like, they never had to cancel a week. Buys got moved, whatever, but like the fact they never had to cancel a week or like take a week off or something like that, like it's pretty nuts to think about. I thought for sure we might be in a situation where it would just like get overwhelming and we'd have to go on pause for 2 weeks. But
yeah, I honestly, I remember like,
absolutely.
And like, I'm sure on these sims, there was times like, all right, we'll just close it down. Like week 4, we'll just skip it. We'll just jump that in. We'll plug it into week 19, like we're schedulers all of a sudden. And then like, it's just, yeah, now we're here. The whole thing's going to wrap up a week from Sunday. You have probably, in all reality, like, I knew we talked. I think we thought Packers were the better team, but like for like the headlines and everything.
Oh yeah.
We are in it. Like you basically have the official like old guard. Like you have like the final boss versus the new kid on the block who's making his way. It's literally like a video game.
Yeah,
it's like
as much as I would have liked to see Aaron Rodgers in the Super Bowl, the NFL, this is the matchup they wanted. Absolutely. Sure. They want all the discussion. They want, the Ken Mahomes catch Brady Super Bowl discussion.
Mm-hmm.
It's perfect for them, which is nice. I mean, they deserve it. They deserve it. They did a good job, right? So why not give them what they deserve? But yeah, it's peak NFL right here. This is they got their boy Tommy Boy, and the guy they should be taking over the mantle here is the face of the NFL and everyone's favorite player in Mahomes. If he's not already, I mean, he's going to be. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's an interesting game too. I mean, Tampa was a team I thought looked really good on paper at the start of the year. I thought they'd take a while to get gelled, and they did. And now they look scary. Like I think it's going to come down to how well can that defense hold up. I think their offense is going to be able to put up some points.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, if they're going to be able to put up like 30 plus. So I think it's going to come down to Tampa's defense, much like last game, man. I mean, sacked Aaron Rodgers 4 times.
Yeah,
so,
I don't know. I'm so like, it is wild to think like how poor, just to go back to that for a second, it's an outstanding game. Obviously, we'll be talking about it all week, but like the Aaron Rodgers aspect of this very quickly, like they gave them 3 turnovers in the second half, and they like Rodgers and that offense just couldn't take it. That 3 and out with 5 minutes to go, and then the field goal, like those 2 drives, like you look back on, you're just like, oh, where's the aggressiveness? Yeah. Where's the clutch play?
It's
stay hydrated.
Like Rodgers played great in that game. You look at his stats; he was fantastic.
Absolutely.
The Green Bay defense put them in a hole that they just couldn't quite climb out of. Yeah, you would have liked to see a clutch play down the stretch, but like you can't give up like 7 third down conversions from like 3rd and 9 or longer in the game and expect to win. Like I could not, I've never seen, I don't even remember the last game I saw where a team got that many long conversions on 3rd down. It's actually like, it just shouldn't ever happen, especially on a good NFL team, right? Like the Packers or whatever, 13-3. Like, that was rough to watch. So, yeah, it was disappointing the way it ended. The Packers lost that game because of their defense, but I agree. Like the late game decision making was just bananas. They had a couple times where they could have gone for it too. Like they could have gone for a touchdown early in the game from like the 3 or something and made it 14-all instead of 14-10. Like, what are you doing here?
Honestly.
What are you doing? Like, just it's a one-game situation. There's no do-backs. There's no, let's play conservative this game, then next week we'll get them, No, this is it. You throw it all on the table. Like, dial up the gambling, the variance, man. You're not playing the Jacksonville Jaguars. You're playing like a really good team. These coaches all just got to take, like, I got to come up with like a course, Jason, or something. Like, just like to
we got to get you in there.
Like to tell, well, somebody does. Like these coaches have no clue what they're doing in terms of game management, man. Like it's every weekend, week in, week out, even the good ones. Like,
yeah,
you'll see.
yeah.
And I'll tell you something else too.
Please,
Bruce Arians might be the worst at it. Like Bruce Arians,
I agree with this.
He is not good at the decision making and stuff like this. So, like that's one reason why I think you got to take the Chiefs this week. Now that we're on the topic, but you know, Bruce Arians almost like blew that game with a couple decisions he made too. Although it didn't come up as much because, like I said, the Packers defense was just so giving. He didn't really come down to it. It was LaFleur who had to take chances, and he didn't step up. So, oh man, I'll never understand how the NFL coaches just can't figure this out. It's just year after year after year, same issues.
Sure is. And speaking, we're all leading this to the Super Bowl. So it's just so you know, DraftKings, we got you all covered here. So next weekend, as we get ready for the big game in style, because not in my sweatshirt, I'm going to be wearing a suit, the DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend, an action-packed 48 hours of big game buildup and plenty of shots to win your share of that amount. I said it already, but I'll say it again. $250,000. That's the total prizes. It kicks off Saturday. Here are the highlights planned for the Super Weekend. At 2 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a Madden Sim. This is on Saturday. It's Tampa and Kansas City. Yeah, that might be the matchup of the big game. And that has a $55K free-to-play showdown contest. And then at 4 p.m. the same day, Moose, we're going crazy here. We'll have a live stream of the American Cornhole League's Pro Singles Tournament.
Oh, yeah.
Are you going to be writing about this? You breaking them all down?
No, I ain't breaking anything down, but
All right.
I'll be watching.
We're watching. I'll be with you there. And there's a $50K free-to-play pool available now. So right now you can get onto DraftKings and sign up for that. Then we kick over to Sunday, 1 p.m. We'll have a simulated what-if matchup between Buffalo and Green Bay with a $20K free-to-play showdown contest. Sorry, Bills fans and Green Bay fans, but we'll hold you during that game. And if you're hungry for more, which we're all going to be, I'm going to be down in wings that night, we'll serve you up the biggest event for DraftKings, a $250,000 tailgate weekend, the DraftKings Big Game Smackdown. Love the name of that little wrestling tie-in, featuring the best of the best, the #1 ranked eater in the world, Jason Rossi. Oh, no, misspelled that. Not professionally, just I'm disgusting. Joey Chestnut will be joining there, and you can join him in a $100K free-to-play pool available now as well for the Major League Eating Competition. MLE event will feature 8 different football watching classics, including pepperoni pizza, boneless wings, chili, a sub sandwich, cheese balls, go for it, pigs in a blanket, jalapeno poppers, in an 8-layer dip. Dude, that sounds like a great party, but to eat it all real fast, yikes. So that's all going down next weekend.
I mean, it sounds like we're going to be able to gamble on the eaters. So this is great. This is going to be intense.
It's
going to be a great weekend, man. We got some Madden free rolls, guys. Probably some bigger contests. Definitely join in on Saturday, man. That just sounds fantastic. I like watching. I like watching people eat.
I do too. It's weird. I might be straight. I was thinking I'm straight. So I'll let you know, and we'll tie it back here in a second. Like we all have watched weird things, like strange videos.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing. I'm not going like too weird, but like I have an asphyxiation or I don't know what I have.
Asphyxiation.
Yeah. Let's go easy. We're not working that blue tonight. I love watching people's ears getting cleaned. It's one of those. And we were talking a little bit about my YouTube algorithm with Carolyn before. Dream Stream's always there, DraftKings content. But I do have something about watching people's ears, nose, like when people have like rhinoplasties and they have stuff packed in their nose, like watching that get unpacked. I don't know what it is. It calms me a little bit. But also the same thing with people eating. It's weird, right? But like you kind of like, I'm intrigued and like sometimes I cringe, but I'm also like, I can't stop watching.
I like the videos where like organized stuff, like the obsessive compulsive videos where like things are getting like put together perfectly. I'm into those.
See,
that is the ear cleaning things.
Yeah,
I was not expecting that. I'm not gonna lie. I like to clean my own ears. That feels nice sometimes. But
what do you use? Do you use a Q-tip?
I use a Q-tip.
Oh, they say that's bad. Man, I watch a lot of videos on
No,
this.
I don't care if it's bad because it feels good.
That sounds like every person that has a problem right there.
Yeah,
I don't care if it's bad; it feels good.
Right.
No, I'm with you though. It is so. I don't know. I'm not going to get into this. You guys can go down your own rabbit hole. But yeah, there's something about that. And then like yeah, I'm not. We're definitely going to go dark here for a second. But like foot calluses. There's videos of people moving those. Like I don't know what it is. It's just like this. The human body is a very fascinating thing. And like the things you think about least are to me the most fascinating. I don't like watching broken bones. I don't like injuries. They make me actually sick to my stomach.
Good
But
lord.
like any sports injuries, when like Dak Prescott, people like, oh, you should check this out. I'm like, absolutely not. I do watch it once just to see, and I'm like, and then I get like uncomfortable. I start sweating, but yet I can watch people like those like videos where people go in people's ears and clean out disgusting wax that's been in there for like 50
Your guy.
years.
It's fun.
Damn.
We got our thing. Ross is in your guy.
Daniel says, I don't know if this is group therapy or guilty confessions. Well, that's it. It's Friday
That's
night.
after dark, man.
Yep.
You never know.
Well, the reality, and the reason I brought this up too, because I was talking about my YouTube algorithm, and you jumped in, because I was saying before I started, as soon as I opened YouTube, my suggested, or whatever they're called when the first time I got on, I had DraftKings Dream Stream, then I had a birthday cake French toast, somebody making a recipe, and then there was, the third one was Zelda music, because I listened to a ton of Zelda music when I worked there. And yeah, I don't have, I'm trying
How did you decide that, like, oh, I'm gonna put some Zelda music on? Did that just happen one day where you're like, you just got too into it from the video game, and you're like, I like I'm jonesing for some Zelda music? Because I've done weird things like that before too, where it's like you hear something and I'm like, I actually have to play it, like some kind of beat or two, and like from a movie or something. But was that like the thought process? Was it just like you were playing it and you're like,
oddly enough, I can't remember the first time I went there, but I love music. Like I'm a huge music guy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And so like for a while, like I would listen to bands, and like went back in like the day, so listen to a ton of like guys like Jack Johnson or something that would like I could write to. But like then I started noticing myself when there's a ton of lyrics, my brain while I'm trying to write or really truly pay attention to something, like I'll get kind of into it. Like I'll start to like want to listen to the lyrics and stuff. So I was kind of thinking of like what kind of instrumental. I like jazz, but I don't love it. So then I said, oh, the orchestra in Zelda's like kind of calming. So then one day I popped on, and there's a gajillion different remixes and stuff. So I'm like, okay.
oh,
and I was
really?
like,
Oh, okay.
There's a Zelda and chill that will knock your socks off. It will make you. Next time you're writing up an article that's going to make me and the DK Sim fam gajillions of dollars on like an NHL slate or something, just Google or YouTube it. That's a new search engine now. Zelda and chill. Just nice beat.
Okay.
Concentrate. Just saying.
I
For
mean,
anybody
Zelda,
out there.
Zelda it was my favorite game growing up. I probably played it the most of all those games too. So I'm not unfamiliar with like the sounds and stuff.
Oh, now like for a second I'm like, okay, I want to see. So I didn't look at the comments for a while. Now I'm looking here. I was gonna say the first thing is like someone goes, yeah, I watched Paul George when he got injured. Like, no, get out of here. How was that what you took out of this? Get out of here with these. Everyone's talking about injuries.
Yeah, some people are like injury fanatics. I know. I can see it once, and then I'm like, no, I don't need to see that again.
No, yeah, it's a one-time thing. Horrible. How about an algorithm for suckiness? Well, that's my life. Yeah, but no, next week we're to where we came here from this. Like that whole next weekend, I love what they're doing. I like the what if game we're going to be doing on Sunday. I don't know I think the schedule did come out. I can see.
What if game? What do you mean?
Yeah, they're doing that Bills Packers sim we're doing on.
Oh yeah. Oh right.
Next Sunday.
Yep.
Koff and Kenny will be on that call. And I'm allegedly on with Koff next Sunday. You're going to be doing some of the leaderboard live, it looks like, for the old bowl.
Yeah, I think I'm on during the game, so you can hang out with Glash and I. We'll try and stay on as much as possible.
And then we're doing it. I don't know if I should be saying all this. I'm just going to stop there. Yeah, you and Glash are going to be doing leaderboard
No,
live.
I'm sure it's fine. I mean,
That part I can say. Well, there might be something afterwards. I don't want to. Who knows, like, with scheduling. Yeah, then it looks like Glash and Koff together to do the Super Bowl preview one. Oh, yeah. But there's still, just so you are all aware, we talked about the eating contest, all that stuff. There's still going to be 4 Sims next Saturday.
oh wow, a Kaufman and Glasheen for next Saturday duel. And did you hear about what the big controversy is now in Kaufman and Glasheen and their relationship?
He didn't deliver on his birthday.
I'm generally team Glasheen. I mean, I think Brendan's like a sort of like a subtle genius. But and I said this to Kaufman too, like, if you promise me Chinese food and then you don't bring it over, there's going to be issues.
Yeah. Don't make false
Don't get my
promises.
hopes up,
I don't ask a lot. Just don't tell me you're going to do something that you're not going to do.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So
I'm with you. I joke with Glash. It's been a while since we've actually teamed up. There's a big hit there. Yeah, get pumped up. They're going to stop him there. Second and goal here, 2 minutes to go in the third. All of a sudden, the third quarter, we're just in lightning speed. But yeah, I always joke with Glash because when I ask him on an opinion on something, I call him the fence sitter. Because he'll kind of be like, and he has a way of not answering a question, which is so like, I almost, it's beyond a skill because Glash is like so incredible. Great, sports host, just does a great job. And there it is, finally, Alvin Kamara, about 90,000% owned in this contest, scores a touchdown. It's going to tie this one up here. But yeah, he like always will like avoid picking something, or if I like go into an opinion thing, so I call him the fence sitter. And then all of a sudden, this little Tom Brady thing came out where he's like, if you're a Patriots fan, you have to be rooting for Tampa. And I was like, where did this come from? I've been looking for this guy to pick an opinion on things for months. So then I came off of Team Glash because I was upset because he's basically saying that I wasn't a Patriots fan, which I think is ridiculous. Not me personally. Then with the Koff thing, I was like, did he really tell? Because I thought Koff was kind of making it up. But then there was like proof. Just left Koff in the dust on his birthday. But it is also like the ultimate burn. Like when you tell somebody you're going to do something and it's their birthday and be like, oh, I got you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I kind of want to talk to Glash about it, but I almost feel like there could have been a setup here. I don't know. I mean, maybe. Yeah. I don't think there was. I think sometimes Glash just, like, maybe he felt like I said, maybe he felt like bad and he wanted to do something to make up for Kaufman. But then he probably just woke up and he's like, I don't really feel that bad anymore. So it's snowing out. I think I'll just skip it. That's probably what happened, but.
Oh, wait a second. Yeah, somewhere in that realm. It's got to be. Truth's got to lie somewhere in there.
I don't think he's devious enough to like come up with a plan where it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna tell Kaufman I'm gonna get him Chinese food and then not get it. But,
no, I don't think, and it could also be, you never know what's going on in life as well. And I don't know if he spoke about it on the stream. And to be honest, don't care all that much. But I do find it was just funny because I was doing the sim with Koff on his birthday and he brought it up.
I think it's a funny story.
It is. Like, I almost don't want to know the truth is what I mean by, like, I don't care. Like, I'd rather just not know and sit there just being, like, pondering the truth. Like, what I don't want to actually maybe ever find out. Rick saying, Pats fan, I want Brady to win just to stuff it up Belichick. But, like, no, we're not going to. We're done. I'm not going to keep this. Well, the Patriots at least are playing in this game, but I don't want to stuff it up my coach and GM, the guy who controls the team. Like, I don't want, like, I hope it motivates him. Like, Brady winning, I think, would motivate the Patriots to go do the right thing and go get Matthew Stafford.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, well, and I was talking with you about Stafford.
Yeah.
It sounds like San Francisco might be in on it.
I know, and it seems like it's going to be very aggressive. That's what I heard today. So they're not messing around because they have, I believe, what do they have? The pick 14th or something?
They do have a pretty good pick, don't they, actually?
Yeah, because the Patriots, I know, are 15th. I think San Francisco is right there with them, or a little bit higher. But yeah, that's this next couple weeks, Moose, is just going to be insane. Like the NFL is going to just we talk about rent-free when people say that we're rent-free in your brain. Like the NFL is legit rent-free. It's going to be all year. They're owning the sports landscape for the next, at least till we get to like training camp. Like obviously the NBA Finals, Stanley Cup, and all that, and baseball will get in there. But
basketball have its little moment with when the playoffs come around again. But you're right. Like we got Deshaun Watson on the trade block. We got Stafford.
Allegedly.
The draft is coming up. We got like 4 quarterbacks in there. Joe Burrows at some point is probably going to make a return. You're right. Like there's going to be tons of movement. The NFL offseason's become one of like the funnest it's almost become funner than the season.
It's that's like the story of the NBA. By the way, San Francisco's got the 12th overall pick.
Yeah.
So currently, if you're Detroit, you're already sitting at 7. So 7 and 12 in a draft with a lot of quarterbacks, pretty good receivers. Obviously, you need a lot more than that, and could happen. And I would be bummed. But in this one, just in case, so you guys catching up with us, we're heading into the 4th. Breeze, he's got 185. I don't know if he's going to get the bonus there. It's going to take a lot. Cam Newton's got 150 and the touchdown to Devin Asiasi. The 2 scores for the Saints are by your running backs. We had the vulture, of Latavius Murray, and Kamara bopped one in there. And the Patriots touchdown, we had Cam Newton run one in, and as we mentioned, the pass to Asiasi. So let's get you caught up here. We'll get to the 4th quarter, and we're talking all about next weekend. We're talking about a bunch of different stuff. Talking about Kaufman. I was actually talking about Kauf the other day, and I said I was thinking about like the Sim fam for a minute, because we're all sitting at home, like we've never been in the same room together. Moose, or I don't think you've been. Have you been in the room with anybody that's at DK?
I only come into your house when you're asleep, Jason.
I appreciate that. Please, if you could do the dishes or load them, because that's another pet peeve of mine. My wife just leaves them there, like they're not going to load themselves. But
it's like the reverse in our house, because like my wife sees a dish on the counter, and like I like need to like run away because like I get yelled at. So I appreciate that it's like reversed, you know.
Yeah, I'm very anal retentive. I don't like anything being that way. Oh yeah. By the way, Michael Thomas. Well, did you captain him, right? Is he your captain?
I did.
So while he's not scoring for you, he's got 6 grabs for 80 yards. So he's going to be right there and should hit the bonus. Let's see who's in the tops right now. We have Julius.
Yeah. We'll check through here.
Yeah, 76 in our contest here. James White and the captain, Kamara, Newton, Asiasi, Edelman, and Thomas, who has 14. Just sitting there.
I'm in 81st. We only 127 people though.
It's all right.
Another week effort.
I'm in 95th. We're all good.
Okay.
We both stink out loud today. It's okay.
Thanks for making me feel good today.
I'm here for you. Yeah, let's see. All right, we got the Sim Family, Fantasy Hawk, got Michael, Jay Nice, Robbie Noble, hashtag team always here, Rick, Jordan Lindenbaum, what's up, dude? Obi-Wan, Bonzo, Bongo Cab with this New York Knicks logo that just stands out. Some of these logos just stand out to me. El Paso #1, Jaro. How we all doing? Twitch homies, we see you there as well. Smash the like if you're over on Twitch. Just don't break anything. Just smash something. Smash the table that you're watching us from. Don't break it, though. DraftKings is not responsible for the things our commentators say. Here's a pass here from Newton out to, looks like, oh boy, we're going down the depth chart here. That might have been a Keene. No, yeah, Dalton Keene, the rookie tight end. So we're here with you on a Friday. Hope you guys are doing well. Really appreciate it. We got Michael, we have Daniel, our production crew, Jim and Jared on our ops team. But go back really quickly to the eating contest thing. I want Michael, can you put a word in? I want to get in on that.
Do you know how many people are in it?
No, did they say? No, it just said 8 different things. I'm guessing it'll probably be. Yeah, because when they did, remember the candy one? We were part of, like, DraftKings and part of. Yeah, so I think there was like 4 or 5 in that one. Because they obviously with the restrictions of everything.
Yeah, I just can't get over the people who do the extreme eating though. And
yeah, like
A, how do you get into it? B, how does it even work? Like, how do you stuff that much food in yourself without like dying?
Like, I'm not a huge Joey Chestnut fan. I was a Kobayashi guy, but you have to. There's a line in the sand. I'm sorry, everyone. There was a line in the sand. But like when there was a guy, Eater X. He's from the Boston area, and he talks about it. He says like he was in decent shape. There's Alvin Kamara. Oh, trying to get loose. Nice tackle there. He's making his way up. He's at it's just at 26. Never mind. But he talked about how like he was always in like decent shape, or like he was like, I don't know, like just not in great shape, but never like in bad shape. So like when he eats, he basically like saves his calorie, drinks a lot of water the day before to expand his stomach. They kind of explain it. But then he's like, when I got into really good shape, like ripped shape, if you would, he's like, that's when I was able to like eat more because my body just would burn everything off. So I wouldn't feel like crap while eating for that whatever amount of time that the limit is, like 10 minutes, 6 minutes, whatever the contest is.
Right.
And I found that fascinating because you think when you hear a lot of eating, your mind goes to somebody that's very, overweight and sloppy or whatever. But no, most of these guys talk about, like Joey Chestnut's in good shape.
Yeah. No, and it probably boosts their metabolism, right? Which obviously means you burn food faster. I know I used to run a ton when I was younger, like 70 miles a week, and like there were days like I would eat a lot, but it wasn't like overeating. It was just like I just would continuously be drinking water, drinking whatever, eating stuff, but I just can't. I just can't get over it. But that makes sense. That makes sense that they're in shape versus the other, because you burn calories faster that way.
Yeah, and they just were saying like your body, like this is gonna sound crazy, but they say it, and realistically, to be what is quote unquote an athlete, we're not saying a football player or a basketball player, or hockey player, or baseball, but like those are athletes because you have to train your body to be prepared to do that for that short amount of time. It's not just pick up a hot dog and start eating.
Yeah, like if one of you and I tried to go in that competition, we would get laps. Like, so you are training for something. I mean, call the sport a game, I don't know, whatever, but it's something you got to train for to do. I mean, 100%.
Yeah, and like just looking at these. All right, so here's going to be the one. If you had to, we're just going to put 10 minutes on the clock. You can't stop. You have to eat as much as you can. Doesn't matter about a contest winning. One of these following items that they're going to be doing next week: pepperoni pizza, boneless wings, chili, a sub sandwich, so numerous sub sandwiches, cheese balls, pigs in a blanket, jalapeno poppers, or 8-layer dip. 10 minutes just eating that straight.
Like, which one would I pick?
Which one would you pick?
I'd probably go with, wow. What was the very first one? The pepperoni pizza.
Pepperoni pizza.
I'd fill up on pepperoni pizza really fast. I'd probably go with the chicken wings.
Okay. It's probably, I was thinking, that's probably that or cheese balls, but I think probably get disgusting with cheese balls. Like,
the cheese balls would get so disgusting after a minute.
You can eat so many very fast, but then
you would get so sick of that. Oh my God. I couldn't even think about that. Doing it for more than like a minute with cheese balls. That's why I picked the boneless wings.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter pepperoni pizza because it's probably got the most flavor. Probably is. But then the pizza has the dough, and the dough expands and it fills you up with it. So that's why I'm thinking the boneless chicken wings. Maybe the sneaky one would be the dip.
That's where I was leaning dip, because chili I think is the most psychotic one out of all of them.
Chili can be really good, but there's no freaking way.
Chili's great, but imagine after 5 minutes of just spoon, like if you're just spoon after spoon after spoon after like that, and that's gonna get so heavy on you. The pizza, I agree. I think you could like I've had my fair share of like eating way too much pizza than I would like to admit, but and then I was trying to think of like the pigs in a blanket, but that's another one. You got a lot going on there. Jalapeno poppers, it's a lot of spice.
A lot of spice, yeah, a lot of spice. The jalapeno poppers are interesting, but I think it would probably be the dip or the wings for me.
Yeah, my first thing was going to say the dip, which again, people, to each their own. People can, say, well, that's crazy. Hella chili. People say Robbie Noble. They need an egg roll one. Well, we're not picking anything. Bonzo saying chicken wings.
What is a pig in the blanket?
So that is a hot dog. It's
right?
wrapped with like a croissant roll.
Yeah, okay, right. Yeah.
Different 2-minute warning here in the game. Different strokes for different folks on those. So like we call it, like some people have them with like barbecue on it. Oh, sausage, says Michael. I thought it was a hot dog. We'll go with sausage. No, you're right. The actual pig in a blanket would be a sausage. You're right. Because I have one that we call them Festive Franks. I've made them for like game days where you put like barbecue sauce, chopped. You cut a hot dog into thirds with cheese and you wrap it. Couldn't do those either, but yeah, sausage.
Same idea. Hot dog sausage. I mean, I know there's a difference, but like same idea. Yeah.
It's El Bongo also. It's sausage in a croissant. Pigs in a blanket over campfire. Well, that sounds good. Yeah, like if we're chilling, having fun. But I'm talking about like you literally sit down at your table. There's a clock put on. We could just have fun with it and just say you're going to make an exorbitant amount of money, but you have to eat a certain amount. But nice catch there.
Nice.
You don't see that often here in Madden. Huge credit to the game here. That was very realistic. The reach out by N'Keal Harry makes a grab, gets the feet down.
Yeah,
looking to try to
run too. I mean, look at this.
What a throw. That actually looked like Cam Newton. All right, they're within field goal range. We're down to $1:29 left in the game at the 20-yard line. Cam Newton saying he's just going to eat W's tonight. He wants to eat them all.
Well, I mean, Jameis is in this game somewhere, so.
Hot dogs are still called pigs.
Eating dubs.
Yeah,
where do you think
great.
James Winston plays next year?
You know what? It's a great question. I don't think it's New Orleans. I know a lot of people are like, oh, yeah, and he did that like Drew Brees. New Orleans gave him zero opportunity this year, so why would they say, yeah, let's give it to him now? Like, now that they, like, need him? I think he's going to find his way to either another similar situation like he just was in, or there's going to be one of these teams that, let's just say, like Detroit, that drafts a quarterback early, gives him a decent contract, maybe he starts and they find their way through, or same thing if, like, I think it's going to be one of these teams that drafts the first-round quarterback. So it could be if the Jets make that move and they trade Darnold or whatever, like you bring him in somewhere like that I think he'll probably be potentially the starter, but they have somebody, like, ready to go. What about you? What are you thinking?
He's a hard dude to pin down because realistically, there's a couple teams that should be wanting to take shots on him, like maybe Denver even, right?
Yep.
You know, but I just don't know who's going to pull the trigger. Like who's going to take that chance? It's probably, and the thing with Winston is he's probably going to be like Cam was this year. It's probably going to be like, okay, we're going to explore other options first. If we don't get anybody else, we're going to come back to you. You know, so
that's so
I think there's
got it. Touchdown here. Is it right? No, Michelle.
Michelle. I'm sorry, Michelle, guys.
No judgment from me.
Bad. But yeah, there's a ton of teams, man. I mean, yeah, I'm just the Pats could even just go that route. I don't think
chance.
so. I don't think
chance.
so, but
I think that
man.
you're
I
right.
mean, they're not going to bring Cam back.
No.
They're not going to roll with Stidham.
No. Same thing. Stidham and honestly, it's so weird. Stidham and Jameis Winston were the same thing. Should have at one point been the starter, but they just stubbornly went with their the coach's plan of Taysom Hill or Cam Newton after knowing the season was over.
I really wanted to see Jared Stidham play last year. I kind of wish the Patriots had just rolled with him. Like the Cam story was cool at the start, but like once they started losing, it's like, what is the point of this if you're not bringing Cam Newton back? Like you've basically just wasted a chance to at least see what you had there, right? So
I wanted to pay him. Yeah, I'm just looking quickly. Top of the draft. We're going to be doing a lot of this, but this sounds strange on paper. Like if Gardner Minshew moves on, even the Jaguars, you never know. I know they're probably Trevor Lawrence is a day one starter, but it's an option.
They'll be, they'll at the very worst, there'll be options like that for Winston, right? Where he's backing up a young QB. The Colts have a vacancy. Maybe they'll bring him in and compete with like Jacob Eason. Who knows, man? Like there is lots of options.
I'm just looking where's that other this is random. I have no idea. I'm not even going to look into the cap spaces. We'll see if the Saints can tie it up here. Madden After Dark with Moose and Rossi. The Vikings strike me as a team that maybe just a competition type thing, because not that Kirk Cousins doesn't play well, but there's those one or two games that I don't know. I'm just throwing things out there.
I mean, I'm not even a Winston guy.
No,
I would.
All right, look at this, Michael Thomas. He's not going to catch him for 76. A little dyslexia there. 57 ticks left to go, and he's going 76. Michael Thomas in Moose's captain spot. Here come the scoring. Jim and Jared, buckle up. Bonus for Thomas. And Drew Brees is going to be itching his way closer, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we were kind of down on Brees, but he's looks like he's up to 252 at least, maybe even more. Thomas up there. Ooh, yeah, that's interesting. So,
move the
Oh, we got a
leaderboard
game.
for
We
us
got
as well.
Pat's got 58 seconds to get back in field goal position here. Take this one.
Yeah, let's do that, please. Here we go. We'll see what happens. The Mercedes-Benz Superdome lighting it up with the scoreboard. 156 for Michael Thomas. Amazing performance from him. But sometimes just takes that one big play, Moose. We said he had 6 grabs for 80 yards coming in.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing with Michael Thomas. He's, 100 rated or 99 rated player.
Mm-hmm.
He can break those tackles if he gets that. If he gets caught in bounds there, and haven't seen one of those plays in a while. I'm not gonna lie. So.
No, and this game got exciting real quick here at the end.
Yeah, it did.
It was a pretty decent game early, but we'll see. And let's see how we finish out.
Where were we? Okay, so you were bringing up Jacksonville.
Yeah, I was saying Jacksonville, but then I was like, realistically, that's not going to be it. Like, Minnesota's a random dark horse team, I would say.
Right, yeah.
And then I'm looking at maybe like a Raiders, just because they had Mariota. I would assume he's gonna move on.
Yeah.
It's such a weird time to be those quarterbacks, those 2 first overall guys, 2 out of 3. Like, both of them are going to be somewhere else next year, Mariota and Winston. But
Mariota looked pretty good too when he
did.
was
I still think there's something he can do it. Like, there's a nice.
Mariota is such a plus athlete. Like,
Patriots aren't
right
on the timeout.
system. I mean, he could very much be like a Lamar Jackson, probably even a better passer than Lamar Jackson, maybe at this point in his career. I'd like to see Mariota on the Patriots. I would really like to see that.
I would be like, the way I look
That
at
would be
it is
phenomenal. I would really, really like to see. Now that I don't know why I hadn't thought about that before. Marcus Mariota on the Patriots. That would be interesting, Jason. How do you feel about that as a Patriots fan?
If that's the move they say, then I'm into it. And I don't mean that about negative to you. The way I look at it is they changed their offense so much to fit that Cam Newton style, and the passing element just didn't click. There was no weapons, I understand.
Yeah.
But I think Marcus Mariota could be, like, Cam Newton's, with all due respect, phenomenal athlete, but just game wear and tear is just not the guy he was, where I think Mariota is in that position to one more shot with a good offensive line, has a decent defense right now. If nothing else changes on the team, I'm in for it because he can run. He can make moves. He can throw. Like, he can actually connect with receivers.
And I think he'd almost be a better fit. Like, yeah, Cam is the bulldozer near the goal line, but Mariota has explosiveness, and that's what.
Listen, I loved him in Oregon. Right? I liked him coming out. I thought Tennessee, that was like a great move, and it's so funny to see kind of how things just for whatever reason didn't work there. And if you look at his skill set and you look at that team, you're still probably wondering, like, Tannehill, but it's like, look at what Tannehill was. That's all Mariota needs is that next, like, team to have, like, fit in. We talked about legacies and all that stuff earlier with Breeze and Brady, but, like, it's just finding that spot, especially as a quarterback. You can't just plop a quarterback anywhere. Like, what if, like, something went different for a guy like Jamarcus Russell? Like, he could have been better if he wasn't just on the Raiders, just being told to throw balls 50 yards every time. But I don't know. I like the idea of Marcus Mariota. We're about to see. Can we get a game winner?
Maybe went to a team that, like, gave him, like a personal chef or vegan chef or something.
Look at this, from just a shy of 50.
He
got it! Look at this. Remember the day. Friday, January 29th. Nick Folk booting him. Daniel says yes. We all say yes. Michael trying to keep us on track. We're all having a day here. If they tie this game somehow, though. 1 second left. You know what, Moose? Because I'm going to have to talk about that super thing at the end. So last time we talked, you got me all excited about Matthew Stafford. Now we're talking Marcus Mariota. It brings the temper me down a little bit, but this one, we have that. I'm going to talk about the Super Weekend again. Who do you got for a player of the game?
Oh, for the Super Bowl?
No. Sorry, for this game. I'm all over the place.
Oh yeah.
Flag on the play. Oh.
No. Let's get out of the way. I'll give it to Michael Thomas, my captain, man. I mean, that's why you roster Michael Thomas, because he's got that game-breaking ability in these sims. The 99, 156 yards. It's got to be up there, close to his. That might be his sim high.
Got to be around there.
Oh, he had 165 once, 180 once. So it's actually his third highest. So there you go. Okay.
Oh, there's the history we were looking for, and we had a crazy ending. What about your Not My Kid award?
So Kamara at 11 points. Kind of want to give it to him.
Yeah, he's
I'm sure
scored,
most
but he
people. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I agree with you so far because it's like he did score, but he was owned an 80% captain.
Yeah, 11 points is it's also like well below his. Yeah, let's give it to Kamara. It was actually like one of the worst games I've seen him have.
Yeah,
He has had
long
some
time.
single-digit ones recently, but
Yeah, I'm with you. He's got it.
Yeah,
All
he
right.
gets it.
So next weekend, we'll give you the rundown of what's happening tomorrow in just a second. But, again, join us next weekend as we get ready for the big game in style with the DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend. An action-packed 48 hours of big game buildup and plenty of shots for you to win your share of that $250,000 in total prizes. And it kicks off on Saturday. So the highlights are Saturday at 2 p.m. We'll have a Madden sim of Tampa, Kansas City, Koff, and Glash. Will they be outside of each other's bedrooms? Will they be in other weird places? We don't know, but that game's going down with a 50.
Will they fight? Who knows?
Will there be Chinese food? Even more of a question. I'm having some tomorrow. With a $55K free-to-play showdown contest. Then at 4 p.m., we'll have the live stream of the American Cornhole League Pro Singles Tournament. And there's a $50K free-to-play pool available right now on DraftKings. Hit the home button. You'll find it. Yeah. Nothing better. The best word in the world. The best four-letter word that starts with F. Yes, it's free. On Sunday, starting at 1, we'll have the simulated what-if matchup between Buffalo and Green Bay with the $20K free-to-play showdown contest. And this is the big one. If you're still hungry, we'll be serving up the big event for DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend. It is the DraftKings Big Game Smackdown featuring the best of the best, the number 1 ranked eater in the world, Joey Chestnut, will be involved, and you can join in on a $100K free-to-play pool available again right now. Go check it out. This is for Major League Eating competition. And again, they're going to be eating 8 different football watching classics. And here they are again. Pepperoni pizza, boneless wings that Moose is going to be partaking in, chili, sub sandwich, cheese balls, pigs in a blanket, sausage. Thank you again, Michael and DK Simfam. Jalapeno poppers, 8-layer dip. Think about that. It's all going down. No, not 7. 8. So that's all going down next weekend. Go check out your DK app. Get in those contests. Free. We heard the word many times in there, Moose. Free. So get in there. Don't be a fool. Tomorrow, whole slate of Sunday Sims. Get ready for it. Kick
Saturday.
it off. Oh my God. What day is today? Today's not Thursday. Anywho, there is going to be a full slate Sunday too, but tomorrow is Saturday. Thanks, Moose. You got Titans, Bears. Well, you have Coffin Brandon for your first 2. Reed on a Saturday. Reed, watch out. So you're going to be teaming up with him at 4. Oh, you two together. That's going to be awesome. I'm in for that. 4 o'clock. Then Moose, you're going to be joined by Lamarca. Then it's me and Tom. And then Moose, look at that. The triple header. You got one with Tom. So you get 3 different hosts tomorrow with you, which I think is music to your ears because it will keep your day completely shaken up.
It's like shopping at Baskin Robbins.
Yep. Million different
flavors of DraftKings hosts.
So join us again tomorrow at noon. Thank you to Jim and to Jared, to Michael. Awesome job by him and Daniel and Moose. You're just a fantastic human being, great guy. People should be following you at the Fantasy Grind.
At the Fantasy Grind, give me a follow. But thanks for everyone for showing up tonight. In all seriousness, appreciate it hanging out. Thank you for hanging out with Jason and I, making this a fun night. And see you guys again tomorrow and on Sunday.
Yeah, he'll be in for 3 tomorrow. I'm in for 1. We'll be back with the Dream Stream at noon Eastern tomorrow. And if you're on the West Coast, I'm jealous of you because it starts at 9. Maybe a little pig in a blanket with some pancakes, serving up hot. Enjoy your rest of your night. Enjoy breakfast until we see you next time. We love you, DK Sim fam. Have a good night. Stay safe. See you next time. Bye.